Chapter 1. The Misfortunate Nice Guy Card. Standing at both ends of the scale, equally distressed, the only answer is that loving someone is so difficult. As the song about the difficulties of love came to an end, Iran, with bleary eyes, began to sob softly. The table was littered with countless beer bottles, and the friends sprawled on the sofa were utterly inebriated. Only Zhang Dayo, with glazed eyes, was chuckling as he draped an arm over Li Iran's shoulder. Zhang Dayo and Li Iran had been classmates since kindergarten. They had played truant, fought, raided bird nests, and engaged in countless mischievous antics, consistently being the bane of their teachers. Perhaps they shared similar interests or were just two peas in a pod, but they had always caused their parents no small amount of worry. As they grew older, Li Iran became increasingly delicate, while Zhang Dayo grew ever more handsome. When they stood together, it was hard not to let one's imagination wander. After all, it was Li Iran's mother's looks that she had inherited. With an exaggerated lisp, Zhang Dayo tried to console Li Iran. "Iran, cheer up. This isn't the first time you've been rejected. A real man knows how to bend and stretch. Look at me. I've never shed a tear for a woman." "Shut up. You haven't shed tears for women? You change girlfriends every month. If you did, you could fill the Yangtze River with your tears." Well, Zhang Dayo scratched his head with a grin. "I'm just too handsome and wealthy. How about you take a trip to Thailand? I wouldn't mind you coming back. I'd take you to Thailand too, and personally handle you." "Iran, look on the bright side. It's not the first time Lu Lin has given you the nice guy card. Haven't you gotten used to it yet? Who told you to be so delicate? With those big eyes, double eyelids, and long eyelashes, if you wore a wig, you'd outshine any woman. I've told you before, go get some cosmetic surgery in Korea." Seeing the fiery glint in Li Iran's eyes, Zhang Dayo shivered, half sobering up, and he swallowed his words. He vividly recalled the last time Li Iran had looked at him like that. She had sent a rough man who had drunkenly pursued her to the hospital for over a month. "Iran, don't lose heart. There will always be girls who like you. Lu Lin just lacks vision. Count how many times she has sent you the nice guy card." "Dayo, I've liked her for 5 years. I pursued her since school at first. She said I was a nice guy, but we were too young. Then it was still about being a nice guy, and she wasn't ready to date time and again. She gave me the nice guy card. I've endured it. But do you know what she said this time? Do you know? Do you know?" Li Iran yelled at Zhang Dayo, spitting in his face. Zhang Dayo wiped his face with disdain, sputtering, "Iran, you just spit all over me." Suddenly, Zhang Dayo dramatically formed a delicate pose with his right hand, piercing his voice. "Iran, you're a good person, but we're just not suited for each other. We're too young. It's not the right time." He finished with what he thought was a charming wink. "Ugh." Li Iran promptly retched, and Zhang Dayo, sitting directly opposite her, was caught completely off guard, receiving the full brunt of it on his pants. "Iran, you did that on purpose. Am I that disgusting to you?" Zhang Dayo sprang up, pointing an accusatory finger at her. "I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it back. I really didn't mean to." Li Iran's cheeks flushed, perhaps from the alcohol. Zhang Dayo gaped at her, momentarily stunned by the odd sensation. He felt. He shook his head vigorously, muttering to himself, "What a sin! What a sin! Too terrifying. I wasn't thinking anything." "Dayo," Lu Lin said. "She said that we are impossible. You're a nice guy, but I can't date someone more attractive than me." Before she could finish, Li Iran burst into tears. Zhang Dayo was completely taken aback. It was the first time he had seen Li Iran cry so heartbreakingly. Yet he felt a strange sensation in his heart. He was unsure if it was because it was the first time she cried in front of him, or because of Lu Lin's words, or perhaps some odd feeling deep within. Zhang Dayo shook his head vigorously, asserting to himself, "I like girls, girls." He nodded emphatically. Li Iran opened her bleary eyes, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Sunlight streamed through the white curtains onto the bed. Suddenly feeling something amiss, she lifted the covers and saw herself, nude beneath the sheets, and Zhang Dayo, clad only in a white bathrobe, lying beside her. She screamed, "Ah, Zhang Dayo, what have you done to me?" As she yelled, she kicked him off the bed with all her might. Bang! "Ah!" Zhang Dayo let out a yelp as he scrambled to his feet, rubbing the large bump on his head. "Iran, are you trying to kill me? After I took such good care of you yesterday, you kicked me out. You took care of me? What did you do to me?" Li Iran clutched the blanket tightly, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. "Ah!" Zhang Dayo burst into laughter at the sight of her. "I like women. Damn it, I have no interest in you, you big guy. After saying this, he seemed to recall something. Flushing slightly, he cleared his throat and added, "Yesterday, you not only vomited all over yourself, but also on me. We both got drunk, so we had to find a nearby hotel, and then, damn it, there was only one room with a big bed after tending to you. I had just fallen asleep when you kicked me out. Who am I supposed to complain to?" He shot a fierce glare at Li Ran and continued, "You've ruined my reputation. Get up already." Bang, bang, bang. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Zhang Dayo, irritable, yelled, "Who is it?" "Delivery. Is Zhang Dayo here? Please sign for it." Zhang Dayo cast a mischievous glance at Li Ran, a sly smile creeping onto his face as he rushed to open the door and receive the package. "Dayo, why are you receiving a package so early? What's inside?" "Let me see," Li Ran inquired, sitting up in bed, her bare upper body exposed. "Hurry up and take a shower. You'll find out soon enough." Zhang Dayo tossed a clean bathrobe at her and turned to open the parcel. Li Ran shrugged, donned the bathrobe, and entered the bathroom, where the sound of running water soon filled the air. Zhang Dayo turned to sneak a glance, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Dayo, dressed impeccably, sat on a chair, seemingly lost in thought, his lips curling into a sly smile from time to time. Li Ran emerged from the bathroom, her hair damp. "Dayo, where are my clothes?" "Your clothes? You vomited on both of ours. It was too disgusting. So I threw them all away." "What? Threw them away?" Li Ran spun around, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Zhang Dayo, momentarily stunned. "Then where did your clothes come from?" "From the package that just arrived." Do I have anything in there?" Li Ran asked, her voice lacking confidence. "Of course. It's in the bed. Go put it on." Zhang Dayo couldn't contain his laughter as he dashed out the door. Just as he was about to close the door, his voice echoed back, "The cleaning lady will be here in 10 minutes. So hurry up. I've already checked out." "Ha ha ha." Li Ran huffed, quickly throwing off the covers upon seeing her clothes in the bedding. She roared, Zhang Dayo, I swear I will make you half paralyzed and unable to take care of yourself. Otherwise, I will never be human again. I will not be called Li Ran." Chapter 2, another nice guy card. Dressed in a maid outfit and sporting a black wavy wig, Li Ran emerged from the hotel, her face dark with fury as she was met with the astonished gazes of onlookers. If looks could kill, the hotel would have been obliterated by a nuclear bomb at that moment. Standing at the entrance, Li Ran scanned the crowd with a piercing glare. Anyone who met her gaze would feel a chill run down their spine. Yet passers-by found the sight of an angry beauty rather appealing, as long as it wasn't directed at them. Some daring young men ventured closer, attempting to strike up a conversation. Hoping for a WeChat or phone number, Li Ran gritted her teeth and shot them a fiery glare. As if two flames were burning in her eyes, the young men, startled, lowered their heads and took a step back, only to find that Li Ran had already disappeared. Zhang Dayo was hiding around the corner, secretly watching Li Ran in her maid outfit, chuckling to himself just as he fantasized about what might happen next. An inexplicable shiver ran down his spine, as if he were standing naked in the Arctic, facing a polar bear. Then, without warning, a pair of bright, bloodshot eyes appeared right in front of him. Zhang Dayo hastily retreated a step, raising his hand to his chest and chuckling awkwardly. "Iran, just a jest, just a jest." Bang! As the surrounding crowd heard the anguished scream, they beheld a striking beauty, approximately 18 meters tall, adorned in a maid outfit, executing a swift shoulder throw that sent a similarly tall, athletic young man crashing to the ground. The young men who had earlier contemplated striking up a conversation turned pale and fled, fearing they might be caught in the ensuing chaos. The handsome young man cried out in despair, "Iran, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please spare me. I promise I truly will." The onlookers, engrossed in gossip, murmured amongst themselves, "This lad must have wronged the lady, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a predicament. Look at how she's dressed. Surely he must have bought her the wrong attire. What do you know? I saw her just come out of the hotel. Did you not notice her outfit? She must have been at a cosplay event. Wasn't there one yesterday?" That young man must have been pursuing her before the speaker could finish. They noticed Li Ran standing over Zhang Dayo, her foot planted firmly on his chest, casting a menacing gaze upon him. The young man, startled, swallowed his words and fled, fearing he too might experience a shoulder throw. The crowd quieted, though they remained nearby, whispering amongst themselves, with some even pulling out their phones to record the spectacle. Li Yiran looked down at the prostrate Zhang Dayo, a sinister smile creeping onto her lips as she playfully stated in a mockingly low voice, "Dayo, my apologies. I may have been a bit too forceful, I promise. I won't do it again." She then removed her foot from Zhang Dayo's chest and squatted beside him, her gaze filled with a threatening glint while her expression remained coy as she helped him to his feet. Upon hearing Li Yiran's voice, the spectators were initially taken aback, followed by a collective gasp. This stunning beauty is actually a man? Zhang Dayo's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he grabbed Li Yiran's arm and dashed away, utterly humiliated. Unlike Li Yiran, who could disguise herself with a maid outfit and wig, he was entirely exposed. Moreover, someone had recorded the incident had Li Yiran remained silent. He might have managed, but her deliberately deep voice had sealed his fate. If the video made its way online, he would be left defenseless. How could he possibly live with that? Once they were a safe distance away, Zhang Dayo hung his head, a grimace on his face, and lamented, "Yiran, you've been too ruthless. You've ruined my chance at a blissful life." "Dayo, I think this is rather amusing," Li Yiran replied, slipping her arm into his and regarding him with faux seriousness while maintaining her deep voice. Zhang Dayo grimaced at the peculiar looks from the crowd, thinking to himself, "If only you spoke softly, it would be more believable, but with such a gruff voice, it's as if you want the world to know you're a man. If I were to believe you, I'd be a fool." With a mournful expression, Zhang Dayo implored, "Brother, you are my true brother. I was wrong. I will never again challenge you. Please spare me. I will go right now to fetch you the most dashing outfit. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Come with me." Li Yiran glanced at Zhang Dayo and then at her own attire, a playful smile tugging at her lips. "We're going together?" Zhang Dayo felt a surge of despair with his loose tongue. If he took her along, he would be the one to suffer. "There's no need. I can manage on my own. I'll come find you shortly." With these words, Zhang Dayo vanished in a flash, as if afraid Li Yiran would change her mind and pursue him. Li Yiran, watching Zhang Dayo's departing figure, erupted in laughter, the sting of yesterday's rejection seemingly diminished. The surrounding onlookers stared blankly at this strikingly attractive girl in a maid outfit, whose laughter was surprisingly masculine, utterly bewildered. In high spirits, Li Yiran hummed a tune as she strolled away, indifferent to the peculiar gazes and the inexplicable thoughts of the bystanders. Li Yiran stood at the intersection awaiting the green light, having grown accustomed to the stares of those around her. As long as she remained silent, she wouldn't cause too much of a stir. Idly, Li Yiran surveyed the crowd, when suddenly her eyes lit up. A long-haired beauty in a white dress was waiting for the green light not far ahead. Lulin, just a short distance away, and, judging by her silhouette, it seemed to be Lulin, who had rejected him yesterday. Li Yiran's heart quickened, and after a moment of hesitation, he strode forward. Just then, the green light illuminated, and Lulin stepped onto the crosswalk. Abruptly, a red Ferrari roared around the street corner, brazenly attempting to run the red light, charging directly toward Lulin. Summoning an unprecedented surge of strength, Li Yiran dashed forward, seized the frozen-in fear Lulin, and forcefully flung her backward. As Li Yiran beheld the beauty's face, he was stunned. Screech. Crash. Despite the Ferrari driver's desperate application of the brakes, he could only watch helplessly as the vehicle collided violently with the pedestrian ahead. The long-haired woman was rescued, but Li Yiran was propelled into the air, tracing a perfect arc before crashing heavily to the ground. The woman, still reeling from the near-death experience, took a moment to compose herself before rushing to Li Yiran's side, her face a mask of terror as she gazed upon the motionless, blood-soaked figure. You're not Lulin." Li Yiran choked out, blood bubbling from his lips. Crouching beside him, the woman stared at Li Yiran, her expression peculiar as she noted that the voice was unmistakably male, yet the attire was that of a maid. "How could I be mistaken? It shouldn't be," Li Yiran muttered incoherently, his words barely audible even to himself. "What are you saying? I can't hear you," the woman cried out, tears welling in her eyes as she leaned closer. The surrounding crowd was in disarray, some dialing emergency services, but no one dared to touch the prone figure of Li Yiran. Li Yiran coughed, expelling more blood. Don't speak anymore. Conserve your strength. Someone has already called for help. The ambulance is on its way. Hold on. You're a good person. You'll be all right. The beautiful woman spoke anxiously, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Had it not been for this man, she feared it would have been her lying here instead. Li Yiran's pupils suddenly constricted as she raised her hand to grasp the woman's, unwillingly shouting, "Why is it again the good person card?" With a sudden spur of blood, Li Yiran widened her eyes, gazing intently at the woman before her, and gradually released her grip. Chapter 3. Mysteriously transcended in my underwear. I do not want the good person card. Whoa. Why is it not you? Li Yiran shouta fervently. Yet the sounds escaping her lips resembled the cries of an infant. As she cried out, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Everything around her was enveloped in darkness. No matter how hard she tried, her eyes seemed unable to open. Regardless of her calls, only the wailing of a baby echoed back. Summoning all her strength, Li Yiran finally forced her eyes open, only to be startled by the sight before her. Before her loomed a large, ruddy face akin to a basin, with eyes squinting, making it impossible to discern whether they were opened or closed. A gaping mouth, wide enough to stretch to her cheeks, bore a prominent mole at the corner. Resembling a woman of around 50 years of age, it appeared that she was lying in the embrace of this elderly lady. Startled, Li Yiran exerted herself to break free, only to discover that she had seemingly shrunk to the size of an infant. Before she could comprehend the situation, she was met with the sight of an elderly woman who opened her cavernous mouth, revealing a set of yellowed teeth that appeared to have been neglected for ages, with remnants of vegetables lodged between them. The woman shrieked, my lord, congratulations. It's a boy." In no time, a middle-aged man, his temples touched with gray, yet brimming with vitality, rushed in from outside. "Thank you for your hard work. Quickly, take Aunt Lou to collect the reward." The man, with a beaming smile, took the infant-sized Li Yiran into his arms, excitedly settling himself at the edge of the bed. He gazed at the sweaty, golden-haired beauty lying there and said, "Wanxiu, you've done well. It's a son. Just look at how much he resembles you. Such a handsome little fellow." As he spoke, he gently passed Li Yiran into the embrace of the golden-haired woman. Behind the nobleman, a butler-like figure emerged, producing a white document inscribed with black characters and sealed with a red stamp, which he handed to the elderly woman. She bowed in gratitude and followed the butler out of the room. Li Yiran stared dazedly at the young, blonde beauty holding her, who looked at her with a tender expression and softly kissed her cheek. "My lord, you have a son." A young woman cradled the still infant Li Yiran, a gentle smile gracing her lips. At that moment, Li Yiran remained in a state of bewilderment. He recalled saving a beautiful woman, only to be thrust away by an unexpected force. Then, a nagging thought crept in. Had he been reborn, or had he inexplicably traversed realms? Who could possibly elucidate this enigma for him? If he had indeed been reborn, why did he retain memories of his past life? Had the mythical Meng ceased her duties? Conversely, if he had crossed into another world, why was he not embraced by stunning beauties, but rather held by a fearsome old crone? Moreover, what language were they speaking? He could not comprehend a single word. Alas, no one could decipher Li Yiran's cries, for all they heard were the plaintive wails of an infant. In the blink of an eye, a year and a half had elapsed, and Li Yiran had fully come to terms with his current identity. He concluded that he had indeed traversed realms, for the language spoken by those around him bore no resemblance to that of any nation on Earth. It could also be said that he was reincarnated, but not on Earth. After saving someone, Li Yiran arrived in this world, which lacks the advanced technological civilization of Earth, but possesses a civilization of martial aura and magic unseen on Earth. Fortunately, Li Yiran was born into the most powerful nation in this world, the Carlo Empire, his father being a hereditary Earl of Carlo. As the youngest son of the Earl, with two elder half-sisters, he was the anticipated male heir, showered with affection. The Earl's family, the Red Maple Leaf family, was a prominent clan in the Carlo Empire. Their emblem, a red maple leaf. Li Yiran's father, Li Qishan, was a silver warrior, holding a relatively low position as the eighth elder in the family despite his hereditary title. His biological mother, Yi Wanxiu, a fair-skinned, Statuesque beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes, was Li Qishan's second wife and a formidable level 4 water magic caster. The first wife, Zhao Wenji, betrothed to Li Qishan since childhood, was a level 3 fire magic caster. The two elder sisters, both born to Zhao Wenji, were Li Rui, a level 2 fire magic caster, and Li Ruoxing, an advanced warrior, both studying at the Carlo Royal Academy. Li Yiran fulfilled a part of his last vow before his transmigration. Fortunately, he remains a human, bearing the surname Li, yet he is now known as Li Zhenbong. Li Zhenbong no longer contemplates why, upon his transmigration, he did not become a peerless champion or a dashing playboy, as is often depicted in novels. Of course, he still possesses the potential to become a charming libertine, albeit that would have to wait until he matures. Li Zhenbong certainly scorns the idea of being an ordinary person. Given that fate has granted him another opportunity, it would be a grave disservice to himself not to seize it wholeheartedly. Although he has garnered a rudimentary understanding of this world, he remains utterly ignorant of magic. This realm venerates the strong, and since he is still unversed in the arcane arts, he resolves to hone his physical prowess, aspiring to become a formidable warrior. The Hongfenji family undoubtedly offers an abundance of martial techniques, yet to Li Zhenbong, these appear overly rudimentary, as most techniques emphasize raw power at the expense of agility. In his previous life, although not born into a lineage of martial artists, he systematically studied combat sports during his university years and even traveled to Wudong Mountain for further training post-graduation. His pursuit of martial arts was not to attain mastery, but rather for self-defense and personal cultivation, with the possibility of preparing for heroic rescues. Upon entering this world, aside from his daily physical training and moments of contemplation, Li Zhenbong's greatest delight is immersing himself in books. Knowledge is power, a truth that holds universally. The nation in which Li Zhenbong resides is located on the western continent of this world, known in its entirety as the domain of the Karo Empire. This western continent, also referred to as the Tehran continent, is affectionately called the Karo continent by its inhabitants. In stark contrast lies the eastern continent, known as the Marina continent. The two continents are not separated, but rather interconnected. The eastern continent is home to two entities, which cannot precisely be classified as nations. One is the Federation of Dusk, and the other is the Alliance of Divine Grace. Their names suggest that they resemble more of an organization than traditional states. Historically, the two continents have been embroiled in countless wars over territorial disputes until the emergence of a grand city, Fort Freedom, which rose majestically between the two lands. Fort Freedom seemed to materialize out of nowhere, inhabited by numerous formidable beings, thereby establishing itself as a formidable barrier between the two continents. Both lands have attempted to besiege Fort Freedom, yet all attempts have culminated in failure. In the end, the representatives from the Four Corners engaged in fervent negotiations in the City of Freedom, and thus a lasting peace has been maintained ever since. The Lord of the City of Freedom remains an enigmatic figure, his identity shrouded in mystery. However, his formidable power is beyond question. Chapter 4. The birth of a genius little Li Zhenbong, a mere year and a half old, finds immense delight in sitting on his small stone stool in the courtyard, gazing dreamily at the sky. In these moments, he appears profoundly lonely and isolated, with his caretakers keeping a respectful distance, watching over him silently to avert any misadventure. Suddenly, he was swept up in a gentle embrace, a delicate and seemingly boneless hand tenderly ruffling his hair. In a fit of indignation, Li Zhenbong turned his head to confront the audacious individual who had dared to lift him. However, upon recognizing the figure behind him, his expression softened considerably, tinged with a hint of resignation. It was none other than his mother, Yi Wanxiu, clad in a flowing sky-blue pleated gown. Her slightly curled golden hair cascaded over her shoulders. Beneath her long eyelashes, her emerald green eyes sparkled with affection and a touch of mischief as she playfully teased, "Oh dear, my little adult, are you pining for some young lady? Shall I assist you in seeking her hand?" Li Zhenbong, with a sigh of resignation, lowered his head, pouting slightly, while his tiny fingers twirled in circles over his chest. Although Li Zhenbong had traversed dimensions and no longer possessed his previous breathtaking beauty, the strong genes from his mother, Yi Wanxiu, still rendered him as adorable as a porcelain doll. The rugged, resolute, and robust features of his father, Li Qishan, seemed to have been overshadowed by his mother's unparalleled beauty. Li Zhenbong's fair, slightly rosy complexion, long eyelashes, large, clear, and expressive eyes, along with his pert little nose, made him resemble a beautiful little girl when adorned with a wig. Li Zhenbong found some solace in the fact that his father, Li Qishan, had passed on to him his black hair and distinctively clear eyes. After all, since his dimensional shift, these were the only remnants that kept him somewhat connected to his previous homeland. Li Zhenbong still harbored little affection for his father, Li Qishan, despite the latter often sneaking him a couple of milk candies when his mother wasn't looking, trying to amuse him. Paternal love had enveloped Li Zhenbong since birth, yet anyone would feel awkward suddenly gaining a father out of nowhere. However, Li Zhenbong's attitude towards his mother, Yi Wanxiu, was quite favorable. After all, she was the one who bore him, making it relatively easier to call her mom. Li Qishan wasn't particularly bothered by this. He understood a bit about the Oedipus complex in young boys and their somewhat hostile attitude towards their fathers. He believed that as Li Zhenbong grew older, things would surely improve. Yi Wanxiu held Li Zhenbong in her arms, and with a swift motion of her right hand, conjured a small water sphere, presenting it to Li Zhenbong. Li Zhenbong was quite intrigued by this maneuver and reached out with his tiny hands to seize the water orb. Yi Wanxiu, with a smile, gently dissipated the orb, moving it out of his reach. Affectionately nuzzling his small nose with her own, she said, "You cannot play with this just yet. You can only observe. Once you reach the age of 6 and your spiritual powers awaken, if you're a water magician like your mother, then you may play with it." Li Zhenbong pouted and grumbled, as this was not the first time he had been denied. His eyes darted about, and he said in a childish voice, "Once more, once more." Yi Wanxiu smiled and conjured another small water orb, no larger than the pad of her index finger, and placed it in Li Zhenbong's hand. As his mother conjured the orb, Li Zhenbong distinctly felt the moisture in the surrounding air suddenly coalesce to form the bead. A thought sparked in Li Zhenbong's mind, and he extended a chubby index finger, staring intently, focusing on the moisture in the air, and concentrating on the image of it condensing on his fingertip. Yi Wanxiu was suddenly stunned, as she sensed a slight tremor in the surrounding water elements, which then began to converge very slowly in one direction. When she realized that the direction of convergence was toward Li Zhenbong's outstretched, chubby index finger, she momentarily forgot to close her mouth, which had fallen open in astonishment. In that brief instant, Li Zhenbong felt a slight dampness on the tip of his index finger, and he suddenly experienced a moment of lightheadedness. At just a year and a half old, he possesses memories from a previous life. However, his little mind is still in the process of full development. Furthermore, as this is his first encounter with the water element, he feels utterly exhausted, teetering on the brink of slumber. Unconsciously, he gently closes his eyes and falls asleep in his mother's embrace. Yi Wanxiu, a 4th-level water mage, possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to water elements and comprehends precisely what has just transpired. Carefully, she lays the slumbering Li Zhenbong back into his crib and hurriedly rises to seek out Li Qishan. What? Zhenbong is capable of manipulating the water element? How is that possible? He is still so young. He can hardly articulate his words. How could he possibly control the water element? Li Qishan exclaims in astonishment upon hearing Yi Wanxiu's words. His incredulity is not a matter of disbelief in Yi Wanxiu, but rather the sheer absurdity of the claim. If this were true, Li Zhenbong might very well become a great water mage in the future, with the potential to ascend to the ranks of a mage tutor or even a holy mage tutor. Moreover, the family's resources would undoubtedly prioritize Zhenbong's cultivation. While others may be unaware, as the 8th elder, Li Qishan is acutely aware of the strength of the Hongfengji family. Wanxiu, do not make this public. Let's observe further. If we misjudge and speak out, it would undoubtedly become a great joke for the family. Yi Wanxiu gazes at Li Qishan and cautiously nods in agreement. Wanxiu, let us investigate further to ascertain the truth. Together, they exit the study and swiftly enter the bedroom. staring in astonishment at the sight of Li Zhenbong lying in his crib, drooling and soundly asleep. Both individuals found it difficult to believe, questioning whether their eyes had deceived them. It was uncertain how long he had slept, but upon awakening, Li Zhenbong was immediately met with the anxious yet hopeful gazes of Li Qishan and Yi Wanxiu. "Zhenbong, you're awake?" Yi Wanxiu said tenderly, enveloping Li Zhenbong in her embrace. Li Qishan extended his sturdy index finger, playfully teasing Li Zhenbong. After exchanging a glance with Yi Wanxiu, Li Qishan turned and approached the door, peering outside to ensure no one was present before gently closing it. "Zhenbong, let me conjure another little water sphere for you. Pay close attention. Focus your mind, sensing the water elements in the air, and envision them slowly gathering in your hands, just like this." As Yi Wanxiu spoke, she demonstrated. A droplet of water quietly coalesced in her palm, gradually enlarging at a controlled, deliberate pace. Li Zhenbong observed the small droplet forming in his mother's hand, growing larger as he sensed the water elements in the air converge, seemingly gaining insight as he supported his chin with his right hand. His eyes widened in rapt attention on the expanding droplet. Li Qishan's initial skepticism slowly transformed into astonishment. Li Zhenbong's expression vividly conveyed that perhaps what Yi Wanxiu said was indeed true. "Zhenbong, do you see it clearly now?" Yi Wanxiu presented the small water orb in her hand to Li Zhenbong, murmuring softly. Li Zhenbong nodded pensively, hardly resembling a toddler of a year and a half. He extended his chubby right index finger, slowly closing his eyes, fully immersing himself in the ambient water element. Suddenly, with his eyes shut, Li Zhenbong perceived a myriad of iridescent specks permeating the air. Are these the magical elements? He wondered. He gradually opened his eyes, his brow furrowing. Although the magical elements were invisible with his eyes open, he could still sense their rich presence. He closed his eyes once more and beheld the elemental motes, especially the azure elements that enveloped his mother. Is this the water element? Or the others? Li Zhenbong mused. He discerned 7 elements in total. The golden motes evoked a sense of solidity, likely the metal element. The verdant ones radiated vitality, undoubtedly the wood element. The azure ones were certainly the water element. The crimson elements, brimming with explosive force, must be the fire element. The heavy, profound yellow elements were probably the earth element. Additionally, there were 2 scarce elements. One, luminous yet gentle, evoked the warmth of sunlight, likely the light element. The other, exuding an aura of destruction, was undoubtedly the dark element. However, these 2 elements seemed indifferent to his sensing. He could perceive them, yet there was little affinity. No, there was another, even rarer shade of gray that, upon merely glancing at it, sent tremors through his very soul, evoking a sense of mystery and fear, accompanied by an indescribable discomfort. Just as Li Zhenbong wished to observe further, the gray vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Were it not for the earlier sensation that had shaken his soul, he might have deemed his perception erroneous. As Li Zhenbong reopened his eyes, it seemed as though a flash of light illuminated the entire room momentarily. "What do you feel?" Yi Wanxiu inquired with hopeful anticipation. Although she had not sensed significant fluctuations in the surrounding water elements, she still wished for him to achieve something. "Do not rush. Magic requires gradual realization. Just look at your father. I cannot sense anything at all, and am destined to be a mere warrior. If you cannot feel anything now, do not fret. Awakening at the temple after 6 years will surely yield results." Li Qishan's demeanor had grown increasingly composed. After all, Li Zhenbong was only a year and a half old. It would indeed be extraordinary if he could sense or manipulate magical elements at such an age. Li Zhenbong's eyes darted mischievously towards Li Qishan, and slowly, a small droplet of water began to coalesce on the chubby fingertip of his right hand, expanding continuously. Li Qishan gasped as if he had seen a ghost. Yi Wanxiu covered de Zhang's cherry-like mouth with one hand, filled with incredulity. The sensation of hope and witnessing something firsthand is entirely distinct. A small droplet gradually coalesced into a fist-sized sphere, which was then abruptly flung towards Li Qishan. With a resounding smack, the tiny water orb struck Li Qishan squarely on the face, drenching him in water. Rather than expressing anger, a foolish grin spread across his face. "My son is a genius. My son is truly a genius," he exclaimed, his voice escalating from a whispered murmur to a boisterous shout as he dashed out of the room. With a loud crash, a gaping hole appeared in the door where a robust man had burst through. Ignoring the damage, Yi Wanxiu slipped her arms under Li Zhenbong's armpits and lifted him high, twirling around joyfully. "Son, you are indeed a genius," she shrieked with excitement. Chapter 5. The 5 Elemental Magical Constitution. Uncle, I speak the truth. I witnessed it with my own eyes. My son Li Zhenbong can truly wield magic, though it is merely the formation of a small water sphere. He is not yet 2 years old. I have never heard of anyone having such a talented child, Li Qishan proclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he addressed the clan leader. After rushing out of the room, Li Qishan sought out the clan leader, Li Zhanfeng, who, by kinship, was considered his uncle. Their relationship was quite amicable, as Li Zhanfeng had watched Li Qishan grow up. In private, Li Qishan and Li Zhanfeng addressed each other as uncle and nephew. If it weren't for that incident, Li Qishan's father might not have died, and perhaps the position of clan leader would have been held by Li Qishan's father, Li Zhantian, who was once considered the most promising candidate to become a holy warrior in the family, and also the one closest to achieving that status. "Qishan, are you serious? I've never heard of anyone being able to communicate with magical elements before the age of 2, Li Zhanfeng said cautiously. As the clan leader, he couldn't afford to act on hearsay. Having held the position for so long, though he hadn't achieved anything monumental, he had been consistently diligent and dedicated to the family, earning unanimous approval from the elders. "Uncle, come home with me to see for yourself. It definitely won't be a mistake." Wanxiu saw it with her own eyes, he said, reaching out to pull Li Zhanfeng. "Oh, Wanxiu saw it too? All right, I'll go with you to see. If Zhenbong can't use magic, I'll enforce the family discipline," Li Zhanfeng said, glancing subtly at Li Qishan's backside, recalling the many times he had spanked the mischievous boy in his youth. Li Qishan's hand, which was reaching out to pull Li Zhanfeng, stiffened, and he instinctively covered his backside, chuckling awkwardly. "Uncle, I'm a grown man now. Don't always bring up my childhood antics. What if Zhenbong finds out? How am I supposed to discipline the little rascal then? Let's go. If we don't leave now, I won't go." Having spoken, Li Zhanfeng hastened outside, eager to witness the marvels his long-unseen progeny might unveil. His visage, etched with the chronicles of time, softened with a gentle smile as he reminisced about their initial encounter, mere moments after the babe's arrival into the world. As he cradled the infant, a baptism of innocence befell him, a cascade of infantile libation. Barren of offspring himself, Li Zhanfeng regarded Li Qishan as a son of his own flesh and blood. Consequently, Li Zhenbong occupied the hallowed station of a grandson. It was Li Zhanfeng who bestowed upon the boy his appellation, a name imbued with the aspiration that Zhenbong might rejuvenate the clan, vanquish external adversaries, ascend to nobility, and burgeon into a pillar of the nation's strength. "Qishan, this is your doing, is it not?" Li Zhanfeng inquired, his tone a blend of amusement and bemusement as he gestured towards the anthropomorphic void marring the portal. Li Qishan responded with a sheepish chuckle. "Overzealousness, a mere miscalculation. Uncle Feng, your presence graces us." Ye Vanji acclaimed, her countenance radiant as she espied Li Zhanfeng and her spouse, who appeared as a chastised juvenile from the aperture in the door. She advanced to greet him. "Wanxiu, you must endeavor to exert a modicum of influence over Qi Tian. Observe the state of this portal. He has rendered it into utter disrepair." Li Zhanfeng raturta, his gaze brimming with mirth, betraying no genuine ire, as if such antics from Li Qitian were commonplace. "Pray, present Banger that I may behold him. I am given to understand by Qitian that he possesses the arcane ability to manipulate hydrokinesis." Li Zhanfeng's respiration quickened perceptibly as he posed the query. "This may prove to be. I suspected as much. I was certain. That scoundrel Qishan has attempted to deceive me." With a serious expression directed at Li Qishan, it seemed as though he would resort to familial discipline at any moment. "Uncle Feng, you misunderstand. What I mean is, you are about to be even more astonished. Please, follow me inside to have a look." Yi Wanxiu chuckled as she grasped Li Zhanfeng's arm, leading him into the room. Upon entering, Li Jianfeng was met with the sight of Li Zhenbong seated on the bed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Li Qishan's eyes widened as he gulped audibly. Both men felt a sense of helplessness. Had fate played a cruel joke on them? There sat Li Zhenbong, hands open, with a small orb floating above each fingertip, deftly maneuvering them. Surely, I am not dreaming. Li Qishan pinched his own cheek, wincing from the pain. 5-element magic orbs. Indeed, it is the 5-element magic orbs. Each finger of Li Zhenbong bore a miniature orb of a distinct color. Although small, they were unmistakably the 5-element magic orbs. Golden wood, water, fire, and earth elements coalesced into these orbs, suspended delicately above his fingers. 10 small magical spheres in total. Jianfeng, I've heard your little grandson possesses a 5-element magical physique. Is it true that he can wield all 5 types of magic? The speaker was none other than Master Delalaka, the revered fire elemental sage of the Carrot Empire. Master Laika, my grandson is merely playing around. He is only 3 years old, although he shows potential in this regard. It won't be confirmed until he turns 6 and undergoes the awakening at the temple. At present, it is impossible for anyone to say for certain. He was merely capable of conjuring elemental orbs with the 5 basic magics, much to the chagrin of the servants. Though he spoke modestly, his pride was palpable. His grandson, Li Zhenbong, possessed the innate potential of an all-elemental mage. Even if his affinity for each element varied upon awakening, his future as a promising magician was virtually assured. I have heard of Jianfeng for quite some time. Would it be convenient to visit and observe the lad? Should he truly possess talent, I shall take him as a disciple, Delrica declared with an air of self-assurance. Delrica certainly had the authority to make such an offer. He was not only the imperial preceptor of the Carlo Empire, but also a Saint Magister, albeit of the fire element. Nevertheless, his perception and application of other elements were far from deficient. It is not to say that fire mages are restricted to fire magic. They can still cast elementary spells of other elements. However, the mental and magical energy expenditure is far greater than that of equivalent fire spells, and the power is somewhat diminished. Generally, people would not engage in such an unprofitable endeavor. Yet, as a Saint Magister, Delrica's comprehension of magical elements far surpassed that of ordinary mages. The mere understanding of elemental magic would be invaluable to an average mage for a lifetime. Is that truly the case? Li Jianfeng stammered in excitement. He never imagined that Master Delrica would deign to utter such words. Countless individuals had been turned away in their attempts to become Master Laika's disciples. Every month, Master Laika would visit the Royal Academy of Carlo to deliver a lecture. Yet for many, attending even a single session was a luxury. Li Jianfeng respectfully guided Master Laika toward his home. Despite the vast wealth and influence of the Red Maple Leaf family, establishing a connection with Master Laika was undoubtedly beneficial and without any drawback for the family's development. Moreover, for Li Zhenbong, this was an extraordinary opportunity that was hard to come by. Young master, please spare me. This is my last piece of clothing. If it gets dirty, I won't have anything else to change into, pleaded the servant in a green cloth jacket, bowing before Li Zhenbong with a forced smile. I'll let it go this time, but if you dare to peek at me bathing again, I'll burn 2 holes in your backside, Li Zhenbong threatened from his wooden tub, his voice filled with resentment. With a gentle wave of his hand, the water sphere in his left hand and the earth sphere in his right vanished, only to be replaced by 2 small fireballs, which he waved menacingly at the green-clad servant. Terrified, the servant hastily fled the room, remembering to close the door behind him. As the muffled giggles of the maids echoed from outside, it wasn't that Li Zhenbong enjoyed bullying others with memories of his past life. He couldn't bear the thought of a strange man assisting him with his bath, and he was even more embarrassed by the idea of maids doing so. In his previous life, he had been a virgin, unaccustomed to such situations. The servants had no choice, although the young master was precocious and kind to them. He was only 3 years old, and no one dared to irresponsibly leave him to bathe alone. If the clan leader were to discover this, he would undoubtedly be skinned alive. Ever since the clan leader recognized Li Zhenbong's possession of a quintuple magical affinity, Li Zhenbong has become a focal point of protection within the family. He is accompanied by servants at all times, even for the most mundane tasks, such as using the restroom, where a retinue surrounds him. Had it not been for Li Zhenbong's vehement protest using a magic orb, it is likely that a servant would have been assigned to assist him in such personal matters. Ultimately, a compromise was reached. Wherever Li Zhenbong ventures, he is to be accompanied by a multitude of servants and handmaidens who are to wait outside unless summoned by him. Today, while bathing, Li Zhenbong found himself deep in contemplation, causing his bathing session to extend longer than usual without any signs of movement. Concerned that something might have gone awry, the servant earlier had no choice but to nervously peek through the window, only to be caught by Li Zhenbong, resulting in the earlier scene. Chapter 6. Fire Elemental Saint Mage Dalilica. Yet, it remains unresolved. Why is it that nothing seems to work? After finishing his bath, Li Zhenbong sat in the courtyard, furrowing his brow and muttering to himself. Nearly 2 years had passed, and he had become adept at manipulating the 5 elemental magics. However, the control of light and dark elements continued to perplex him. Recently, he had stumbled upon a perplexing issue. He could sense that when his mother practiced her cultivation, water elements would indeed merge with her body. Although only a small portion of these water elements lingered within her, over time, this accumulation became substantial, as if her body were a vessel for water elements, continuously enhancing her physical constitution. Yet, while he could perceive various elements and even wield the 5 elemental magics, he found himself unable to draw any element into his own body. On his left index finger, small orbs of the 5 elements danced back and forth, a habit of Li Zhenbong's when deep in thought. Zhanfeng, it has been a while since I last saw your Li Qishan in the palace. Isn't he the captain of the royal guard? Indeed, Qishan has recently been dispatched by His Majesty on a mission. We are not privy to the details. I have heard that you possess a few jars of exquisite wine, aged for decades. Might I be fortunate enough to sample them? Master Leica, so you too have a taste for fine wine? Not a problem. If you fancy it, I shall send a servant to deliver some to you, Li Zhanfeng replied cheerfully. This was not a ploy by Li Leica to extort. Rather, it was a gesture of goodwill towards Li Zhanfeng. It would be a grave misjudgment for anyone to assume that merely a few bottles of fine wine could entice Dalilica to grace their home. Many have sought avenues to present him with rare treasures, yet found no access. Having arrived at the entrance, Li Zhanfeng stepped back, extending his right hand in a gesture of invitation. Dalilica accepted without ceremony, striding inside. Indeed, Dalilica began, but abruptly paused, his gaze drawn upward as he noticed Li Zhenbong in the courtyard. A momentary flicker of surprise crossed his features before he regained his composure. No need for such formalities. It would be quite agreeable to partake within your residence. I have long heard tales of the Red Maple Leaf family's exceptional chefs, and I would relish the opportunity to savor their culinary artistry, Dalilica remarked to Li Zhanfeng, casting another glance at Li Zhenbong. At that moment, Li Zhenbong was engrossed in contemplation of the manipulation of light and dark elements, the quintet of magical orbs dancing between his fingertips. Initially, upon hearing the rumors that Li Zhanfeng's grandson possessed a 5-elemental magical constitution, he had dismissed them as mere exaggerations, for legend held that only the god of magic possessed such a trait. There also existed a more ethereal magical constitution, known as the 7-elemental constitution. Even the deities of ancient times seemed incapable of skillfully wielding 7 magical elements. To have a Saint Magisterdine within one's home was an honor of no small measure. The transition from offering wine as a gift to directly partaking in a meal at home signified a further expression of Dalilica's goodwill. Should Li Zhanfeng fail to grasp the significance of this gesture, he would be unfit to hold the position of clan leader. Without delay, Li Zhanfeng instructed the servants to prepare dishes and wine in order to host Master Leica. Uncle Leica, it has been quite some time since you last visited Wenji. During my recent trips to the palace to see Father, I did not catch a glimpse of you either. After such a long absence, your belly remains remarkably round. Zhao Wenji sat beside Dalilica, gently patting his ample belly. Wenji, you have already embraced motherhood, yet you still possess such a playful spirit. Dalilica affectionately tapped Zhao Wenji's forehead and inquired, Are Ruo Yu and Ruo Xing still at the academy? Zhao Wenji hails from a distinguished lineage, being the daughter of the current king of the Carol Empire, Zhao Tianlong. Due to the meritorious service of Li Qishan's father, Li Zhantian, to the state, Li Qishan was betrothed to Zhao Wenji even before her birth. Growing up in the palace, Zhao Wenji delighted in tugging at Dalilica's red beard and playfully patting his belly. Dalilica, in turn, cherished this whimsical little girl, often imparting bits of magical knowledge to her. However, this little imp was far too mischievous and lacked a dedication to her studies, which explains her current status as merely a level 3 fire mage. It is worth noting that her elder sister, Li Ruoyu, has already attained the rank of a level 2 fire mage. Of course, the two girls are still attending their classes. They often express their longing for you. Each time I return, they ask me when we might visit Grandpa Laika. Ruo Xing, being a warrior, is relatively composed, yet Ruo Yu mirrors your childhood mischief. Just the other day, while my attention was diverted, she accidentally incinerated one of my mage robes into a short sleeve. Fortunately, I discovered it in time. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to a mere pile of ashes. Deliric laughed heartily, unknowingly sinking into a reverie. After the banquet concluded, Yuanqiu brought Li Zhenbong to the living room to pay respects to Deliric. At that moment, Deliric's face was flushed, clearly quite pleased with the evening's festivities, while Zhao Wenji sat beside him. As Zhao Wenji noticed Yuanqiu entering, she discreetly winked and offered a subtle nod. Junior Yuanqiu pays her respects to Senior Laika. Yuanqiu said respectfully, bowing to Deliric. Deliric, stroking the red ducktail beard on his chin with his left hand, chuckled, "You must be the second mistress of Qishan, indeed a person of great stature. Wenji often speaks highly of you, praising your exceptional intellect and describing you as an invaluable support to your husband. That spirited girl, Wenji, must have caused you quite a few headaches, I suppose. Senior Laika, you jest. Sister Wenji is the true paragon of a supportive spouse. If not for her generosity, my fate with Qishan would truly have been different." With that, Yuanqiu gently pulled Li Zhenbong forward, whispering, "Quickly greet Senior Laika." "Hello, Grandpa with the red beard." Li Zhenbong, shyly hiding behind Yuanqiu and clutching her left leg, called out in a timid yet clear voice. After speaking, he swiftly retreated behind her, peeking out to steal a glance at Deliric before quickly hiding again. Li Zhenbong had a knack for being endearing, even though he sometimes found his own childish act unbearable. He had no choice but to embrace it. Most of the time, one must exhibit behavior appropriate to their age. A 3-year-old child acting overly mature is quite unreasonable. Just as Delilica raised the teacup to his lips, the red-bearded grandfather exclaimed, "Zhenbong, how rude of you. You ought to address me as Grandfather Laika." Yuanqiu pulled Li Zhenbong aside for a reprimand. Though it was a scolding, she discreetly observed Delilica, fearing that he might take offense at her admonishment. "No harm done. No harm done. Children speak without restraint. Red-bearded grandfather. Ha ha ha." After a brief moment of surprise, Delilica burst into hearty laughter. "Wenji, I recall when you first encountered me. You referred to me as Uncle Big Beard. I now seriously suspect that you may have encouraged him to call me that." Delilica teased Zhao Wenji with a mischievous gleam in his eye. "Uncle Laika, you are so naughty. How could I possibly incite Zhenbong to say such a thing? I refuse to accept that." Upon finishing her retort, Zhao Wenji vigorously shook Delilica's arm. "Stop, stop, stop. Wenji, must Uncle Laika be wrong? If you continue shaking me like this, my old bones may very well fall apart." Delilica said indulgently, gazing at Zhao Wenji. "Uncle Laika is still quite vigorous. The Karo Empire relies on you for protection," Zhao Wenji declared, albeit ceasing her shaking. "Protection and all that. I, this old body, still wish to contribute more to the Karo Empire." He huffed. "There are always those who underestimate themselves, thinking our Karo Empire is easy to bully." A flicker of sternness passed through Delilica's eyes. "Ah, Zhenbong, I have heard from your grandfather that you possess the rare aptitude for all 5 schools of magic. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate it for Grandpa Redbeard?" Delilica spoke gently, his gaze brimming with anticipation. Upon entering, Delilica had already observed Li Zhenbong deftly manipulating the 5 elemental magic orbs between his fingers. With his profound understanding of magic, he could easily discern the subtleties at play. However, he sought further confirmation, for he had come with a purpose. Chapter 7. The portrait of the holy Magus Li Zhenbong hid timidly behind his mother. Peeking out with a shy glance at Delilica, with a hesitant voice, he said, "Grandpa Redbeard, please don't be angry after I finish my demonstration." His expression exuded an endearing innocence. At this moment, Li Zhenbong began to grasp that Delilica was not merely here for casual conversation or a meal. It was highly likely that he had ulterior motives concerning himself. The aptitude for all 5 schools of magic was a highly coveted trait, a legendary gift that was not easily encountered, though it had been quite some time since he could manipulate magical elements. Li Zhenbong gradually understood that he did not truly possess the legendary 5 elemental magic aptitude. Rather, he had a heightened affinity for magical elements. Perhaps it was due to his exceptional mental strength, or perhaps it was connected to his status as a transmigrator. Regardless of the circumstances, they bear no resemblance to the legendary 5-element magical constitution. Currently, the only lingering hope for Li Zhenbong resides in the so-called temple. Perhaps, after awakening at the age of 6, his abilities might undergo a transformation. However, Li Zhenbong remains acutely aware of the futility in placing excessive faith in the ethereal notion of awakening at the temple. His immediate goal is to secure the greatest advantage possible for himself, as the title of Fire Element Holy Mage holds significant promise. He has mentally prepared himself. At this moment, he seeks to make an astonishing impression when he finally chooses to reveal his capabilities. He aims to showcase his understanding of magic accumulated over the years. For only then might he captivate the attention of this holy mage. Should he be accepted as a disciple, it would be too late to regret if he later discovers he does not possess the 5-element magical constitution. It is far easier to cook raw rice into cooked rice than to revert cooked rice back to its raw state. The title of disciple to the Fire Element Holy Mage, Delilica, bears a certain intimidating weight. Little did Delilica and the others anticipate that a mere 3-year-old child could harbor such profound thoughts. They would never suspect that this 3-year-old was not even from their world. Delilica, stroking his ducktail beard, chuckled amiably, saying, "No worries, no worries. Grandpa with the red beard is not angry. If you perform well, Grandpa with the red beard has rewards in store." Observing Li Zhenbong's endearing yet somewhat bashful demeanor, Delilica felt a deeper sense of approval. As a high-ranking figure, it had been years since he experienced such joyful feelings. Everyone around him treated him with utmost reverence. I recall the last time I laughed heartily was several years ago when that mischievous little girl, Liva, set my magical robe ablaze. Li Zhenbong timidly emerged from behind his mother, his chubby right index finger nestled in his mouth, gently sucking on it, as if pondering how to express himself. The sight of Li Zhenbong elicited knowing smiles from everyone. This little rascal was simply adorable. Especially when endowed with talent, he appeared even more endearing. Li Zhenbong's eyes twinkled with inspiration, and as he withdrew his moist little finger, a joyful smile broke across his face. He extended his previously suckled finger, and a faint red glow emanated from its tip, revealing the presence of fire elements. His tiny finger danced in the air as the fire elements gracefully traced some outlines. Although the images were indiscernible, the fire elements did not dissipate. Instead, they solidified, resembling ethereal lines of flame suspended in the air. It became evident to all that Li Zhenbong intended to conjure art from thin air using elemental magic. The mere mastery of the fire element has already left the onlookers astounded. A glimmer of delight gradually appeared in Delilica's eyes. At merely 3 years old, the ability to manipulate the fire element with such finesse is indeed remarkable. Should the temple awaken when he turns 6, he is bound to be even more extraordinary. Suddenly, the hues at Li Zhenbong's fingertips began to flicker, indicating his control over elements of various colors. The brilliance in Delilica's gaze intensified. He could ascertain that Li Zhenbong was adept at manipulating all 5 elemental forces. If this were not indicative of a 5-element constitution, he would be utterly incredulous. Delalaka felt a quiet joy in having visited the Hongfinji family to meet this young prodigy. Had he not come, he would have missed out on such a magical talent. Sometimes, rumors hold a kernel of truth. As the painting approached completion, it became evident to all that Li Zhenbong was creating a portrait, and notably, it was one of the fire element as holy magic master, Delalaka. While the painting was not entirely flawless, it was indeed a colorful representation. It is well known that the inherent colors of the 5 elemental forces, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, are gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. However, the origin of the other colors in this artwork raises questions. At that moment, only a handful of mages in the room were subtly cognizant of the phenomenon, yet remained uncertain, merely harboring suspicions. Delalika, on the other hand, was utterly dumbfounded, his gaze fixated upon his own portrait, his mouth agape. The teacup in his hand remained suspended in midair, inches from his gaping maw. It was not the lifelike quality of the portrait that astonished him, but rather the chromatic vibrancy it possessed. With his acute perception, Delalika was acutely aware that the variations in color were achieved through intricate arrangements of diverse magical elements. Manipulating these elemental arrangements was no simple feat. Each magical element is governed by forces of attraction and repulsion. Elements of the same kind exhibit greater attraction, while disparate elements tend to repel each other more vehemently. The most effective means of mitigating these forces is to employ mental fortitude to guide each element, thereby maximizing their proximity and enhancing their collective potency. Li Zhenbong's display at that moment transcended mere affinity for the 5 elements. It also showcased his formidable mental prowess. A mage's advancement hinges not solely on the quantity of magical elements stored within their body, nor on their perception thereof, but primarily on their mastery over these elements. The ability to manipulate magical elements is contingent upon one's mental fortitude. Only with a sufficiently powerful mental strength can one better communicate with magical elements, thereby unleashing formidable high-level spells. After the portrait of Delalaka was fully completed, Li Zhenbong, his face drenched in sweat, exhaled deeply. Manipulating magical elements in such a manner was a first for him, an idea that struck him upon meeting Delalaka, though he was uncertain of its success. The exertion on his mental strength was immense, and the depletion left him feeling faint, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The outcome, however, was ideal. He had succeeded. If this could not impress Delalaka, then he would have no choice but to resign to fate. After the completion of the portrait, it lingered in the air for about 5 minutes before gradually dissipating. The room fell into a profound silence, with everyone gazing at Li Zhenbong in astonishment. It was truly incredible, nothing short of a miracle. Delalaka had returned to normal by the time the portrait was finished. But what astonished him further was that the portrait remained suspended in the air for 5 minutes after Li Zhenbong's completion. Considering that from the inception to the completion of the creation had taken about a quarter of an hour. This meant that the magical elements used at the beginning had remained in the air for over 20 minutes. This not only demonstrated the robustness of Li Zhenbong's mental strength, but also the stability of the magical elements. A 7th level mage, given ample time, is certain to cultivate into an 8th level mage, as the 9th level spells cast by an 8th level mage utilize the magical elements stored within their own body. This particular affinity for magical elements is significantly stronger and more gentle, thus rendering it easier to control. This also results in a somewhat diminished potency when casting 9th level spells. The reason many 8th level sorcerers fail to ascend to the rank of Holy Mage lies in the fact that casting 9th level spells no longer relies entirely on the magical elements stored within their bodies. After all, there exists a limit to the human capacity for storing magical elements. When a Holy Mage casts a 9th level spell, they only utilize a portion of the magical elements within them as a conduit, subsequently causing a substantial aggregation of magical elements from the surrounding environment in a brief span. The vast accumulation of these magical elements is inherently volatile. If they cannot be stabilized swiftly, the resulting instability may lead to catastrophic explosions. Such an outcome would be disastrous, potentially resulting in severe backlash from the magic or, worse yet, utter annihilation. However, if successfully released, the resultant power is vastly superior. To illustrate, if an 8th level sorcerer's casting of a 9th level spell resembles the force of a mortar shell, then the Holy Mage's invocation of the same spell equates to the might of an intercontinental missile, capable of launching at least 2 projectiles. Delalaka, disregarding his status, leapt from his chair with fervor. In his eyes, Li Zhenbong's potential was boundless. He would undoubtedly reach the level of a holy mage, and could even ascend to the legendary realm of the mage god, said to embody the essence of 5 elemental magics. Delalaka's hands trembled with excitement, and his body exhibited a slight quiver. In his heart, he fervently exclaimed, "A once-in-a-millennium magical genius. I must take him as my apprentice at any cost." Chapter 8. The Holy Magister takes an apprentice. Having made up his mind, Dielrak was now resolved to take Li Zhenbong as his disciple. To encounter such a prodigy and not cherish him would be a sin against the heavens. Dielrak composed himself, resuming his seat. Ahem! He cleared his throat to mask his earlier lapse in composure and to rouse everyone from their astonishment. Yi Wanxiu, being closest to her son, was the most deeply affected. To her surprise, she discovered that her son's affinity for and control over water magic elements were no less impressive than her own, despite her being a 4th level water magician. "Zhanfeng, I have reached a decision and hope for your consent," Dielrak said, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he turned to Li Zhanfeng. "Master Leica, you are too kind. Whatever our red maple leaf family can accomplish, we will spare no effort to fulfill your needs," Li Zhanfeng said, rising from his seat and bowing respectfully. This was an opportunity to bind Dielrak to the family's cause. "Zhanfeng, it's not that serious. I find Zhenbong to be quite remarkable, and I intend to take him as my disciple. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter," Dielrak said casually. Indeed, taking Li Zhenbong as a disciple would establish a connection with the red maple leaf family. "Master Leica, are you jesting? Are you truly considering taking Zhenbong as your disciple? He is only 3 years old and has not yet undergone the awakening at the temple." Li Zhanfeng replied, filled with trepidation. "What? Do you disagree, Li Zhanfeng?" The atmosphere shifted as the aura of a seasoned individual surged forth, his tone growing somewhat frosty. Li Zhanfeng shivered, realizing that Delalaka had misconstrued his intentions. He quickly interjected, "Master Leica, you have misunderstood. To become your disciple is a fortune earned through generations for Zhenbong, as well as an honor for our Hongfenji family. How could I possibly disagree? I am overjoyed. My concern lies solely in what we shall do if Zhenbong's awakening at the age of 6 does not meet expectations." "Oh, Zhanfeng, is that what you meant?" Like Arepli. "Rest assured, even if Zhenbong awakens with only a single magical element, I shall ensure he becomes at least a level 7 mage." Lyca's expression softened, his confidence evident. "Grandfather with a red beard, do you have any gifts for me?" Li Zhenbong interjected eagerly, recognizing the significance of the moment for his future. It was crucial to gather as many presents as possible, for should he discover post-6 years that he lacked the aptitude for the 5 magical elements, it could spell trouble. "Zhenbong, do not be impudent. It is a blessing for you that Master Leica has taken notice of you. How can you ask for gifts from him? We ought to prepare a generous present to express our gratitude." Li Zhanfeng reprimanded, his face darkening. He feared the repercussions of offending Delalaka, apprehensive that the esteemed master might take offense and sever ties. Zhanfeng, that is not how we should approach this. I am genuinely pleased to accept Zhenbong as my disciple today, and you need not prepare any gifts for my visit." Delalaka interrupted Li Zhanfeng's words, turning gently to Li Zhenbong with a smile. "Little one, what gift do you desire?" "I wish for ice essence, refined steel body forging pills, and lava crystals." Li Zhenbong pondered for a moment, extending his small hand to count one by one. Over the years, he had read extensively. Although he was uncertain about what would be beneficial for himself, he had some inkling of what might serve those around him well. Listening to Li Zhenbong, Delalaka's expression darkened increasingly. Every item mentioned by Li Zhenbong was of no trivial value, many being substances that only high-level sorcerers could refine, priceless commodities that even he, as the national master, would hesitate to part with. "Enough of this nonsense, Zhenbong. Do you even comprehend what you are asking for? Li Jianfeng exclaimed, his face twitching in exasperation. Of course. I have seen them in books, Li Zhenbong replied earnestly, counting on his fingers. Ice essence is perfect for Mom. Refined steel can be used to forge armor and weapons for Dad and Grandpa. Lava crystals suit Aunt and Big Sister. And body forging pills can be given to Second Sister. Upon hearing that there was even a gift for himself, Li Jianfeng's expression softened slightly. He thought, after all, this was Zhenbong's expression of filial piety, albeit somewhat naive. However, he was just a child. It was understandable. How could he grasp the true worth of those items? He had merely encountered them in books and spoke without thought. Surely, Master Leica would not truly grant such requests. Zhenbong, please cease this folly. Your notions are utterly unrealistic. Even if Master Leica possesses such items, he would not bestow them upon you so readily. You have no comprehension of their true value. Li Jianfeng remarked with a hint of exasperation. His words, though intended to mediate from Master Leica, were received quite differently by the Master himself. What? I would not give so freely? Why must I be bound by such constraints? What nonsense is this? I possess an abundance, and is it not permissible to grant something to my own disciple? Li Jianfeng, you audacious scoundrel. How dare you contrive such tales in my presence? Just wait and see how I shall address this matter in the future. Who claims that I would not give? Who? Although these items are indeed treasures. Now that Zhenbong has made a request, how could I possibly refuse? With that, Master Leica began to extract exquisite items from his spatial ring, placing them meticulously upon the table. As he surveyed the treasures laid before him, Master Leica experienced a flicker of clarity. Having revealed them, there was no possibility of retracting his generosity. A smile graced his face, yet his heart ached. Li Jianfeng stood in astonishment, his jaw agape in disbelief. This was truly unexpected. The sight of the treasures moved Zhao Wenji and Yi Wangqiu deeply. It was not merely the value of the items that touched them, but the realization that so much had been offered for their sake, while Zhenbong had yet to ask for anything for himself. Gazing at the array of treasures, Li Zhenbong exclaimed joyfully, Grandpa Redbeard, you are truly remarkable. You are indeed the greatest of teachers. Yet, I have not yet requested anything for myself. Delalaka's lips twitched slightly as he took a deep breath, striving to gaze at him with eyes brimming with affection. Little one, what is it that you desire for yourself? Delalaka had made a resolute decision. Having given away so much, he thought, what harm could one more gift do? The sooner he completed this task, the sooner he could depart from this troublesome place. Once you become my disciple, you shall eventually repay me. I am so small and adorable now. What if someone snatches me away on the street? Li Zhenbong innocently blinked his large eyes. Delalaka nearly choked on his tea, pondering. Whoever manages to abduct you would likely find themselves in servitude for the rest of their life. He lifted his teacup to take a sip, attempting to quell his tumultuous emotions. Grandpa Redbeard, how about you give me a dragon as a pet? If anyone dares to bully me, I shall command the dragon to bite them. Puffed. Crash. The tea Delalaka had just swallowed erupted from his mouth, and the cup he held shattered into several pieces upon the floor. Everyone, including Li Jianfeng, stumbled in disbelief. Had Zhenbong lost his mind? What on earth was going on in his head to conjure such an unprecedented notion? A dragon as a bodyguard. Surely, only he could conceive such an idea. In a world where individuals possessed dragons as companions, who among them was not a formidable force, striding confidently through life, with a dragon as a protector, one would surely reign supreme in the realm. Cough, cough, cough. Delalika convulsed with a fit of coughing, this time a genuine reaction, not a feigned one. He was utterly taken aback by the request Li Zhenbong had just articulated, realizing that the treasures he had presented earlier paled in comparison. Zhenbong, this is preposterous. Your idea is nothing more than a whimsical fantasy. It's simply impossible to have a dragon as a bodyguard. It's an unattainable aspiration. Li Jianfeng was now utterly unable to remain seated, convinced that this was pushing Master Leica to the brink. Ha ha! Who dares to declare it impossible? Become my disciple, and I shall grant you this very wish. Chapter 9. A St. Magus scramble for disciples. Everyone present turned in astonishment, peering toward the source of the voice. Li Jianfeng's countenance even bore a hint of displeasure, wondering who would be so inconsiderate as to jest at such a moment. Delalica's face was ashen as he gritted his teeth, glaring at the entrance. While others might not recognize the voice, he knew it all too well. It was Yang Bing, the vice president of the Magicians Guild, and a Saint Magus of the water element. In their youth, both had been exceptionally talented mages, with Delalica wielding fire and Yang Bing water. They were inherently incompatible. Their rivalry was further fueled by their mutual infatuation with a certain maiden, leading to frequent clashes. Each encounter left them battered and bruised, spurring them to relentlessly cultivate their abilities. This constant competition ultimately led them both to ascend to the rank of Saint Magus. Once they had both achieved the 8th rank of Magus, their physical altercations ceased, as the sheer power of 8th rank mages was simply too formidable. They were beings capable of wielding 9th level spells. The 9th level magic is renowned as forbidden spellcraft. Although the two are rivals in love, they are not true enemies. There is no need for them to engage in a deadly struggle. Moreover, in the end, the girl did not marry either of them, rendering both men failures in matters of the heart. Suddenly, an elderly man with a white beard appeared at the door without any forewarning, stepping into the room. Dressed in a flowing blue robe of magic, he was gaunt, and the robe appeared rather oversized on his slender frame. His face was somewhat emaciated, with prominent cheekbones and small, yet piercing eyes that sparkled with wisdom. A tuft of white goatee curled slightly upward, lending him an air of mischief. Upon recognizing the visitor as Yang Bing, the vice president of the Mage Guild, Li Jianfeng and the others hastily stood up and bowed in respect. Li Jianfeng clasped his hands together and said, "I was unaware of Master Yang's esteemed presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Yang Bing raised his hand slightly with a smile, replying, "You are too humble, Chief Jianfeng. I have come without prior notice. I hope you can forgive my sudden intrusion." Not at all. It is an honor for our Hongfeng Yi family to host Master Yang. Please take a seat." Certainly. After saying this, Yang Bing casually seated himself across from Delalica. "Yang Bing, what brings you here?" Delalica snapped, gritting his teeth in anger. He was not inclined to offer Yang Bing any courtesy, especially since it appeared his visit was related to Li Jinbao. Who is this? He thought. Such a temper. At such an advanced age, still so irascible. Alas, how foolish it is to live 100 years without courtesy. Taking the tea offered by the servant, Yang Bing sipped it delicately, as if musing to himself, yet ensuring every person present could distinctly hear his words. Li Jianfeng, as the clan's patriarch, possessed some knowledge of the discord between the two men. Upon hearing Yang Bing's pronouncement, he felt a surge of amusement, yet restrained himself, tightly composing his countenance, lest even a hint of mirth be detected by Delalica. Gently setting down his teacup, Yang Bing cast a casual glance toward Delalica, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, if it isn't my esteemed brother Laika, my apologies, my eyes failed me. I didn't realize you were present. Pray forgive my oversight." However, Yang Bing's countenance betrayed not a trace of remorse. "You scoundrel, what is the purpose of your presence here?" Delalica erupted, leaping from his chair and advancing toward Yang Bing, pointing a finger accusingly. "What? Is it only permissible for an old codger like you, Laika, to freeload a meal, but forbidden for me to partake in a mere cup of tea? I happened to be passing by, felt parched, and sought a bit of refreshment. Does my action impinge upon you in any way?" Yang Bing retorted, casting a sidelong glance and curling his lip in disdain. "Very well. Then what was the significance of your earlier statement?" Delalica sputtered, his anger rendering him nearly speechless, his accusing finger trembling visibly. "What statement? Did I utter something of note?" Yang Bing responded with an air of innocence, shrugging his shoulders and extending his hands, as if genuinely oblivious. Were it not for the fact that everyone in the room had overheard the remark about Zich and Bing becoming an apprentice and receiving a colossal dragon as a bodyguard, one might have genuinely believed that Delalica was fabricating accusations. "Did you truly say that you would take Jinbong as your disciple and grant him a dragon as a bodyguard?" Delalica bellowed, spittle arcing through the air toward Yang Bing's face. Just as it was about to reach him, it inexplicably vanished. Yang Bing pinched his nose with one hand while frantically waving the other in front of him, his voice tinged with trepidation. Old Leica, it's been a while. What new technique have you developed? It's absolutely formidable. I feel as though I am suffocating. He exaggeratedly rolled his eyes, as if he had already succumbed to the effects. I demand a duel with you to the death. Delalaika was nearly beside himself. Though their powers were evenly matched, he had never bested Yang Bing in a battle of wits. Even after their exhausting skirmishes, Yang Bing would often taunt him, igniting his fury. In front of so many witnesses, Delalaika felt utterly humiliated and resolved to reclaim his dignity. Enough of this. Fine, wait here while I inform my family. Let's have our duel at your place. To the death. With that, Yang Bing stood as if genuinely preparing to leave. Delalaika's expression shifted dramatically as he seized Yang Bing, forcefully pressing him back into his seat. If Yang Bing's family were to find out, the precious treasures they had accumulated would likely be at risk. After all, Yang Bing's wife was none other than the renowned Golden Dragon warrior, Sophia, a name that resonated far and wide. Sophia is, in her own right, a formidable golden warrior, poised to potentially ascend to the ranks of the Holy Knight. She markedly differs from the typical warrior. While most warriors strive for unparalleled strength, her pursuit lies in achieving utmost speed. Sophia's combat companion is an adult female golden dragon, and the tale of their partnership is indeed a fascinating one. However, the fundamental reason for their alliance stems from their shared passion for treasure collecting. Sophia harbors a keen interest in all treasures, while the dragon possesses an insatiable desire for all things that shimmer and shine. What exactly do you want? Delalaika's tone softened noticeably, revealing a hint of submission. Anyone would feel compelled to yield in the presence of a holy sorcerer and two notorious figures of thievery that inspire dread. I have come to take Li Junbong as my apprentice. His request can only be fulfilled by me, Yang Bing proclaimed with a sense of pride, casually crossing her legs and lightly shaking them, were it not for the emblem representing a holy sorcerer affixed to her robe. Who would suspect that she is a holy sorcerer and one of the vice presidents of the Mage Guild? Delalaika could no longer contain his boiling fury and erupted once more. This is my apprentice. You cannot take him, he bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the room, causing the ears of those present to ring. Even the ordinary servants, devoid of any magical prowess, experienced temporary deafness. On what ground can you say that? Has Li Junbong formally become your apprentice, or has he merely presented you with apprenticeship gifts? Yang Bing inquired with a sly grin. Well, I've given him gifts, as you can see from this entire table laden with treasures, Delalaika exclaimed, gesturing emphatically at the opulent display, a hint of pride coloring his countenance. You've taken Li Junbong as your master? That presents a predicament. How can I possibly have you as my grand disciple? It's simply untenable, utterly humiliating. I implore you, refrain from proclaiming our lineage in public. Yang Bing lamented, cradling his head in his hand, feigning a state of utter dismay. Huh? Delalaika stammered, momentarily bewildered. How had Yang Bing construed the situation as him becoming Li Junbong's disciple? A sudden realization dawned upon Delalaika, and his already flushed complexion deepened to a shade of crimson. Typically, it is the apprentice who presents gifts to the master, not the other way around. Nonsense. Those were merely return gifts for my disciple. Indeed, such lavish return gifts. It seems. Precisely. Now, I suggest you hasten back to your magician's guild and resume your training. And what the dragon bodyguard that Li Junbong requested? Where have you concealed it? Unveil it for my perusal. Li Junbong was merely jesting. Surely you didn't take him seriously, Delalaika retorted, his breathing becoming somewhat labored in his defense. Junbong, how would you like to become my apprentice? I shall bestow upon you a dragon bodyguard as a token of my esteem. Yang Bing ignored Delalaika, beckoning to Li Junbong, and said. The people in the room cast peculiar glances at the two archmages, especially when they heard Yang Bing mention sending a dragon bodyguard. Their looks grew even more peculiar. You're talking nonsense. How could your wife's dragon companion possibly agree to be Junbong's bodyguard? Delalaika shouted excitedly, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Who said I was sending my wife's companion Alpha? What? Not Alpha? Could it be that you also have a dragon companion? Delalaika took a step back in shock, speaking incredulously. If this were true, would there ever be a chance for him to surpass Yongbing in this lifetime? A dragon companion. What a formidable existence. Dalilica felt a wave of despondency, a flicker of helplessness in his eyes. Dalilica seemed to recall something, shouting loudly, "Impossible! You couldn't possibly have a dragon companion. If you did, with your boastful nature, you wouldn't have kept it from the whole world." Dalilica looked at Yongbing with hopeful eyes, as if clutching at a lifeline, his body trembling slightly with excitement. "Of course, I don't have a dragon companion. What are you thinking? Dragon companions aren't something you can just have. Do you think dragons are like cabbages in the market?" Yongbing lowered his head and said helplessly, a sly glint in his eyes that no one noticed, "Phew, I knew it. You couldn't possibly be a dragon mage." Dalilica let out a deep sigh, gently patting his chest. "Who says one cannot summon a dragon bodyguard without a dragon companion?" Yongbing gazed at Dalilica with a playful glint in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a flute materialized in his hand, and he casually played a few notes. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, and a cacophony of commotion erupted in the streets, accompanied by the blaring of the patrol squad's warning horns. Suddenly, a whirlwind of dust enveloped the courtyard as a magnificent emerald dragon descended. Chapter 10. Unforeseen calamity. The onlookers stared in astonishment at the emerald dragon that had landed in the courtyard, its imposing presence instilling a primal fear deep within their hearts. "Master Yang, have you summoned me for a purpose?" the emerald dragon inquired, its massive jaws articulating human speech. "Omega, there is nothing urgent." Yongbing replied. "This old man, Dalilica, does not believe I can summon a dragon other than Alpha. Allow me to demonstrate." With a nonchalant gait, Yongbing strolled into the courtyard and patted the dragon's robust thigh. The emerald dragon cast a disdainful glance at Dalilica, scoffing, "Pitiful old man Dalilica, do not doubt Master Yang's capabilities. Master Yang is all-powerful. Should you dare to question his prowess again, I shall make you regret it." With that, it spread its colossal wings in a show of force, unleashing a gust of wind that surged toward Dalilica. Though the dragon was formidable, it recognized the importance of whom it faced. Regardless of the circumstances, Dalilica is a formidable fire elemental archmage, possessing the strength to contend with dragons. Even though there may be a disparity in power, it is no simple feat for a dragon to eliminate him. Moreover, for an archmage, differences in strength do not equate to a complete lack of opportunity for victory. Dalilica was incensed. As a distinguished archmage, he found himself repeatedly thwarted today. While he could tolerate Yongbing, with whom he had battled for decades, the audacity of this inexplicable dragon to dismiss him ignited a fierce blaze within his eyes. His body became enveloped in flames, as if he were bathed in searing fire. A wall of fire suddenly surged forth, intercepting the whirlwind, which collided with the fiery barrier and vanished without a trace. "Dragon, you shall pay for your insolence." Dalilica's murderous intent erupted from within him. An archmage is not to be trifled with. After the fire wall obstructed the whirlwind, rather than extinguishing, it instead intensified, propelled forward by the gust, charging towards the emerald dragon. The emerald dragon, taken aback, did not expect Dalilica to dare strike against him. Angered, he unleashed a breath of green energy towards the wall of flames. The clash between the green breath and the crimson barrier did not result in a violent explosion, nor did it release excess heat. All energy was contained, mutually canceling each other out. As the breath subsided, the fire wall completely dissipated. The emerald dragon, somewhat astonished, lowered his head to scrutinize the audacious human before him. Upon observing the dense fire elemental energy surrounding Dalilica, a glimmer of surprise and caution flickered in the dragon's eyes. With his profound understanding of humanity, this elder is anything but ordinary. His strength is undoubtedly on par with Master Yang. When I first emerged, I failed to observe closely, preoccupied with flattering Yongbing. Now, it seems I have encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Omega, how can you be so disrespectful? This is Master Dalilica, the Saint Mage of Fire. Even I must show him a modicum of respect. Dalilica, you are somewhat overstepping. This is the imperial capital. and His Majesty the King would certainly not wish for a conflict of this magnitude to erupt here. Upon witnessing Delilica's genuine wrath, Yang Bing hurriedly positioned himself between the dragon and the elder, seeking to mediate. Yang Bing understood that although Omega harbored no fear of Delilica, the gravity of the situation in the imperial capital could not be dismissed. The mere descent of Omega had already incited panic among the populace, and the city S-guards had begun to assemble. He sensed that several formidable figures were en route as well. The sudden appearance of an adult dragon above the imperial capital is certainly no trivial matter. Currently, it remains merely a state of alert due to the absence of widespread conflict. However, should a battle erupt between Omega and Delilica, a tremendous release of energy would trigger alarms throughout the city, prompting a Level 1 combat readiness status, which would inevitably implicate the Mage Guild. Omega regarded Delilica with a disdainful snort, raising his immense dragon head, yet refrained from any further action. Delilica also awoke, dissipating the intense fire elements that enveloped his body, yet he continued to glare at Omega. Li Jianfeng was nearly paralyzed with fear. The potential consequences of a battle between these two formidable beings erupting within his residence were unfathomable, setting aside the question of whether the house could withstand such destruction. Countless lives, young and old, would undoubtedly be at stake. Li Jianfeng hurried to Yang Bing's side, anxiety evident in his voice. "Master Yang, please lend your assistance. Otherwise, my entire family may perish here." Yang Bing offered an awkward smile, replying, "Jianfeng, I apologize. It's all a misunderstanding." He. At that moment, a thunderous crash reverberated as the southern wall collapsed, and a regiment of the Imperial Guard, impeccably uniformed, surged into the courtyard, swiftly encircling the Emerald Dragon and preparing for battle. The Imperial Guard, well-trained and resolute, faced the formidable dragon without a trace of fear. The captain, dressed in a commanding uniform, called out in a booming voice, "Esteemed dragon, we implore you to refrain from any sudden movements. Kindly present your identification, or we shall have no choice but to apprehend you on the grounds of illegal intrusion into the capital of the Empire. We request your cooperation." Omega, having spent most of his life on Dragon Island and recently ventured to the human continent, was entirely unacquainted with human customs. Observing the multitude of diminutive humans surrounding him, beings he considered akin to ants, he was greatly displeased. Had Yang Bing not restrained him with a look, he would have already taken action. "Greetings, everyone. Please do not misunderstand. I am Yang Bing, the Vice President of the Mages Guild. This is the esteemed Grand Master Delilica, and this dragon is my companion, Omega. He has only recently arrived in human society and is not yet familiar with our customs. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience. I shall personally explain the situation to His Majesty the King at a later time. Omega, I implore you to assume human form for the time being." Omega cast a disdainful glance upon the puny humans and, with a snort, transformed into a robust man clad in verdant attire. The squad leader, who had spoken earlier, bowed respectfully to Delilica and Yang Bing, saying, "Esteemed sirs, I am Zhang Feihu, the captain of this squad. Due to the exigency of the situation, I was compelled by my duty to act, and I apologize for any offense caused." With that, he reached into his tunic and produced a cylindrical object. Pulling the ring at the bottom, he launched a green mana projectile that whistled into the sky. Upon witnessing this signal, the approaching guard teams swiftly returned to their respective posts. Yang Bing sensed the receding auras of several powerful individuals and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no egregious repercussions had occurred, though he was certain to be summoned to the royal palace to seek absolution from His Majesty the King. Zhang Feihu bowed once more and said, "I implore you, Lord Yang, to promptly seek an audience with His Majesty to report on this matter. I, too, shall submit a truthful account. Farewell." Having uttered these words, he turned and, along with his subordinates, promptly departed through the collapsed courtyard wall, vanishing from sight. Li Zumfeng, gazing at the ruined wall, was on the verge of tears, lamenting his misfortune. It was a case of divine beings clashing, with his courtyard caught in the crossfire. What exactly have I done to deserve this? He wondered. Are you truly the dragon from earlier? A naive, youthful voice shattered the contemplations of those present. However, in the immediate aftermath, Li Zhanfeng and Yi Wanxiu were nearly petrified with terror. It was then that Li Zhenbang was discovered standing beside the behemoth who had transformed from the dragon. He craned his neck to gaze at the giant, even reaching out a diminutive hand to pat the giant's thigh. The giant, in turn, lowered his gaze upon the cherubic child. With eyes widened, he boomed in a coarse voice, "Are you not afraid of me? I am a noble dragon, a mere morsel like you wouldn't even sate my appetite." Yi Wanxiu swiftly rushed forward, scooping up Li Zhenbang, who was about to reply, into her arms. She regarded the dragon-turned-giant with trepidation, bowing repeatedly in apology. "Have you truly consumed humans?" From within Yi Wanxiu's embrace, Li Zhenbang, with the wide-eyed wonder of an inquisitive child, stared at Omega. "Ah, no, Omega." Beholding Li Zhenbang's pure and innocent gaze, found himself incapable of uttering a falsehood. He even experienced a profound sense of guilt at the mere thought of deceiving the young one. "Omega, proceed to the Magician's Guild and await my arrival. Remember, within the confines of human cities, you are forbidden from assuming your dragon form unless explicitly instructed by me." Moments ago, the once boisterous Omega now resembled a chastised child, bowing his head and murmuring an acknowledgement before vanishing without a trace. "Old Leica, I told you the truth. This is no ordinary wooden poison dragon, but a wood elemental emerald dragon. I have certainly secured Li Zhenbang as my disciple. I must pay a visit to His Majesty the King." Young Bing stated, a mix of pride and resignation in his voice. The pride stemmed from the fact that with the emergence of the Emerald Dragon, Li Zhenbang's status as a disciple was all but assured. However, dealing with the king would likely present some challenges. His title as vice president of the Mage Guild was indeed formidable, yet it paled in comparison to the weight of influence held by Daryl Leica, the national sage. In the presence of the king, Yang Bing, "Let us strike a deal. We shall split Li Zhenbang between us, and I will accompany you to negotiate with His Majesty." How does that sound? Upon learning that the verdant dragon was indeed an emerald dragon, Daryl Leica's tone softened. The emerald dragon was renowned for its mastery over the essence of life, ensuring that as long as it existed, Li Zhenbang would find it exceedingly difficult to meet his demise. With a sigh, Yang Bing replied, "Old Leica, this is typical of you. Had it been anyone else, I would never have conceded. After all, it was you who sought out Li Zhenbang first, so a portion of him is rightfully yours. Let's be on our way." With that, he bowed to the onlookers and soared towards the palace. Daryl Leica shook his head and also took flight towards the palace. The onlookers in the courtyard exchanged bewildered glances. "Is this really the end?" Li Zhanfeng mused, glancing at the fallen southern wall, and instructed his servants to begin rebuilding. Just now, the captain of the Imperial Guard, seemingly named Zhang Feihu, commanded, "Prepare the horses. We are heading to the Ministry of Finance." Chapter 11. To Your Majesty. The Grand Sorcerer and the Vice President of the Magician's Guild, the Water Elemental Saint Sorcerer, Lord Yang Bing, requests an audience. Zhao Tianlong, engrossed in reviewing memorials in the Imperial Study, paused momentarily, a subtle, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. "Admit them. Lord Delica and Lord Yang Bing are here to pay their respects in the Imperial Study." Delica and Yang Bing entered the study sequentially, both bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Your Majesty." As esteemed saint sorcerers, they were naturally afforded the privilege of not kneeling before the king, merely required to bow in deference. "There's no need for formalities. Be seated. And please serve some tea." Zhao Tianlong remained focused on the memorials, not lifting his gaze. Delica, somewhat anxious, observed the king diligently writing and ventured, "Your Majesty, I wait." "Grand Sorcerer, let me finish reviewing these memorials before we discuss any matters." Zhao Tianlong interrupted, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the document before him. "Understood." Delica cast a resigned glance at Yang Bing, returning to his seat. He quietly sipped his tea, only to wrinkle his brow slightly at its bitterness. Yang Bing also took a sip, forcing it down. The tea was exquisite but excessively strong. The eunuch promptly refilled their cups. Yet the two saint sorcerers glanced at the teacups on the table, neither possessing the desire to continue drinking. "The two masters, please do not stand on ceremony." Indulging in tea is beneficial for one's health. Zhao Tianlong, without lifting his gaze, spoke as if he were aware of the situation, his tone unhurried. Dalilica and Yang Bing exchanged a glance, each reflecting the other's sense of helplessness. It appeared that His Majesty was displeased with them. Resigned, they raised their teacups and drank heartily, while the eunuchs swiftly refilled their cups. The two looked at the eunuch with a sense of pleading, but he merely shrugged, casting a sidelong glance toward the king, and continued to watch their teacups. Half an hour passed, and Zhao Tianlong set down his pen and stretched languidly. The two holy sorcerers' eyes sparkled with anticipation. Was it finally coming to an end? During this half hour, they had consumed enough tea to fill a bath, and it was an especially strong and bitter brew. They had initially thought that the tea would grow milder with each refill, but to their dismay, the eunuch merely replaced the teapot without adding water. At this moment, their throats were parched to the point of near muteness. Had it not been for their superior physical constitution, they would have likely required urgent assistance. In the imperial study, they dared not employ magic to alleviate their discomfort. Any misinterpretation could lead to accusations of treason, and their survival would be in jeopardy. The depths of the imperial palace were unfathomable, and even the holy sorcerers refrained from excess. After an agonizing wait, Zhao Tianlong languidly commanded, "Refill the tea." The two holy sorcerers shivered involuntarily. Another round of tea? Regret coursed through them. What a miscalculation this had been. To their surprise, the eunuch did not come to serve them tea, but instead poured a cup for His Majesty the King, allowing the two to exhale in relief. Zhao Tianlong gently sipped from his cup and sighed, muttering to himself, "The affairs of the court have become overwhelmingly busy of late. I find no pleasure in food and am plagued by sleepless nights, my temper flaring. Thus, I resort to strong tea to quell my irritation. I wonder, esteemed masters, does this tea suit your palate?" Indeed, Your Majesty, the tea is truly a rare gem among brews." The National Master quickly interjected. The National Master is indeed a connoisseur of tea. Pray, let us share another cup." Zhao Tianlong commanded. The eunuch cast a sympathetic glance at Dalilica and filled his cup to the brim. Dalilica, with a twitch at the corner of his eye, stared at the cup before him, trembling as he accepted it. Holding his breath, he gulped it down in one go, cursing himself inwardly for his foolishness in uttering such words. Yang Bing observed Dalilica downing the strong tea and shivered slightly, unable to suppress a burp. Secretly reveling in the moment. "Serves you right for flattering like an old fool." Zhao Tianlong raised his cup to his lips, but paused suddenly. "I have heard that Master Yang also enjoys tea. Is that so? Might you enlighten me as to the name of this brew?" Yang Bing es contenance stiffenet instantaneoli. The tea was so bitter that it numbed his senses. How could he discern its name? With a pained expression, he replied, "Your Majesty, I must humbly admit that my understanding is quite limited, and I cannot ascertain what sort of tea this is." "Oh, then let us have another cup to savor. Perhaps, with careful tasting, Master Yang may discover its essence." Your Majesty, I implore your kindness. I can no longer drink this." Yang Bing exclaimed. His face contorted in discomfort as he bowed deeply in a gesture of respect. "Very well then. Has the imperial advisor discerned the nature of this tea?" Zhao Tianlong turned to Dalilica with a smile. Dalilica's complexion instantly paled. He too could not continue drinking. He hastily bowed and, with a quivering voice, implored, "Your humble servant, truly do not know. I cannot drink any more. Your Majesty, please show mercy." Alas, finding a kindred spirit is a rare endeavor. This tea, which I have named Bitter Within, serves to dispel heat, eliminate rancor, soothe arrogance, nurture serenity, and foster harmony. You two masters ought to partake of it frequently. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Now, you may leave. I must resume my review of the memorials." Zhao Tianlong picked up his brush and lowered his gaze, not casting another glance at them. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The two exchanged a glance, bowed, and retreated to the door before turning to exit. "Esteemed gentlemen, please hold." The eunuch, who had just poured them tea, inquired with curiosity, "What further instructions do you have?" The two looked at him in confusion. "I would not dare presume. Surely, It would be an affront to you. This is a gift from His Majesty, bitter within, presented to you both. I hope you will indulge in it during your leisure. The eunuch casually handed each of them a large parcel. Thank you, esteemed eunuch. We shall return to convey the message. With that, the two gentlemen took their leave, and the eunuch turned back to enter the imperial study. What brings the patriarch of the Zhanfeng clan to my Ministry of Finance? A middle-aged man, clad in the gilded uniform of the Ministry of Finance, regarded Li Zhanfeng with a visage plastered with obsequious smiles. Summon your Minister of Finance to my presence. I have matters to discuss with him, Li Zhanfeng stated with disdain, casting a contemptuous glance at the middle-aged man. This corpulent, middle-aged man was but a minor supervisor from the Ministry of Finance's Foreign Affairs Division. Despite his lowly position, his prosperous appearance suggested he had amassed considerable illicit gains. The sight of this supervisor's greasy countenance filled Li Zhanfeng with indignation. The Ministry of Finance had never fully allocated the military's budget, perpetually delaying and reducing it. How could soldiers defend the nation on empty stomachs? Yet, these parasites of the empire lived in opulence and indulgence, incessantly proclaiming the ministry's financial straits, advocating for military budget cuts and expenditure reductions, while engaging in every form of debauchery. Our minister is presently unavailable. Perhaps you could return on another day? The supervisor said with a fawning smile, tinged with apology. Then I shall await him in his office. He can run, but he can't hide. Inform him that a certain squad leader from the Imperial Guard has something of interest to discuss. Li Zhanfeng retorted with a sneer, striding into the Minister of Finance's office. Clan leader Zhanfeng, our minister is genuinely unable to attend today. Perhaps you could schedule an appointment? An appointment be damned. Just relay my message to him, and he will undoubtedly return to meet me. Enough dawdling. If you don't depart forthwith, I shall render your corpulence in a tallow for candles. The junior supervisor, seized by terror, fled with alacrity, for he dared not provoke this formidable personage. Should he truly incur this dignitary's wrath, he might well forfeit his adipose tissue. It was common knowledge that the Ministry of Finance and the military were perpetually at odds, and he had no desire to be the catalyst, nor did he possess the requisite authority. What? Did he truly utter such words? Zhang Jinhui, the Minister of Finance, was perplexed upon hearing the junior supervisor's report. What was the old codger implying? Had he perhaps stumbled upon something? Impossible. How could he have discovered anything? And yet, if he hadn't, why would he speak in such a manner? He's in my office? Indeed, Minister. Very well, you are dismissed. See to your duties. And not a word of today's events to anyone. Do you hear? Should I learn that you have divulged this matter, mark my words, I shall consign you to the moat to nourish the turtles. Zhang Jinhui fixed the junior supervisor with a chilling gaze, his tone menacing. Rest assured, Minister, I shall bury this matter deep within me, never to be revealed to another soul. The junior supervisor vowed, pounding his chest in earnest. Zhang Jinhui cast a frigid glance upon him. Minister, I came today to report on my work. I have come to realize that I have been somewhat negligent in my duties, and I have come to reflect upon this. I shall compose a profound self-critique, so as not to disappoint you, Minister. Without awaiting a response from Zhang Jinhui, he turned and exited, the perspiration thoroughly saturating the back of the junior supervisor. Li Zhanfeng, what exactly are you here for? Zhang Jinhui stepped into the office, glaring at Li Zhanfeng with a fierce expression. Minister Zhang's arrogance knows no bounds. As the deputy minister of the military, I am utterly terrified. Li Zhanfeng scoffed, taking a seat in the chair behind Zhang Jinhui's desk, showing no intention of standing up. Get out of my seat this instant. If you dislike sitting here, I shall occupy it for a while. Very well. Do not regret this. Zhang Jinhui turned to leave. Zhang Feihu. The hand Zhang Jinhui extended towards the door froze, and he reached back for the doorknob. Zhang Feihu. Zhang Jinhui spun around instantly, incredulous as he gazed at Li Zhanfeng. What on earth do you know? Chapter 12. Unexpected gains. What I know is of little consequence. What matters is how your home Tigress will react, Li Zhanfeng remarked, shrugging with a smile as he sat back in his chair. Impossible. If he himself is unaware, how could you possibly know? Zhang Jinhui stared at Li Zhanfeng in disbelief, muttering to himself. To keep a secret, one must act without being caught. Li Zhanfeng lightly tapped the table, leaning back in his chair with his eyes narrowed, appearing quite at ease. What is it that you truly desire? Zhang Jinhui propped himself against the desk, facing the contented Li Zhanfeng with a hint of despondency. I do not wish to engage in anything. However, it seems that military expenses ought to be settled, don't you think? Li Zhanfeng replied with a smile. That is impossible. I do not possess such authority. You know that. Despite being the Minister of Finance, I cannot make decisions unilaterally. Zhang Jinhui, with reddened eyes, shouted, then can future military expenditures be increased? That is out of the question. The nation's tax revenue has nearly reached a breaking point over the years. Where would the funds come from for increased military spending? Is that so? I observe that your Ministry of Finance hosts numerous banquets. If you were to hold fewer, wouldn't there be some surplus? Nonsense. If we do not hold these banquets, how would the aristocrats and businessmen be inclined to invest? They are nothing but a horde of leeches. Without sufficient benefits and demand, where would the investment arise? Then it seems there is nothing more to discuss. Li Zhanfeng remarked with a cold scoff. If you continue to press me, I might as well sever ties. Go inform my formidable wife. And what would that accomplish? I'm not at risk of death. Oh, is that so? While you may not fear death, Zhang Feihu cannot guarantee the same. Once, the spirited Minister Zhang was surrounded by enchanting beauties, yet it seems that many have since passed away. I believe there are a few expectant ones who have mysteriously vanished. Li Zhanfeng, as if recounting treasured memories, enumerated them one by one, further unsettling the distracted Zhang Jinhui. Enough already. I shall fight back. With eyes inflamed and bloodshot, Zhang Jinhui interjected Li Zhanfeng, reaching out with both hands as if to seize Li Zhanfeng's throat. Despite his esteemed position as the Minister of Finance, Zhang Jinhui's personal strength was rather mediocre, merely an iron-level warrior of the initial stage. Li Zhanfeng, on the other hand, was a bona fide gold-level warrior. With just a tremor of his battle aura, Zhang Jinhui was sent flying, colliding heavily against the wall behind him. Zhang Jinhui slumped to the ground, remaining there, covering his ears with his hands, tears streaming down his aged face. Say no more, say no more, say no more. In his youth, for the sake of his career, Zhang Jinhui had married Jia Shuzhen, the daughter of the then Minister of Finance. The Jia family was a renowned and influential clan within the Carlo Empire, possessing both wealth and power. Leveraging this connection, Zhang Jinhui gradually ascended to his current position. Jia Shuzhen, having been pampered since childhood, was not only jealous but also ruthless. As Zhang Jinhui's status rose, many young women, harboring various intentions, offered themselves to him. Secrets are hard to keep, and Jia Shuzhen eventually discovered these affairs. However, she did not engage in loud arguments with Zhang Jinhui, nor did she even mention these matters to him. Nevertheless, those women who had offered themselves met terrible fates. Some were sold into prostitution. Others had their eyes gouged out and limbs severed. And some who even carried Zhang Jinhui's offspring were secretly executed. Upon discovering this, Zhang Jinhui dared only to seethe in silence, for he was, after all, a mere insignificant figure without any backing. However, he secretly concealed a woman he cherished, who was already with child, ultimately giving birth to a son named Zhang Feihu. Zhang Feihu's mother dared not reveal his father's identity, as past experiences were still vividly remembered. Unexpectedly, a secret known only to two individuals was discovered by Li Zhanfeng, leaving Zhang Jinhui in utter despair. He could not bear to imagine the consequences if the fierce woman, Jia Shuzhen, were to find out. What can you offer me to keep this quiet? Bribery will not suffice. Li Zhanfeng gazed at Zhang Jinhui, who sat despondently on the ground, feeling a twinge of sympathy. I can do my utmost to assist you in securing military funding. While I cannot guarantee an increase, I assure you it will be disbursed punctually without delay. Upon hearing Li Zhanfeng's softened stance, a glimmer of hope returned to Zhang Jinhui's eyes. Very well, I shall keep this secret, but you must follow through on your promise. No problem. I will deal. Li Zhanfeng vanished in an instant, leaving Zhang Jinhui in a state of astonishment. Li Zhanfeng, you scoundrel, I shall rend you to pieces. Zhang Jinhui regained his composure and roared. Li Zhanfeng had not anticipated such a tremendous outcome. He had merely intended to persuade Zhang Jinhui to allocate funds from the Ministry of Finance for the repair of the courtyard wall. given that it was the Imperial Guard's doing, and thus he believed he was justified. However, upon noticing a resemblance between Zhang Feihu and Zhang Jinwei, he seized the opportunity to extract some advantage, only to unexpectedly resolve the military funding issue. The sudden turn of events filled him with an overwhelming sense of joy, and he also uncovered some remarkable secrets. Yang Bing returned to the Mage Guild and promptly summoned Omega to his private chamber. Omega, you have met Li Jinbong. What are your impressions of that young lad? Master Yang, are you referring to that adorable little boy? Indeed, he is now the joint apprentice of myself and the old man Leica. Master Yang's judgment is infallible. You are truly omnipotent. Yang Bing gazed at Omega with satisfaction, stroking his goatee and nodding in approval, as if to say, you are quite astute. You shall serve as that lad's bodyguard for the next decade. Master Yang declared with an air of finality. Omega's mind went blank. What? I'm to be a bodyguard for that little brat for 10 years? He shook his head fervently, like a rattle, and solemnly proclaimed, the dignity and honor of a dragon surpass life itself. I shall never consent to such a thing. Yang Bing forcefully struck Omega on the head and exclaimed, do you still possess any dignity or honor? Just look at how obsequiously you behave in front of Alpha. I'm embarrassed for you. It is different. Omega replied, eyes sparkling with infatuation, hands clasped over his heart. In the presence of Alpha's ethereal beauty and his wealth that could rival nations, who could possibly remember dignity and honor? Yang Bing observed Omega, who was nearly drooling, yet still lost in a daze of admiration, and disdainfully scoffed. I offer you the opportunity to get close to Alpha by serving as Li Jinbong's bodyguard for a decade. Dream on. At most, I would serve as a bodyguard for 5 years, plus a set of undergarments worn by Alpha. Omega swayed his head, enraptured. Yang Bing twitched at the corners of his mouth. Setting aside whether you could actually acquire Alpha's undergarments, if my wife Sophia were to find out, I would surely not see the light of another day. Impossible. Don't even think about it. 3 years, along with a coin that Alpha has embraced and kissed. That is my bottom line, or else I will ensure you never see Alpha in your lifetime. Yang Bing retorted bitterly. Can you truly procure a coin that Alpha has embraced and kissed? If it is indeed one he has touched, I would agree. Do not think you can deceive me with one you have kissed. I would know the difference. Yang Bing's expression darkened significantly. Based on his understanding of Alpha, aside from his penchant for seizing glittering treasures through thievery, he also delights in embracing and sleeping with the precious items he has kissed. While others may struggle to obtain such treasures, he can effortlessly procure them with a modest investment. A deal sealed. Yang Bing and Omega clasped their hands together, each displaying a satisfied smile. Master Yang, there's a child named Li Jinbong from the Mage Guild's front desk requesting an audience. He claims to be your apprentice. The communication crystal within the chamber chimed at that moment. Bring him to my office to meet me. Chapter 13. The Dragon Omega. Here I am, a magnificent emerald dragon, reduced to serving as a bodyguard for a mere child. Alas, although Omega acquiesced, there lingered a sense of reluctance within. Very well, I shall not press you. A gentleman does not impose difficulties upon others. Besides, the gold coins that Alpha has kissed and embraced while sleeping will be spared. It was said that in a couple of days, Alpha intended to venture somewhere alone. Oh dear, with age my memory falters. Yang Bing sighed, shaking his head as he exited the chamber. Master Yang, I am more than willing to serve as a bodyguard. I genuinely wish to do so. My enthusiasm is sincere. I am not coerced. Omega called out, hastening to catch up with Yang Bing. The Emerald Dragon Omega, upon reaching maturity, had departed from Dragon Island with aspirations of achieving remarkable feats that would astonish both heaven and earth, for he was indeed a rare emerald dragon. Within the dragon clan, he was an apex figure, his prowess perhaps not paramount, yet his value to the dragons was inestimable. Though dragons were renowned for their longevity and formidable defenses, they were not impervious to injury or death. With an emerald dragon present, a timely intervention could prolong a dying dragon's life by decades. Little did Omega anticipate that his sojourn into the human realm would lead him to discover his true love, Alpha. Omega inadvertently stumbled upon a colossal cavern near the capital, its air saturated with the potent aura of a female dragon. an allure he found irresistible. He stealthily entered the grotto, where a sight unfolded that would forever be etched in his memory. A resplendent golden dragon, radiating light, slumbering atop a hoard of shimmering gold coins and treasures. Gazing upon her magnificent form, Omega was enraptured, deeming her perfection incarnate. Never had he beheld a female dragon of such exquisite beauty and allure. The female dragons of Dragon Island paled in comparison, reduced to mere paupers, nay, mere dust. Omega involuntarily gulped. Who dares disturb Alpha's reverie? Perhaps it was Omega's unwashed scent, too pungent after days without ablutions. Or perhaps the sound of his swallowing was too loud, but Alpha awoke abruptly from her slumber, her voice a furious roar. As a brilliant flash illuminated the cavern, all the gold coins and treasures vanished without a trace, leaving not a single coin behind. Omega, momentarily taken aback, swiftly rushed forward, gazing at the empty cavern and cried out in anguish towards Alpha. "Oh, where have the glittering coins gone? What has happened to the beautiful treasures? My dear, where have you hidden them all?" Alpha, indifferent to the identity of the intruder who dared to disrupt his sweet dreams and covet his precious gold, deemed these two transgressions sufficient grounds for annihilation. With merciless intent, Alpha unleashed a powerful punch. "You are called Alpha, aren't you? Ouch. Strike the dragon, not the face. Ouch. My nose. Ouch." Omega, bruised and battered, gazed at Alpha with a swollen visage, yet instead of retaliating, he wore a foolish grin. "What is so amusing?" Alpha asked, his fists clenched tightly, his golden wings behind him fluttering gently, poised for a swift charge. Battles between dragons typically pose no mortal peril, unless they are sworn enemies or engaged in the plunder of each other's treasures. Despite the bruises encircling his eyes and a misaligned jaw, Omega continued to gaze at Alpha with an infatuated smile, mumbling incoherently, "Beautiful, so beautiful, majestic, wealthy. I adore it." Upon hearing Omega's flippant remarks, Alpha's face flushed with indignation as he gritted his teeth and retorted, "Shameless wretch, behold my fist." In the end, Alpha seized Omega by the tail, dragging him out of the cavern, spinning him around with great fervor as Alpha began to whirl rapidly. If one were present at the scene, they would witness a golden whirlwind, shimmering with emerald edges, spiraling at an astonishing velocity. Suddenly, a beam of green light shot forth from the golden vortex, vanishing in an instant. The whirlwind gradually decelerated until it came to a standstill, and the magnificent golden dragon, Alpha, exhaled gently, as such rapid rotation posed a considerable strain upon her. "Alpha, my goddess!" A fleeting voice echoed from the ether, resonating in the air. With gritted teeth, Alpha clenched her fists, vowing, "Next time you return, I shall break your legs." "Alpha, it is Omega. I have returned. I shall come back." "Alpha, I am here. I shall return." "You have returned again. I shall come back." Day after day, month after month, Omega was repeatedly vanquished by Alpha, leaving her battered and bruised, ultimately flung far away. Yet before long, Omega would come bounding back to life. In exasperation, Alpha was compelled to assume a human form and sought refuge with Sophia. Omega, having not seen Alpha for several consecutive days, languished in longing, afflicted by the pangs of unrequited love. The once vibrant Omega found itself in a state of utter despair. Languishing in the cave of Alpha, serendipitously, Yang Bing happened upon Alpha's cave and stumbled upon the ailing Omega, barely clinging to life. Despite its dire condition, how could Omega allow others to encroach upon its sacred territory? Thus, the unfortunate Omega was subjected to Yang Bing's relentless scrutiny. Under the oppressive aura of Yang Bing, Omega recounted its woeful tale. After a session of ideological persuasion, coupled with coercion and inducements, Yang Bing successfully enlisted Omega as a subordinate, demanding only that he create opportunities for Omega to meet with Alpha whenever possible. Inside Yang Bing's office, Li Jinbong gazed incredulously at the sparse furnishings. How could this cunning old man be so unadorned? Little did he know that Yang Bing seldom worked within these walls. True practitioners of magic, particularly advanced sorcerers, typically conduct their endeavors in their own laboratories. As the office door swung open, Yang Bing and Omega entered. Li Jinbong was taken aback to see Omega, now in human form, and was surprised to find him present. However, this was fortuitous, as Li Jinbong's primary motive for seeking Yang Bing was indeed Omega. The thought of having a dragon as a bodyguard was exhilarating. Despite having reached an agreement with Yang Bing, Omega felt a sense of discomfort in the presence of the young boy. Jinbong, what brings you here? I was just about to come find you in a few days. Since that day, I left your home. I have yet to carve out a moment for myself. As your teacher, I must admit I have been somewhat remiss. Yang, I have come to inquire about something. Is that bodyguard you mentioned, the imposing figure beside Yang Bing, truly genuine? Indeed it is. From this day forth, for the next 3 years, he shall serve as your protector. Keep this flute safe. Once you sound it, Omega will hastily arrive at your side. Huh? Just 3 years? Li Jinbong replied with a hint of disappointment. 3 years is no trifling matter. Should you awaken the temple after this period, I may yet find a way for him to remain by your side. Alas, the awakening of the temple again. Merely 3 years. He is acutely aware that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will revert to his original form in 3 years. If he does not prepare adequately during this time, he may betray his identity as a traveler. Very well. Thank you, Teacher Yang. Li Jinbong bowed respectfully to Yang Bing. Omega, from this day on, you must ensure the safety of Jinbong. If he loses even a single hair, I shall hold you accountable. Omega rolled his eyes and muttered in a tone only he could hear. Who doesn't he lose a few hairs daily? What are you mumbling about, Omega? Do you have any objections? Yang Bing shot him a sidelong glance, brimming with menace. How could I? I have no objections whatsoever. I am exceedingly delighted. Omega replied, his face a mask of despair. That is more like it. Jinbong, why don't you and Omega take a stroll? Omega has yet to properly explore the capital. Here, take this pouch. I suspect you might not have much money. Yang Bing tossed the pouch to Li Jinbong, winking at him. Li Jinbong received the pouch, and, upon opening it, discovered it contained a modest amount of gold coins and half a pouch of silver coins. Thank you, Teacher Yang. We shall take our leave now. Omega, let us depart. Li Jinbong grinned mischievously, giving Omega's sturdy thigh a playful pat as he stepped out of the office. Omega's lips twitched as he glanced at Li Jinbong's retreating figure, bemused that this little rascal dared to call him Brother Omega. However, Brother Omega certainly carried more prestige than Bodyguard Omega. Shaking his head, Omega exited the office, oblivious to the unusual gaze Yang Bing cast behind him. Chapter 14. The Glass That Will Change the World. 3 years. Merely 3 years remain. Everyone is anticipating this period, while I must devise every possible means to make the most of it. Li Jinbong clenched his fists. Time was slipping away, and his options were painfully limited. Nonetheless, there have been some results. The Dragon Bodyguard for 3 years. Huh. How could I possibly allow you to work for just 3 years? A mere 3-year-old Li Jinbong could hardly be familiar with the capital, and even Omega, who had only recently arrived, was utterly lost in this unfamiliar city. 2 individuals, accompanied by several attendants, wandered aimlessly through the imperial capital, their pockets laden with coins sufficient for lavish indulgence. Xiao Yozi, why do the houses in the imperial capital lack glass? After some time, Li Jinbong observed that the residential buildings and most shops were devoid of glass. Only a select few upscale jewelry stores and magical equipment shops utilized it. The majority of residences and establishments were fitted with wooden lattice windows covered with oiled paper. Young master, what is glass? Inquired a petit servant, no more than 13 or 14 years old, dressed in the attire of scholarly attendant. It is the transparent glass found in the windows of our count's estate. Young master, that is not glass. It is a type of large transparent magical crystal. Although it is merely a lower grade magical product, it is a luxury only accessible to those of high status or wealth, costing no less than 10 gold coins per piece. The servant, proud as he puffed out his chest, replied, Are there other colors besides transparent? Indeed, but only the transparent variety is suitable for windows. Other colors, due to their poor light transmission, are typically crafted into exquisite artworks or used to contain various magical potions. Li Jinbong pondered for a moment, then continued onward. Young master, we are almost at the Ju Kai Yuan Merchant Association. Ju Kai Yuan is the largest merchant association in our empire. Would you like to take a look? A few days ago, I overheard the patriarch mention that a grand auction would be held today, likely featuring a plethora of valuable treasures. The patriarch is expected to attend as well. However, I think I shall forego the event. There is nothing I particularly desire to purchase. Li Jinbang glanced at his companion Omega and shook his head. What a jest. Who is this beside me? A dragon. What does a dragon covet? Glittering gold coins and precious artifacts. If Omega were to spot something he yearned for, and I lacked the means to procure it, chaos would surely ensue. Master, you must not have heard of the wealth-gathering chamber, have you? Shao Yozi, I have scarcely ventured beyond the confines of the Earl's estate since my birth. How could I possibly have heard of it? Master, the history of the wealth-gathering chamber spans merely 50 or 60 years. Its owner, Lord Jin Shotsai, is quite remarkable. He was the first to establish a branch of the chamber on the Marina continent. Oh, how intriguing. To my knowledge, it seems the inhabitants of the Marina continent hold a certain animosity towards us from the Karo Empire. This Lord Jin Shotsai is indeed impressive. Indeed, while Lord Jun's personal prowess may be that of a mere brass warrior, he is now wealthier than entire nations. A week later, Li Jinbang remarked, Brother Omega, do you aspire to amass wealth that surpasses Alpha's and become the foremost tycoon of the Dragon Clan? He grinned at Omega. Omega shivered at the thought. Yet the image of Alpha's mountain of riches ignited a gleam in his eyes. If one possesses greater wealth than Alpha, would Alpha then willingly submit? Jinbang, is this truly the case? Omega inquired, gazing at Li Jinbang with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. Indeed, it is true, yet one must understand that effort yields rewards. What do you desire? Regardless of the circumstances, my personal safety must be assured. You are to stand by my side through any eventuality, not merely for these 3 years. What is this? Has even the resplendent golden dragon lost interest? How miraculous! While I have an affinity for gold coins, I must have a life to spend them. You are a disciple of the dual holy sorcerers. If they cannot safeguard you, I may find myself equally powerless. Li Jinbang regarded Omega with astonishment, sensing that Omega was not as simple as he appeared. Rest assured, I will not provoke formidable adversaries. However, should someone instigate a conflict with me, you must protect me. If an opponent's abilities pose a threat to my life, I reserve the right to defend myself. Very well, but I require your intervention when the time comes. Fear not. You shall not be compelled to confront terrifying foes. It seems the Dragon Clan indeed prefers to yield to strength. Li Jinbang skufa disdainfully. Nonsense. The honor of the Dragon Clan is sacred and inviolable. Only those who can be defeated are deemed inviolable, are they not? Li Jinbang disdainfully remarca. What do you mean by you? Just say whether you are in or out. How can you make me a wealthy member of the Dragon Clan? Take a look at this. He produced a large piece of transparent glass from his spatial ring. Transparent, magical crystal? No, this is even more translucent than that. And it lacks any trace of magical energy. What exactly is this? What purpose does it serve? It's glass, a substitute for transparent magical crystals. Given its clarity, it must be quite valuable. But what does that have to do with me? Once sold, the profits will be divided 70-30 in my favor. And all you need to do is to protect me. Huh, I thought it was something significant. Nobles will surely purchase this, but if it is too expensive, the sales will be limited. Even if you give me all the money from the sales, I won't be richer than Alpha. You are mistaken. This glass is not intended for nobles or wealthy merchants. It is meant for the common folk. What are you talking about? Selling to common folk? How could they possibly afford it? You must be out of your mind. Why wouldn't they be able to afford it? 1 silver coin per piece. Do you really think no one would buy it? What? 1 silver coin per piece? If I sell one, I would only receive 30 copper coins. What can I do with 30 copper coins? I could easily rob a beggar and not get less than that. Short-sighted fool. Do you not grasp the concept of thin profit margins, leading to high sales volumes? How many households exist in the capital? Each requires several pieces of glass. Little by little, it accumulates. Grains of sand can indeed form a tower. Omega muttered. Li Jinbang cast a helpless glance at him and said, What do you make of this? He produced a piece of colored glass and handed it over. What is this? My heavens! Transparent colored glass. But what purpose does it serve? Omega inquired, confusion etched upon his face. Li Jinbong felt a loss for words. Omega was utterly clueless about commerce, showing interest only in monetary gain, devoid of any other understanding. There must be distinctions between nobility and commoners. Do you truly believe they desire to use the same items as ordinary folk? The possessions of the aristocracy should inherently possess an air of uniqueness. Surely, one cannot simply hawk this colored glass in the streets. Li Jinbong's expression darkened. Are noble items readily available for purchase on street corners? Omega, is your mind filled with mush? Have you forgotten the merchant guild we passed just days ago? You are aware of the auction, are you not? Since this is an item for the nobility, it will undoubtedly go to the highest bidder. Indeed, we could hold daily auctions, selling them off and becoming wealthy. Li Jinbong cradled his forehead, shaking his head in resignation. Omega, you truly are like a brother to me, but if we hold daily auctions, will the value of the colored glass not diminish? Li Jinbong produced several transparent and dark glass bottles, tossing them to Omega. Brother Omega, these can replace crystal bottles and can be mass-produced. The invention of this glass bottle is sure to astonish the magical realm. Glass bottles as substitutes for magical crystal bottles? Omega could scarcely believe it. It is well known that magical crystals are already precious commodities, and crystal bottles crafted from them are even rare resources. The creation of magical crystal bottles demands a significant expenditure of energy from wizards, who, during their experiments, require numerous crystal bottles to contain concentrated magical elemental liquids. If glass bottles can fully replace magical crystal bottles, it would indeed send shockwaves through the magical community. Even if they can only partially replace magical crystal bottles, it would represent an unprecedented revolution for wizards. Brother Omega, you should set aside all distractions and focus on being my bodyguard. We are heading to the Wealth Gathering Association to meet President Jin Shotsai. Chapter 15. Deep Cooperation. President Jun, there's a young boy outside who wishes to see you. Oh, a young boy wants to see me? Who is he? Jun Shotsai paused momentarily at his subordinate's report, as such requests are typically intercepted. The fact that this was brought to his attention suggested there must be a reason, for he did not meet with just anyone. I'm not certain. He said he would explain upon meeting you. Indeed? Acknowledging his subordinate with a somewhat displeased expression, Jun Shokai listened attentively. Esteemed Chairman Jun, I initially intended to inquire further, but the child was accompanied by a formidable man of unfathomable depth. His mere glance evoked in me a sense of reverence. The subordinate shuddered involuntarily, the memory still causing apprehension. I'm grateful I refrained from any rash actions. Indeed, despite the subordinate status as a bronze warrior, and thus exceptional among commoners, the adversary's strength appeared considerable. Perhaps a scion of a prominent family. Escort him to the third reception room and ensure his comfort. I shall attend to him shortly. Understood. Half an hour later, within the reception room. Jinbong, what is the cause of this delay? If he tarries any longer, I swear I shall dismantle this establishment. Omega roared with impatience, unleashing his aura, though focused rather than pervasive. Omega, my brother, temper your spirit. We are here to negotiate a transaction, not to wreak havoc. Patience, I implore you. Such matters require delicate discussion. Rest assured, he will arrive. Jinbong, with so many merchant guilds at our disposal, why single out this one? Though it is the largest, alternatives abound. I am confident that any other guild would afford us the utmost preferential treatment. Omega voiced his discontent, his gaze fierce, yet his aura now contained. Omega, my brother, be seated and partake of the tea. It is quite exquisite. Finding a trustworthy companion holds far greater significance than seeking a profit-driven merchant. Li Jinbong cast an unintentional glance towards a corner of the reception room. Although he recognized that the other party's caution was warranted, it still left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Apologies for keeping you both waiting, he exclaimed, clearly flustered. I was caught up with a matter, and I hope you can forgive me. I am Jun Shotsai, the president of the Jikaiyuan Chamber of Commerce. May I inquire about your esteemed names? Zhen Shouzai hurriedly entered the reception area, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, as if he had truly rushed over from an urgent engagement. It is rare for a black iron warrior to be so visibly flustered. Had it not been for Omega's immediate sense of being watched in the shadows of the room, they would not have found themselves in such a situation. Li Jinbong regarded Zhen Shouzai with a smile, remarking, "President Zhen, was I not correct in what I just said?" "Yes, yes," Zhen Shouzai instinctively replied, but soon realized his oversight and quickly corrected himself. What did the young master just say? "Ha! I did not say anything of consequence." Li Zumbang Shukulat. Omega, observing Zhen Shouzai, emitted a dissatisfied hum. Although no aura was released, it still sent a shiver through Zhen Shouzai. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and awkwardly smiled. "Young master, this." Li Jinbong raised a hand to interrupt Zhen Shouzai, producing a piece of transparent glass from his spatial ring and extending it towards him. Zhen Shouzai accepted it, his immediate thought being, what does he want with this transparent crystal? However, he was soon taken aback. This piece of glass was not any magical crystal, devoid of any trace of magical fluctuations, and even more transparent than the transparent magical crystals. In all his years traversing the roads of the East and West, he had never encountered anything like it. While he speculated that this object might serve a function similar to that of transparent magical crystals, typically utilized for windows, his subconscious insisted that it must possess a far greater purpose. Forgive me, but I cannot discern what this is. However, my intuition tells me that it is undoubtedly more than just a mere substitute for large magical crystals, and there should be more variations. Zhen Shouzai spoke earnestly, without feigning understanding. Li Jinbong looked at him in astonishment, certain that glass was indeed a novelty in this world. Yet, Zhen Shouzai, after merely a brief observation, was able to articulate some of its functions, remarkable indeed. It appeared he had found the right person. President Zhen truly lives up to his reputation. Just a glance, and he could deduce so much. Impressive. Li Zumbang exclaimed. "You flatter me, young master. May I inquire your esteemed surname and the location of your residence?" Zhen Shouzai asked respectfully. "I am Li Jinbong, and this is my elder brother, Omega," the young man replied. The name Omega did not evoke much of an impression, as indeed very few were privy to the true identity associated with it. However, the name Li Jinbong caught his attention. It was a name that felt oddly familiar. Suddenly, Zhen Shouzai exclaimed, "You are the esteemed disciple of the holy mage Lord Laika and Lord Yang, the son of the early Qishan of the Hongfenji family. Are you not?" It seemed he was indeed referring to me. Li Jinbong scratched his head and replied bashfully, Why didn't you introduce yourself earlier? I would have come to greet you sooner." Zhen Shouzai appeared regretful. "Chairman Zhen, I am here to discuss business, not to engage in coercive dealings. So registering seems somewhat superfluous." Yes, business discussions. May I inquire how you intend to collaborate?" This product is called transparent glass, primarily intended to replace magical crystals for windows. I aim to spread it across the entire continent, which is why I sought you out for a discussion. Young Masterly, if I may be blunt, I personally believe that the profitability of this glass may be limited. Although its transparency surpasses that of magical crystals, if the price is set too high, the market will be overly niche. While there are indeed many nobles and wealthy merchants throughout the continent, the potential for profit remains constrained. Conversely, if the price is set too low, I fear the costs may be prohibitive, complicating operations. Zhen Shouzai expressed with hesitation. "I plan to price the glass at 1 silver coin per square meter on the Western continent." "What? 1 silver coin for 1 square meter?" Zhen Shouzai could hardly believe his ears. "Indeed, 1 silver coin for 1 square meter. I intend to make this accessible to everyone on the continent, benefiting the masses." President Zhen gazed in astonishment at Li Jinbong. As a businessman, particularly the leader of the largest trading association founded from scratch, the notion of benefiting the public is far from a mere 4 words. It signifies a high level of practicality alongside a remarkably low production cost, allowing the majority to embrace it. Most crucially, it embodies the principle of thin margins and high sales volume. Having built my business from the ground up, this concept holds profound significance for me. If the price can indeed be driven down to such an extent, it presents an incredibly feasible opportunity. Is 1 silver coin not somewhat low? I believe we could raise it to 10 silver coins, which many would still find acceptable. Sacrificing a small portion could yield profits exceeding tenfold. After his initial shock, President Jun swiftly resumed his commercial demeanor. I recommend that the Western continent should not exceed 5 silver coins, while the Eastern road could be adjusted slightly higher. My cost for 1 square meter is merely less than 5 copper coins, and I can produce it in large quantities. Jun Shotsai, astonished, inquired, "How could you divulge such vital information to me?" "This is a commercial secret, because I wish to engage in a deeper collaboration with you." "How deep a collaboration?" "I offer you the exclusive rights to operate the glass business." This opportunity is indeed substantial. A highly practical, low-cost, and widely consumable product epitomizes a model of low risk and high return. Jun Shotsai finally comprehended the reason behind Li Junbong's invitation for collaboration. It is indeed a rarity to encounter large-scale merchants who can envision the potential of a low-margin, high-volume market. Not only ordinary glass, but also an array of other glass types. Li Junbong unveiled colored glass, opaque glass, frosted glass, alongside various ordinary glass crafts and colored glass artworks. With each piece revealed, Jun Shotsai's eyes widened in astonishment. When Li Junbong donned a pair of sunglasses crafted from black crystal, Jun Shotsai was left utterly speechless. While the magical goggles made of black crystal are undeniably valuable, this particular pair was evidently fashioned from glass. Even if the price surpassed that of ordinary glass, it would still pale in comparison to the cost of black crystal goggles. Upon presenting a collection of glass items adorned with vials of magical reagents, Jun Shotsai felt compelled to prostrate himself in reverence. This was pure wealth, money that seemed to fall from the heavens. Aside from ordinary glass, even the simplest glass products would fetch a handsome sum at an auction, all for the sake of safeguarding my interests. Does the exclusive glass operating right encompass these colored glass items and glass products as well? Jun Shotsai gulped, a blend of anticipation and trepidation coloring his inquiry. Certainly, all auction responsibilities for these glass products rest solely with you. I shall merely provide the items. You are our most treasured guest, now and forever. If you truly fulfill your promise, henceforth you shall enjoy the utmost VIP service at any of our commercial associations throughout the continent, along with an exclusive 20% discount on the procurement of any goods, exempting you from auction service fees, as we only charge a mere 10% of the total auction amount as operating expenses. Jun Shotsai, as a competent businessman, understands that since the other party has been forthright, he must reciprocate with equal sincerity. Li Junbong was equally astonished. It was evident that Jun Shotsai had indeed shown considerable goodwill. A mere 20% discount on any product is already remarkably generous, especially considering it includes auction items. What if I were to disclose to your association the method for producing ordinary glass? Chapter 16. The unconventional Li Junbong. What did you say? Jun Shotsai could scarcely believe his ears. I said I would provide you with a method for manufacturing ordinary glass, and you would handle the production and processing. Is this for real? Moments ago, Jun Shotsai had remained composed in the face of exclusive operating rights, yet now he appeared utterly stunned, as if struck by a heavy blow. This was an unthinkable proposition. No one would easily relinquish a business that was evidently poised for immense profit. What is it that you desire in return? Jun Shotsai now found himself perplexed by Li Junbong's intentions. Shares. Li Junbong raplia kazwali. What? At this, Jun Shotsai was utterly flabbergasted. Shares. He certainly does not believe that Li Junbong desires merely the dividend shares. If he seizes the opportunity, it is entirely feasible for their company to be the sole seller of glass on the mainland. Even if the glass is replicated, the exclusive operating rights of glass products can still safeguard their interests. Moreover, while glass is admirable, the individual profit margins are relatively modest. Not everyone is inclined to pursue small gains. Jun Shotsai gritted his teeth and resolved firmly. Very well. I can allocate to you a fractional share of 1,000th in the Chamber of Commerce for the profits from transparent glass. It shall be a division of 3 for you and 7 for me, as I must also address numerous issues related to production, sales, and after-service. You will continue to enjoy the VIP privileges of Jukai Yuan, receiving a 30% discount on all product purchases and a mere 5 operational fee on auction items. Should you also be able to provide the production techniques for colored glass and glass products, I shall endeavor to secure greater benefits for you. Listening to Zhen Shoutsai's words, Li Zhenbong remained silent, not out of dissatisfaction, but rather from overwhelming satisfaction. Initially, he had merely sought to obtain a share in the production and sales of glass, conservatively estimating he could acquire 30 to 40. To his astonishment, he was offered a 1,000 share in the Chamber of Commerce. What does that imply? It may sound negligible, but one must not forget that the annual revenue of the chamber is astronomical. Observing Li Zhenbong's silence, Zhen Shoutsai felt uncertain. He had demonstrated considerable sincerity, yet seemed to have failed to sway Li Zhenbong. Young Master Li, you must also leave us a path to survival. While your glass will undoubtedly sell exceedingly well, it does not justify an exorbitant demand. Li Zhenbong was astonished by Zhen Shoutsai's audacious proposal. However, this did not imply that he would concede so easily. The relentless pursuit of profit maximization has always been the eternal ambition of a businessman. Thus, he remained silent, offering no indication of his thoughts, even furrowing his brow slightly. Young Master Li, what do you mean? Li Zhenbong extended 5 fingers, still refraining from speech. What? 5,000s? This is inconceivable. Young Master Li, this is not merely a bold demand. It amounts to robbery, Zhen Shoutsai exclaimed, having risen abruptly. The figure of 5,000s was beyond his capacity to manage, and the upper echelons of the Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly disapprove. Even the highest offerings within the commerce community barely reached 1%. 2,000s is the absolute limit of my concessions. I've already demonstrated 12 parts of sincerity. Li Zhenbong Baoza, realizing that his intention was merely to eliminate the 5% auction fee. Unexpectedly, he found himself with an advantageous outcome, and thus decided to exercise restraint. Excellent. Chairman Zhen, you are indeed forthright. Should I refuse further, it would be a sign of disrespect. Let us proceed to sign the contract then. I hope for a pleasant collaboration. Since Chairman Zhen is so reasonable, perhaps we could waive the transaction fee as well. People in this world hold contracts and oaths in high regard. Very well, it is a deal. Zhen Shoutsai promptly acquiesced, recognizing that achieving a reduction from 5% to 2,000s was no small feat. After negotiating the pertinent matters and finalizing the contract, Li Zhenbong provided a comprehensive methodology for the production of transparent glass, promising to personally guide the process once the workshop was established. After personally seeing Li Zhenbong off at the gate, Zhen Shoutsai let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat fatigued from the negotiations. The insistence on a 5% service fee seemed excessive, as if he were capable of selling an abundance of goods. 5%, 5%. Suddenly, Zhen Shoutsai appeared to grasp something profound, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Zhenbong shortly. The old man Laika and I will accompany you into the temple to assist in your awakening. You need not feel anxious, Yang Bing reassured, patting Li Zhenbong on the shoulder. The awakening in the temple is a sacred process for anyone, and a modicum of nervousness is entirely natural. However, Li Zhenbong's unease transcended mere nervousness. He was profoundly anxious. Soon, it would be revealed that he did not possess the 5 elemental magic physique, and he would swiftly transition from being a figure of public favor to a target of criticism. Nevertheless, these past 3 years had not been in vain. The collaboration with the Jikayuan Chamber of Commerce had been exceedingly pleasant. Glass had become the most coveted commodity across the continent, and it was now somewhat embarrassing for ordinary households to lack glass windows when seeking brides. Li Zhenbong had also become an individual who could earn thousands of gold coins in mere moments. This alone granted him a considerably elevated status in society. Zhen Shoutsai now deeply regretted the agreement he had made with Li Zhenbong, not for the minuscule fraction of shares he had relinquished, nor for the profit-sharing arrangement regarding the glass, as these were rightfully Li Zhenbong's due. Due to the production and processing of transparent glass, as well as its exclusive sales, that has firmly secured its position as the foremost commercial association on the continent. What truly fills Jin Shotsai with regret is the relinquished operational costs and the privilege of a 30% discount on purchases. Although Li Zhenbong has controlled the output of his colorful glass and glass products each month, the abundance of wealthy individuals remains overwhelming. At every auction, the glass artworks provided by Li Zhenbong are sold at exorbitant prices, with recently sold unique glass items fetching prices that far exceed their equivalent weight in gold. Li Zhenbong is not a miser. The gold coins he earns, aside from the portion allocated to Omega, largely flow back into the auction house, which stands unrivaled among the continent's commercial establishments. Even Li Zhenbong himself is unaware of the myriad treasures that have found their way into his own coffers through these auctions. After each grand auction, Omega often feels an overwhelming impulse to strangle Li Zhenbong. Omega has now completely become Li Zhenbong's professional enforcer, captivated not only by the mountains of gold coins he provides, but also by the two exquisite pieces of colorful glass craftsmanship, Mini Alpha in both dragon and human forms, that Li Zhenbong gifted him. Although both are crafted from transparent glass, they are indistinguishable from real beings, mirroring human skin tones and expressions perfectly. These dazzling glass creations are meticulously crafted through the concentrated infusion of numerous magical elements, encapsulating a wealth of magical energy within. In order to prevent these magical elements from gradually neutralizing and changing color over time, Li Zhenbong expended a considerable amount of mental energy to refine the interior of the glass into countless small squares, each of which stored a portion of the same magical elements. When Omega presented these two glass creations to Alpha, she finally revealed a smile. Though she ultimately cast him aside with merciless disdain, nonetheless, she accepted the gift. Zhenbong, remember to procure those materials I mentioned if you come across them, Delilica said kindly, patting Li Zhenbong on the shoulder. Rest assured, teacher Leica, I shall spare no effort to acquire them should I find them. Li Zhenbong thought to himself, amused, as a significant portion of the funds he invested in the auction house had indeed found their way into the laboratories of Yang Bing and Delilica. It was now impossible for either of them to abandon him, for many materials could not be acquired merely with wealth. The holy mage, after all, is still human. One is beholden to those from whom one receives. Though Li Zhenbong was only 6 years old, he possessed a remarkably robust physique. He firmly believed he did not possess the 5-element magical constitution. Thus, he delved into an extensive array of literature on warrior cultivation and practiced several advanced combat techniques. Influenced by his mentor, Sophia, he primarily focused on speed. Although his internal fighting spirit was not yet abundant, his foundational skills were already quite solid. Li Zhenbong's combat prowess may not be exceptionally high, yet his speed rendered many warriors unable to keep pace with him. Chapter 17. The Awakening of the Temple. The temple is the private property of the Mage Guild, with its headquarters located in the capital of Karo. Consequently, the temple in the capital is far more elaborate than those in other regions. The temples elsewhere remain closed, only opening once a year during the children's awakening ceremony. The temple in the capital is the only one where mages are permitted to pay their respects, rendering it a sacred site for mages across the entire continent, with offerings made continuously. Upon entering the Grand Hall through the main entrance, one is immediately greeted by the statues of the 5 elemental spirit messengers. These beings serve the god of magic, each presiding over one of the 5 elemental forces: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The awakening of magical abilities takes place within the Hall of the Elemental Spirit Messengers. Li Zhenbong followed Yang Bing and Delilica into the temple, and the 3 of them bowed deeply in reverence to the 5 elemental spirit messengers. Afterwards, Delilica stepped aside as Yang Bing began to chant an incantation. The awakening of this magic is typically overseen by 1 or 2 5th-level magicians and does not necessitate the presence of 2 holy magisters. However, Li Zhenbong is no ordinary individual. Both holy magisters are his mentors. Should Li Zhenbong's elemental affinity across the 5 magical realms awaken, They would undoubtedly etch their names into the annals of history, prompting their decision to take direct action. The incantation of the magic was brief, and soon the forehead of the statue, representing the 5 elemental spirits, began to glow. In the blink of an eye, the radiance spread from the center of its brow to envelop its entire form. The statue of the elemental spirits surged with a rich essence of its innate magical element. Suddenly, the eyes of the statue flickered, and 5 dense, opaque beams of magical light descended from above, enveloping Li Junbong completely. Yang Bing and Delilica stood agape, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Typically, during the awakening of an ordinary individual, only one elemental spirit would illuminate, casting a transparent beam of magical light, signifying the awakening of that specific magical element. To invoke the light of 2 elemental spirits is a hallmark of a prodigy in magic. History has certainly witnessed such individuals, each of whom has risen to prominence across the continent. Yet at this moment, Li Junbong had summoned 5 beams of light, leaving them at a loss for words. This phenomenon was, in itself, a miracle. Although the two had long speculated that Li Junbong possessed a quintuple elemental magical physique, mere conjecture is a far cry from reality. However, they soon discerned something amiss. In a typical awakening process, even when 2 divine emissaries summoned their powers, the radiant light that enveloped the awakening individual would gradually assimilate into their being, enhancing their physical constitution and facilitating the storage of magical elements. Yet, to their astonishment, after being illuminated by the beams of light, Li Junbong exhibited no absorption of magical elements whatsoever, while the 5 beams appeared to be merging instead. Yang Bing and Delilica were still reeling from their shock when an even more bewildering event transpired. The 5 beams of light abruptly vanished, as suddenly as they had appeared, leaving them momentarily disoriented. The two exchanged incredulous glances, both perplexed and astonished. What could this mean? At the very least, they had never encountered nor heard of such a phenomenon. Could it be that the quintuple elemental magical spirit emissaries were malfunctioning today? Junbong, do you feel anything? Yang Bing queried anxiously. He had presided over this awakening, and if anything went awry, the blame would surely fall upon him. Delilica swiftly lifted Li Junbong into his arms, anxiously patting his arms and squeezing his legs, fearful that something untoward had occurred. When Li Junbong remained silent, Delilica swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Teacher Laika, why did you hit me? That hurts terribly, Li Junbong exclaimed, clutching his already swollen face. How could it not hurt? Delilica replied, concerned by Li Junbong's lack of immediate response to Yang Bing's question, fearing that a serious issue had arisen, and he had struck with considerable force. He had never heard of Li Junbong's awakening either. Moreover, it seemed that some issues arose during the awakening process. Li Junbong, rubbing his swollen face, mumbled indistinctly, "It hurts. It hurts a lot." He had not anticipated such a situation. He had some understanding of magical awakenings, yet his experience bore no resemblance to what he had learned. Furthermore, after the awakening, he had received a resounding slap, which he had never heard of happening to anyone post-awakening. Delilica, whose face was already flushed, appeared to redden further and hastily inquired, "We meant to ask if you experienced any special sensations after your awakening, perhaps an enhanced affinity for certain magical elements?" At this moment, Yang Bing had returned to normal. It was a relief that he was unscathed. Raising a hand, he cast a water-based healing spell on Li Junbong's face. Although water magic was not as proficient in healing as light magic, it proved quite effective for internal injuries. In an instant, Li Junbong's face had returned to normal, the swelling subsiding. Closing his eyes, Li Junbong attentively reflected. Although the 5 elemental magical beams that had illuminated him earlier felt quite pleasant, there remained no trace of magical elements within him. However, it seemed that the impurities within his body had significantly diminished. There is nothing particularly special. My affinity for magical elements feels unchanged. It's as if my body has become a tad purer, with fewer impurities. Yang Bing and Delilica exchanged glances, each reflecting the same sense of bewilderment. This shouldn't be the case. It's natural for impurities within the body to diminish, as magical components enhance the physique. They can currently eliminate a portion of these impurities. However, one's perception of magical elements should be significantly heightened. Furthermore, the body should commence the modest storage of magical elements, with advancement to the subsequent tier of Mage occurring as these elements accumulate. Jindong, attempt to conjure a minor fireball spell. Li Jindong attempted several times, each endeavor culminating in failure. Previously, it was presumed that the inability to chant and wield magic stemmed from a lack of magical awakening, merely enabling control over the aggregation of magical elements in the atmosphere. Now, it appears the matter is not so straightforward. Could the awakening have been unsuccessful? Implausible. It manifested as a quintuple elemental magical beam. Yang Bing muttered to himself, somewhat begrudgingly. Perhaps, shall I attempt it once more? Delrica inquired, his confidence wavering, apprehensive of encountering the same outcome. Let's grasp at straws. Yang Bing dejectedly responded, wondering if his prolonged absence from assisting in awakenings was the cause. Delrica fared even worse. Upon completing his incantation, the 5 divine emissary sculptures remained utterly unresponsive. Undeterred, Delrica repeated the process, yet still, no reaction ensued. Alas, both sighed in resignation. Now perplexed by the circumstances, resolving to deliberate upon potential solutions upon their return. The temple permits entry solely via the main gate and egress through the rear. Departing via the main entrance is prescribed. The trio, each absorbed in their contemplations, meandered around the divine emissary's hall, proceeding towards the rear. Behind the 5 great elemental spirit divine emissaries stood a colossal screen, concealing the hall of the god of magic. The temple of the law deity venerates the law deity itself, facing the main entrance of the grand hall. Before the law deity stands 5 diminutive elemental spirit statues, kneeling in reverence. According to tradition, the 3 individuals bow respectfully towards the law deity. Suddenly, Li Jinbong experiences an odd sensation, as if an unseen force is gently guiding him. He raises his gaze to the statue of the law deity, feeling as though he is transformed into a statue himself. Utterly still, Yang Bing and Delilaka, about to continue their retreat, abruptly notice Li Jinbong deep in contemplation, fixated on the statue of the law deity. They halt in their tracks, fearing they might disturb him. Suddenly, Li Jinbong's body sways slightly, followed by a shiver, before he returns to his normal state. Jinbong, what is the matter? Yang Bing inquires with concern, while Delilaka casts a worried glance at him. It's nothing, but after gazing at it for a while, I feel as though my mental prowess has significantly increased. The magical elements I can perceive have expanded from a diameter of 3 meters to 5 meters, he replies. Oh, that could be considered a gain. Why not take a moment to observe further? Delilaka suggests, somewhat astonished. No need. I can sense that even if I were to stay here, it would be of little use. Li Jinbong responds with a hint of regret. Alas, you should frequently visit this place when you have the chance. You never know when further gains might be in store. Listlessly, Yang Bing lamented that the present circumstances diverged vastly from his expectations. Although the precise cause remained unclear, it seemed improbable that Li Jinbong would ever realize his aspirations of becoming a formidable mage. Engrossed in their own contemplations, the trio proceeded onward. Beyond the Hall of the God of Magic lay the Hall of Summoned Beasts, which venerated not a personage, but a cylindrical pillar adorned with bas-reliefs of floating clouds. Surmounting the pillar was a large sphere, not affixed, but seemingly levitating above. Li Jinbong gazed upon the pillar with curiosity, experiencing a subtle yet inexplicable sense of affinity. He stood before it, scrutinizing it with meticulous attention. Yang Bing and Delilaka merely glanced at the pillar before turning to leave, foregoing even a cursory bow of obeisance. The Summoner's Hall, devoid of even a single divine character, scarcely reflects the status of the summoner. Indeed, the role of a summoner is often considered rather trivial. It is not a matter of their lack of power, but rather the sheer unpredictability inherent in their craft. A single summoner might conjure a dragon of formidable strength one moment, only to summon a feeble chick utterly lacking in offensive capabilities the next. While it is true that the occasional summons may be powerless creatures, the majority tend to be low-tier beasts that contribute little to a team dynamic. Furthermore, the summoner's energy is consumed in the process. Greater mental fortitude allows for longer-lasting summons. Yet, paradoxically, more powerful entities tend to have shorter durations of existence. A summoner is only considered a true force in battle after forging a pact with a high-tier beast. However, how many intelligent high-tier creatures are inclined to associate with frail humans? Thus, the summoner mage occupies a rather awkward position in this world, often failing to achieve significant accomplishments, and rarely finding a team willing to embark on adventures alongside them. Nonetheless, as a variant of Mage, the summoner mage receives a monthly stipend from the Mage Guild, merely 5 silver coins more than that of an apprentice mage, who earns 2 silver coins each month. Chapter 18. The summoner mage Li Junbong unconsciously approached the pillar, reaching out to touch its unknown material. Yang Bing hurriedly grasped Li Junbong's arm, cautioning him that this pillar was revered in the Hall of Summoners. Although the summoner mages are generally overlooked, it is nonetheless an object of veneration, not to be desecrated lightly. Li Junbong offered an embarrassed smile, apologizing, "I'm sorry, teacher. I did not mean to. I was simply overwhelmed by an inexplicable urge to touch it." Yang Bing's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself, "An urge to touch? Do you think this is a young maiden? Everyone desires to touch." However, Yang Bing quickly became dazed, sharing a glance with Delilica, both filled with incredulity, before turning their attention back to the pillar. "Should we test it?" Yang Bing asked, his expression stiff as he glanced at Delilica, reluctant to voice the thought. "Is there any other option? Although I am uncertain about the circumstances surrounding the awakening of magic, becoming a summoner mage would at least classify one as a mage." Delilica spoke with a lack of confidence. They had never considered allowing Li Junbong to attempt this. Although the summoner mage was referred to as a mage, their status was only slightly superior to that of a magical apprentice. Within a mercenary team, they were of little use unless all members held low ranks, and, at times, they were even less effective than magical apprentices. "Junbong, why don't you give it a try? But you must approach it with sincerity and not act impulsively," Yang Bing said with great reluctance. A prodigy gifted with a 5-element magical constitution experienced issues during their awakening under her guidance, filling her heart with guilt towards Li Junbong, as she felt responsible for the mishap. The advancement of a summoner mage was relatively straightforward. There was no need for incantations to awaken their magic. Merely touching this pillar sufficed. The origins of this pillar were lost to time, yet it remained the sole one on the entire continent. Summoner mages could only come here to undergo their awakening test. Despite the summoner mage's lack of esteem, the Mage Guild did not see the absence of this pillar as a significant loss. The issue lies in the fact that the column, constructed elsewhere, lacks the awakening power akin to that of the statue of the god of magic. Ultimately, the construction of the Summoner's Hall in other temples had to be abandoned. Experts from the Mage Guild concluded that the capabilities of the Summoner's God are limited. This column may have been left behind intentionally for the awakening of summoner mages. Columns erected elsewhere fail to resonate with the Summoner's God. Given the unique nature of the awakening process for summoner mages, the Mage Guild established a rule. In order to touch the column of the Summoner's Hall, each individual must pay a fee of 10 gold coins. Unauthorized contact with the column incurs a penalty of either a 50 gold coin fine or 3 years of forced labor. However, children of appropriate age are afforded the opportunity for a free awakening under the guidance of a designated individual. Without such restrictions, it would be unseemly for ordinary citizens to indiscriminately touch the column. After all, this is a temple, not a marketplace. Moreover, this policy serves to generate considerable income for the Mage Guild, which merely needs to assign personnel to oversee the site. Li Junbong glanced at his 2 instructors. Feeling somewhat reluctant, it seemed that summoner mages were regarded as the lowest tier of mages in this world, a stark contrast to his initial expectations. He had always believed that even if he did not possess the constitution for all 5 elemental magics, His acute sensitivity to magical elements suggested that awakening one or two types of elemental magic was indeed a possibility. However, the outcome was far from what he had anticipated. Li Jinbong shook his head, feeling an inexplicable desire to reach out, despite his reluctance. He cautiously inched his hand closer, while Yang Bing and Delilica watched with palpable tension. Although summoners do not require incantations to awaken, not everyone is permitted to touch the pillar. Those who are unworthy will find their hands repelled upon contact, while those who remain unharmed and emanate a soft white light signify their eligibility to become summoners. The duration of contact varies among individuals. Theoretically, the longer one touches the pillar, the greater their potential for future growth. Provided their mental fortitude is sufficiently robust, they have a considerable chance of summoning magical beasts, though there remains a possibility of summoning ordinary animals as well. Consequently, summoners are quite esteemed within military mess halls. A summoner only experiences backlash when a summoned magical beast is harmed or killed. The fate of an ordinary animal holds no consequence for them. The instant Li Jinbong's hand made contact with the pillar, he felt no repulsion. A warm sense of familiarity surged within him, his entire being radiating a gentle white light. Yang Bing and Delilica exchanged glances, both sharing a bittersweet smile, as none had expected such an outcome. As time ticked away, Li Jinbong found himself not repelled, but instead enveloped in an increasingly radiant and blinding white light. Yang Bing and Delilica gazed at him in astonishment. Although neither paid heed to the summoner mage, they were not entirely oblivious. The Mage Guild boasted an elder summoner mage, albeit of lower rank, yet still holding a revered position and possessing unfathomable power. Remarkably, it appeared she had only engaged with the pillar for about half an hour, while Li Jinbong had now approached the 1-hour mark. After making contact with the pillar, he gradually closed his eyes. For reasons unknown, scenes from his life before the transmigration played out vividly in his mind. When the imagery finally settled on the face of a girl squatting beside him, Li Jinbong suddenly opened his eyes wide and exclaimed in Mandarin, "Stop giving me the nice guy card." Upon uttering this, he withdrew his hand from the pillar, and the blinding white light abruptly vanished. Li Jinbong cradled his head in his hands, breathing heavily, feeling a sense of confusion. Why did touching this pillar evoke memories of his past? He reached out once more to touch the pillar, but it yielded no reaction this time. Yang Bing and Delilica observed Li Jinbong's peculiar behavior without intervening. They did not comprehend his earlier exclamation, but dismissed it without concern. After several attempts with no discernible effects, he reluctantly lowered his hand and approached Yang Bing, lost in contemplation. "Jinbong, how are you?" Yang Bing inquired with a hint of concern. Though it appeared that Li Jinbong had gained the favor of the summoning beast deity, one could never be certain with him. Anything was possible. Just moments ago, the failure of the elemental infusion had been starkly evident. What else could be deemed impossible? "It's nothing, just a bit of a headache," Li Jinbong replied weakly, rubbing his temples. "Why not attempt to chant the summoning beast spell and see if you can succeed?" Upon hearing Delilica's suggestion, Li Jinbong's eyes brightened. Although the recent ordeal had caused him considerable discomfort, he sensed a notable surge in his mental acuity. "Almighty deity of the summoning beasts, I beseech your benevolence to bestow your grace upon me. With my spirit as the conduit, I call forth the gateway to the realm of summoning beasts." As Li Jinbong completed his incantation, a dark portal materialized before him. From within emerged a pure white tail, followed by a pristine body and limbs. No one questioned why it was retreating from the portal, but the creature's striking beauty captivated everyone present. Could it be the fabled unicorn? Its resemblance to the legendary creature was uncanny. Its well-proportioned physique, powerful limbs, and immaculate white coat gleamed brilliantly. The three observers held their breath, fixated on the unicorn stepping backward from the portal. If it truly was a unicorn, then Li Jinbong, as a summoner, was exceptionally fortunate. While the unicorn might lack in offensive prowess, its swiftness and mastery of light and wood magic were unparalleled. The initial summoning resulted in the emergence of a remarkably powerful creature, which bodes well for future endeavors. Gradually, the unicorn's head appeared from the portal, yet it bore no horn. Yang Bing and Delilica exchanged resigned sighs, The term unicorn inherently implies the presence of a singular, pointed horn atop its head. However, the creature that emerged, emanating the essence of a first-tier magical beast, was merely an ordinary giraffe-like horse. This species is characterized by its notably long legs and robust physique, gentle temperament, and herbivorous diet, traditionally domesticated for the purpose of transporting goods. The misconception of it being a unicorn arose from the fact that the summoned creature had shorter legs and a significantly frilier build. Though somewhat more aesthetically pleasing than a typical giraffe-like horse, it nonetheless remained a giraffe-like horse at its core. Li Zhenbong caressed the horse's head, sensing a profound connection. Is this what a summoned beast feels like? Despite being merely a first-tier transport beast, the experience was rather pleasant. After approximately 10 minutes, Li Zhenbong began to feel a wave of dizziness as the giraffe-like horse transformed into golden specks of light, dissipating before him. Chapter 19. The Ever-Enduring Fortress, Dragon City. The first summoning of the magical beast lasted around 10 minutes, and the creature exhibited no signs of agitation, which was already quite commendable. Delalaka encouraged with a gentle tone. Li Zhenbong reminisced about the recent events, a faint smile gracing his lips. The mere act of touching the horse's head was not solely a source of solace. It was also a form of communication. The horse was not just any high-legged breed, but a wild steed, a creature from his homeland. Esteemed teachers, I have a request, and I wonder if you would grant it? Speak freely. We shall do our utmost if it lies within our capabilities, Yang Bing replied without hesitation, though a hint of guilt lingered in his heart. Indeed, Zhenbong, articulate your wish. Although you have not become a wizard, we remain your mentors, Delalaka said, patting Li Zhenbong's shoulder with a smile. I hope that both of you can assist me in acquiring some materials on summoning beast mages, anything at all, as well as manuals for cultivating mental strength and potions to enhance it. Even if I must purchase them, Li Zhenbong implored, his urgency stemming from a desire to comprehend the extraordinary circumstances surrounding him. Why was he able to summon creatures from Earth? And how could an ordinary wild horse possess the caliber of a level 1 magical beast? He longed to experiment and discern whether his ability to summon these creatures was mere coincidence or an inevitable outcome. Zhenbong, I cannot condone this. Yang Bing stated solemnly, gazing intently at Li Zhenbong. Though you have not achieved the status of a wizard, which I deeply regret and feel guilty about, I would rather you remain an ordinary person than recklessly engage in drug use or indiscriminately practice methods to enhance your mental faculties. Yang Bing pressed down on Li Zhenbong's shoulder, crouching to meet his gaze with a stern expression. Indeed, Zhenbong, we remain oblivious to the circumstances that have befallen you, and we shall endeavor to find solutions upon our return. However, you must not succumb to despair. Engaging recklessly in the cultivation of various mental powers could very well lead to your mental disarray, rendering you a fool. The indiscriminate use of potions to enhance your mental prowess may inflict irreparable harm upon your future. Li Zhenbong looked at Yang Bing and Delalaka, feeling a surge of emotion. He realized that he had momentarily lost himself in the euphoria of being summoned from Earth. Instead of becoming a wizard, he had become a summoner, and he was aware that many had scoffed at him when they took him as their disciple, secretly wishing for his failure. Yet, Yang Bing and Delalaka had not abandoned him. They continued to show concern. I'm sorry, esteemed teachers. I have let you down. Li Zhenbong lowered his head, feeling a pang of guilt. How can this be blamed on you? Alas, Yang Bing patted Li Zhenbong's shoulder, rising with a sigh. Zhenbong, rest assured. Though you have become a summoner, if anyone dares to look down upon you, I shall take it upon myself to deal with them. Delalaka, with his left hand behind his back and his right hand stroking his ducktail beard, gazed intently as he spoke. What being a summoner? One can still become a formidable being. There's an elder in our magic guild who is also a summoner. I shall seek further counsel for you when the time comes. Indeed, I had almost forgotten. Isn't there an elder who is a summoner mage? Lao Yang, you must exert more effort. Furthermore, Zhenbong, I shall endeavor to assist you in gathering as much information as possible regarding summoner mages. However, when it comes to the esoteric texts on mental cultivation, I can only promise to seek out some advanced materials. The principles of mental cultivation differ greatly from those of warrior skills, While the latter benefits from sheer proficiency, the former is more complex. If one encounters appropriate potions that do not yield adverse effects on future cultivation, it may be beneficial to partake in moderation. Yet reliance on such substances should be avoided for one's own well-being. Li Zhenbong bowed deeply in gratitude, acknowledging the teacher's wisdom, vowing to remember the teachings. Zhenbong, are you still able to manipulate magical elements? Dalilica inquired with curiosity. Li Zhenbong did not respond verbally. Instead, he extended his hands, with an elemental magic sphere floating atop each finger, showcasing his unerring control over the 5 magical elements. With the enhancement of his mental strength, the speed and size of the magic spheres had significantly improved. Yang Bing and Dalilica watched in exhilaration as the magical spheres danced on Li Zhenbong's fingers, recognizing that his control over magical elements remained intact, and indeed, it had grown stronger than before. The only limitation was his inability to cast spells. Yet this still left a glimmer of hope for him to become a mage. The esteemed Royal Academy of Karo is not situated in Karo City, the capital of the Karo Empire, but rather in Dragon City, a border city proximate to Freedom City. Dragon City, the Karo Empire's largest border city and foremost line of defense, rivals Karo City in size. It is heavily fortified, garrisoned by nearly half of the Empire's forces, and renowned as an impregnable bastion, having withstood countless wars. Since the establishment of Freedom City, large-scale conflicts have ceased, yet the city remains heavily guarded, not only to deter invasions from the East Continent, but also due to its proximity to the enigmatic and perilous Sacred Hidden Forest. The Sacred Hidden Forest teems with magical beasts of all levels, so formidable that even saint-level experts dare not traverse it recklessly, much less venture into its heart, which is rumored to be the domain of powerful beasts from which no saint-level expert has ever returned. As it is adjacent to the Sacred Hidden Forest, Dragon City serves as a haven for mercenaries and adventurers, embodying the universal truth that humans will risk death for wealth. Every day, a multitude of mercenaries and adventurers depart from the city, and a significant number of souls are lost in the depths of the jungle. The taste of blood on steel is the norm of existence here, and the philosophy of seizing the day reigns supreme. Although Li Zhenbong's 2 elder sisters are also studying here, he chose to arrive alone. Li Zhanfeng initially intended to send family guards to escort him, but he declined, wishing to spare both Li Zhanfeng and his father further distress. Ever since his failed awakening of magical abilities, discordant voices have emerged within the family. The initial full support from the family has gradually dwindled, leaving him with a mere 10 gold coins each month, a sum that Li Zhanfeng and Li Qitian fought ardently to secure for him, as the family's influence remains predominantly in the hands of the Elder Council. Aside from Zhen Shoutsai, the president of Omega and Jikaiyuan, scarcely anyone is aware that he is one of the shareholders of Jikaiyuan. Had this knowledge been public, his standing within the family would likely be considerably higher. Currently, Omega is enraptured in a romantic liaison, and thus, Li Zhenbong feels reluctant to bring him along. Nevertheless, Omega bestowed upon Li Zhenbong a scale from his own reverse dragon form, which can nourish his body when worn. In times of peril, it can instinctively release a protective shield of life, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a silver warrior. When Li Zhenbong finds himself in need, he can reach out through the scale, and Omega will rush to his aid without delay. Upon arriving at the foot of Dragon City, Li Zhenbong was profoundly awed, for it truly lives up to its reputation as an indomitable fortress of war. The imposing walls of Dragon City are constructed from massive blue stones, towering at a height of no less than 7 or 8 meters, with approximately 2-meter intervals between each crenellation. The western gate, approximately 10 meters wide, faces the western continent and lacks formidable defensive structures. A white line is drawn down the center of the gate, dividing into 2 sections, the right for entry and the left for exit. The guards stationed at the entrance exhibit a relatively lenient approach towards those entering Dragon City, while maintaining a stricter scrutiny for those departing through the western gate. Despite the rigorous checks for those exiting, the atmosphere remains orderly, and the gate does not appear congested or difficult to navigate. Upon entering Dragon City, Li Zhenbong discovers a bustling commercial scene, one that even surpasses that of Carlo City. Numerous street vendors are armed, not due to a lack of law and order, but because they are mercenaries selling various spoils of war. The most vibrant establishments in Dragon City include weapon shops, hotels, stores dealing in beast products, and brothels. Li Zhenbong does not hasten to the Royal Academy of Carlo, as the official start of the term is still a few days away. Instead, he wishes to visit the Jikayuan Chamber of Commerce in Dragon City first. Chapter 20. The Dragon City Auction. Once inside the city, Li Zhenbong notes the stark contrast to the opulence of Carlo City. Soldiers clad in armor patrol the streets, marching in orderly formation under the guidance of a squad leader. The majority of pedestrians adorn themselves with various weapons, and many display an array of badges on their chests. Some individuals bear grotesque scars on their faces and bodies, adding to the city's formidable atmosphere. Mages were a common sight here, though most were below the third rank. Shops lined the streets, while residences were less prevalent. The grandest edifice in Dragon City was not the city lord's mansion, but rather the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild. Li Zhenbong harbored a keen interest in mercenaries, a group brimming with ardor and martial spirit, sharing commonalities with the mercenaries of his past life. They were individuals who would risk their lives for coin, yet most adhered to a code of conduct. Should the opportunity arise, he aspired to become a mercenary himself. As the foremost merchant association on the continent, Jikayuan Merchant Association was not difficult to locate. The Dragon City branch of Jikayuan occupied an area of approximately 300 square meters, spanning 5 stories. Upon entering the hall, Li Zhenbong observed that the Dragon City branch of Jikayuan lacked the opulence of the main branch in Carlo City. Instead, it exuded an aura of iron and blood. The walls were not white or gold, but rather a sanguine hue, adorned with weapons, armor, and taxidermied heads of magical beasts. The female receptionists were scantily clad, their eyes conveying amorous intent, while the male receptionists were uniformly clad in gleaming silver armor, with slender decorative swords at their waists. Were it not for the gold ingot emblem of the Jikayuan Merchant Association emblazoned on the breastplates, one might have mistaken them for a mercenary. Noticing Li Zhenbong's entrance into the hall, a scantily clad female receptionist promptly approached him. "Well, hello there, handsome young man. Is there anything I can assist you with, dear?" Having concluded her statement, the female receptionist extended a hand towards Li Zhenbong's shoulder. Her crimson lips parted slightly, revealing a delicate, rosy tongue that traced their outline in a sensual manner. Her eyes, brimming with allure, sparkled as she winked suggestively at Li Zhenbong. A shiver coursed through Li Zhenbong's frame, and he instinctively recoiled, evading her outstretched hand. Despite his tender age of 6, his mental faculties were those of a fully grown adult, rendering the temptation undeniably potent. The female receptionist stifled a giggle, covering her mouth with her left hand. "I was merely teasing you, dear boy. You seem quite startled. Surely you didn't think I would devour you. Why have you come alone? Where are your guardians?" Li Zhenbong, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, offered a sheepish smile. "I am here by myself, seeking an audience with your guild's president." The receptionist paused, taken aback. "The president, you say? What business could you possibly have? The president is not accessible to just anyone, you know. Perhaps you should fetch your parents." Li Zhenbong sighed inwardly, lamenting his youthful appearance. It wasn't his fault he possessed an endearing visage that invited playful teasing. Reaching into his tunic, he produced an antiquated silver badge and presented it to the female receptionist. In truth, the badge had been concealed within a spatial bracelet adorning his wrist, a gift from Yongbing. This bracelet offered a larger storage capacity than his previous spatial ring. A bracelet was far less conspicuous on a child's wrist than a ring, and it was common practice for affluent families to adorn their offspring with such trinkets. The act of reaching into his tunic was a precaution, as he was but a child amidst a throng of people. For, as the saying goes, to possess a treasure is to invite misfortune. The receptionist received the token with a puzzled look. Her expression soon shifted to one of reverence, as she respectfully returned it to Li Zhenbong. The token was silver in color, but crafted from a unique material, not merely silver. On its reverse side was a relief of a gold ingot, while the obverse bore the inscription Jikayuan. She was uncertain how Li Zhenbong had acquired this token, but its bearer was entitled to premier VIP treatment at any Jikayuan Mercantile Association throughout the continent. The receptionist surmised that he was likely a scion of a prominent family with close ties to the association. She hoped her earlier imprudence had not created an unfavorable impression. The receptionist abandoned her previous coquettish demeanor and stated solemnly, "Please, follow me to the drawing room." Li Jinbong nodded and followed her into a modest chamber. "I shall inform the president of your arrival. Please, wait here for a moment," she said before departing. Soon after, a cup of hot tea was delivered. A playful smile touched Li Jinbong's lips as he recalled his initial encounter with Jin Shotsai. Before long, the door opened, and a robust middle-aged man with slightly graying temples entered, wearing a genial smile. Judging solely by his countenance, one would perceive him as an amiable middle-aged gentleman. "Greetings. I am Wu Mingzhi, president of the Longqing branch of Jikaiyuan. What brings you here, young sir?" Li Jinbong remained silent, proffering a memorial. Wu Mingzhi accepted it, his gaze betraying astonishment as he perused the contents. The memorial bore but two pronouncements. Li Gongzi shall receive a 30% discount on all acquisitions. Should Li Gongzi require anything, every effort shall be exerted to render assistance within our capabilities. The memorial was genuine, adorned with the guild's insignia and the grand seal of Jin Shotsai, the guildmaster. "Might I inquire as to the purpose of Li Gongzi's visit?" Wu Mingzhi swiftly regained his composure after the initial shock. "When do your auctions typically occur?" "Grand auctions are convened monthly on the 15th. Minor auctions transpire twice monthly, on the 5th of the month's commencement and the 25th at its culmination. Should extenuating circumstances necessitate a divergence from this schedule, a public notice shall be posted in Longcheng in advance. Coincidentally, today marks the 15th, and an imminent auction is scheduled for this evening. I wonder if Li Gongzi is at liberty to attend? Might I inquire as to the nature of the merchandise to be presented at this auction?" This auction is poised to be the most exceptional in nearly half a year, featuring not only stained glass, but also a plethora of glass artifacts. Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression manifested on Li Jinbong's countenance. "Furthermore, we shall be offering cat women, snake women, and dragon women captured from the eastern continent, rarities seldom encountered inland." With palpable excitement, Wu Mingzhi spoke of the feline and serpentine female slaves in his own household, the mere thought of which was enough to drive one to madness. Li Jinbong's curiosity was piqued, not by a desire to acquire such slaves himself, but by the novelty of the concept of cat women, snake women, and dragon women, which he had never encountered before. Having spent 6 years in this world, he had come to terms with the fact that certain systems were immutable and thus required gradual adaptation. While maids often possessed the liberty to resign from their positions, female slaves were bound for life, akin to commodities. Many young maids sold into wealthy families by their parents were, in essence, female slaves. "Are there any other items of interest?" "There are some high-grade magical weapons and equipment. I have little interest in weapons and equipment. There's also a tattered ancient map, its symbols unlike any I have ever seen, rendering its contents indecipherable. However, the auctioneer claims that it leads to an ancient treasure. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Grand Jikaiyuan Dragon City Auction. On behalf of the Jikaiyuan Dragon City branch, I extend a warm welcome to you all." A white-bearded mage, adorned in a 5th-level magic robe, descended gracefully from the heavens, inaugurating the commencement of the auction. "I am your specially invited auctioneer for this event, Tupo Hong, a 5th-level earth mage. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us today. I shall refrain from excessive gratitude, as you are not here to listen to this old man's ramblings. Let us commence our auction." Laughter erupted amongst the crowd, as the self-deprecating humor of the white-bearded wizard significantly enlivened the atmosphere. "Firstly, may I invite our charming hostess to present our first exquisite item, a space ring." A young and graceful hostess, slender and striking, glided to the center of the stage, clad in a simple black strapless top and a daringly short leather skirt. She elegantly raised her delicate hand, showcasing a ring that emitted a silvery radiance. The ring was adorned with intricate and exquisite engravings, and at its pinnacle lay a sizable diamond, a testament to its exceptional pedigree. The sound of swallowed breaths resonated throughout the auction hall, accompanied by the occasional whistle. Please, everyone, let us maintain decorum. We are here to auction solely this ring. The lovely hostess is not part of the package. The audience erupted into laughter once more. However, should any of the gentlemen in attendance wish to pursue a private acquaintance with her, our association shall remain uninvolved. A chorus of whistles echoed from below the stage. The beautiful ceremonial model, evidently accustomed to such displays, simply responded with a professional smile and a wave, presenting the spatial ring to the audience. Archmage Tupahan cleared his throat, signaling for silence. The crowd quickly quieted, as everyone present was sure to show deference to a fifth-level mage. Besides, those in attendance were, for the most part, individuals of some standing, and while they enjoyed their levity, they wouldn't forget the matter at hand. Let's get down to business, he announced. This spatial ring contains a capacity of 5 square meters, which is quite respectable for such an item. It is ideally suited for mercenaries and adventurers. Moreover, its design is both ancient and refined, making it a perfect accessory for a lady. Gentlemen seeking to win a fair maiden's favor, do not hesitate to open your purses. The starting bid is 10,000 gold coins, with increments of no less than 1,000 gold coins. I encourage you all to actively participate in the bidding. Let the auction begin. No sooner had Archmage Tupahan finished speaking than a hand was raised. The price of the spatial ring quickly escalated to 28,000 gold coins. Upon reaching 35,000 gold coins, a momentary lull fell over the auction. While the spatial ring was indeed a rare item, its 5 square meter capacity was relatively small. The market price was approximately 30 to 40,000 gold coins, and the bidding had essentially reached its ceiling. Archmage Tupahan was quite pleased with the current price. He surveyed the crowd and ventured. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid? The current highest bid stands at 35,000 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to surpass this amount? It is essential to note that the spatial ring is indeed a rare item, and this particular ring is exceptionally suited for feminine adornment. Are there any gentlemen prepared to make a bid? 36,000 gold coins. A gentleman has offered 36,000 coins. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid? Tupo Hong, witnessing the bidding excitement, exclaimed with delight, for the higher the auction price, the greater his profit. After all, who would expect a distinguished level 5 mage to appear in such a public venue without purpose? 40,000. A middle-aged man of considerable stature boldly declared a bid of 40,000, smiling as he glanced at a lady beside him, whose eyes sparkled with surprise. Clearly, this bid was made in her honor. The gentleman who had previously offered 36,000 gold coins glared at the man who had raised the bid to 40,000. He, too, was accompanied by a beautiful lady, who gazed at him with a look of discontent, evidently troubled by the prospect of not acquiring the coveted ring. The man who bid 36,000, feeling the weight of his companion's disappointment, gritted his teeth and raised his bidding paddle. 41,000, he declared. Is there a higher offer? Tupohong eagerly called out. The man who had bid 40,000 cast a disdainful glance at the one who had offered 41,000 and coolly replied, 50,000. Chapter 21. The Auction of Glass. The bidder of 41,000 felt a flicker of shadow pass through his eyes. His teeth chattered audibly, hands tightly clenched, suppressing his simmering rage. The young married woman beside him gazed at him with eyes brimming with desire. It was evident that she yearned to possess that ring. Frida, if you add even a single gold coin more, I shall relinquish it to you. The one who had bid 50,000 scoffed at the one who offered 41,000. Lei Huan Yu, do not be too arrogant. There will come a time when you shall weep. Frida retorted fiercely, casting a menacing glance at the 50,000 bidder. Then do you care to raise your bid? Although the auction rules stipulated a minimum increment of 1,000 gold coins, Lei Huan Yu provocatively suggested, if you merely add a single gold coin, I shall gladly transfer it to you. Glaring at him, Frida stood up in agitation, pointing towards Lei Huan Yu as she shouted. However, he remained composed, aware that his ultimate objective was not to curry favor with the enchanting lady by his side. Thus he refrained from impulsively raising his bid and took a seat instead. Lei Huan Yu let out a cold snort, thinking to himself, it seems that acquiring that item has become significantly more challenging. It is evident that Frida, too, was drawn to it. If only he had been a bit more resolute and engaged in a bidding war with himself just moments ago. As the 3 inquiries came to a close, Tubohong struck the auction hammer, signifying the successful sale of the item, and he proceeded to the next piece. The transfer of the item and the collection of fees were matters he need not concern himself with, as dedicated staff would handle such tasks. Occasionally, items do go unsold, but most achieve desirable prices. Rare instances of lower bids do not significantly alter the overall outcome. Next, we are set to showcase an item that serves as a symbol of status. This marks the first acquisition we have managed to secure from headquarters in nearly 6 months. Please welcome our attendants, Tubohong exclaimed with excitement. This time, 2 elegantly dressed young women ascended the stage, bearing a piece of colored glass. The concept of glass is familiar to many. Transparent glass needs no elaboration, as it has become a staple in nearly every household, even an essential for weddings. Dark glass, however, is far less common, though it remains available to those with means. Yet, today, this auction item cannot simply be purchased with wealth alone. This is colored glass priced at 50 yuan per square meter. Some may wonder what is so special about colored glass. Allow me to enlighten you. First and foremost, this colored glass is one-way glass. What does this mean? It implies that only one side permits visibility of the person opposite, while the other side resembles a mirror, reflecting only oneself. Please let our attendant demonstrate this for everyone. 2 elegantly attired hostesses placed a piece of stained glass upon the ground, one supporting it while the other positioned herself behind it. To everyone's astonishment, the hostess at the back became invisible, revealing only the reflections of those facing the glass. As the 2 hostesses gently rotated the glass, the previously obscured figure became distinctly visible, her every movement clearly displayed before the audience. What a marvelous piece of glasswork this is. Allow me to share a more profound insight regarding its significance. The esteemed Pope of the Marina continent adorns the cathedral with such exquisite stained glass. One might ponder why this decorative glass is reserved solely for the cathedral. The answer lies in its exorbitant production and transportation costs, as well as its status as a symbol of prestige. Having elaborated on this, it is essential to emphasize that the stained glass serves not merely as decoration, but as a representation of one's standing. Here is an intriguing tidbit. The Pope bestows upon his bishops stained glass pieces no larger than the size of a hand. A single square meter of this stained glass commands a staggering price of 2,000 gold coins in the Eastern continent, and even then, it is a rare commodity. I would advise against attempting to procure this batch of stained glass for sale in the Divine Alliance. While the glass acquired through our Guild-S auction may be sold in the market, the journey is perilously long, and given the fragility of the glass, the costs are prohibitively high. It is also prudent to remind everyone that transporting a large quantity of stained glass to the Eastern continent may not be the wisest decision, as the inhabitants there can be rather uncivilized. Now, let the auction commence for the exquisite stained glass that even the Pope cherishes as a treasure. 50 pieces of glass, with a starting bid of 5,000 gold coins and no limits on subsequent bids. Any amount may be offered. To the attendees of the hall, these glass pieces hold little allure, with only a handful of minor nobles occasionally raising their paddles. After all, the majority present are commoners or mercenaries. For the aristocracy, colored glass symbolizes status, yet for the lesser nobles, it remains somewhat extravagant. Following a round of bidding, the price for the stained glass has settled at 7,000 gold coins. While this figure falls short of the desired price, Tubohong remains unperturbed. The true buyers reside in the VIP section. Access to this exclusive area is not merely a matter of wealth. One must also possess an official title and noble lineage. In the first round of bidding for the spatial rings, the participants are the young leader Lei Huanyu of the esteemed Thunder Serpent Mercenary Corps, the foremost mercenary group in Dragon City, and the young leader Frida of the second largest group, the Wolf Mercenary Corps. Both possess substantial wealth and considerable prowess, ranking high within Dragon City. Unfortunately, neither the leaders nor their deputies hold official titles or noble status, relegating them to the hall for the auction. When this system was initially implemented in Dragon City, it faced significant resistance, particularly from mercenary groups and minor nobles. However, it is essential to recognize that the true power lies with the great nobles, who wholeheartedly support this regulation alongside high-ranking officials. Although the price of the VIP box is indeed steep, it serves as a most significant manifestation of one's status. Those within the VIP box naturally disdain the idea of competing with the commoners from the outset. In their eyes, such behavior would undermine their own worth. A true noble must possess the demeanor and cultivation befitting their rank. Once the bidding in the main hall reached its conclusion, a bid finally emerged from the VIP box, starting at a staggering 10,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this bid, a palpable sigh resonated throughout the hall. If individuals from the VIP box expressed interest in a particular auction item, there would be no challenge in securing it. With their wealth, they could easily overpower any competition. Moreover, the status of a noble is not to be trifled with. Following the initial bid, other VIP boxes quickly followed suit, raising the price from 10,000 to 30,000. However, after reaching 30,000, the rate of bidding noticeably slowed. Li Zhengbang, observing the final transaction price of 32,888 gold coins, could not help but click his tongue in disbelief. This batch of colored glass was part of what he had entrusted to Chairman Jin Shotsai before his departure. To his astonishment, it fetched a price higher than that in the imperial capital upon arriving and launching. He could hardly have anticipated that. Among the nobility and high officials of the imperial capital, there would be a mutual awareness, even amidst personal grievances, and that under the king's scrutiny. Excessively high auction prices would only invite trouble. Here, the situation is quite different. The heavens are high and the king distant. The nobles constantly engage in comparisons among themselves, with many shops owned by them, leaving them far from lacking in wealth. Prior to his arrival in Long City, Li Zhengbang had deliberately produced a substantial quantity of colored glass, as well as numerous glass products. A portion was entrusted to Chairman Jin Shotsai, while a significant amount remained with Omega, as he was determined to ensure that the Jikayuan Chamber of Commerce would not face any shortages during his absence. Subsequently, he auctioned several glassware and glass art pieces, all of which fetched satisfying prices. Li Zhengbang felt quite pleased, knowing that before long, he would receive a considerable sum of income. Although gold coins held little significance for him now, who would ever disdain an abundance of gold? More gold is always welcome. Now, we are about to auction the much-anticipated items. This time, we shall not invite any etiquette ladies. Instead, let's have our staff bring them out one by one. Several robust men carried out 3 cages and placed them on the exhibition platform. The first wooden cage contained 2 catgirls, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age. Aside from the pair of pointed ears atop their heads, they bore little resemblance to ordinary humans, save for their slightly darker skin. The 2 catgirls clung to each other, trembling all over, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at the crowd. The second wooden cage housed a young snake woman, her arms adorned with delicate scales and a long green tail trailing behind her. The most striking feature was her captivating, slender waist, so delicate it seemed it might break with the slightest pressure. Her elongated, shapely legs were partially visible beneath the tattered edges of her long dress. The last cage was remarkably crafted from refined steel, containing a young girl, around 7 or 8 years old, with a pair of small, pink protrusions atop her head, faintly reminiscent of antlers, yet exquisitely petite. She was huddled in the corner of the cage, her arms wrapped around her legs, her face hidden, and her body trembling gently, as if in silent tears. To subdue them, each girl was adorned with weakening shackles on her wrists and ankles, and a magic-suppressing collar around her neck. These magical artifacts, as their names implied, induced enervation and suppressed all magical abilities. Originally intended for formidable prisoners, these devices were now employed on powerful slaves. Following the rise of slave capture in the East Continent, capturing slaves was no simple feat, as the Free City stood between the Eastern and Western continents. The Free City forbade the entry of East Continent slaves, forcing captors to take longer, circuitous routes fraught with the danger of encountering advanced magical beasts. Consequently, slaves, especially those of comely appearance, commanded high prices. Li Zhengbang, though somewhat disquieted by the sight of these female slaves, did not dwell on it excessively. Accepting the world's inherent nature of survival of the fittest and the supremacy of the strong, He was utterly helpless to alter this world, save for expressing sympathy towards them. Chapter 22. The Auction of the Dragon Maiden. This time, we are auctioning 2 cat maidens, a snake maiden and a dragon maiden as a package. Rest assured, all offerings are indeed genuine virgins. This is a true boon. Buyers, do not be stingy. Of course, once you acquire them, there is no need to worry, as we will also provide the frail shackles and anti-magic collars as complimentary gifts. These 2 magical items are sold at market prices, and the total will not be less than 10,000 gold coins for 8 pieces. Therefore, we sincerely hope that everyone will appreciate our earnestness. It is well known that cat maidens, once tamed, exhibit absolute obedience and docility. As for the snake maiden, one need only observe her supple waist and elongated, graceful legs. Merely gazing upon her is already an indescribable delight, not to mention her soft physique. Now allow me to grandly introduce the Dragon Maiden. Perhaps some are unaware of the benefits she bestows. The Dragon Maiden is indeed a blessing for all men. Firstly, possessing a Dragon Maiden ensures that even men with hidden ailments will experience a swift restoration of health. This is beyond the capabilities of any magical potion and carries no side effects. Naturally, a healthy man will only become stronger. Secondly, the Dragon Maiden possesses a trace of dragon blood, be it from the majestic dragon lineage or the Earth Dragon clan. Once one comes into contact with a dragon, they will not be weakened. To acquire a Dragon Maiden is to absorb a fragment of dragon power, the power of dragons. What a formidable existence it is. Naturally, the purer the bloodline of the Dragon Maiden, the more formidable the power she possesses. If I were wealthy, I would undoubtedly keep it for myself in secret. Laughter erupted from the men in the audience, with some even whistling in amusement. After sharing a moment of mirth, Tubo Hong raised his hands to signal for silence. Gradually, the commotion subsided, though the occasional sound of men swallowing their saliva could be heard. For both types of effects were indeed the pinnacle for men. Of course, as an esteemed auctioneer, there are certain truths he would refrain from disclosing, such as the fact that absorbing the powers of the dragon lineage is not guaranteed, but rather a matter of chance, and a rather slim one at that. Yet, if the Dragon Maiden's bloodline is pure, the likelihood increases. It is worth noting that true dragons do not possess horns. Only certain earth dragons may sport short antler-like protrusions, while those with longer horns are generally weaker in comparison to their more potent brethren. However, in the eyes of humanity, an adult earth dragon, regardless of its appearance, remains a formidable entity. Although Tubo Hong refrained from elaborating, it does not imply ignorance among the audience. At least those in the VIP section are well aware. And even those unfamiliar will find detailed descriptions of the auction items upon entering the chamber. These influential figures may readily spend vast fortunes on items they desire, but they will never tolerate being cheated. Concealing flaws in the merchandise will have severe repercussions. I imagine many of you are weary of my loquacity, so without further ado, let the auction commence. The starting bid is 100,000 gold coins, with increments of no less than 1,000 gold coins. Let the bidding begin. As Tupahong's words resonated, the buyers below eagerly raised their paddles, and the prices of the female slaves soared, swiftly surpassing the 300,000 mark, with the upward trend showing no signs of abating. Initially, Tupahong had pondered why the Jikayuan auction house had chosen to auction these female slaves together rather than individually. Now, he understood the rationale. If auctioned separately, the Dragon Girl would undoubtedly fetch an exorbitant price, but the Cat Girl and Snake Girl might not fare as well. With everyone's attention fixated on the Dragon Girl, the Cat Girl and Snake Girl naturally received less consideration, regardless of their merits. The Cat Girl and Snake Girl were ultimately just slightly above average female slaves. They could never match the Dragon Girl's potential, however slim, to restore a man's virility or even enhance it, which was enough to drive men to a frenzy. When the price of the female slaves reached 350,000, an individual from a VIP suite entered the fray, immediately bidding 400,000. After a brief moment of silence in the hall, a figure hesitantly raised a sign, declaring 410,000. The individual lifting the sign was none other than Frida, the vice leader of the Wolf Mercenary Corps. The vice leader of the Thunder Serpent Mercenary Corps Lei Huanyu cast a surprised glance in his direction, not expecting Frida to show interest in the Dragon Maiden. He regarded Frida with a bemused expression, his gaze sweeping over him repeatedly. Frida, perceptive to Lei Huanyu's malicious intent, defiantly raised a middle finger toward him, a gesture of provocation. He was certainly no fool. The Dragon Maiden was a collective decision made by the Wolf Mercenary Corps to acquire. Although the likelihood of awakening her powers was low, it was not entirely absent. What if she did awaken? This was among the reasons for his presence here. In a head-to-head confrontation, Frida and Lei Huanyu were closely matched. Yet Frida sensed an edge that could tip the balance in his favor. Should the Dragon Maiden awaken her abilities, wouldn't it be a foregone conclusion that he could decisively best Lei Huanyu? At that point, the question of which mercenary corps reigned supreme in Dragon City would be settled. All eyes turned to the VIP booth from which the earlier bid had come, but the occupants did not raise their offer further. Inside the VIP area, a visibly indulgent man with darkened eye sockets and a pallid complexion furiously shattered a glass in frustration. He was neither incapable of continuing to bid nor lacking in funds, but he feared the repercussions of other aristocrats discovering his excessive indulgence, which had brought him to the brink of collapse. He was currently sustaining himself through medication, but prolonged use was increasingly depleting his physical reserves. His initial strategy was to bid a high price, anticipating that others, recognizing the VIP enclosure, would extend some deference or caution. Had he succeeded in a single bid, it might have been perceived as a mere dalliance, perhaps a passing interest in the female slaves. However, someone unexpectedly interfered. To escalate the bidding further at this juncture risked casting doubt on his virility. With his family poised to arrange a marriage with a noble woman of high standing, any revelation of his dysfunction would precipitate significant complications. Consequently, he could only glare menacingly at Frida, the young leader of the Grim Wolves Mercenary Company, with suppressed fury. He had previously dispatched emissaries to Wu Mingzhi, attempting to privately purchase the Dragon Girl for 800,000 gold coins, but Wu Mingzhi had declined. A clandestine transaction might have been feasible had there been no public announcement, but with the matter already publicized, Wu Mingzhi lacked the authority to proceed. The reputational damage to the Jikayuan Merchant Association was a burden far beyond Wu Mingzhi's capacity to bear. Thus, despite harboring resentment towards Wu Mingzhi, he was powerless to act, as Wu Mingzhi's rationale was sound, and the Jikayuan Merchant Association was beyond his control. Therefore, he contemplated securing the Dragon Girl with a bid of 400,000, inflicting a loss upon the Jikayuan Merchant Association and teaching Wu Mingzhi a lesson to assuage his resentment. To his astonishment, Frida inadvertently undermined his own calculations. Unbeknownst to him, he had offended a significant figure, a realization that would surely have induced regret had he been aware. Observing that the individuals in the VIP box refrained from further bidding, Frida exhaled in relief. Should they have continued, he would have had no choice but to concede, for their mercenary group could not afford to provoke the nobility. 415,000, Lei Huanyu remarked with a smirk, casting a curious glance at Frida as he casually declared the price. Frida, taken aback by the glint of determination in Lei Huanyu's eyes, pondered whether this man intended to contest him or merely elevate the stakes. Did he not fear being burdened by the acquisition? Nevertheless, regardless of his thoughts, Frida raised his bidding paddle. 416,000, 420,000, 425,000, 430,000. Frida clenched his jaw tightly, his gaze filled with animosity directed at Lei Huanyu. Had it not been for him, perhaps he would have secured the item for 410,000, deepening his resentment towards Lei Huanyu in the process. 440,000. Lei Huanyu provocatively gazed at Frida, implying that if he did not engage, he would simply purchase the item himself. The price had escalated to over 400,000, exceeding the financial capabilities of most. Even those who could contend in the bidding hesitated, witnessing the intense rivalry between the two prominent mercenary groups, thus opting to withdraw. The risk of alienating both factions was deemed too great. Frida, increasingly anxious, had set his limit at 500,000, but the current trajectory left him uncertain about securing that amount. At that moment, Li Jinbong's attention was entirely diverted from the two. as he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the dragon lady, whom he could not recall meeting before. 460,000. Frida shouted, abandoning the paddle and opting for a more vocal approach. Tubo Hong, observing the fervent bidding war between Frida and Lei Huanyu, was elated. He refrained from interjecting, acutely aware that the opportune moment for him to make his move would arise once one party showed signs of fatigue. In the auction hall, silence enveloped the atmosphere, with attendees wary that even a cough might disrupt the escalating bids. The scene was starkly quiet, with only the two contenders at odds. Yet this tension propelled the auction into a series of exhilarating climaxes. 470,000. Gazing at Frida's eyes, which had become somewhat flushed, Lei Huanyu hesitated momentarily. He harbored no desire to acquire the female slaves, nor did the dragon maiden hold any significance for him. However, by compelling Frida to overextend himself, he would gain a considerable advantage in the subsequent auctions. Frida's eyes instantly welled with crimson as he teetered on the precipice of his financial limits. An auction he had initially deemed within his grasp was now being jeopardized by Lei Huanyu's presence. 490,000. Frida growled through clenched teeth. Within the VIP suite, the man maintained a facade of composure as he sat in his chair. However, the white-knuckled grip on the chair's armrests betrayed his inner turmoil. He fervently hoped that Lei Huanyu would continue to escalate the bidding. As long as the slaves did not fall into Frida's possession, he would derive a sense of vindictive satisfaction. Lei Huanyu deliberated for a moment before abruptly raising his head. 495,000. This was a calculated gamble. He surmised that Frida's threshold hovered around 500,000. However, he remained uncertain whether Frida would genuinely persist in the bidding. Should Frida concede, Lei Huanyu would be compelled to acquire the female slaves for 500,000, thereby placing him at a disadvantage in the ensuing auctions. Yet, based on his understanding of Frida, if his limit was indeed 500,000, he would undoubtedly make the counteroffer. Frida was acutely aware that if he relinquished his pursuit, Lei Huanyu would be left to swallow a bitter pill. However, he found himself incapable of doing so. No one could be perpetually governed by reason, especially when confronted by Lei Huanyu, before whom he had never been a paragon of rationality. 500,000. After Frida placed her bid, she sank heavily into her chair, gasping for breath. He was acutely aware that Lei Huanyu would not continue bidding, for he had no intention of purchasing these female slaves. Indeed, Lei Huanyu refrained from further offers, instead revealing a mysterious smile, having won the gamble. At that moment, Tubo Hong's voice resonated, announcing the current bid for the female slaves at 500,000. Was there anyone willing to proceed? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should the dragon lady miss this chance, it would be uncertain when another would arise. Despite Tubo Hong's extravagant rhetoric, Lei Huanyu remained impervious, compelling Tubo Hong to cease his exuberance. 500,000. First call. 500,000. Second call. 500,000. Third call. 600,000. Chapter 23. The arrival of Omega Tubo Hong, with his auction hammer raised high, paused momentarily, just as he was about to bring it down. Although the sound of 600,000 left him feeling quite unsettled, his heart was elated. The crowd turned their heads in confusion towards the VIP box, as the voice had emanated from there. However, it was not from the box of the man who had previously bid 40,000, but from a nearby box occupied by none other than Li Junbong. Li Junbong suddenly quoted 600,000, driven by a fear of the situation escalating with incremental increases of 10,000. His available cash was undoubtedly limited, and this substantial bid was intended to intimidate others. He made this offer the moment Tubo Hong raised the auction hammer, as he noticed Long Nu inadvertently lift her gaze. Intrigued by the familiar sensation he felt towards Long Nu, he had been closely observing her every movement. When she looked up, he was momentarily stunned. How could it be her? How is it possible? What is she doing here? Has she crossed over as well? This petite Long Nu bore an uncanny resemblance to the girl he had saved before his own journey across realms. She was merely a smaller version of that young woman. If one disregarded the two pink protrusions on her head, resembling antlers, they were indistinguishable. Thus, at the final moment before the hammer fell, Li Junbong called out without hesitation. Frida fixed her gaze on Li Junbong's VIP box, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her. She realized her chances were dwindling. Setting aside the fact that the bid had already soared to 600,000, the mere presence of the VIP box was beyond her capacity to offend. The leap from 500,000 to 600,000 clearly indicated the owner's stance within the VIP box. She had already displeased one esteemed guest, and should another arise, her father would undoubtedly be furious upon her return. Lei Huanyu looked at the VIP box in surprise, having distinctly heard a somewhat juvenile voice moments ago. His curiosity was mingled with a tinge of regret. He was aware that the auction's validity had been confirmed by the staff, precluding Frida from expending the 500,000, thereby intensifying the subsequent pressure. Soon after, the 4 female slaves, inclusive of the Dragon Girl, were escorted to Li Junbong's VIP suite. Gazing upon the quartet before him, Li Junbong found himself somewhat at a loss. From afar, the sight was unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, his mouth grew parched. The Dragon Girl, despite her exquisite features, appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years of age. Li Junbong harbored no predilection for Lolis, especially considering the Dragon Girl's resemblance to the maiden he had rescued prior to his transmigration. However, the 2 feline women and the serpent woman were a different matter altogether. Their scant attire, barely concealing their forms, and their bodies brimming with youthful allure, induced Li Junbong to involuntarily gulp. Before his transmigration, he had been a virgin, and this marked his first encounter with mature women in such proximity, excluding the small videos he had viewed on his phone. The feline women and the serpent woman were not formidable combatants in the Eastern continent. Now, adorned with weakening shackles and anti-magic collars, and with portions of their souls sealed within the contract held by Li Junbong, they were exceedingly frail. Their labored breathing and heaving bodies delivered a potent visual impact to Li Junbong. The feline women and the serpent woman had resigned themselves to their fate. Having fallen into the hands of the Western continent denizens, their destiny was sealed in tragedy. Compliance with their master might afford them some semblance of favorable treatment. However, they did not anticipate that their master would be such a diminutive boy. The little Dragon Girl, with an expression of defiance, fixed her large, furious eyes upon Li Junbong. The soul contract was firmly in Li Junbong's grasp. Even the thought of self-harm was rendered impossible for her. "Who are you? What is your name?" Li Junbong asked eagerly, his hands resting on her shoulders. The little Dragon Girl glared at Li Junbong, who was of a similar age, remaining silent. Instead, she twisted her body in an attempt to shake off his grip, yet the shackles binding her evidently curtailed her abilities. "You scoundrel, let me go. Once I regain my freedom, I will not spare you." Although unable to unleash her powers, she still managed to resist in a conventional manner, and Li Junbong refrained from using the contract's authority to restrain her. Perhaps due to her tender age, the little Dragon Girl seemed oblivious to her purpose following her acquisition. Li Junbong shook his head in resignation. It appeared that the little Dragon Girl had not traversed realms. She was not the one he had expected. Li Junbong sat despondently in the chair. Although he had long anticipated this possibility, confronting it in reality left him in disbelief. He felt profoundly alone. The little Dragon Girl gazed at him with vacant eyes, seated silently, until a thought struck her, prompting her to crouch on the ground and weep inconsolably, her sobs growing louder. Regaining his composure, Li Junbong turned to the little Dragon Girl, who was now wailing on the floor, and felt a wave of frustration and helplessness wash over him. The Cat Girl and Snake Girl exchanged amused glances at Li Junbong's expression, realizing that this master seemed far more endearing than the legend suggested. "You 3, quickly find a way to comfort her," Li Junbong commanded helplessly to the Cat Girl and Snake Girl. They exchanged glances filled with a sense of powerlessness. At the tender age of 16 or 17, they had little experience in soothing children. Unlike the people of the Western continent, where common folk might become mothers at such an age, it was quite normal in the Eastern continent for individuals to marry in their 20s. Yet, how could they dare disobey their master's orders? They resorted to every trick in their repertoire. Perhaps the little Dragon Girl had simply exhausted herself, or perhaps their combined efforts bore fruit as her cries gradually subsided. Her breathing became steady, and she eventually nestled into the arms of one of the cat girls, drifting off to sleep. Li Zhenbong observed the four of them with a mix of exasperation and concern. He had come here to study, yet found himself in an unexpected predicament with these four individuals. Zhenbong opened the door. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Li Zhenbong's mind, catching him by surprise before a joyful smile graced his face. Without hesitation, he opened the door, welcoming the figure outside, who was none other than Omega, transformed into a robust man. Having spent a considerable amount of time in human society, Omega was no longer prone to the Navi blunders he had made upon his arrival in Carol City. To Li Zhenbong's astonishment, Alpha was also waiting outside. With a look of curiosity, he glanced at Omega, who playfully winked back, prompting a chuckle from Li Zhenbong. "Why is Sister Alpha here? Coming quickly," he called sweetly. Alpha held a fondness for Li Zhenbong, who often gifted her exquisite glass ornaments. Moreover, this visit was prompted by his mentor, Sophia, who had expressed her displeasure upon learning that Li Zhenbong had ventured alone to Dragon City. In a fit of indignation, she sought out Alpha, insisting that she accompany him. Naturally, where Alpha went, Omega would follow, especially if it meant being close to Li Zhenbong. Sophia's affection for Li Zhenbong stemmed not merely from his status as her husband as disciple, but rather from a memorable occasion when he had inadvertently proclaimed, "In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible." Omega, of course, had not forgotten Li Zhenbong's charge. He had already communicated with Jin Shoucai, stipulating that as long as they delivered a sufficient quantity of glass to any Jukaiyuan merchant guild across the continent before the contract's glass delivery date, they would fulfill their obligation. Upon entering the house, Omega was taken aback by the sight of several girls inside. He cast a knowing glance at Li Zhenbong, to which Li Zhenbong responded with an innocent shrug. Alpha, upon seeing the girls, looked at Li Zhenbong with a hint of displeasure. She might not have minded, or even been pleased, if Li Zhenbong were involved with several girls simultaneously, but the idea of purchasing female slaves was something no woman would readily accept. Li Zhenbong spent a considerable amount of time explaining that he had purchased the little dragon girl because she bore a striking resemblance to a friend of his. Only when Li Zhenbong placed the sole contracts of the four girls into Alpha's hands did Alpha's suspicious gaze dissipate, replaced by trust. "Sister Alpha, it's perfect timing. I wasn't sure how to handle them. Releasing them would undoubtedly be detrimental to their well-being, as they might be captured by others the moment they stepped outside." Alpha nodded in agreement, acknowledging the perilous situation of East Continent female beastmen without strength in the West Continent. "So, what do you intend to do with them?" Alpha inquired with curiosity. "I was just pondering how to deal with them. Keeping them by my side would be inconvenient, and leaving them unattended would be unsettling. But now that you're here, sister, I'll entrust them to you." Li Zhenbong gazed innocently at Alpha, his eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation. He was entrusted by Sophia to protect Li Zhenbong, without any specified deadline for this duty. Yet he found himself at a loss regarding how to manage these four enchanting young ladies. Having just arrived in Long City, he had yet to establish his own footing. How could he possibly accommodate these four exquisite maidens? Of course, many dilemmas are effortlessly resolved in the presence of wealth and resources. Ultimately, the plan was to wait until the auction concluded, after which Omega would finance the rental of a spacious residence near the academy, where Alpha and Omega, along with others, could reside, thus facilitating the protection of Li Zhenbong. Naturally, the ultimate financial responsibility would still fall upon Li Zhenbong. Regardless of the events unfolding within Li Zhenbong's VIP box, the auction continued unabated, and many items had already been auctioned off within a short span of time. Soon, another item was presented by the auctioneer, and Alpha and Omega suddenly felt a halt in their breath as they gazed at the tray. In unison, they urged Zhenbong, "No matter what it takes, you must secure this item." Observing their serious expressions, Li Zhenbong curiously inquired, "What is it?" "We'll discuss it once you've acquired it. I cannot say for certain, but I have an instinctive feeling about it," Alpha replied solemnly. "But I may not have enough cash." Li Zhenbong expressed his concern with a hint of helplessness. "Zhenbong, fear not. Just remember to pay me back with interest." Omega approached with a cheerful demeanor. Alpha playfully delivered a light tap to Omega's head, reminding him to be serious when discussing important matters. However, the interest still needed to be addressed. Li Jinbong wore a frown as he thought, truly, not all kin are the same ilk. Even before stepping through the door, they had already begun to discuss finances. On the auction stage, Tubo Hong resumed his lengthy introduction, though he himself held little optimism for this particular item. No one could ascertain what it truly was. It was merely speculated to be a fragment of an ancient treasure map. Yet, the nature of the treasure and its whereabouts remained a mystery. Perhaps, if all pieces were gathered, the truth would be revealed, but who could say if other fragments still exist in the world? Chapter 24. The Fractured Ancient Treasure Map, the next item for auction, was shrouded in enigma, its worth transcending mere monetary value. After evaluation by the Jukai Yuan Trading Company, it was confirmed to be an exceedingly rare treasure map. Had it merely been an ordinary map, it would not have waited until now to be presented for bidding. This was indeed an ancient treasure map. A series of gasps and hushed whispers emanated from the audience. Any object associated with ancient times is not merely trivial, possessing immense value in both practical and collectible aspects. It is said that a 30-year-old who remained an apprentice in the art of magic stumbled upon a tattered tome of ancient spells and ultimately ascended to the rank of an 8th-level Archmage. This time, Tubo Hong chose not to immediately quell the chatter among the crowd, recognizing the necessity of such discourse. The mere thought of the auction price left him feeling despondent. Had this been a complete ancient treasure map, its worth would undoubtedly entice buyers. Yet, as it stands, it is merely a fragment of such a map. No one knows how many pieces exist, nor if any others remain. More critically, whether this truly is a fragment of a treasure map is open to debate. It could just as easily be a piece of an ancient cartographic document. If it is indeed merely a fragment of a map, its greatest value lies in archaeological interest, rendering it not particularly significant. Minutes later, the audience gradually quieted, with some eagerly anticipating the proceedings while others gazed curiously at the stage. However, the majority regarded these elusive treasure maps as lacking in substance. Should someone manage to follow the indications of this ancient treasure map to uncover hidden riches, it would undoubtedly prove to be invaluable. Consider the illustrious 8th-level Archmage of yore. Though opportunity often accompanies risk, how can one expect to seize opportunities if they are not even willing to embrace the associated risks? With this, I implore you all to ponder deeply. Although this is merely a fragment of an ancient map, its value undoubtedly surpasses your wildest imaginations. The auction is now underway. The starting bid is set at 50,000 gold coins, with no limit on the increments. The audience collectively inhaled sharply. This is indeed a substantial sum for a mere elusive shard. Though it has been presented on stage, the fragment is only the size of a palm, rendering it virtually indistinguishable from such a distance. The spectators are not Novice. The Prosperity Merchant Association would certainly have made a rubbing of this ancient treasure map. If locating the ancient treasure were truly that simple, the association would not dare to auction it off, preferring to keep it hidden for themselves. While curiosity abounds, it is evidently impractical to squander vast sums merely to satisfy that curiosity. Tubo Hong observed the lack of raised paddles from the audience with a sense of resignation. Though he anticipated this outcome, it was far from pleasant. Should this ancient treasure map be sold, the Prosperity Merchant Association has promised a generous reward. Within the VIP box, Omega and Alpha were on the verge of despair at Li Jinbong's reluctance to bid. Yet, Li Jinbong continually reassured them to remain patient and wait a little longer. Had it not been for his assurance that they would indeed place a bid, they would have raised their paddles long ago. This treasure map holds great significance for them, as it emanates an aura that only those of the Dragon Clan can perceive. Although they were uncertain of the purpose of this ancient treasure map, the faint aura emanating from it was sufficient to drive them into a frenzy. Despite the absence of bidders, the auction had to proceed, and it appeared that it would inevitably end in failure. Tubo Hong let out a resigned sigh and raised the auction hammer in his hand. Just as he was about to bring it down, a voice that seemed like celestial music to him resonated through the air. 50,001 gold coins. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The voice emanated from the VIP box, seemingly belonging to the one who had purchased the female slave earlier. At this moment, Tubo Hong felt a surge of excitement. Someone had indeed placed a bid, albeit a modest increase of just 1 gold coin. The starting bid was 50,000, and the first bidder could have easily offered 50,000 without the need for an increment. In Tubo Hong's eyes, that additional coin seemed to carry a hint of jest. Perhaps the buyer had little interest, but, seeing the silence, decided to call out a random bid, bolstered by their wealth. Naturally, most individuals in the hall shared this sentiment, and thus no one felt inclined to follow suit. This time, Tubo Hong refrained from excessive promotion. Instead, he symbolically inquired if anyone wished to raise the bid before eagerly announcing 50,001 gold coins, going once, as if fearing that Li Junbong might retract his offer. Of course, once a bid was placed, it was binding. There was no room for retraction, as reneging on a bid would disrupt the auction's order and result in severe repercussions. Moreover, Li Junbong had no intention of retracting his bid. The reason he placed his offer only when Tubo Hong raised the auction hammer was to create an illusion of indifference towards this ancient treasure map. 50,001 gold coins going twice. At this moment, Li Junbong felt elated. Securing such a treasure at such a modest price was astonishing, yet within the realm of possibility. Omega and Alpha now regarded Li Junbong with newfound respect. This young man possessed considerable skill. 50,000 going for the 6th time. Just as Tubo Hong was about to bring down the hammer to confirm the sale, another VIP box made a bid. It was none other than the same room that had previously offered 300,000 for the female slave. Although Tubo Hong was interrupted twice in succession, he felt immense joy. He wished for such interruptions to occur even more frequently. Today, he had experienced 3 interruptions, the first for the female slave, and the second and third for the ancient treasure map, each time connected to these 2 VIP boxes. It seemed that these boxes were indeed his lucky charms. 60,000. The esteemed guest from Box 8 has bid 60,000. Is there anyone willing to raise the stakes? This is a rare opportunity to acquire an ancient treasure map. At this moment, Li Junbong was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated a last-minute bid. This was utterly unexpected and defied all logic. Omega and Alpha were both prepared to celebrate, yet their expressions froze, reminiscent of an individual grappling with constipation. After exerting tremendous effort to relieve themselves, suddenly finds the force of gravity transformed into repulsion. Such a sentiment is undoubtedly far from pleasant. Omega maintained a relatively composed demeanor, even experiencing a tinge of exhilaration. In the moment he believed success was imminent, he excitedly grasped Alpha's delicate hand, to which Alpha did not react with undue fervor. However, at this juncture, Alpha teetered on the brink of fury. Had there been competing bids from the outset, it would have been inconsequential. Yet, seizing the moment just as the gavel felt distinctly targeted against them. Alpha was not one to suffer indignities lightly. She had already approached the door, ready to storm into Box 8 to confront the adversary, but Omega, quick of hand, clasped her in an embrace, while Li Junbong hastily intervened with soothing words to dissuade her. Although this was indeed their territory within the auction house, it was wise to avoid conflict. In an auction, the highest bidder prevails. It would suffice to simply bid a bit more to reclaim what was theirs. Ultimately, Alpha settled back in her seat, yet the rapid rise and fall of her chest betrayed her simmering anger. Omega would not overlook these details, casting furtive glances while occasionally feigning indignation, dramatically placing his hands over his nose to huff. In this guise, he took the opportunity to inhale the scent of the hands that had recently embraced Alpha. He could have merely grasped Alpha's hand to prevent her. Within Private Room 8, the man, nearly beyond humanity, was equally perplexed. Had he misjudged? Was it possible that the occupants of Room 6 were merely mildly intrigued by the ancient treasure map? Tupo Hong observed the stillness of the VIP Room 6, and, believing his earlier assumption to be correct, chose to cease his waiting. 60,000 for the first time, 60,000 for the second time, 60,000, 65,000. At the last moment, Room 6 made another bid. Tupo Hong lowered his auction hammer once more, as if the esteemed guests of VIP Room 6 found delight in the act of him raising the hammer. Although Tupo Hong felt a tinge of helplessness, he remained quite pleased. The unexpected bid from room 6, while surprising, was within the realm of reason. It was somewhat disheartening to compete with someone for the item, especially when faced with wealthy and influential nobles. Oh, how wonderful it would be if the two could continue to escalate the bidding. The man in room 8 chuckled, pleased with his bet. Indeed, the patrons of room 6 were eager for the treasure map. Since they desired it, he still had a chance. 100,000. Indeed, the esteemed guest in box 8 continued to place bids, and the sudden leap to 100,000 left everyone astonished. At this moment, Tubo was exceedingly pleased. The success of other auctions had promised him merely a fraction of a fraction. Yet the triumph of this treasure map would grant him a full 1,000th of the transaction value. With this single item, he could already secure 100 gold coins. It is worth noting that 1 gold coin suffices for a typical family to sustain themselves for a month, with some surplus remaining. If Li Jinbong could not discern that box 8 was targeting him, he would be quite foolish indeed. However, he remained perplexed as to why box 8 harbored such animosity towards him. The spectators below glanced between boxes 6 and 8, clearly bewildered by the situation. It was evident that box 8 was intent on bidding against box 6. Yet, aside from their shared interest in the Dragon Lady, the two boxes had never directly competed against one another. Furthermore, box 8 had only made a single bid of 300,000 and then ceased further participation. If there were to be any antagonism, it should have been directed towards the fearsome wolf mercenary group. 20,000. Li Jinbong was becoming increasingly agitated. Are you not going to raise your bid? Do you not wish to compete? Very well. Let us see who can outlast the other. 25,000. After a brief pause, the individuals in box 8 made another bid. Li Jinbong was furious. The consequences would be severe. Li Jinbong stood up in frustration for the first time due to the auction. Alpha had finally found a matter to request of him, but unexpectedly, a formidable competitor emerged. Just as Li Jinbong was about to raise his bidding paddle again, Alpha grasped his arm and shook her head. Both Li Jinbong and Omega looked at Alpha in confusion, to which she responded with a mysterious smile. Omega was utterly captivated, exclaiming, "So beautiful! A goddess! Jinbong, have you forgotten my profession?" Li Jinbong's face darkened as he forced a chuckle. It is noteworthy that in the past, his mentor, Sophia, and the Golden Dragon Alpha had even managed to pilfer from the Imperial Treasury. Chapter 25. The Dragon God's Treasure in those days. The duo of Mentor Sophia and the Golden Dragon Alpha inspired fear and trepidation, renowned in the underworld as the Wraith Pair, though they refer to themselves as the Wraith Stars. Their illustrious record was nothing short of remarkable. From nobles to kings, they had never failed to acquire whatever they desired, vanishing without a trace. No matter how intricate the security measures devised or how adept the defenses, if the Wraith Stars set their sights on something, it was bound to disappear without a whisper. Now, with Alpha poised to take initiative, it was an opportune moment, cost-effective and labor-saving, a win-win situation. Moreover, Alpha would undoubtedly not settle for merely obtaining one treasure map. She might very well return with a trove of valuable items. Today, the auction has witnessed the sale of numerous remarkable items. Li Jinbong refrained from placing further bids, which took Tubo by surprise. He even anticipated that box 6 would raise their bid when he lifted the auction hammer. However, much to his astonishment, box 6 remained silent until the hammer fell. The individuals in box 8 were momentarily taken aback. Had they surrendered so swiftly? Yet this turn of events provided them a golden opportunity. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of VIP Box 8 for successfully acquiring the ancient treasure map for a sum of 250,000. Clearly, the patron of Box 8 is a noble with exceptional foresight and insight. Now, let's invite the attendant to present the next item for auction, which I am certain everyone awaits with bated breath. This item is a rare magical elixir, the creation of which can only be achieved by Archmages of level 7 or higher, and even then, the success rate is quite low. The method of concoction is exceedingly intricate, demanding extraordinarily precious materials. It is none other than the extraordinary body refining pill, a miraculous potion that can rejuvenate a warrior's essence and transform their very being. Although one may only consume a single pill in a lifetime, its effects are profound, allowing warriors of bronze rank and below to elevate their prowess by at least one tier. Black iron warriors may even ascend to silver rank, while silver warriors, though unable to reach gold rank, will find their foundational skills fortified and their cultivation refined. Most importantly, there are no adverse side effects from partaking in the body refining pill. The auction now commences. The starting bid is set at 500,000. Each subsequent bid must exceed a minimum of 10,000 gold coins. Alpha emerged from box 6, standing at the entrance, waiting. Shortly thereafter, a warrior clad in resplendent silver armor approached, adorned with a golden ingot emblem upon his breastplate. He was carrying an ancient treasure map intended for the staff of VIP Box 8. "Wait a moment, handsome," Alpha called out to the passing warrior in silver armor. The warrior cast a wary glance her way. Despite her stunning beauty, his sense of duty prevailed, leaving no room for distractions. "Esteemed lady, may I inquire as to the purpose of your instruction?" asked the silver-armored warrior, taking a cautious step back, his hand instinctively brushing against the hilt of his sword. His tone remaining courteous. "I wish to examine that ancient treasure map," Alpha replied, her straightforward nature shining through. The wary gaze of the warrior only intensified her irritation, especially as she recognized that he was no match for her power. Thus, she spoke with a firmer tone. "I'm afraid that is not permissible. Kindly step aside, or I shall be compelled to act," the warrior declared, his grip tightening on his sword, ready to defend himself at a moment's notice. At that moment, Li Jinbong rushed out of box 6, intervening just in time to prevent Alpha from losing her temper. "My apologies, good sir. Please excuse my sister's volatile disposition. We mean you no offense. We're from box 6. The silver-armored warrior found himself in a quandary. It had been previously instructed that the guests in box now 6 were of the utmost nobility, and their requests should be fulfilled as much as possible. However, this situation seemed somewhat against the rules. "Rest assured, my good sir, we shall merely take a glance and return it to you," he said. "As you can see, we have already captured 20,000, yet it still eludes us. Should any issues arise, I shall take full responsibility. I trust that President Wu Mingzhi has conveyed this matter adequately. You may report this to President Wu Mingzhi later. I will bear the consequences if anything goes awry. All right?" With that, Li Jinbong discreetly slipped a bag of gold coins into the silver-armored warrior's embrace. "Very well, but please expedite your actions." It remained unclear whether the warrior was swayed by President Wu Mingzhi's authority or the allure of the gold, yet he ultimately consented, his gaze never straying far from the ancient treasure map. Alpha took hold of the treasure map, her body momentarily trembling before she swiftly regained her composure. She unfolded the map, cast a cursory glance, and then returned it to the silver-armored warrior. The warrior scrutinized it closely, visibly relieved, and carefully tucked the ancient treasure map into his bosom before swiftly navigating past Li Jinbong and his companions towards box number 8. "Sister Alpha, why was it necessary to inspect that treasure map?" Li Jinbong inquired perplexed. "I verified my suspicion. My intuition was correct, and I have inscribed a subtle spiritual mark upon it. Unless someone of the 8th level mage rank or higher examines it, the issue will remain undetected. What has been confirmed? A sensation has been felt. Omega seems to have experienced it as well. There's a faint aura of the dragon god lingering above." The dragon god? How could that be possible? Was it not said that the dragon god perished in ancient times? Li Jinbong inquired astonished. Such is the legend. Yet how much of it can be deemed true? We, the Dragon Clan, are uncertain about the dragon god's demise, and this treasure map is indeed genuine, belonging to the dragon god. Alas, it is merely a fragmented piece. Li Jinbong stood agape, unable to fathom the implications of the dragon god's treasure. What an unfathomable fortune it must represent. It is known that the dragon god was hailed as the foremost collector of ancient times. At this moment, Li Jinbong felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have gladly bid even 1,000,000 to acquire it. Regardless of Li Jinbong's lamentations, the auction scene soared to new heights once more. The architects of this excitement were none other than the vice captain of the Thunder Serpent Mercenary Corps, Lei Huanyu, and the vice captain of the Evil Wolf Mercenary Corps, Frida. No one else dared to continue bidding. Only Lei Huanyu and Frida remained locked in fierce competition for this body refinement pill. Had Li Zhenbong not been blessed with two esteemed holy magisters as mentors, he might have joined the fray. But, fortunate for him, he possesses two high-quality body refinement pills in his spatial ring. The market value of such premium body refinement pills hovers around 120 to 130,000 gold coins, yet they remain scarce in availability. The mediocre fortification pill at the auction has already soared to 1.5 million. Currently, the highest bid comes from Frida. Both Lei Huanyu and Frida are already bronze warriors, with Lei Huanyu nearly ascending to the Iron Warrior rank. This fortification pill is invaluable to them. Consuming it would undoubtedly grant a martial advantage over the other. Chapter 26. Trading Treasure Map for Dragon Maiden 1. 55 million. Lei Huanyu is now experiencing a severe headache, feeling immense pressure. High-quality fortification pills typically fetch around 1.2 to 1.3 million on the market, and while rare, they are obtainable. However, this ordinary fortification pill has already exceeded 1.5 million, surpassing his budgetary expectations. If only he had allowed Frida to win the female slave earlier, perhaps the price wouldn't have escalated so dramatically. But alas, hindsight is 20/20. 6 million. Frida, brimming with enthusiasm, raised her bidding paddle, yet the female attendant failed to capture the moment. She emerged with a wealth of approximately 500,000. The higher-ups of the Wolf Mercenary Corps had anticipated that Lei Huanyu would contest them for the body refining pill, preparing a budget of around 1,500,000. And it was likely that Lei Huanyu possessed a similar amount. Unfortunately, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen developments. Having failed to secure the Dragon Lady, the saved 50,000 could facilitate numerous endeavors. It is certain that the leaders of the Wolf Mercenary Corps would be reluctant to see Lei Huanyu acquire this body refining pill. Although Lei Huanyu was rather disheartened at the prospect of Frida obtaining the pill, he resigned himself to the reality. The budget for the Leishi Mercenary Corps stood at 1,500,000, and even if he contributed his savings, it would amount to only about 1,600,000, which had already surpassed the value of the body refining pill. As Tupo Hong excitedly brought down the auction hammer, Frida secured the body refining pill at the price of 1,600,000. Though it was merely of ordinary quality, it might very well alter the course of many events in the future. With the completion of the auction for the body refining pill, the entire auction event concluded satisfactorily, and most participants departed with contented results, particularly Tupo Hong, who was immensely pleased. As the auction came to a close, guests from the VIP lounge gradually exited the auction hall, while Li Zhenbong and his companions lingered, as there were still matters to address. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. A peremptory rapping echoed from beyond the confines of Li Zhenbong's private room, furrowing his brow in displeasure. The typical knock of a server would be more subdued and less insistent, unlike this brash and discourteous summons. Alpha's brow also furrowed, as he murmured, "It's someone for box 8. What do they possibly want?" Li Zhenbong inquired, a hint of perplexity in his tone. Alpha and Omega merely shrugged, feigning ignorance. "Omega, I'm entrusting you to handle this." "Alpha, I need you to provide a subtle assist," Li Zhenbong instructed, his brow still furrowed. He was wary of revealing too much, especially since he was still a student in Dragon City. Omega cast a reassuring glance toward Li Zhenbong, silently promising to take care of everything. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent rapping sounded once more. Li Zhenbong strode over and opened the door. The man from box 8 cast a dismissive glance at Li Zhenbong, his lips curling into a sneer. In his estimation, the boy was nothing more than a lackey. The man sauntered into the room and unceremoniously plopped down at the table. His eyes scanned the room until they fell upon Omega, who was seated at the head of the table. He didn't recall ever encountering him in Dragon City, surmising that he was likely a noble visiting from another city for the auction. When his gaze landed on Alpha, his eyes visibly brightened, and he brazenly winked at her. He had encountered many beautiful women, some exuding cold elegance, and others radiating noble grace. Yet, he had never before met someone like Alpha, who embodied both a captivating allure and an air of aristocracy. His gaze, filled with desire, incessantly roamed over Alpha. awakening a long-dormant impulse within him, a feeling he had not experienced in ages, relying instead on substances to stir such sensations. Oof. Who are you and what do you want? Omega expressed his dissatisfaction at the man's brazen stare. Had it not been for Li Jinbang's presence, he might have been provoked to retaliate violently against the man. The interrupted gentleman was visibly displeased, yet he recognized that those who frequented this establishment were far from ordinary. Reluctantly, he reined in his impudent gaze and, astonished, turned to Omega, exclaiming, "You actually do not know who I am? What kind of noble are you? Arriving in Long City and being unaware of my identity? Allow me to inform you, I am Baron Chelsea, the second son of Marquis Edward, the deputy commander of the city defense force." Omega feigned sudden enlightenment. "Oh, I have not heard of you." He had anticipated Omega would express admiration for the illustrious Chelsea and adopt an air of arrogance. Instead, he found himself stifled, as if someone had seized him by the throat. It was utterly unexpected that a noble visiting Long City would be oblivious to his identity, unforgivable. Nonetheless, recognizing his need for assistance, he suppressed his indignation, clearing his throat to temper his rising ire. "No matter, you may not have heard of me before, but now you are acquainted. From whence do you hail?" Omega would certainly not be foolish enough to claim he hails from Dragon Island. Rather, "I have journeyed here from the imperial capital." "What brings you here exactly?" "Oh, nothing of great importance. Merely a discussion regarding a business opportunity." "A business opportunity? Pray tell. What business do you wish to discuss with me?" Chelsea produced an ancient treasure map from her spatial ring. "I am aware of your keen interest in this treasure map. Hence, I believe we could engage in a fruitful dialogue." "Oh, and how do you propose we converse? Are you suggesting I should spend 250,000 to repurchase it?" Omega inquired with a smile directed at Chelsea. "How could that possibly be the case? What purpose would there be in me acquiring it again?" Chelsea regarded Omega with an expression of incredulity. "Are you implying that we should buy it back for 300,000? Omega continued to gaze at Chelsea with an unwavering smile. Chelsea felt a wave of discomfort. Despite holding the advantage, she felt like a mere jester under Omega's scrutiny, particularly due to the disconcerting smile that adorned his face. "To be forthright, I propose a trade, this map for a slave." "Oh, a slave?" Omega looked at Chelsea, puzzled and bemused. "The Dragon Maiden, of course, surely. Exchanging an ancient treasure map for a Dragon Maiden is a fair deal, is it not?" "Fair deal? How can you even utter such a thing?" "I acquired her for 600,000. Chelsea was taken aback to find someone in Dragon City daring to refuse him. Angrily, he bellowed, "This is Dragon City. I care not for your identity. Whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you shall comply with my wishes. Agree or disagree, you shall still comply." At that moment, a battalion of city defense troops surged in, each member possessing the prowess of elite warriors, with the leader being none other than a brass warrior. The onlookers regarded Omega with ill intent as Chelsea, with an air of arrogance, declared, "It is too late for you to regret. Oof. You refuse a toast only to drink punishment. Even if you wish to exchange now, it is futile unless that girl spend a few nights with me. Who knows? If I am in a good mood, I might just bestow upon you the treasure map." With a sinister grin, Chelsea advanced toward Alpha. Chapter 27. The Holy Warrior. "Ah, let go. That hurts." If Omega allowed Chelsea to reach Alpha, his existence would be in vain. He couldn't bear even to touch Alpha himself, let alone permit another. Moreover, Omega was acutely aware that should Alpha take action, this wretch would likely be reduced to nothingness. "Release me at once, or I shall slay you all." Chelsea, with a facade of bravado, cried out in distress. Omega grasped Chelsea's wrist, which was extended towards Alpha, applying a gentle yet firm pressure. Chelsea's complexion had transformed to a hue reminiscent of liver, and beads of sweat cascaded down his face, his screams echoing like those of a slaughtered pig. "Release Lord Chelsea at once, or we shall not hold back," bellowed the commanding officer of the city defense troops, simultaneously retrieving a whistle from his breast pocket. Should the whistle be blown, the nearby city guards would hasten to provide assistance. "You want to hold back, will you? Well then, let us see how far your boldness extends," Omega retorted, his smile laced with derision and mockery. Just as the squad leader raised the whistle to his lips, before he could blow it, a fist the size of a sandbag collided with his face, plunging him into oblivion in an instant. The remaining city guards in the room regarded Omega with the same awe as if they were beholding a monster. Omega's left hand clutched Chelsea's wrist, dragging her along the ground like a lifeless cur. Her arm was fractured, twisted into a grotesque shape, and she was barely clinging to life. Omega's right fist lingered where the squad leader's face had been moments before, now deeply embedded in the wall behind him. His face was a bloody pulp, his nose utterly crushed. Even if healed, it would likely be without form. His mouth gaped open, revealing only a few molars, the rest of his teeth pulverized, with mere fragments clinging to the gums as a testament to their former existence. None of the remaining city guards dared to move, sensing that Omega's aura had locked onto them. A single twitch would likely result in a fate far worse than that of their captain, for he was a bronze warrior, while they were merely advanced soldiers. Omega cast a disdainful glance at the remaining city guards, showing no inclination to continue the assault. Why would a grown man bother with a swarm of ants? Omega lowered his gaze to Chelsea, who had fainted from the excruciating pain, and curled his lip. When one's bluster exceeds their capabilities, the outcome is often dire. Omega retracted his outstretched fist, a mere gesture that sent the remaining city guards recoiling in terror. Paying them no mind, Omega reached down and removed the spatial ring from Chelsea's hand, tossing it to Alpha. Now, even the act of thievery had been rendered unnecessary. Alpha, while examining the ring, was astounded to discover that the spatial dimension within spanned approximately 20 square meters, rendering it a rather exceptional space ring. More significantly, the ring was replete with valuable items. There was a substantial stack of crystal credit cards, each containing a minimum of 500,000 gold coins. Ironically, the least valuable item was a small pile of several thousand gold coins situated in one corner of the ring. Alpha's fair countenance suddenly flushed crimson as she inspected the ring, causing Omega to momentarily lapse into a stupor. In one corner of the ring, there was a collection of various items of an indelicate nature. Alpha delivered a forceful kick to Chelsea, who lay motionless on the ground. Chelsea, still unconscious, emitted a pain groan. The blow had likely fractured at least 3 ribs. To exacerbate matters, Chelsea's arm, contorted into a twisted mess, was still firmly grasped in Omega's hand. With this additional force, the arm was irrevocably broken, and even with medical attention, it would likely be difficult to raise again. What has transpired here? What is the meaning of this? The commotion had prompted service personnel to notify Guildmaster Wu Mingzhi, who arrived with haste, albeit too late to prevent the incident. Upon first observing the city guard squad leader embedded in the exterior wall of suite number 6, Wu Mingzhi paused momentarily, though he did not dwell on it. However, upon perceiving Chelsea within the suite, with a fractured arm and lying prostrate on the ground while still clutched in Omega's grasp, his complexion underwent a noticeable transformation. The life or death of a city guard squad leader was inconsequential, but Chelsea was no ordinary individual, and this matter presented significant complications. Even though instructions were given to ensure the well-being of the occupants of suite number 6, he was at a loss as to how to handle the present situation. Chelsea was the second son of the city guard's vice commander, and he possessed the title of Baron, albeit the lowest rank of nobility. To publicly humiliate a noble was no small offense, let alone inflict such grievous harm. The young master, Wu Mingzhi, was rendered speechless. Rest assured, everything will be all right. We shall simply await events here. Li Jinbong also felt a sense of helplessness. Omega and Alpha had indeed been rather excessive in their actions. However, Chelsea's behavior was deserving of punishment as he dared to make advances toward Alpha. Had Omega not intervened, he would have surely met his demise. Before long, the Jacoan Trading Company was surrounded by layers of city guards, led by none other than Chelsea's father, Vice Commander Edward, the Marquis. Upon hearing that his second son had been beaten to the point of being in critical condition, Edward, as a father, could not possibly ignore the matter. Moreover, Chelsea was to play a pivotal role in the upcoming marriage alliance. As Edward, the deputy commander of the city guards of Dragon City, a silver warrior in his own right, hurried towards the VIP room number 6. He was flanked by his elite guards, each at least of bronze rank. The captain of his guard was a golden warrior, while the vice captain was a silver warrior, accompanied by a level 7 Earth Mage at all times. Upon entering the room, Edward's heart sank at the sight of Chelsea lying motionless on the ground, her fate uncertain. "Seize all the spies," he commanded, his voice filled with urgency. "Take them back to the Marquis's estate for interrogation." The vice-captain of the guard bellowed, rushing towards Chelsea to assess her condition. As a silver warrior, he possessed great confidence in his abilities. A battalion of well-trained city guards swiftly flooded into the once spacious room, transforming it into a cramped space. Omega smirked disdainfully. What a grand spectacle! What an extravagant display! Yet it is all but a gathering of inconsequential rabble. Boldness. This is Edward, the Marquis and Deputy Commander of the City Guards of Dragon City. Do you dare to speak with such insolence? Are you courting death? And what of it? To insult a noble is a capital offense. Omega retorted with a glint of amusement, turning to the vice-captain. And how should we judge the offense of insulting a saint-level powerhouse? The vice-captain seemed momentarily paralyzed, akin to a chicken caught by the throat, as Alpha unleashed his aura and fighting spirit. Pilperoha, Holy Warrior. Chapter 28. The Frenzied Edward, the Holy Warrior, a pinnacle existence on the continent. Although Alpha is not human, but a dragon, when she assumes her human form, she is no different from humanity. Upon maturing, dragons transform into their human forms with a power level that is invariably sacred, albeit varying among different dragon species. Alpha, as a golden dragon, possesses the singular magical ability of dragon breath. However, upon transforming into a human, this ability becomes unattainable. Nevertheless, a golden dragon, even without its magical prowess, cannot be compared to a mere human holy warrior. The golden dragon is renowned for its formidable physical strength. Thus, in human form, Alpha retains the might of her dragon physique. It is an effortless feat for her to contend with 2 or 3 human holy warriors simultaneously. When Alpha exhibited her holy warrior prowess, a flicker of astonishment appeared in Edward's eyes. Such a youthful holy warrior. How had he never heard of such a figure? The strength of the holy warrior was undeniably real, and he could feel the weight of their aura. "Everyone retreat." Edward finally spoke, compelled by the circumstances. The city guards swiftly withdrew, for against a sacred powerhouse, the numbers of ordinary soldiers mattered little. "Esteemed holy warrior, though I am unaware of how my son has offended you to provoke such wrath, he has already faced punishment. I humbly beseech your magnanimity to overlook this transgression and grant him clemency this once, allowing us to turn enmity into peace." "What is your esteemed opinion, your excellency?" Edward inquired with composure. Although he himself was no match for the holy warrior, this was Dragon City, the bulwark of the Carlo Empire, and he would not permit a holy warrior to run amok here. "Are you suggesting that a cleric must meekly suffer indignities within Dragon City?" Alpha uttered icily from her seat. "Certainly not. However, my son has already been chastised. I trust your excellency will show leniency. I shall arrange a banquet at the Marquis's residence later to atone for this." With that, Edward signaled to his guard's vice-captain, a silver warrior. The silver warrior cradled Chelsea and retreated outside, hastily seeking medical attention. The guard captain, a gold warrior, positioned himself beside Edward, intently watching Alpha. A 7th-level mage also stood by Edward's side, brandishing a magic staff of considerable quality. "Your Excellency, holy warrior, I implore you to return my son's spatial ring." "Oh, and on what grounds?" Alpha inquired, toying with the spatial ring without looking up. "It belongs to my son, and I request that your Excellency return it to its rightful owner. Now that it is in my possession, it is mine." "What? Do you intend to forcibly seize it?" Edward was taken aback by Alpha's words. It was utterly shameless. It was clearly his second son's property, yet she spoke as if it were her own. "Holy warrior, your Excellency, I urge you to conduct yourself with dignity." Edward suppressed his ire, retorting through gritted teeth, "These are the spoils of my victory, and thus rightfully mine. Should you persist in seizing them, I shall relieve my vexation by personally delivering the miscreant's head. To insult a member of the clergy and escape with one's life is a clemency I extend. Do not presume that your status as a paladin renders you exempt from consequence. This is Dragon City, a bastion of the Carlo Empire. Though you are a paladin, I possess the means to detain you here." Edward growled, his voice laced with menace. The Silver Warrior's departure was not solely to tend to his offspring, but to summon reinforcements. A lone paladin cannot act with impunity within Dragon City. This border fortress is not without its defenses against those of divine caliber. You dare to menace a member of the clergy? Omega regarded Edward with pity. What significance do you hold? What gives you the audacity to address me? Edward sneered, finding Omega's gaze irksome. At that moment, he held even paladins in contempt, let alone this seemingly robust individual. You insult a member of the clergy. You have already witnessed the price your son paid for such insolence, Omega lamented, shaking his head. So what if I do? This is Dragon City, and regardless of your origins, you must adhere to its laws. Edward retorted, his disdain palpable. He could discern the clamor of approaching footsteps, signaling the arrival of his compatriots. Bolstering his resolve, Marquis Edward, I hear there is a paladin infiltrator here? An elderly man, adorned in the robes of an 8th-level mage and sporting a white beard, hastily approached Edward and incredulously inquired, Indeed, it is them. My son harbored suspicions and confronted them, only to be grievously injured. They must be spies sent from the eastern continent, Edward proclaimed with reckless abandon. The sight of this individual brought Edward a sense of relief. He was Owen, the commander of the Dragon City Mage Legion, an 8th-level gold mage. You not only threaten and insult the holy clergy, but also defame them. Your transgressions are escalating. Omega gazed at Edward with a look of deep regret. Owen glanced at Omega, then at Alpha, who was enveloped in a surge of violet energy, feeling increasingly perplexed. Ladies and gentlemen, is there some misunderstanding at play? Owen hastily intervened. To claim that a holy-level powerhouse is a spy is one thing. But how could it possibly be true? Even if it were, how could she sit here so brazenly? It is essential to remember that this is Dragon City, where even holy-level beings may meet their demise. Oh, and they're indeed spies. How could a mere holy warrior presume to act with impunity in Dragon City? You must assist me in apprehending them. Edward shouted in a frenzy, realizing he was in a precarious position. If he could not subdue this holy warrior, his future would be fraught with peril. She alone cannot manage it, but with my support. Omega smiled, exuding the aura of a holy mage. Omega transformed into human form, embodying the prowess of a wood-element holy mage. However, it is not merely the holy mage. One must recognize the formidable physical prowess of the dragons. Thus, Omega can be regarded as a holy warrior in his own right. Although his physical strength may only align with that of a novice holy warrior, the existence of a holy mage endowed with the attributes of such a warrior is indeed a terrifying prospect. Owen's perception is particularly acute. The holy mage is a being more fearsome than the holy warrior. This does not imply that a holy warrior is incapable of defeating a holy mage, but rather that the destructive potential of the holy mage far surpasses that of the holy warrior. At this moment, Owen is overwhelmed with frustration. Edward is not typically such a reckless individual. How could he have offended two holy figures at once, one of whom is a holy mage? If the holy mage collaborates with the holy warrior in battle, it could lead to utter devastation. How is this possible? How could this be? You two are a holy figure, a holy mage nonetheless. Edward is on the verge of collapse. Perhaps he could manage to resolve a single holy warrior. But the combination of a holy mage and a holy warrior is truly apocalyptic. Esteemed Marquis Edward, shall we tally the accounts? Omega's face is adorned with a smile. Yet to all observers, it is a smile more dreadful than that of a demon. Edward, at this moment, is utterly stupefied. He has unwittingly offended two holy figures, one being a holy warrior and the other a holy mage. He wishes he could deliver several resounding slaps to his second son, who has consistently disregarded his advice to exercise restraint and now has nearly brought catastrophe upon the family. He had never considered that his son's mischief would merely result in a sound thrashing, while this calamity was truly of his own making. Edward, where is the spy? At that moment, a robust voice echoed from downstairs. It was none other than Wu Exin, the commander of the Dragon City Guard. Usin stot im perceiving dan, towering over 2 meters, with muscles brimming with explosive strength. Wielding a pair of battle axes, he possessed immense power and had only recently ascended to the rank of Golden Warrior. His face was adorned with a thick beard, and his speech was deep and gruff, exuding a sense of sincerity and earnestness. However, one should not be deceived by his exterior. How could a man of his stature and position in the Dragon City Guard be so simple-minded? Wu Xin was far from oblivious. Edward had long coveted his position. Had it not been for Wu Xin's connections, he might have been supplanted by Edward long ago. Given the magnitude of the incident in Dragon City, how could the commander of the guard remain unaware? Wu Xin had already arrived at Jukai Yuan, but had chosen not to enter, patiently waiting instead. The rumors suggested that there was a spy among the saint-level strong within the establishment. Utter nonsense. If a saint-level warrior could be discovered as a spy, what purpose would their existence serve? They might as well throw themselves on a block of tofu. As a golden warrior, not only was he exceptionally powerful, but his hearing was also remarkably acute. He had already perceived every movement within the establishment. When Omega revealed the might of a saint sorcerer, he recognized that the opportunity had finally arrived. Thus, he rushed forward, shouting loudly. Upon his arrival, Wu Xin's gaze immediately fell upon Omega and Alpha, who exuded the aura of saintly power. Wu Xin bowed respectfully and inquired, "Greetings, your excellencies. I am Marquis Wu Xin, the commander of the city guard. I have heard that a saintly traitor has surfaced here, and I specifically came to apprehend him. I did not anticipate your presence, your excellencies, which leads me to believe that the traitor has already been captured by you. I shall surely commend your achievements to His Majesty the King." At that moment, Edward felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Wu Xin. Was he not clearly favoring his own side? By labeling the individual a traitor right off the bat, he had unwittingly exposed himself again. Omega, observing the rugged exterior of Wu Xin, could not help but chuckle inwardly. How could one of his strength fail to notice Wu Xin, who had only recently attained the rank of Golden Warrior, standing outside Jikayuan? Nevertheless, he chose not to expose him. "You claim to be the commander of the city guard, do you? Can you manage the affairs of the deputy commander?" "Your Excellency, the Grand Sorcerer, you jest. If it pertains to Deputy Commander Edward's personal matters, I naturally cannot intervene. However, if it concerns the city guard, then I most certainly can." Wu Xin raised his right hand, gripping his battle axe, and confidently declared, "I will address it." "Very well. Not only has this deputy commander unjustly accused us two saintly powers of being traitors, but he has also threatened, insulted, defamed, and extorted us. I wonder how you, Commander, intend to address such grave accusations?" Wu Xin's forehead was lined with dark clouds. With these charges laid upon him, he would find it hard to escape with his life. "Your Excellency, the Grand Sorcerer, although the transgressions committed by Edward are egregious and deserving of countless punishments, he remains a Marquis of the Empire. As a noble, it would be inappropriate to resort to extrajudicial measures. Are you suggesting that we simply endure this?" Omega inquired softly, her voice imbued with a chilling coldness that sent shivers through all present. "How could your Excellency so easily overlook his offenses? Would that not tarnish your dignity? However, to stoop to his level would also undermine your authority. Perhaps a more suitable approach would be to adhere to the wartime conventions. Captured nobles cannot be summarily executed, but may be exchanged for gold or treasures. Just moments ago, his son Chelsea preserved his life through the treasures within a spatial ring. Did he not?" Wu Xin respectfully responded. "This is indeed worthy of consideration. However, as a marquis, he holds significantly greater value than a baron. Moreover, while his son merely insulted, Edward has engaged in threats, slander, defamation, and extortion, among other offenses." Omega earnestly began counting on her fingers. "Naturally, rest assured, I guarantee your satisfaction." Wu Xin's face was filled with sympathy as he regarded Edward, his heart secretly reveling in joy. "Is Edward not quite wealthy? This time, I shall endeavor to see you bankrupt. Let us see whom you bribe in the future to seek my position. Marquis Edward, I have done all I can to spare your life." Wu Xin patted Edward's shoulder, gazing at him with feigned sorrow, displaying a profound sense of heartache. "Thank you, Commander, for your protection." Edward displayed a look of gratitude, for his life had indeed been spared by Wu Xin. Now that Omega had promised not to take his life, Edward felt a surge of confidence. After all, it was merely a matter of money. According to the ransom for noble captives during wartime, a marquis could be worth several million. Your Excellency, the Grand Sorcerer, I deeply regret the offense I have caused to both of the esteemed saint-level powerhouses. I am more than willing to atone with gold coins. Edward bowed his head, acknowledging the overwhelming circumstances. We must calculate this properly. Firstly, you threatened, insulted, defamed, slandered, and extorted two saint-level beings, hence you must compensate double. Furthermore, what you offer must exceed the value of the items within your son's spatial ring by at least double. Omega remarked with a smile, as if the matter were trivial. What? Double? That is not within the rules. Edward exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Although he was unaware of the exact contents of Chelsea's spatial ring, he had brought a substantial amount of money to the auction house, at least several million gold coins. Coupled with his personal collections, he estimated a total of around 8 million, if not more. This posed quite a dilemma. General Wu Xian, it seems your deputy is rather displeased. What actions might I take to quell his anger? Omega said with a feigned look of helplessness. Yet a magical orb pulsating with rich wood magic elements began to coalesce in the palm of his hand. The arcane sphere metamorphosed from a delicate verdant hue to a profound shade of iridian in a fleeting moment. While it might not inflict extensive harm upon the entirety of Dragon City, it would assuredly suffice to obliterate those arrayed before it, with even the esteemed Archmage Owen potentially unable to escape its wrath. Your Eminence, rest assured, Wu Xian declared with gravity, though the trepidation in his gaze belied his words. Even if Edward demurs, it shall be of no consequence. So many here bear witness, and Edward shall assuredly provide you with equitable recompense. Wu Xin, what precisely do you insinuate? Edward roared, momentarily disregarding Omega's presence. Edward, if you harbor a death wish, do not implicate us. Wu Xian retorted, his gaze frigid. Should you disagree, it matters not. In the event that the Archmage remains unsatisfied after your demise, we shall retrieve Chelsea and offer her to the Archmage to assuage his ire. And should his Eminence still find himself aggrieved, resulting in damages to Dragon City, I dare say His Majesty the King shall not spare your lineage. Edward slumped to the ground, defeated. Wu Xian's words held truth. Though the Carol Empire did not cower before the might of Saint-Tier adepts, it was loath to offend them, particularly for the sake of an insignificant figure such as himself. Moreover, given his own culpability, the Empire might well make an example of him to appease the offended Saint-Tier mages. Very well, I concede. However, I implore the two esteemed paragons of strength to exercise restraint. Once the ransom is secured, let this matter be laid to rest. Edward, upon perceiving the luminous gaze of Omega, felt a shiver run down his spine, fearing he might incur a significant loss. We are men of principle, rest assured. As long as our spirits are lifted, this incident shall be regarded as if it never transpired. Cheer up. Do not behave as though you have lost your dearly departed mother. I neither took the life of your son, nor did I harm you or your entire family. Consider yourself fortunate to have offended two formidable paragons, and yet have your family emerge unscathed is indeed a tale worthy of boasting across the continent. Omega patted Edward's shoulder, his expression tinged with envy. Esteemed paragons, please follow me to my residence. I do not carry many valuables with me. Edward clumsily rose from the ground, feeling as though he had aged 20 years in an instant. Very well, lead the way. Omega extended his left hand in a gesture of invitation. Edward sighed and shook his head, proceeding ahead. Naturally, Wu Xian could not accompany them. He held no fear of Edward's trickery, yet a glimmer of hope lingered in his heart that Edward might indeed attempt some deception. Esteemed paragons, we are occupied with official duties and shall not impose further. Should you require my assistance, feel free to find me at the city guard's office. Farewell. Without waiting for Omega to respond, he hurriedly departed with his subordinates. He feared that offending the two esteemed paragons might lead to his own substantial loss, and he had no desire to become collateral damage in this conflagration. Once everyone had departed, Omega turned his gaze towards Wu Mingzhi, inquiring, "Have you attended to the matter we entrusted to you?" Perish the thought, your eminences, Wu Mingzhi responded deferentially. It is my distinct honor to be of service to two holy-level luminaries. I have procured a residence near the Royal Academy of Karo, and a deposit has been tendered. Here is the address. I am certain it will meet with your approval. Wu Mingzhi bowed respectfully, presenting the address of the property. Previously, Li Jinbong had requested his assistance in locating a sizable dwelling near the academy, and he had promptly assigned personnel to the task, even advancing the deposit. Ah, young Wu, excellent. You possess great promise. Omega exclaimed. Escort these young women to the residence and ensure they are well cared for. Rest assured, you'll be duly compensated. Your Eminence. Holy Magister, Wu Mingzhi replied with a beaming countenance. It is our privilege at Jikayuan to serve you. We cannot possibly permit you to incur any expense. Be assured, your satisfaction is our utmost priority. Very well. You are commendable indeed. Ha ha, Omega declared, exiting the private chamber, with Alpha and Li Jinbong following closely behind, leaving behind the three wide-eyed female slaves and the petite dragon girl slumbering in the arms of the Catwoman. Your Eminences, here stands the treasury of our lineage. Pray, follow me within, Edward announced, leading Omega and his companions to the vault's entrance, where he unlocked the portals. He is an astute individual, discerning the importance of family survival over treasures. After all, gold and jewels can be acquired anew, but life, once lost, leaves one with nothing. Omega patted Edward on the shoulder, nodding in approval as he led the way inside. Without a hint of concern for deceit, Omega relied on his formidable strength as a dragon. The treasure chamber was far more intricate than it initially appeared. The only surface level housed an array of jewelry and heaps of gold coins. While visually captivating, these treasures had become mundane for Omega and his companions, merely numbers in their eyes. Descending to the second level, which boasted a more refined presentation, they found numerous cabinets with drawers. Omega opened one to reveal neatly arranged crystal stored value cards. The floor was adorned with various porcelain pieces, some of which held scrolls within painted tubes. Alpha casually inspected one, recognizing it as a genuine work from a master artist. Yet for a dragon, such artifacts held little significance. Upon reaching the third level, both Omega and Li Jinbong exchanged peculiar glances, for this level showcased an abundance of glassware crafted by Li Jinbong himself, along with a few exquisite glass art pieces. The third level is primarily adorned with magical potions and stacks of gold bricks. Omega wished to delve deeper into the subsequent level, but was halted by Edward. I apologize, esteemed Saint Magus, but entry to the next level is prohibited. You may select suitable items from the first 3 levels, he stated. Why can't we go in? Omega shot a glance at Edward, his tone slightly frosty. The next level contains our family's sacred cultivation texts and various magical artifacts, which are not suitable for your esteemed selves, Edward hesitantly replied. Exchanging a glance with Alpha, a faint smile crept onto Alpha's lips. In that case, let us proceed with selections from the first 3 levels. Edward visibly exhaled in relief. He spoke the truth. The third level indeed housed the texts and magical equipment. His concern lay in the possibility of them discovering the existence of a 4th level. Although the 4th level had been somewhat concealed, who could assure absolute security against 2 formidable saint-level beings? As Edward neared the brink of exasperation, Omega and Alpha concluded their selections. They had successfully acquired a considerable number of advanced magical potions and supplies, all secured within their spatial rings. While they did not take every gold brick, they amassed nearly 100 pounds. They left behind the gold coins, but took an entire cabinet filled with crystal storage cards. With satisfaction, Omega clapped Edward on the shoulder and cheerfully remarked, "You are quite an admirable individual. Truly commendable. If given the opportunity, I would certainly relish the chance to stroll around here again." Edward gazed at Omega in terror, dropping to his knees. "Your Excellency, the Holy Mage, I was mistaken. Truly mistaken. Please spare us. I have elders above and young ones below. You must grant us a path to survival." Omega was taken aback by Edward's extreme reaction. Momentarily stunned, was it merely a few gold bricks and some magical potions that warranted such exaggerated despair, akin to the loss of a loved one? "Edward, staring at the few remaining bottles of low to mid-tier magical potions and the less than 100 pounds of gold bricks on the table. Coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 31. The Night Venture to the Treasury. After personally escorting Omega and his companions out of the Marquis's residence, Edward collapsed at the doorstep, only to be carried back to his chamber by the servants. At midnight, 3 shadowy figures stealthily appeared near the Marquis's estate. On the same day, Marquis Edward was gravely ill, while the second son, Baron Chelsea, lay severely injured. The atmosphere within the Marquis's residence was heavy with gloom. The servants spoke in hushed tones, wary of disturbing others and provoking unnecessary trouble. The 3 figures quietly approached the vicinity of the treasury, making not a sound, thus evading any notice. Perhaps due to an over-reliance on the treasury's defenses, there were not many guards stationed nearby, with only the occasional night servant passing by the entrance. The trio consisted of none other than Li Junbong, Omega, and Alpha, who had visited earlier that day. 3 figures donned in dark cloaks concealed themselves in the shadows, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. They had been here for an hour, carefully observing the patterns of the patrolling household servants who made their rounds approximately every 15 minutes. The fate of their entrance into the treasure vault hinged upon this fleeting interval. Rather than forcibly breaching the lock to gain access, which would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention and contradict Alpha's nature, they opted for a more discreet approach. It is essential to understand that the essence of the Shadow Twins lies in their ability to move unseen like phantoms. In the past, Sophia and Alpha had stealthily infiltrated the royal treasury, successfully absconding with the king's coveted 9-dragon cup. Had it not been for King Zhao Tianlong's whimsical decision to bestow the cup upon a minister, it is likely that the theft would have remained undiscovered to this day. The trio silently ascended to the rooftop of the treasure vault, where the mechanisms had long been deactivated by Alpha, not through brute force, but with meticulous care. Upon their departure, Alpha would restore the mechanisms to their original state. If one were to witness Alpha's cautious demeanor during a heist, they would be utterly astonished to learn that this was, in fact, a temperamental golden dragon. The trio entered the treasure vault from the rooftop, passing through the first level without pause. Alpha led the way, while Li Junbong and Omega merely needed to follow in Alpha's footsteps to avoid any complications. The traps here seemed trivial in Alpha's eyes. The second level was not their destination either. Although the crystal cards in the cabinets were valuable, the allure of gold coins no longer stirred their desires, and the loss of such commonplace items would easily be noticed. Upon reaching the third level, Omega hesitated briefly, suppressing the urge to seize the gold bricks. As they arrived at the entrance of the fourth level, Omega and Li Junbong remained still. They were novices, and any misstep could jeopardize their entire endeavor. Alpha circled the entrance twice, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. These trivial traps paled in comparison to those in the royal treasury. Alpha then rhythmically stepped upon the floor at the entrance and lightly tapped on the adjacent wall. To their astonishment, a hidden compartment sprang open on the iron door. Alpha retrieved a slender steel needle from the compartment, inserted it into the lock, and with a few gentle adjustments, the iron door opened silently. With an air of nonchalance, Alpha strode inside, while Li Junbong and Omega exchanged glances, hesitant to move. Alpha's seemingly casual demeanor could very well be a method to avoid triggering any traps. Just walk in. The door opens normally. How could it possibly set off any mechanisms? If the main entrance can be opened normally, yet still triggers mechanisms, how can one possibly enter? Must we destroy the mechanisms every time we wish to gain access? What a pair of fools. Li Junbong and Omega exchanged glances, both reflecting the same sense of helplessness. After all, the gap between their fields of expertise is akin to a chasm. Upon observing the contents of the fourth level, all 3 furrowed their brows. As Edward had indeed indicated, the fourth level contained merely some cultivation manuals, battle techniques, and magical equipment. The cultivation manuals were not particularly exceptional. Otherwise, Edward would not only be a silver warrior. While a silver warrior may seem exalted to ordinary individuals, to the 2 dragons, anyone below the saint level is considered insignificant, with the exception of Li Junbong. The magical equipment within the room was also not of remarkable quality. With a modicum of diligence, most of it could be procured at an auction. As apprentices to two saint sorcerers, their discerning eye for magical artifacts is naturally refined, and none of the equipment in the room piqued Li Jinbong's interest. The dragons, of course, regarded these magical items with disdain, though the gleaming equipment did possess a certain allure. Nevertheless, both Omega and Alpha had long since cultivated their tastes, finding these trinkets beneath their notice. There was an unsettling sense that something was amiss. If the fourth level truly contained only these items, there would be no reason for that old codger Edward to bar our entry. While the items here could fetch a significant sum if sold, they hold little value for us. They're far less practical than a gold ingot. Li Jinbong furrowed his brow and remarked, "Perhaps he holds a different opinion." He feared that we might abscond with all his magical equipment and training techniques. Omega shrugged and speculated, "It can't be that simple. Yet all we can see are these items." Li Jinbong expressed his confusion. Seeing. Alpha, upon hearing Li Jinbong's words, seemed to be inspired. He paced restlessly in the fourth floor, repeating Li Jinbong's phrase. Suddenly, Alpha appeared to have an epiphany. He pressed his hands against the wall, keenly attuning himself to its texture. Frowning slightly, he sensed something amiss. With one arm crossed over his chest and the other propping up his chin, he elevated his finely crafted jaw in contemplation. Abruptly, a spark of realization illuminated his expression. Something intriguing was concealed within the ceiling. Alpha soared into the air, rhythmically tapping on the wall above his head. In no time, a palm-sized wooden panel was dislodged from the ceiling, revealing a handle. Gently pushing the handle, a button emerged from the wall. Standing before the button, Alpha scrutinized it intently, silently acknowledging its significance. He reached out to grasp the button, but did not press it down. Instead, he lifted it. With a creaking sound of springs engaging, a small door, just large enough for one person to pass through, appeared in the wall. Upon entering, Alpha soon realized why he had not discovered this secret passage. The entrance was constructed from 10-centimeter thick refined steel, while the walls of the passage, though not made of the same material, were crafted from high-quality steel. This chamber was not a descent into the depths below, but rather a secret room parallel to the fourth level. The chamber was modest in size, roughly 5 square meters, and contained several palm-sized jade boxes, numbering around 30 or 40. Aside from these, there were no other items. Chapter 32. Ancient Relics. Alpha casually opened one of the jade boxes and was taken aback to find a magic core inside. Though it was merely a 4th-tier fire attribute magic core, its value was considerable. He then opened another box, revealing a 3rd-tier gold attribute magic core, indicating that these boxes contain primarily low to mid-tier magic cores. Magic cores are the essence that crystallizes upon the death of a magical beast. Although theoretically every magical beast produces a magic core upon dying, the likelihood of their appearance is less than 1 in 10. Generally, the higher the tier of the magical beast, the greater the chance of a magic core materializing. However, high-tier magical beasts are exceptionally powerful and possess considerable intelligence, making them difficult to defeat. Often, when faced with death, they will choose to self-destruct, ensuring mutual destruction with their adversaries. Thus, the existence of high-tier magic cores is exceedingly rare in this world. A 7th-tier core or above can fetch millions of gold coins, typically exchanged through barter. As for the elusive 9th-tier magic cores, it is said that no more than 5 exist, with one reportedly in the possession of the Pope on the eastern continent. Jinbong, please collect these magic cores. Perhaps you may find it useful in the future. Alpha casually tossed the jade box to Li Jinbong. Is this the secret that Edward sought to conceal? Li Jinbong inquired with curiosity. It is possible. Although the number of magic cores is meager, their value is exceedingly high. Many prominent families maintain a reserve of magic cores. Particularly, mid to low-tier magic cores greatly benefit the cultivation of lower-ranking members within a family. The 6th-tier light attribute magic core necklace around your neck is immensely beneficial for your health. Such light attribute magic cores are exclusive to the eastern continent, bearing a value comparable to that of an 8th-tier magic core in the western continent. Li Jinbong pulled out the 6th-tier light magic core necklace from his chest, his mouth agape in astonishment. He never expected that teacher Yang Bing would gift him something so precious. Since there is nothing more here, let us depart, Omega suggested, acknowledging that this was Edward's treasure vault, not a place for prolonged stay. Alpha nodded, but as he lifted his leg, an unusual sensation washed over him. It was the instinct of a master thief, an intuition suggesting that leaving now might lead to a regret that would linger for a lifetime. Wait a moment. Could this merely be an illusion crafted by Edward? An illusion? What do you mean? Omega asked, perplexed. Are you implying that this is actually a false treasure, enticing yet designed to conceal an even more valuable treasure? To sacrifice the pawn to protect the king? Li Zhenbang ponderatul fuli. Zhenbang, why not follow me from now on? I discern a remarkable potential for thievery within you. Alpha regarded Li Zhenbang with a glimmer of approval in her eyes. Sister Alpha, please refrain from jesting. I am well aware of my own limitations. With my modest abilities, I am ill-suited for such a high-risk, high-reward vocation with promising prospects. What a pity. Alpha sighed, shaking her head without pressing Li Zhenbang further, gently ruffling his hair in a gesture of sympathy. Alpha meticulously examined the secret chamber, leaving no detail overlooked. She was certain that no hidden compartments or passages remained within the confines of the room. The trio returned to the fourth floor, scrutinizing it once more, yet yielded no new findings. Alpha maintained confidence in her instincts, believing them infallible, though the fourth floor and its concealed spaces seemed devoid of anything noteworthy. Sister Alpha, do you truly believe there could still be hidden compartments or secret rooms here? My intuition suggests there's indeed more to uncover, and it may hold even greater value than what we have thus far encountered, Alpha asserted with conviction, for the instincts of a saint-level warrior are often remarkably accurate. Li Zhenbang diligently recalled every detail from the moment Edward led them in, and suddenly a spark of inspiration struck him. Could it possibly be on the first floor? The first floor? How could that be? We all entered from there. Omega questioned, perplexed. If there is nothing here, then it is highly likely that the first floor conceals the answers we seek. The most perilous locations often harbor the greatest safety. Upon careful reflection, I recalled that after Edward ushered us in, he did not linger on the first floor, but rather proceeded directly to the second. Initially, we assumed that the items on the first floor were rather mundane, unworthy of our attention, prompting our descent to the second. However, the entrance to the second floor was conspicuously apparent. Typically, a thief, upon encountering the gold and jewels on the first floor, might seize the opportunity to pilfer them. Yet, the existence of a second floor would inevitably entice any rational individual to contemplate how to access it, as it stands to reason that the second floor would harbor treasures of greater value, which indeed proved to be the case. The third floor was relatively more concealed, and the fourth floor even more so, with that hidden compartment proving to be a challenge, even for Sister Alpha, to unlock. Given that we had already discovered the hidden compartment, would anyone truly consider returning to the first floor in search of treasures? After securing valuable items, one would naturally prioritize an immediate escape. Zhenbang's reasoning held merit. We should ascend and investigate. Zhenbang, have you truly given no thought to joining me? Sister Alpha, spare me. With my slight stature, I am of little use other than to hinder your efforts, Li Zhenbang replied, feigning innocence. Very well, I shall not press you further. A reluctant fruit is seldom sweet. Let us first inspect the first floor. As anticipated, the first floor indeed contained a secret chamber. Despite being referred to as a chamber, it evoked more the sensation of an uncharted expanse. The activation method was particularly peculiar. As the trio was investigating, Li Zhenbang inadvertently touched a section of the wall, causing a circular pattern to illuminate upon its surface. While the three were observing it attentively, they were directly drawn into the wall. With a mere blink of an eye, the three found themselves within an exceptionally vast secret passage. Omega and Alpha had remarkably reverted to their dragon forms, and it was fortunate that the passage was so spacious, or else Li Zhenbang might have been crushed in a mincemeat. Omega and Alpha were astonished to discover that the secret passage was permeated with an aura of antiquity. In all likelihood, The chamber contained an ancient relic. The three cautiously ventured into the chamber, which, contrary to expectations, was devoid of any elaborate mechanisms or traps. This absence of contraptions perplexed them, but they knew that caution was always prudent. Upon entering the chamber, their gaze was immediately drawn to a stone platform. Upon it rested only three objects. In the center, an inner armor as thin as a cicada's wing. To the armor's left, an ancient book of unknown material, emitting a subdued white radiance. And to the armor's right, a dilapidated cloth bag, no larger than the palm of a hand. The ancient aura within the passage emanated precisely from these three treasures. Chapter 33. The Chosen One Omega and Alpha furrowed their brows as they beheld the three items, none of which seemed familiar to them. The three individuals approached the stone pedestal with utmost caution, refraining from hastily reaching out to grasp it, for none could predict whether it concealed lethal traps. After all, these were ancient relics, and their defenses could hardly be simplistic. Alpha scrutinized the pedestal and its surroundings meticulously, yet failed to uncover any mechanisms. Nevertheless, a palpable sense of danger lingered in the air. The trio was resolutely skeptical that this was a secret concealed by Edward. Unbeknownst to them, Edward's true intention was to hide the secret of a low-tier magic core that would ascend in rank over time when placed within that secret chamber. While higher-tier magic cores may not undergo such ascension, they could indeed enhance the purity and potency of the core's energy. This was a profoundly alarming prospect. Although a third-tier magic core and a fourth-tier core differed by merely one rank, they represented entirely distinct realms. Among sixth-tier magic cores, the purity and intensity of energy directly correlated with their value and efficacy. Should others become aware of this, it would undoubtedly precipitate a cataclysm. Although Edward was unaware of the reasons behind the ascension of the magic core, it remained his most profound secret. The trio inexplicably ventured into this hidden passage, an unintended yet fortuitous discovery. Here, a trace of ancient aura emanated, gradually enhancing the potency of the magic core within the fourth chamber. Since entering the passage, Li Zhenbong felt the sixth-tier luminous magic core around his neck radiating a brilliant white light. The energy within it became increasingly refined and potent. As he stood beside the stone pedestal, he noticed a hairline fracture appearing on the surface of the luminous core, which gradually expanded. Startled, Li Zhenbong swiftly removed it from around his neck. As the three stared in astonishment at the fissured sixth-tier luminous magic core, they were suddenly startled by a sound reminiscent of shattering glass as the surface of the core fractured completely. While they felt a mixture of surprise and regret, they observed a new layer of shell gradually forming. Once this shell hardened, the sixth-tier luminous magic core returned to its normal state. However, to their shock, it had transformed into a seventh-tier core. The three exchanged wide-eyed glances. Li Zhenbong's reaction was swift, though he did not grasp the full extent of what had transpired. It seemed evident that this ancient aura was remarkably beneficial to the magic core. Li Zhenbong retrieved all the magic cores from his spatial bracelet and laid them upon the ground. A series of crisp sounds echoed as more than half of the cores successfully advanced to the first tier. Those cores that did not ascend experienced a refinement in their internal energy, rendering it purer and more concentrated. As the cores progressed, the ancient aura within the chamber seemed to dissipate somewhat. However, the essence of the three ancient relics remained unchanged. While the three individuals continued their examination around the stone platform, Li Zhenbong suddenly extended his hand towards it. Alpha and Omega were momentarily taken aback, unable to intervene in time, as Li Zhenbong's hand made contact with the stone. Unbeknownst to him, an overwhelming impulse overshadowed his reason, rendering him incapable of restraint. Upon his touch, the stone platform erupted in radiant light, and a middle-aged man clad in a cerulean robe, bearing a long sword upon his back and exuding an ethereal presence, gradually materialized from the heart of the platform. In that instant, Li Zhenbong regained control over his body, swiftly retracting his hand from the stone and eyeing the apparition with caution. "Greetings, little one. I am Lu Chunfeng. You may not know who I am, but I am well aware of your identity. You do not belong to this world." The middle-aged man gazed calmly at Li Zhenbong and spoke. Li Jinbong stared in astonishment at the man, then swiftly turned to Alpha and Omega. This was his most profound secret. Although he was unsure how the middle-aged man had uncovered it, he was reluctant for Alpha and Omega to become privy to this knowledge. Do not worry, little one. They will not hear our conversation. At this moment, they are in a state of absolute stillness. This is a space I have created, and my will is invincible. The middle-aged man's tranquil words dispelled Li Junbong's apprehensions. A look of suspicion crossed Li Junbong's face. The creation of space was a divine ability. While the spatial bracelet he wore could also be considered a form of created space, it lacked the capacity to harbor living beings and was incomparable to this realm. He had been here for some time without feeling any discomfort in his body. You may have many questions, but this is merely a projection of my spirit. Once activated, it cannot endure for long, so I shall be brief. As the middle-aged man's form solidified, his tone grew somewhat urgent. The reason I know you do not belong to this world is that I, too, am an outsider. Only those who do not belong to this realm can unlock the seal I have left behind. Li Jinbong gradually calmed his emotions. Although filled with curiosity, he refrained from questioning and instead listened attentively. The middle-aged man, satisfied with Li Jinbong's reaction, nodded and continued, I am a practitioner of the mystical arts. Upon reaching the pinnacle of my cultivation in my realm, I gained the ability to traverse various spaces at will. This place is one I have visited before, yet I can no longer perceive the existence of my true self. Perhaps I have completely perished, or perhaps I have genuinely ascended to what we refer to as the celestial realm. As he spoke, a hint of melancholy flickered in the man's eyes. These three treasures are remnants of my essence, bestowed upon you, a kindred spirit. Why am I deemed a kindred spirit? Is it simply because I do not belong here? Or do you have some unfulfilled wish that requires my assistance? Li Jinbong pondered incredulously, having always believed that one should not receive rewards without effort. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. In a foreign land, we are all strangers. Why must we have known each other before? Our meeting itself is fate, and practitioners of the mystical arts place great emphasis on serendipity. You may not be the only traveler from another realm in this world, but you are the sole individual who has come here, and that is sufficient. Are you suggesting that others have crossed over into this world? I am not the only one. Is it possible for me to return to my former world? Li Jinbong asked in astonishment. The universe is vast and full of mysteries. Who can truly comprehend it? Let everything unfold as it should. Lu Chunfeng replied, his gaze drifting from Li Jinbong to the expanse of the sky. Though it was merely a stone wall, Li Jinbong felt that Lu Chunfeng should be able to see the sky beyond. All right, little one, my time is limited, so allow me to introduce you to these three treasures. Moments later, Lu Chunfeng returned to normal and spoke. This inner armor does not belong to this world. I obtained it during my travels in other realms. I have named it the Celestial Silkworm Soft Armor. Chapter 34. The cultivator Lu Chunfeng, the Celestial Silkworm Soft Armor, can provide immunity to a certain extent against physical and magical damage. However, as it is only a half armor, any uncovered areas will still be susceptible to harm. Yet, you may infuse it with your inner energy to activate its protective abilities, thereby achieving full body defense. The more inner energy you infuse, the stronger the defense becomes. Li Jinbong's gaze reflected a hint of helplessness. Inner energy? Before crossing over, he had practiced on Wudong Mountain, but he had never encountered profound internal martial arts techniques, just some basic qi cultivation methods. Noticing the helpless expression on Li Jinbong's face, Lu Chunfeng paused for a moment before realizing, all right, in this world, there is no inner energy, only fighting spirit and magic. Infusing fighting spirit or magical elements is also possible, although the defense will be somewhat inferior. Can I admit that my fighting spirit is exceedingly weak? Can I confess that I am merely at the level of an apprentice magician? Can I reveal that I am just a summoner? Li Jinbong lamenta. Although he had attempted to cultivate his combat prowess, the results were rather unsatisfactory. While he could be considered an intermediate warrior, he was merely on the cusp of advancing to a higher rank. The only notable skill he possessed was his agility. Oh, a summoner mage? What a formidable existence. Your demands for mental prowess must be substantial, as your current mental strength is indeed rather feeble, Lu Chunfeng remarked, casting a surprised glance at Li Jinbao. Astonished to discover he was a summoner mage. Formidable? Senior, could you refrain from jesting? The summoner mage is utterly a redundant existence, devoid of significant value. Oh, in my era, summoner mages were exceedingly powerful. Lu Chunfeng sighed. Alas, times have changed. Even summoner mages have fallen into decline. Summoner mages were once so powerful. Li Zhenbang inquired incredulously. Indeed, they were immensely powerful. Even I could not guarantee victory against a formidable summoner mage. It is not merely the strength of the summoner mage themselves that is impressive, but rather the terrifying prowess of the companions they summon. Li Zhenbang was momentarily rendered speechless. The summoner mage, if able to conjure formidable allies, could indeed be remarkably powerful. However, this was contingent upon possessing sufficient mental fortitude. Lu Chunfeng did not elaborate extensively, and it was not until much later that Li Zhenbang comprehended the true strength of the summoner mage. Even if one lacked skills, it mattered little. As long as this tome was in one's possession, concerns regarding inner strength would dissipate. This book contains my insights and techniques on spiritual cultivation. While it may not be entirely suited to you, the sections addressing the cultivation of mental strength and inner energy will undoubtedly prove beneficial. I hope you will practice diligently, for it may become a significant asset in your future endeavors. Finally, there's this cloth pouch, a type of magical artifact from our world known as the postnatal bag. This bag can store items, with the internal space's capacity being directly related to the user's mental power. The stronger the mental energy, the greater the space. Most notably, it can store living beings. It originally possessed offensive capabilities, allowing one to draw in individuals whose strength was not vastly superior, absorbing their abilities as energy to expand the bag space. Those drawn in would experience profound weakness and dehydration, rendering them incapable of exerting their powers for a duration. However, it is now damaged and retains only its storage function. Li Jinbang swallowed hard, contemplating the sheer audacity of such abilities, storing living beings and expanding with the growth of mental power. With these two capabilities, one would possess an unparalleled treasure. What more could one desire? Trembling slightly, Li Zhenbang inquired, Senior Lu, are all these treasures intended for me? Moreover, is it truly unnecessary for me to take any action? It is simply inconceivable. How could such a remarkable opportunity fall from the heavens? What is destined to be yours will ultimately find its way to you, while what is not cannot be coerced. Fate is indeed a mysterious force. My time has come. A treasure must be claimed with blood to be of service to you. Take care, little one. As Lu Chuanfeng's figure gradually faded, Li Zhenbang remained, one hand resting on the stone platform, his gaze slowly shifting from a daze to clarity. Suddenly, a colossal shadow lunged towards him, knocking Li Zhenbang to the ground. Zhenbang, have you lost your mind? How dare you touch the stone platform? Are you all right? The shadow that pounced upon him was Alpha, who, upon witnessing Li Zhenbang's contact with the platform, rushed to his side, fearing he might encounter some misfortune. Sister, if you do not descend soon, I shall truly be in trouble, Li Zhenbang lamented, for anyone beneath the weight of a fully grown dragon would hardly find it comfortable. Oh, my apologies. Dear sister was merely concerned for your well-being. Alpha blushed as she shifted off of Li Zhenbang, fortunate that she had not pressed down too hard. Otherwise, he might have traversed realms once more. Are you unharmed? Alpha extended her immense dragon claw, intending to lift Li Zhenbang from the ground, but he immediately raised a hand to halt her motion. What a jest! With such a massive claw, one misstep could easily crush me. Sister, cannot the two of you transform into human forms? The pressure of your dragon shapes is overwhelming. It is not that we are unable to transform. It seems to be working now. It wasn't functioning when I first entered, Alpha remarked, somewhat astonished after taking on a humanoid form. Once Lu Chuanfeng's spiritual projection departed, the restrictions were naturally lifted. Li Zhenbang recounted the events that had transpired, omitting, of course, the fact that both he and Lu Chunfeng hailed from another realm. Alpha and Omega exchanged skeptical glances with Li Zhenbang, as they felt no interruption. It was evident that Alpha had lunged forward the instant Li Zhenbang touched the stone platform. However, the platform no longer exuded the previous air of terror. Had it not been for the three treasures resting atop it, it would merely resemble an ordinary stone slab. Jinbong, what do you intend to do now? Shall we attempt to bond through blood? Omega inquired with a hint of anticipation. Let us proceed with that. Li Zambang Hrabia, gently gliding the nail of his left index finger across his right, allowing droplets of blood to fall upon the cloth pouch. An odd sensation surged within him, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. He continued to let a few more drops fall. The feeling lingered, albeit faintly, before it vanished entirely. Could it be that the blood is insufficient? Determined, Li Jinbong resolutely sliced open his wrist, blood gushing forth and soaking the pouch. Yet, the sensation of bonding eluded him still. Waves of weakness washed over him, unmistakably signs of excessive blood loss. Jinbong, how do you feel? Omega asked curiously. I believe I've lost too much blood. My body feels so feeble. Li Jinbong's voice was weak and feeble. I'm asking if you've acknowledged the ownership. Omega said with her hand on her forehead, helplessly. I can sense something, but it doesn't seem like I've fully acknowledged it. Jinbong, I think you might be using the wrong method. Alpha said, one hand across her chest and the other propping up her chin thoughtfully. How could I be mistaken, sister? Senior Lu Chunfeng told me to use the blood drop method. Li Zambang Raturta Beakli. I'm not saying the blood drop method is wrong, but that you're using the wrong blood. Blood? Wrong blood? How could that be? I'm supposed to use my blood to acknowledge ownership. You should use your blood, but not ordinary blood. I seem to have heard of something similar. If I remember correctly, it was during ancient times when there were blood drop acknowledgements. It seems like signing a contract also required blood. Alpha said, recalling earnestly. Sister, please think carefully about what's going on. Li Jinbong looked at Alpha expectantly. Let me think. It seems like it was called something like essence blood. Anyway, it seems to cause some damage to the body, but not much. Essence blood? Where am I going to get essence blood? How could I possibly have essence blood? Li Jinbong's face was covered in black lines. Sister Alpha, you're not joking, are you? I remember it being essence blood. Omega looked at Li Jinbong with a lewd gaze, even winking. Jinbong, shall I assist you? I can be quite swift in my endeavors. With that, I extended my right hand, gesturing earnestly towards Li Jinbong's form. Li Jinbong shuddered, exclaiming, Brother, I was mistaken. I would rather forego it altogether. If that is permissible, I bestow it upon you. Alpha, puzzled by Li Jinbong's sudden dismissal, caught sight of Omega's lewd gestures and promptly delivered a sharp smack to Omega's head. What are you two thinking? It is not the jing of menstruation, but rather the jing of vitality. Upon uttering this, a flush of crimson crept across her delicate visage. The jing of menstruation? Is there a distinction? Omega pondered aloud, his expression one of bewilderment. Oh, that hurts terribly, Omega cried, clutching his head in agony. Alpha, with one hand firmly on her hip and the other still poised in a fist, the knuckles of her middle finger prominently protruding, clearly having just delivered a more forceful smack. I am referring to the essence of spirit. Should you dare to interrupt again, I shall unleash upon you the invincible whirlwind. The invincible whirlwind was the moniker she had given to the skill she employed when first encountering Omega. Tossing him far away with great force, Omega fell silent, yet cautiously approached Li Jinbong, gently patting his shoulder with an air of concern for his well-being. Simultaneously, he cast furtive glances at Li Jinbong, softly murmuring, Vital essence, Jinbong. How pitiable. How many times must this occur to extract such essence? No wonder it is said to inflict some harm upon the body. I suspect the damage may not be negligible. Fear not. I shall devise a means to procure restorative remedies for you. At this moment, Li Jinbong felt an overwhelming desire to end his life. Omega, whether genuinely ignorant or feigning ignorance, failed to grasp the essence of essence blood. This term clearly refers to the vital essence of blood within the body, typically denoting the refined blood within the heart's meridian. While it may indeed cause some harm to the body, it could hardly be as severe as Omega suggested. As long as one does not overexert themselves and takes the time to rest, recovery is entirely feasible. Omega, do you truly regard my words as mere whispers in the wind? Alpha could no longer tolerate the situation. Omega's lewdness had reached an unbearable limit. In a state of utter shock, Omega, despite his towering and muscular stature exceeding 2 meters, curled up and sought refuge behind the 6-year-old Li Jinbao. Alpha, I just remembered. It is indeed necessary to utilize the essence blood of the heart's meridian. Omega hastily exclaimed, keenly aware that time was of the essence. Upon hearing Omega's words, Alpha paused, reflecting carefully, and it seemed he might have indeed recalled something along those lines. In that case, I shall focus on my recovery. At this point, I feel that not only is the essence blood elusive, but even ordinary blood seems on the verge of depletion. Li Jinbao, mustering his spirit, extracted a restorative potion from the spatial bracelet and consumed it directly, subsequently settling into a meditative posture to recuperate. Omega, at the opportune moment, employed a wood-based magic to expedite the recovery of bodily functions. Anemia, after all, cannot be remedied hastily. It requires gradual restoration, lest it inflict harm upon the body. Approximately half an hour later, Li Jinbao opened his eyes, noticeably revitalized. Although he still felt somewhat weak, a lingering consequence of the substantial blood loss, his condition had significantly improved. With Alpha's assistance, Li Jinbao successfully expelled a mouthful of essence blood, which Omega deftly divided into 3 equal portions, each landing upon the 3 ancient treasures, thereby establishing his bond with them. After a brief period of rest, the trio returned effortlessly to their residence near the academy. The house, modest in size at around 100 square meters, boasted 3 stories and a small courtyard, accommodating 7 individuals, along with the 4 maids sent by Wu Mingzhi. It provided ample space. Notably, their return went unnoticed, as they quietly retreated to their respective bedrooms, as though they had never ventured out. In their absence, Edward, burdened by illness, conducted a final inspection of the treasure vault and subsequently succumbed to his ailment, taking nearly half a month to recover. When Edward re-entered the treasury, he discovered subtle clues pointing towards an adversary from Long City. Although Alpha dismissed the notion of framing someone, he recognized that extraordinary circumstances warranted extraordinary measures. After a brief respite of 2 days, the momentous occasion of new student enrollment at the Royal Academy of Carlo has arrived. During this interlude, the trio merely wandered through the bustling streets and alleys of Dragon City. This vibrant locale stands in stark contrast to the Imperial City. Here, the cost of living is somewhat elevated, the common folk are fewer, and the presence of mercenaries and soldiers abounds, infusing the atmosphere with a palpable sense of fervor. Conflicts often arise among mercenaries over a myriad of trivial grievances, and while combat is generally prohibited within Dragon City, an open arena for dueling exists in the northeastern corner, where one can engage in battle for the modest fee of a single gold coin, albeit only after signing a contract that stipulates the terms of life and death. Notably, during these 2 days, Alpha has taken the significant step of nullifying the soul contracts of 4 female slaves acquired at auction, thus restoring their freedom. However, the 4 have chosen not to depart, as leaving at this juncture would offer them little advantage. The demeanor of the little dragon maiden towards Li Jinbao has shifted. As a dragoness, she possesses a modicum of draconic blood within her veins, which, albeit faint, fosters a sense of kinship with the pure-blooded dragons. Moreover, Alpha has assumed the enchanting guise of a strikingly beautiful woman, endowed with the prowess of a saint-level warrior. The Royal Academy of Carlo, despite its regal appellation, does not exclusively cater to the nobility. Indeed, commoners possessing a certain degree of talent are also welcomed to pursue their education within its esteemed halls. Certainly, the tuition fees for nobility and commoners are markedly different. Although classes may be attended together, the living conditions are worlds apart. Children from impoverished families can apply for work-study opportunities at the school during their early years. The institution assigns them simple tasks such as cleaning and transporting equipment, providing a monthly stipend of 5 silver coins. With prudent expenditure, they can easily save enough to cover the following year's tuition over the course of a year. Students of considerable prowess may also join the Academy's prestigious Royal Mercenary Corps, earning substantial rewards through mercenary missions. Chapter 36. Admission to the Royal Academy of Caro. The Royal Academy of Caro imposes no requirements on noble offspring. As long as they reach the age of 6 and pay an annual fee of 300 gold coins, they may enroll. However, the living expenses for those of noble birth typically amount to no less than 1 to 2,000 gold coins annually. In contrast, commoners must meet specific criteria. Those with innate magical talent may gain admission without examination, as wizards are a rare and esteemed profession. Summoners, too, fall within this esteemed category, while warriors must attain a high-ranking status to qualify for enrollment. Notably, commoners are only required to pay a modest annual tuition of 3 gold coins. Li Jinbong arrived not too early, and thus a lengthy queue had already formed before the gates of the Royal Academy of Karo. Certainly, the signs of nobility are exempt from the rigors of queuing for admission, as there exists a dedicated facility within the institution to cater specifically to their needs. However, due to Li Jinbong's eventual awakening as merely the most inconsequential summoner mage, the family resources have been predominantly allocated to other descendants of the clan. In a negotiation between clan leader Li Zhanfeng and his father, Li Qishan, considering that Li Jinbong has the patronage of 2 esteemed Archmage mentors, the elder council reluctantly consented to cover half of the tuition fees, amounting to 150 gold coins. Nonetheless, Li Jinbong declined this offer, asserting that he did not require charity, especially given his current status. The family remained oblivious to the fact that the Dragon Omega, after a 3-year pact, had become an unwavering protector for Li Jinbong. Nor were they aware that Li Jinbong had become extraordinarily wealthy. Ultimately, amidst the astonished expressions of Li Zhanfeng and Li Qishan, Li Jinbong opted for the path of a commoner for his enrollment. With the title of Summoner Mage, gaining admission was, of course, not a hurdle. Initially, both Li Qishan and his 2 sisters opposed this decision. His sisters, already of considerable rank, had joined the royal mercenary group within the school and could assist in gathering funds, while Li Qishan sought to procure additional resources to ensure his son entered as a noble. However, Li Jinbong ultimately dissuaded their intentions, prompting Li Qishan to reflect with admiration. Indeed, he is my son, full of ambition, just like his father. Li Jinbong simply stated, a man should possess ambition. Today, they may disregard me, but tomorrow they shall find me beyond their reach. However, Li Qishan remained oblivious to the fact that his demeanor had completely secured Li Jinbong's acknowledgement of him as a father. In contrast to other commoners' offspring, who were often accompanied by their parents or grandparents, laden with numerous bags, Li Jinbong stood alone, without the company of Omega or Alpha, and possessed no luggage, save for a modest pouch of coins at his waist. Had it not been for the conspicuousness of possessing spatial artifacts as a commoner, he would not have even brandished his money pouch. Despite the extensive queue, the progression was surprisingly swift. In approximately half an hour, Li Jinbong, clutching an academy prospectus, duly stamped payment receipts, and his dormitory access card, advanced into the campus alongside the throng. Li Jinbong perused the academy's prospectus and map as he ambled toward his designated dormitory. The academy was segregated by discipline into mages, warriors, and summoners. Each discipline comprised 5 academic years. All incoming freshmen, irrespective of their proficiency, were enrolled as first-year students, primarily focusing on theoretical studies. The subsequent year marked the commencement of stratification. Whether mages, warriors, or summoners, progression hinged upon the successful completion of the Academy's annual assignment. The complexity of the assessment escalated with each ascending year. To attain graduation, mages were mandated to achieve a minimum of the 4th grade. Warriors were required to attain at least the iron level, and both had to successfully navigate the graduation assessment. Summoners were obliged to consecutively execute the summoning incantation 5 times, with at least 3 instances resulting in the manifestation of a 4th-tier magical beast, or 2 instances summoning a 5th-tier beast, or a single instance summoning a 6th-tier or higher beast. Naturally, they were also required to complete the corresponding assessment to secure graduation. Failure to meet the graduation criteria by the age of 30 would result in the Academy compelling termination of studies. Summoners constituted the largest demographic of those subject to mandatory termination annually. The graduation assessment was not particularly arduous. The challenge lay in summoning 4th-tier or higher magical beasts thrice. given the inherent unpredictability of the summoning process. Although a more robust mental fortitude correlated with an elevated probability of summoning higher-tier magical beasts, fortune played an equally pivotal role. An alternative avenue to graduation existed. Any practitioner capable of forging a master-servant pact with a 6th-tier or higher magical beast could petition for graduation at any juncture. Upon scrutinizing the graduation prerequisites for summoners, Li Zhenbang grimaced in resignation, realizing that graduation would not be facile. Under the auspices of an equitable covenant, Li Zhenbang could presently fulfill the requisites for graduation by simply formalizing an agreement with Omega. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that this is a master-servant pact, wherein the demise of the master entails the demise of the servant, and vice versa. The servant's demise inflicts injury upon the master. High-ranking magical beasts possess a certain degree of sagacity, with some even rivaling humans in intelligence, rendering it improbable for them to enter into such an accord with humans. Imperceptibly, he had arrived at the threshold of the dormitory, the portal of which stood ajar, revealing activity within. Li Zhenbang strode into the dormitory, which, while not palatial, was nevertheless commodious, housing 6 beds, each adorned with a numerical designation ranging from 1 to 6, and each accompanied by a diminutive bedside table. At this juncture, a diminutive, corpulent individual was bustling about on bed number 3, while bed number 5 had already been furnished with bedding. Subsequent to the matriculation of students, parents and retainers are proscribed from entering the academy without the express consent of the institution, a measure implemented to cultivate the students' autonomy and ensure their safety. For children hailing from plebeian families, this presents no significant impediment, as domestic chores are commonplace in their lives. However, for aristocratic offspring unaccustomed to physical labor and unfamiliar with agriculture, these tasks were quite vexing, especially the mandatory cleaning of the dormitory, which was subject to daily inspections. Consequently, certain specialized occupations emerged. Noble scions would typically engage commoner children to assist with cleaning, offering them remuneration in return. Although the dormitories of the nobility and the commoners were situated in separate areas, the academy did not prohibit commoner children from accessing the noble dormitory sector, merely forbidding members of the opposite sex from entering the dormitory areas. This effectively provided an additional source of income for the commoner children. The chubby fellow evidently noticed Li Zhenbang's entrance, extending a hand in greeting with a smile. Li Zhenbang responded with a nod and a smile, proceeding to the bed designated as number 6 and taking a seat on the bedboard. "Oh, did you not bring any luggage?" the chubby fellow inquired curiously, observing Li Zhenbang's arrival empty-handed and immediate seating on bed number 6. "I did. I shall retrieve it presently," Li Zhenbang replied casually. The chubby fellow, having apparently completed his tidying, approached Li Zhenbang, extending a hand and stating, "Greetings, I am Chu Linfei, though I'm commonly known as Little Fatty. I'm an advanced warrior." Chapter 37. The principled little fatty Li Zhenbang paused momentarily, experiencing a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of his initial days at university. "Greetings, U Ame Li Zhenbang." Instinctively, Li Zhenbang extended his hand, nearly uttering his pre-transmigration name. "From now on, we'll be dormitory roommates. Please look after me," Chu Linfei said courteously. "You're too kind. We should take care of each other," Li Zhenbang responded with a smile, finding Chu Linfei quite agreeable. "Where's your luggage? Allow me to assist you in bringing it inside," Chu Linfei offered enthusiastically. No need. I'll retrieve it myself later. Thank you, Linfei." Li Zhenbang was somewhat taken aback by Chu Linfei's fervor, having not experienced such genuine warmth in quite some time. "Just call me Little Fatty. It's no trouble at all. We're roommates now. No need to be so formal. My mother told me that the relationships in a dormitory must be cultivated well, with unity and mutual assistance among roommates. Moreover, I am an advanced warrior. Despite my appearance, I possess considerable strength," Little Fatty said with an innocent expression. "By the way, you haven't yet disclosed your occupation. Judging by your slender, yet well-proportioned physique, could you also be an advanced warrior?" Little Fatty inquired with curiosity. Li Zhenbang mused inwardly that Little Fatty might be a bit of chatterbox, but he was certainly genuine. Li Zhenbang shook his head, refuting little Fatty's assumption. Heavens, you're actually a magician? Heavens, my roommate is a prodigious magician, the chubby boy exclaimed with excitement. Li Junbong, once hailed as a genius sorcerer, couldn't help but smile bitterly within. Alas, his awakening had been a failure. You misunderstand, my friend. I am merely a summoner, Li Junbong replied with a hint of resignation. A summoner? Good heavens! You are indeed a summoner. Then you must be capable of calling forth formidable magical beasts. How wonderful! The chubby boy continued to exclaim with enthusiasm. Well, theoretically, yes, Li Junbong responded, but I assure you, your excitement is not misplaced. I cannot believe I have a mage as a roommate, especially one who is a summoner. This is splendid. When the holidays arrive, I must tell my mother. She will be overjoyed. The chubby boy rambled excitedly to himself. Li Junbong stared in astonishment at the animated boy, reluctant to dampen his spirits. So he chose silence and quietly slipped out of the dormitory. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he retrieved his belongings from the spatial bracelet and brought them into the room. The chubby boy eagerly assisted Li Junbong in arranging the bedding, gazing enviously at the thick, soft covers. Your bedding is truly exquisite. In all my years, I have never slept on something so luxurious. At that moment, Li Junbong noticed a small patch on the chubby boy's trousers, stirring a sense of compassion within him. I have an additional set of bedding, just as plush. I shall give it to you. Oh no, that wouldn't he do. My mother has always said one must not take what belongs to others. Although somewhat tempted, Fatty declined. Aren't we friends? Indeed, as roommates, we are naturally good friends. Then can you refuse a gift from a good friend? But I can't accept your gift for no reason, and I don't have a gift to exchange, Fatty said, lowering his head and rubbing his hands together in front of his round belly. How about this? I'll give you a comforter, and in the future, if I don't want to go to the cafeteria, you can fetch my meals for me, okay? No, Mom said that helping friends in need is our duty. So how can I accept payment? Mom would be angry if she knew. Li Junbong felt helpless looking at Fatty's earnest demeanor. Being too simple-minded wasn't necessarily a good thing. However, he genuinely grew fond of this principled, chubby little boy. Then, how about I lend it to you? No, Mom said we shouldn't borrow things from friends casually, because if we can't repay them, we might lose our friendship. Li Junbong, exasperated, simply lay on the bed, finding himself at a complete loss with this little Fatty. Li Junbong suddenly sat up, exited the dormitory, and retrieved a bedding set from his spatial bracelet, tossing it directly onto Xiaopeng's bed. Junbong, what is this? Xiaopeng asked, bewildered and somewhat perplexed. Has your mother ever told you that one should help friends without expecting anything in return? Li Junbong replied, exasperated. How do you know that? Xiaopeng inquired, astonished. My mother once said that helping others should not be motivated by the desire for recompense. I wholeheartedly agree with your mother's wisdom. Assisting others should indeed be selfless. Thus, I am gifting you this bedding set without any expectation of reciprocity. Should you choose to repay me, it would imply you are disregarding your mother's words, Li Junbong declared with a hint of pride. But my mother also said that one should repay even the smallest kindness with great gratitude, Xiaopeng asserted earnestly. Well, that is indeed true. Your mother is wise. Did you not just help me make the bed? Thus, my gift is a demonstration of gratitude, Li Junbong countered, feeling slightly frustrated as the conversation circled back. I still maintain that my mother said one should help others without seeking compensation, Xiaopeng remarked, his brow furrowed in thought. Indeed, your mother is absolutely right. I was moved by your kindness, so while your assistance was selfless, my act of gratitude does not contradict that principle. Reflect on this. Although your mother advised against seeking recompense, she never specified that one cannot accept it, did she? It seems she did not mention that. Xiaopeng pondered carefully, nodding affirmatively. Then that settles it. Please accept this gift. Li Junbong let out a sigh, internally vowing, this little rascal. I refuse to believe I cannot manage this chubby child. He thought to himself that there was nothing he intended to deliver that could not reach its destination. How could he allow such a minor obstacle to thwart him? Yet, unexpectedly, the little boy clutched the bedding that Li Junbong had gifted him and began to weep softly. At that moment, Li Junbong found himself utterly at a loss. How could presenting him with a bed and blankets elicit such tears? Rather than expressing joy, The child was crying. Having lived for over 30 years combined in 2 lifetimes, soothing a child was not a skill he possessed. Why are you crying, little one? Is it not just a bed and some blankets? Is it truly necessary to cry over this? If it bothers you so much, I can simply take it back. No, I know you mean well, the chubby boy replied, his eyes reddening. You are the best person I have known besides my mother. And what of your father? Li Zumbang Inkirat Pujlat. I do not know. My mother told me that my father passed away, and I have never met him. I am sorry, little one. I did not mean to bring up such painful memories. It is all right. I have grown accustomed to it. When I was a child, the kids in the village would often call me a fatherless wildling, and I would retaliate. Initially, I couldn't handle them alone, but as time went on, I managed to defeat them all, and eventually, I became a formidable fighter. Chapter 38. A familiar face again. Is it truly possible to cultivate oneself in such a formidable fighter? He pondered, reflecting on his own lengthy training that had yet to yield such accomplishments. Certainly, when considering pure speed, even the Black Iron Warrior may find it challenging to keep pace without the use of combat energy. I apologize, Xiao Pang. I was unaware of your family circumstances. However, I firmly believe that you will grow into a formidable warrior. Li Jinbong said with a hint of guilt. It's all right. I know you mean well. I want to hold it against you. Thank you for the betting. Xiao Pang replied, tears welling in his eyes, his cheeks marked with traces of sorrow. Yet he managed to smile. You have a wonderful mother. I hope to visit her someday, Li Jinbong said earnestly as he gazed at Xiao Pang. Indeed, my mother would be delighted to meet you, Xiao Pang responded, neatly folding the new bedding and placing it in the bedside cabinet. Why don't you lay it out directly? Li Jinbong asked, puzzled. I can't bring myself to. This is the first gift I've received in my life. Aside from those from my mother, Xiao Pang emphasized with sincerity. Li Jinbong watched as Xiao Pang fell into reminiscence, recalling a friend from his own childhood who bore resemblance to Xiao Pang. Yet, as time passed, they gradually lost touch, ultimately fading into silence. Friends often become mere memories without intention. It seemed that the only one left from his childhood was Zhang Dayo. I wonder how you are, Dayo. As time flows on, do you still think of me? You wouldn't believe it, but I have traversed realms. I can only imagine how my parents would react upon discovering my lifeless body. Surely, they would be inconsolable. If given the opportunity to choose again, I doubt I would aspire to be that hero once more. The thought of Lu Lin brings a slight pang to Li Jinbong's heart, yet her visage gradually fades into obscurity. If I could relive those moments, would I dare to confess my feelings to her again? Would I succumb to despair? Perhaps not. But who can truly say? I find myself filled with a tinge of regret. How wonderful it would be if I were still alive. Meanwhile, on Earth, Zhang Dayo sits at his desk, gazing out at the newly risen crescent moon, letting out a sigh. A glance at the new clothes he had purchased for Li Yiran causes his eyes to redden, and he delivers a sharp slap to his own face. Yiran, how I wish I had taken you with me that day to buy clothes. Perhaps then, you would not have met with that tragic accident. With that, Zhang Dayo collapses onto the table, weeping uncontrollably. Hey, what's wrong with that guy in bed 6? Sitting on his own bed, Xiao Pang gazes blankly for a while, occasionally frowning and then breaking into a silly grin. Is he some sort of fool? His roommate from bed 5, returning to the dormitory, expresses concern over Li Jinbong's unusual behavior. The occupant of bed 5, robust and strikingly handsome, would surely have been the object of affection for many noble ladies had he been born into a wealthy family. Unfortunately, like Xiao Pang, he hails from humble beginnings, yet he is considerably more fortunate, possessing a complete family with both parents engaged in farming, in the prime of their lives and remarkably vigorous. Don't speak ill of him. Bed 6 belongs to our roommate Li Jinbong, and he is indeed a good person. With utmost sincerity, the stout fellow declared, a paragon of virtue. Observe him. Does he project the image of a benevolent soul? Since my arrival, I've noticed him perched upon the bed, indulging in incessant, vacant laughter, an exercise he has sustained for what seems an eternity. Nay, while the opportunity presents itself, I implore you, lend me your assistance so that I may promptly relocate to another bed. Proximity to him fills me with trepidation. Having uttered these words, the occupant of bed number 5 commenced the task of tidying his bedside cabinet. Perhaps the elevated volume of his voice served to rouse Li Junbong from his reverie. However, upon setting his gaze upon the occupant of bed number 5, Li Junbong emitted a piercing shriek, causing the former to collapse unceremoniously onto the floor. Heavens! Why do you bellow so? You nearly frightened me to death. The occupant of bed number 5 exclaimed, dusting off his posterior. Even now, do you persist in labeling him a paragon of virtue? In my estimation, he is nothing more than a madman, prone to erratic outbursts. Were it not for my robust constitution, I would surely have suffered a grave misfortune as a result of his actions. Nay, hasten to my aid, that I may secure a different berth. Once others arrive, the opportunity to relocate will be lost. Having spoken thus, the occupant of bed number 5 resumed his packing. Zhang Daiyou, can it truly be you? Li Junbong exclaimed with fervent emotion as he rushed forward, seizing the occupant of bed number 5 by the shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Halt! Cease this at once, lest I be compelled to retaliate. Forgive me. My actions were unduly impetuous. Your countenance bears a striking resemblance to that of a dear friend. I mistook you for him. Pray accept my apologies. Li Junbong expressed a hint of embarrassment. Gazing at the occupant of bed number 5, Li Junbong found his heart unable to settle for a long moment. However, recalling the earlier spectacle of the little dragon girl, he swiftly regained his composure. It was merely a denizen of another world bearing a striking resemblance to Zhang Daiyou. How did you come to know my name is Zhang Daiyou? Did little fatty inform you? The individual in bed 5 inquired with a perplexed air, lamenting inwardly the prospect of enduring such a madcap roommate. Why your name Zhang Daiyou? Li Junbong exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. What do you intend to do? This young master's actions are consistent with his words. I am indeed named Zhang Daiyou. To think that you not only share an uncanny resemblance with my friend, but even bear the same name. Truly, the world is replete with marvels. Li Junbong mused with a sigh. You are called Li Junbong, are you not? Is there perhaps something amiss with your mental faculties? Zhang Daiyou questioned, pointing to his own head. Oh, pardon me. I apologize for causing such a misunderstanding. I was merely overcome with emotion. My deepest apologies. I am perfectly sound of mind. Perfectly sound? Zhang Daiyou scrutinized Li Junbong with a dubious expression, even casting a fleeting, deliberate glance towards Li Junbong's nether regions. I assure you, I am perfectly normal, a man through and through, with no inclination towards other men. Li Junbong declared emphatically. Eek! Zhang Daiyou curled his lip and rolled his eyes, displaying a skeptical demeanor, yet he ultimately refrained from insisting on changing his bed. Li Junbong felt a surge of excitement. Although Zhang Daiyou was not truly Zhang Daiyou, he nonetheless served as a comforting psychological solace for him. Up until this moment, he had encountered two individuals strikingly similar to himself. Who could say there wouldn't be a third or fourth person who resembled him? His heart brimmed with a glimmer of anticipation. Soon, the remaining 4 members of the dormitory arrived, all of them 6 years of age and hailing from humble backgrounds, naturally devoid of any arrogance, swiftly melding into a cohesive group. What astonished Li Junbong the most was that one of his roommates was actually a first-level mage, a rarity among those from commoner families. Chapter 39. The Commoners' Committee in Families of Modest Means. The lack of systematic guidance typically results in individuals awakening as mere magic apprentices. Even if one possesses a strong affinity for magic without proper mentorship, they remain unable to wield advanced spells. To be proficient in secondary-level magic is a prerequisite for the Wizarding Guild to bestow the badge of a first-level magician. 6 children gathered together naturally needed to elect a leader among them. Among them were a magician, a summoner, and 4 senior warriors, all of comparable strength. Thus, age became the determining factor for their hierarchy. Zhang Daiyou from Dormitory 5, being 6 years and 9 months old, naturally assumed the role of the elder brother. Li Junbong from Dormitory 6, at 6 years and 7 months, became second in command. Shahan's Han, a first-level earth magician from Dormitory 1, aged 6 years and 4 months, was designated as the third. Interestingly, both Stanley from Dormitory 4 and Paul from Dormitory 2 were 6 years and 3 months old. However, as Stanley was 3 days older, he was deemed the fourth, while Paul took the 5th position. The youngest among them, Chu Linfei from Dormitory 3, had just turned 6, earning him the title of the sixth brother. Today, Li Zhenbong was particularly elated, not only because of the addition of these new companions, but also due to his encounter with Zhang Daiyou. Even though this Daiyou was not the same as the one he had known, there was no need to dwell on such distinctions. To celebrate their gathering, Li Zhenbong exuberantly proposed a feast, declaring, "I shall treat everyone. Dining together is fine, but let us split the cost. We are all children of humble means, and our parents work hard for their earnings." Stanley promptly interjected, with the others echoing his sentiments. As the eldest of the dormitory, Li Zhenbong reassured them, "Fear not, for I shall cover the expenses of today's meal. This money is not from my parents. It is what I earned by helping some noble children clean their rooms. I have 2 silver coins." He added, "If that is insufficient, we can share the remainder among ourselves." Li Zhenbong cast a surprised glance at Zhang Daiyou. No wonder he hadn't seen him upon his arrival. He had been occupied with earning money, although Zhang Daiyou's face was no longer beaded with perspiration. Traces of sweat mingled with dust lingered on his countenance. "Since our esteemed leader has set such an admirable example, I cannot be outdone. Let us dispense with the argument. As you hold me in such high regard as to address me as your brother, I shall cover the remaining expenses. Please, no further contention. This money is of my own earning." The others, after exchanging glances between Zhang Daiyou and Li Zhenbong, exclaimed jubilantly, "Our leaders, from this day forward, we shall follow your guidance. When opportunities to earn arise, we trust you shall not forget us." Amidst laughter and playful banter, the group made their way towards the cafeteria. Despite Zhang Daiyou and Li Zhenbong's offer to treat, none of the children wished for them to expend too much of their funds, and thus they resolved to dine together in the school cafeteria. Although it was not yet the appointed hour for meals, the cafeteria stood ready to provide hot dishes at any time. This was a standing regulation of the Carlo Royal Academy, as the students were at a stage of growth and engaged in rigorous study and training, rendering them susceptible to hunger at unpredictable times. Thus, the school guaranteed that warm meals would be available at the cafeteria at any hour of the day. A throng of individuals had gathered on the sports ground, the epicenter of which was rife with clamorous dispute. Li Zhenbong and his companions, piqued by curiosity, edged closer to investigate. "By what right do you withhold my payment? I have rendered you considerable service, and we agreed upon a sum of 1 silver coin. Humph. You dare demand recompense from me? I have yet to demand the return of the sachet you pilfered. It was worth a single gold coin. I did not steal. You are unjustly accusing me. Everyone, please believe me. I truly did not take a sachet. I have never even seen it." Li Zhenbong and others gradually pushed their way to the center, where a flamboyantly dressed noble youth was embroiled in a dispute with a malnourished boy clad in tattered clothing. "Make way. The chairman of the Commoners Committee has arrived. Let him resolve this matter." The crowd parted, allowing a plump boy, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, to approach. "What is the Commoners Committee?" Li Zhenbong inquired softly of Stanley. Though Stanley had only just entered the academy, he was known by the nickname the Informant prior to his enrollment. He seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of not only the happenings within the academy, but also the entire Dragon City, though the source of his information remained a mystery. Nevertheless, his insights were often remarkably accurate. With a look of admiration, Stanley replied, "That is quite a prestigious position. The Commoners Committee is an organization we commoners established ourselves, dedicated to resolving conflicts between us and the noble offspring. The Academy allocates 10 gold coins each month to the committee to acknowledge its contributions. The chairman wields the most authority within the committee, which also includes a vice chairman and 10 council members. The chairman is appointed by the Academy, while the vice chairman is elected by the commoners themselves, and the council members are selected by the chairman and vice chairman. It was surprising to discover that the commoners had such an organization. With the chairman's arrival, it seemed likely that the issue would soon be resolved. Resolving issues is futile. This president, Nick, is utterly despicable. He has held his position for 3 years, having ascended through wealth, closely aligned with the nobility. If the vice president were in charge, there might have been a semblance of fairness. But with this corpulent figure at the helm, the impoverished students can only resign themselves to misfortune." Stanley scoffed disdainfully. That child appears to be a newly enrolled apprentice mage. Surely, he would receive some special consideration, wouldn't he? Li Jinbong remarked, glancing at the somewhat malnourished boy. Unlikely. A mere apprentice mage is beneath Nick's notice. How can you tell he is an apprentice mage? Why couldn't he be a warrior? Stanley asked in astonishment, as even he, a notorious gossip, was oblivious to the child's status. His frail physique and evident malnutrition clearly indicate he cannot be a high-ranking warrior. The only commoners who could attend this institution without being high-ranking warriors must be mages. His simple attire, complete with patches, suggests he is a newly minted apprentice mage. Having entered this role less than a month ago, why can he only be a novice mage apprentice and not a first-level mage or a summoner? Stanley inquired. His curiosity piqued. Because first-level mages and summoners receive their salaries and robes upon registering at the Mage Guild, whereas apprentice mages must wait a month before they can earn a meager 3 silver coins for their attire. Judging by his clothing, it is evident he has yet to receive his wages. Li Zamban analiza seriously. Is it possible that he has already received his salary, used it to pay for tuition, and refrained from wearing his robe to avoid soiling it? Perhaps he possesses no new clothes, or is afraid of getting them dirty, hence he wears old garments. Stanley also pondered thoughtfully. This could indeed be a possibility. After a moment of reflection, Li Zhenbong awkwardly replied, "Humph." Stanley unhesitatingly shot him a significant eye roll. "Nick, you've arrived just in time. I was about to seek you out." The noble youth cast a condescending glance at Nick and declared haughtily, is that not young Master Warren? How could I presume to trouble you? I merely heard you had matters at hand, so I hurried here without delay," Nick said, his face adorned with sycophancy. "Hey, you impoverished wretch, how on earth did you offend young Master Warren? You should hastily apologize, lest you find yourself in dire straits." Nick turned to the patched-clothed boy, his face twisted in disdain. Chapter 40. The commoner must strive for strength, esteemed president. I am but a newly enrolled apprentice magician. My name is Lon Leswie. I truly did not steal his pouch. He asked me to assist him with a task, promising me 1 silver coin, but upon completion, not only did he refuse to pay me, but he also wrongfully accused me of stealing his pouch. The boy exclaimed, his face a mask of anxiety. "I care not who you are. Having offended young Master Warren, you must offer an apology." Nick replied dismissively, "As the chairman of the Commoners Committee, how can you conduct yourself in such a manner? It is disheartening that instead of assisting us common folk, you resort to deflection. Is this the manner in which one conducts themselves?" The youth named Lon Leswie, overcome with emotion, felt a flush rise to his cheeks. "Who do you think you are to question me?" Without warning, he delivered a kick to Lon Leshui's abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground. Nick, feeling humiliated by being confronted by a mere impoverished newcomer, particularly in the presence of noble students, sought to reclaim his dignity. Without hesitation, he struck Lon Leswie. Despite Nick's hefty physique, he possessed the strength of a bronze warrior. Though the kick lacked infused fighting energy, it was more than enough for a frail apprentice magician like Lon Leswie to endure. Yet, Lon Leswie demonstrated resilience. Clutching his abdomen, he slowly rose, uttering not a word. As beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks, taking several deep breaths, he felt a slight alleviation of the pain. With his back slightly hunched, one hand still protecting his belly, he glared defiantly at Nick, vowing that the humiliation of today would surely be repaid in the future. Having made his resolve, he turned to depart. However, Nick was not about to let this go unchallenged. After having struck him, it was intolerable for a freshman to remain defiant. "Stop right there. What do you intend to do?" Lon Leswie faced Nick, his eyes ablaze with anger. "Nothing. This matter is far from over. Hurry and apologize to young Master Warren." "That is out of the question. I did not steal his pouch." L. Shu gritted his teeth, glaring at NK, and growled softly, seeking death. Enraged, NK charged towards L. Shu, his form instantly enveloped in a cloak of yellow aura. He was resolute in teaching this insolent pauper a lesson, for he would not heed unless chastised. A fist, shrouded in the yellow aura, loomed larger in L. Shu's vision, hurtling towards his face. Given L. Shu's capabilities, he possessed no means of resistance. However, He did not shut his eyes in anticipation of the impending blow, but instead fixed his gaze upon the advancing NK. Suddenly, L Shu felt a force propelling him swiftly backward, halting NK's fist mid-flight. Who are you? Mind your own business. NK regarded Elzich in being with caution, the speed of this unfamiliar boy rendering him wary. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that as the president of the Civilian Council, you fail to serve the commoners. What purpose do you serve if you occupy the latrine without relieving yourself? Are you unaware that a single drop of rat droppings can spoil an entire pot of soup? Elzedash NB Ingistated Brintli. Who exactly are you? Upon hearing Li Zhenbong's sarcasm, Nick did not impulsively charge forward. Instead, he maintained his composure and continued to inquire. As the chairman of the Civilian Committee, Nick was no ordinary individual. His earlier outburst was merely a performance for Warren and the surrounding noble offspring. The aura emanating from Li Zhenbong instilled a sense of danger within him, rendering him hesitant to act rashly until he fully comprehended Li Zhenbong's identity. Nick's calm demeanor astonished Li Zhenbong, revealing that Nick was far more complex than he appeared. You are not worthy to know my name, Li Zhenbong declared, exuding an air of inscrutability. Despite harboring resentment, Nick suppressed his rising anger. The more disdain Li Zhenbong displayed towards him, the less secure Nick felt. What exactly do you want? He demanded. Nothing much. When I see injustice, I speak out. When action is required, I shall take it. Li Zhenbong Skufa, casting a dismissive glance at Nick. Since you are inept, I cannot stand idly by while all the commoners suffer alongside you. If you choose to be a dog, that is your prerogative, but you shall not drag every common child into your servitude. Commoners possess their own dignity. They must strive for self-reliance. Most of the onlookers were commoners, and upon hearing Li Zhenbong's words, some began to cheer. Even a portion of the noble offspring regarded Li Zhenbong with surprise. Though they did not openly express it, there was a hint of admiration in their gazes. Nick cast a cold glance towards the source of the applause. His voice abruptly silenced. However, the few individuals in Li Zhenbong's dormitory exhibited no fear. Instead, they cheered and led the applause. Once a few took the initiative, the others naturally followed suit, for Li Zhenbong was their voice, advocating for the common folk. The clapping, which began sporadically, swiftly transformed into a resounding chorus. Zhang Daiyou, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Well said, the commoners must empower themselves." Soon, the commoners' offspring joined in, chanting, "The commoners must empower themselves." Lan Lesui gazed at Li Zhenbong with profound gratitude, bowing deeply and saying, "Thank you. I truly did not steal his pouch." "So, you are a commoner's child?" Nick sneered. "Very well. Let us see how you resolve this matter." Nick's eyes darkened as he scrutinized Li Zhenbong. At that moment, Nick found himself in a precarious position. While he was indifferent to a few commoners, the sheer number of them present was daunting. Should this incident reach the ears of the Academy's leadership, his presidency would be effectively over. If he were to lose his position, given his reputation among the commoners, a life of ease would be far from guaranteed, especially since he had offended many, including several of higher rank. The most favorable outcome for him would be to graduate early and seek refuge under a noble with whom he had previously forged connections, a scenario that was clearly not his desired outcome. Having chosen to intervene, Li Zhenbong was acutely aware of the potential ramifications. Nevertheless, his faith in his judgment remained intact. Bolstered by Lan Leshui's demeanor, she did not seem to be a thief. "Warren, greetings. I am Li Zhenbong, and I endeavor to ascertain the sequence of events. I shall exert every effort to recover the sachet, and should it prove irretrievable, I shall recompense you with this gold coin." Li Zhenbong regarded Lan Lesui with earnestness as he spoke. Warren cast a peculiar glance at Li Zhenbong, remarking, "Very well. It is not my intention to instigate trouble, and I hold in esteem those commoners' offspring who subsist through their own toil. As I initially stated, upon discovering the sachet's absence, I did not demand it of him. For though I hold theft in contempt, a single gold coin is of little consequence to me." "Young Master Warren, I truly did not," Li Zhenbong interjected, forestalling Lan Leshui's words, and offered him a reassuring gaze. Lan Lesui pursed his lips and nodded in acquiescence. Chapter 41. The sachets retrieval. Warren glanced at Lon Leslie, and after these events, he seemed to believe that Lon Leslie had been wronged. However, his sachet did disappear after Lon Leslie cleaned the room, but his tone had changed. Subsequently, he approached me seeking a silver coin for his labor. However, due to the sachet's disappearance, I suspected him of its theft. I had initially resolved to disregard the matter, yet he persisted in demanding his wages, despite the sachet's worth far exceeding a mere silver coin, even if pawned. Lon Leslie was about to interject in his defense, but Li Zhenbong shook his head, signaling him to remain silent until Warren had concluded his account. Subsequently, a dispute arose, and you're already privy to the ensuing events. Do you recall where you placed your sachet at that time? I remember that I was preparing to change my clothes and casually placed the sachet on the nightstand. Later, after he finished cleaning, I entered the room and discovered that the sachet had vanished. Li Zhenbong nodded and inquired of Lon Leslie. Did you happen to see a sachet while cleaning the room? Lon Leslie did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered carefully and then replied, I do not recall seeing any sachet. It is impossible. I definitely left it on the nightstand. Warren, please remain calm. Answer only when I ask you. If you have any questions, wait until I inquire. I need to understand the details without interruption. Warren nodded and fell silent. Did you clean the nightstand? I cleaned the surface of a nightstand, but the inside was filled with personal items, so I did not open it to sort through. Li Zhenbong nodded, reflecting for a moment, and continued to ask, did you organize the clothes that Warren said he had changed out of? Yes, they were left on the bed, and I took the liberty of washing and hanging them up. Did you notice anything resembling a sachet while doing the laundry? Absolutely not. I was concerned there might be valuable items in his clothes, and I could not afford to be negligent and wash them away. So I thoroughly checked every pocket inside and out. In the pocket of the clothing, 2 silver coins were discovered, which I placed beneath his pillow. Li Zhenbong nodded and turned to Warren, inquiring, are you aware that there are 2 silver coins in your clothing? Warren replied uncertainly, I am not sure. Perhaps they are just change from a purchase that I carelessly placed in my pocket. May we visit your dormitory to take a look? Li Zhenbong asked. Of course. Please follow me, Warren responded, leading the group towards his dormitory. Warren's dormitory was located in the Noble District, a standard twin room. Although the space was ample, it was impractical for such a large group to enter. Consequently, a representative from the commoners was chosen, along with 2 representatives from the nobles, to accompany Warren, Li Zhenbong, and Lon Leslie into the room. Among them was also Nick, the chairman of the commoners committee, while the others waited outside for the outcome. Upon entering the room, Li Zhenbong observed that it was impeccably tidy. Even Warren's roommate's bed was neatly arranged, indicating Lon Lesue's diligence. Approaching Warren's bedside, Li Zhenbong lifted the pillow and indeed found the 2 silver coins lying beneath it, confirming that Lon Leslie had spoken the truth. As Warren gazed at the coins, he began to doubt that the incense pouch had been taken by Lon Leslie. If he had indeed taken it, why would he leave behind these 2 silver coins? Unbeknownst to Warren, Lon Lesue's wages amounted to merely 1 silver coin. When Warren chose not to pay him, Lon Leslie could have easily entered the dormitory and taken both coins. But where has my sachet gone? Li Zhenbong, observing the change in Warren's gaze, realized that Warren was not genuinely seeking trouble. Rather, his sachet had indeed vanished, and he felt a sense of relief. Warren, I apologize. I will need to search for my sachet in the room, and it may become somewhat disordered. I hope you won't mind. I promise to restore everything once I finish. It's quite all right. Feel free to search. I have no desire to wrongfully accuse anyone. If you require assistance, I can help you look. No, I can manage on my own. It would be more convenient for others to observe, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Warren nodded, not insisting further. Li Zhenbong began his search around the bedside table, moving it slightly to see if anything had fallen nearby. He then carefully glided his hand over the bed, checking both on and beneath the 2 beds but found nothing. Ultimately, he scoured every corner of the room, yet still uncovered no trace. Nick, with a sly grin, remarked, My dear detective, what is the verdict? Found nothing, I presume? I told you that this impoverished lad must have stolen it. If you had just given him a good thrashing, the truth would surely have emerged. Li Zhenbong frowned, choosing to ignore him. Where did you put the washed clothes? They're hanging in the backyard. I used magic to expel the water elements, but they need to dry in the sun to be comfortable to wear. As the crowd gathered in the backyard, Li Zhenbong meticulously searched every corner once more and rifled through the clothes, yet no discoveries were made. Upon returning indoors, he placed one hand over his chest and the other, a clenched fist, against his forehead, closing his eyes in deep contemplation. Lan Lesui, after you exited this room, did you visit any other places? He inquired. No. After stepping out, I merely stood at the doorway, awaiting Master Warren's approval to collect my payment. Who could have anticipated that upon leaving the room, Master Warren would depart with a stern expression? I followed closely behind him until we reached this spot, where I could no longer restrain myself and demanded my wages, leading to our quarrel. Thus, if you had indeed stolen the sachet, there would have been no time to conceal it. It must still be on your person, correct? Li Zhenbong gazed at Lan Lesui with a serious demeanor. I truly did not steal the sachet. Lan Lesui's eyes brimmed with defiant tears, her voice quivering with emotion. I apologize. Though I'm certain you did not pilfer the sachet, I must search you to validate your innocence, Li Zhenbong said earnestly, his gaze sincere. For most, being searched is a matter of humiliation, yet upon meeting Li Zhenbong's earnest eyes, Lan Lesui smiled and replied, I will not hold it against you. I understand you are acting to prove my innocence. Proceed. With that, she opened her arms wide. First, please remove your personal belongings and place them on the bedside table. Although Lan Lesui was taken aback, he did not refuse. He retrieved a small cloth pouch from his person and opened it to reveal merely a handful of copper coins. He then turned to Li Zhenbong and stated, This is all that I possess. Subsequently, he raised his arms once more in a gesture of surrender. Chapter 42. Misunderstanding. Li Zhenbong nodded at Lan Lesui and extended his hands to gently pat him down for inspection, refraining from removing his clothing. I have completed my examination. He appears to possess nothing beyond this attire, he declared. Warren, should you harbor any doubts, feel free to conduct your own inspection. Warren glanced at Lan Lesui, then at Li Zhenbong, and replied, I trust you. There is no need for further inspection. Thank you for your trust, Li Zhenbong said earnestly to Warren. At that moment, a discordant voice rang out. No, I must inspect him. You, penniless wretch, remove your clothing. It was Nick, who was dissatisfied with Li Zhenbong's casual approach to the search. Having felt humiliated by their demeanor before the nobility, Nick felt compelled to assert his authority over them. Lan Lesui glared at Nick with indignation. Yet he was powerless to retaliate, as Nick was indeed one of the witnesses. With a mix of shame and anger, Lan Lesui reached for the buttons of his jacket, only to be halted by Warren. Since I have chosen to trust Li Zhenbong, I naturally accept his findings, so there's no need for you to disrobe. Lan Lesui was taken aback when Warren unexpectedly spoke up in his defense. His gaze towards Warren was peculiar, a blend of gratitude, joy, and a hint of reproach. No, it was imperative to remove his clothing for inspection. As one of the witnesses, the ambiguity surrounding this matter would not satisfy the crowd. Wouldn't you agree? After Nick's proclamation, he attempted to rally a few fellow witnesses, yet the others seemed oblivious to his entreaties, including the civilian witness. In light of this, let us proceed with a vote. The minority shall yield to the majority. We are 6 in total, and should the votes result in a tie, Lan Lesui will have to disrobe for inspection. Do you have any objections? Li Zhenbong timeli interjecta. Lan Lesui gazed at Li Zhenbong with gratitude, nodding calmly. He had already prepared himself for undressing when Li Zhenbong conducted his earlier examination, as he had not anticipated that Li would merely pat his body through his clothing. To prove his innocence, he thought, he might as well go through with it. Now, those in favor of Lan Lesui disrobing for inspection, please raise your hands. Li Zhenbong stated calmly. Only Nick enthusiastically raised his hand. Noticing that no one else followed suit, he urged, everyone, raise your hands. He is a thief. Are you not concerned about the possibility of these impoverished individuals stealing from you in the future? The two noblemen exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting uncertainty. After all, they too employed individuals for cleaning and wished to avoid encounters with thieves. Ultimately, only one of them raised a hand. The tally stood at 4-2. Thus, Lan Lesui would not be required to disrobe. Li Zhenbong regarded Nick as if he were a mere jester. Hold on. You haven't asked those who agree with him not removing his clothing to raise their hands. Nick bellowed, making a final effort. Very well. As you wish. Those who concur with Lan, lest we not disrobing, please raise your hands. Li Zhenbong was the first to lift his hand, and the civilian witness, under Nick's menacing gaze, followed suit without hesitation. See, it's 2-2 a tie. This poor wretch must strip. Hurry up, Nick declared triumphantly. Nick, although I did not raise my hand, I previously stated that I agree with him not removing his clothes. Thus the final tally is 3-2. With one abstention, Warren coldly replied, casting a disdainful glance at Nick. He held a deep contempt for someone like Nick, who, as the chairman of the civilian committee, betrayed the interests of the common folk for personal gain. A person who could sell out anyone for their own benefit would never truly find a place among the nobility, especially considering he was merely a commoner. Moreover, Nick's earlier affront had further irked him, and witnessing Nick's stupefied expression brought an indescribable satisfaction to his heart. Thank you, young Master Warren, Lan Leslie said, bowing slightly to Warren with sincere gratitude. You are too courteous. This matter arose because of me, and I am beginning to believe you are not a thief, Warren replied, stepping back and not accepting Lan Leshue's bow, feeling a twinge of guilt that made him reluctant to accept such a gesture of respect. Warren, since there's nothing on Bluluo Shui, could you kindly open your cabinet for us to take a look? I do not doubt your words. Everyone is liable to forget trivial matters they have casually attended to. I simply wish to eliminate this possibility. If neither the room nor the cabinet contains anything, I shall compensate you with a gold coin. Li Zhenbong spoke gravely as he regarded Warren. After a moment's hesitation, Warren nodded in agreement. Perhaps it was out of a sense of guilt towards Bluluo Shui, or perhaps out of understanding for Li Zhenbong. Even he could not articulate why he acquiesced. As Li Zhenbong prepared to open the nightstand for inspection, a commotion suddenly erupted at the doorway. What are you doing outside my dormitory? Is something amiss? Step aside. I shall see for myself. The occupants turned to see a fair-skinned, short boy entering the room. The boy paused upon seeing the people inside. Warren, who are they? Are they your friends? Why are there so many people at the door? Jack, the sachet I left on the nightstand. Warren's words trailed off as he was taken aback. For Jack was indeed wearing his sachet at his waist. Jack, is that my sachet on your waist? Should be. I saw it on your nightstand. It's a limited edition. You know, I took it out for a stroll, and quite a few beauties were drawn to it. What S with that expression? Jack shivered at the intensity of Warren's glare. You're not going to be that petty, are you? Is it so wrong for me to simply take a stroll outside? Jack murmured softly. Why didn't you greet me? Warren bellowed. You weren't in the house, and I couldn't find you. I thought I could just wear it for a while and return it before you came back. Why do you have to be so terrifying? If it bothers you that much, I won't touch your things again. Jack's voice dwindled as he realized not only Warren's expression bore the intent to kill, but every gaze in the room was equally menacing, especially that of the patched-up little boy and Nick, the chairman of the civilian committee, whose eyes seemed to wish him to be ground to dust. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Don't be rash. Rashness is a devil. I'm a noble. Who's kicking my behind? Hitting is for the body, not the face. Help. Murder. Act. Chapter 43. Turning hostility into harmony. Jack, battered and bruised, lay on the ground, groaning. As the instigator of this entire debacle, he felt utterly helpless. The beating he received was entirely undeserved. Nick said nothing and left with a sullen demeanor, yet the malice in his eyes did not escape Li Zhenbong's notice, indicating that this matter would not be resolved amicably. Li Zhenbong mused to himself. Not forcing you to apologize publicly or compensate for your actions is already an act of mercy. It would be wise not to provoke me. Otherwise, it matters not who you are. Let us not delve into the backgrounds of the two esteemed holy magic tutors. Merely the presence of two colossal dragons outside the academy suffices. The institution strictly prohibits parental visits, yet exceptions must be made for certain individuals. If the king wishes to see his son, the academy would not dare to refuse. Not only must they grant entry, but they must also extend a grand welcome. Should a dragon desire to visit a friend, who would be brave enough to deny such a request? If the dragon were to appear in its true form, the academy might indeed hesitate, For who can guarantee that a mere sneeze would not unleash a torrent of draconic breath, which would prove formidable for both students and faculty alike? Yet, when a dragon assumes human guise, even a being of such exalted caliber is not easily turned away by the Academy. Moreover, a mere brass warrior holds little regard in the eyes of Li Jinbang. Engaging him in direct confrontation would be futile. However, as a summoner, he possesses the ability to call forth a beast of second tier or higher, capable of overwhelming his opponent with ease. Even without summoning, his own speed and tactics would leave the brass warrior disoriented. For it is said that in the realm of martial arts, swiftness is invincible. There exists a most unscrupulous tactic, the employment of wealth to vanquish one's foe, an avenue that Li Jinbang now approaches with great confidence. As the spectators outside dispersed during Jack's public humiliation, it became evident that since Lan Lesui was not a thief, the matter concluded in a most satisfactory manner. However, what Li Jinbang did not foresee was that his name would soon echo throughout every corner of the Academy, particularly the phrase, "Commoners, strive for self-improvement." I sincerely apologize. Junior Lan Lesui, it was never my intention. I shall formally express my regrets on the Academy's bulletin board. Warren gazed intently at Lan Lesui and avowed, "I shall not dismiss this lightly, for such an accusation could bear significant repercussions for me. However, I am grateful for your earnest acknowledgement of your error." Lan Lesui extended his right hand, which Warren clasped firmly in his own. The matter was thus resolved amicably. "It seems I've saved a gold coin," Li Jinbang mused. His spirits buoyed. "As a token of my sincerity, allow me to treat you both to a meal," Warren offered earnestly. "I must decline, as I have already arranged a gathering with my roommates. I shall have to take a rain check. I am willing to associate with a noble, such as yourself, who holds commoners in such regard. Farewell." Li Jinbang bowed to the two men and departed. "My apologies, Master Warren, but I must also decline. Should there be future opportunities for employment, I will be grateful for your consideration. And if it is convenient, I would appreciate it if you could recommend me to any of your acquaintances in need of assistance. Farewell." Lan Lesui turned to leave, but Warren called out to him. "Here," Warren said, producing a silver coin and placing it solemnly into Lan Lesui's hand. "This is your due compensation. I had considered offering you more as recompense, but I surmised that you would not accept it and might even misconstrue my intentions." Warren's gaze was sincere. Lan Lesui accepted the silver coin, offered Warren a slight bow, and said, "Thank you." With tears of excitement streaming down his face, he walked away, his head held high. The spirits of Li Jinbang and his roommates were hardly dampened by the incident. Rather, they found the sight of Nick fleeing in disgrace far more intriguing. In this ruthless world where the strong prey upon the weak, Li Jinbang could reluctantly accept self-serving actions, but he could not abide harming others to further his own interests. "Benefactor, wait for me," Lan Lesui called out as he sprinted towards Li Jinbang and the others. Upon hearing Lan Lesui's voice, Li Jinbang instinctively turned around, unaware that he was the one being called. "At last I've caught up with you. Thank you, Benefactor. If it weren't for you, I stop." "Lan Lesui, are you trying to embarrass me? I cannot bear the title of Benefactor." Li Jinbang interrupted, feeling unworthy of such an honor. "You are my benefactor. Without you, I would truly be a loss for words," Lan Lesui said, his urgency palpable. "That may not be the case. Warren is not an ill-natured person. Once his roommate returns, the truth will undoubtedly emerge," Li Jinbang replied. "That is not the same. You're the only one who believes in me and dares to stand up for me. Your immense kindness will forever be etched in my heart. Please allow me to pay my respects," Lan Lesui declared, preparing to kneel and bow. Li Jinbang could not bear this gesture and quickly grasped Lan Lesui's arm. "A man should never kneel except to heaven, the earth, or his parents. Kneeling to me is utterly out of the question." Upon hearing these words, Lan Lesui gazed at Li Jinbang, his eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. "Very well, my benefactor. Henceforth, whatever your command, I shall face fire and water without hesitation. Could you refrain from addressing me as benefactor at every turn? It makes it seem as though I am an elderly gentleman in his 70s, Li Jinbang replied with exasperation. "My benefactor, what should I call you then? Just my name will suffice. You may call me Li Jinbang, or simply Jinbang." The constant use of benefactor is unbearable. Look, I have goosebumps all over, Li Zhenbong said, rolling up his sleeve to show Lan Lesui. How can this be? You have essentially saved my family's lives. My parents exhausted all their savings to pay for my schooling, and I even had to borrow from the Mage Guild to barely make ends meet. I must earn money quickly to support my family. If I were unjustly accused of theft, I truly wouldn't know what to do next. Lan Lesui et glim passionai. In that case, you may simply call me Zhenbong. Although Li Zhenbong had never encountered such a situation, it did not mean he could not empathize. Then from now on, I shall call you Brother Zhenbong. I am but your little brother. In the future, should you require anything, just give me a shout. As long as it does not contravene any principles, I will do my utmost to fulfill your requests. I shall take charge of the cleanliness of your dormitory, and I promise to do it splendidly. Lan Lesui declared excitedly. Please know, we are all children of hardship. From now on, we are brothers. We can surmount any difficulties through collaborative deliberation. You needn't concern yourself with the cleanliness of our dormitory. We've already established a schedule. Each of us takes a day. And on Sundays, we tidy our own spaces, Zhang Dayo said, his arm draped amicably over Lan Lesui's shoulders. As the eldest in the dorm, he possessed the prerogative to speak for them all. Indeed, our dorm assignments are age-based. Refrain from addressing Zhenbong as elder brother. You might even be older than I am. I would then be obliged to call you brother. Chapter 44. Nick's provocation that simply won't do. If you forbid me from calling you Zhenbong, elder brother, I shall persist in addressing you as my benefactor. Lan Lesui et glim an sioli. Enough, Zhenbong. There's no need to be excessively formal. Now that we're all brothers, does it truly matter who is addressed as the elder or younger? It's merely a title, after all. I haven't insisted that you call me Dayo, elder brother, have I? The sextet exchanged glances, then aligned themselves before Zhang Dayo, bowing in unison at 90 degrees, and chorused, Dayo, elder brother. Zhang Dayo was startled, genuinely leaping back, and then cast an odd glance upon them. He involuntarily puffed out his chest, raised his head, and said with a hint of excitement, Say it again. With a collective eye roll, the six simultaneously raised their middle fingers in haughty defiance. Disregarding him thereafter, they hastened toward the cafeteria. I finally managed to garner a modicum of accomplishment, and you deny me even this? Zhang Dayo called out loudly from behind. The circular cafeteria, expansive in its layout, is divided into 3 levels. The majority of diners on the first floor are commoners and a few fallen nobles, seated at simple wooden tables and chairs that provide a humble dining experience for the students, with prices that are naturally quite affordable. The second floor is characterized by an empty central space, surrounded by a railing, where elegant rosewood tables and chairs are arranged, primarily catering to the offspring of nobility and the affluent. Those seated at the railing can easily observe the happenings in the bustling hall below. The cuisine on this level is far more refined than that of the first, with prices that are exorbitantly higher, sometimes exceeding the first floor by several multiples. Additionally, there are private rooms available for exclusive dining services, albeit at the highest prices within the cafeteria. The central area of the third floor is also devoid of furnishings, as this level serves as the dining area for faculty and staff who enjoy complimentary meals that mirror the offerings of the second floor. It is evident that the 7 individuals would not venture to the second floor for their meals, as it is simply beyond their financial means. A single silver coin would scarcely purchase even the most modest dish there. Zhang Dayo, however, was not one to skimp on generosity, lavishly providing a feast that included an entire table laden with 9 dishes, a soup, a large bowl of rice, and a dozen steamed buns, featuring both fish and meat alongside an array of vegetables, all for less than 2 silver coins, rendering any involvement from Li Zhenbong entirely irrelevant. Initially, it was Lan Lesui who intended to treat everyone to this meal, but a playful reprimand from Zhang Dayo soon set him straight. In his own words, what a jest! My elder brother has spoken, and how dare the younger brother disregard it? However, Lan Lesui felt a warmth in his heart. All the children were merely 6 years old, and naturally, they would not be drinking alcohol. Furthermore, the first floor did not offer any beverages, with alcoholic drinks only available in the private rooms on the second floor. Teachers were also prohibited from consuming alcohol during the day. It was only at dinner that a glass of red wine might be provided if desired. If teachers wished to indulge in a drink at night, they could either order individually in the second-floor rooms or visit a tavern outside the school, as long as it did not interfere with the next day's teaching. The academy was generally unconcerned about such matters. The group of 7 did not engage in excessive formalities upon arrival. Zhang Dio merely raised a glass of juice in a symbolic toast, wishing everyone happiness, diligent studies, and prosperity, before they began to feast heartily. Suddenly, a chicken leg, barely nibbled, plummeted from above and landed in Zhang Dio's soup. The splattering broth splashed directly on his Stanley S. face, who was preparing to serve himself. Everyone looked up in confusion, spotting Nick, the president of the Workers' Union, gazing down in astonishment. "Apologies, everyone. My hand slipped, and I couldn't hold on. Consider this chicken leg a gift. It is far superior to what you might find downstairs. You may never have the chance to taste something like this again. No need for thanks." "Ah," Nick remarked, casting a sardonic glance at the 7 individuals below, particularly at Li Zhenbang. "Do you take us for fools? How could your hand slip and send something flying that far? Do you think I share your level of intelligence?" Zhang Dio rose to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Nick. Instantly, Nick's expression darkened. Although mealtime had not yet arrived, the cafeteria was still populated with numerous individuals, all of whom were nobility seated nearby, their gazes fixed upon him. "Who do you think you are? Do you even have a right to speak? Eating swill on the first floor, and you dare to mutter at me?" Nick's rebuke was akin to cursing everyone in the vicinity, including the kitchen staff. Heads turned in unison, anger etched upon their faces as they directed their ire toward Nick. Undeterred, Nick met their glares with a defiant stare, his eyes brimming with a menacing threat. Some children of commoners looked up to see Nick. Although filled with indignation, they felt powerless and quickly averted their gazes, retreating to the corners as if nothing had transpired. It was worth noting that a small faction of fallen aristocrats on the lower level cast resentful glances at Nick. Yet, he remained unfazed. These downtrodden nobles lacked even the means to dine on the second floor, leaving him with little cause for fear. Just as Zhang Dio was about to continue his tirade, Li Zhenbang swiftly covered his mouth. Should those words escape, Zhang Dio would find himself utterly ostracized from school, for the upper floor was occupied by esteemed nobles and the teachers currently dining. "What was that from upstairs?" "I didn't hear anything," he interjected, with a hint of schadenfreude. Nick directed his gaze towards Zhang Dio, posing a question. Zhang Dio, having spoken impulsively, was swiftly silenced by Li Zhenbang. Realizing his blunder and breaking out in a cold sweat, casting a grateful glance at Li Zhenbang. "Those upstairs are the CR, me de la CR me. But I fail to comprehend why you would deign to dine with such a reprobate. Does it not tarnish your prestige?" Li Zhenbang inquired, his voice measured yet audible to all those present upstairs. Every eye upstairs converged upon Nick, making it abundantly clear that they were cognizant of the individual being referred to as a reprobate. Nick found himself in an unenviable predicament, rendered speechless and swallowing his chagrin. He dared not accuse anyone of suggesting that Li Zhenbang's invective was directed at someone other than himself. The majority of those dining upstairs were esteemed nobles, and to imply that Li Zhenbang's words were not aimed at him would be an act of utter imbecility. A gaggle of impecunious youths resorting to mere verbal sparring. As freshmen, they display a lamentable lack of respect for their elders, daring to hurl insults at their seniors. Devoid of decorum and lacking proper upbringing. It seems a lesson is in order. Nick scoffed, his disdain palpable. Methinks the canine that barks loudest is often the least inclined to bite. Content to posture behind their masters, they bluster with impunity. TSK, TSK, how formidable indeed. I am quaking in my boots, with feigned trepidation. Li Zhenbang clasped his hands before him, feigning fear. Patrons in the cafeteria cast peculiar glances at Li Zhenbang and then at Nick, the implication being that Nick was the dog in question. Chapter 45. The Gauntlet, excellent, simply excellent. Nick was genuinely incensed. Should he fail to assert his authority, his reputation at the academy would be irreparably damaged. To the astonishment of onlookers, Nick leapt from the second floor. "Li Zhenbang, do you dare to meet me in the arena for a contest of skill?" Nick challenged, his countenance dark with menace. How utterly terrifying. A fifth-year senior bullying a first-year novice. Such fortitude, such mettle. I sense an aura of verdant dominance. I am quite beside myself with fear. Nick's face was now a mask of iron gray. For a fifth-year student to challenge a first-year was undoubtedly humiliating. However, after Li Junbong's derisive remarks, what dignity did Nick have left to preserve? Enough of your prattle. Do you accept the challenge or not? Nick's face contorted with rage. The Academy forbade unsanctioned combat, but there was an arena specifically designated for resolving disputes through martial means. Why ever not? But surely there must be a wager to make things interesting. Li Zhenbang, head bowed, meticulously groomed his nails, not bothering to look up. What stakes do you propose? As I am but a novice. The terms of the wager are yours to decide. A paltry sum would be uninteresting, and too great a stake might be beyond your means. Should you face defeat, you shall be banished from this academy, never to cross my path again, or face the consequences with each encounter. And what if you are the one to lose? Such an outcome is inconceivable. That lacks conviction. Never mind, I shall not indulge further. However, it seems you shall be settling the bill for today's repast. Li Zhenbong remarked with a hint of regret, casting a glance at the chicken leg, half-eaten, submerged in the soup. On what grounds? On these grounds. With swiftness, Li Zhenbong seized the chicken leg with his chopsticks and thrust it into Nick's mouth, lodging it deep within his throat. The onlookers merely caught a fleeting glimpse as the chicken leg mysteriously found its way into Nick's mouth. Li Zhenbong's offensive prowess may be lacking, but his speed is unparalleled, a result of having a mentor like Sophia. Ugh, Papa, Li Zhenbong you. Nick forcefully ejected the chicken leg, the depth of the intrusion inducing a wave of nausea. What about me? I did nothing. Perhaps the chicken leg simply preferred the comfort of your stomach and took the initiative to enter. Li Zhenbong responded with feigned innocence. Nick, being a bronze warrior, would not typically fall prey to such a maneuver, but a moment of carelessness had resulted in his swallowing a bitter pill. Speak your terms. Simple. If I lose, I shall be expelled from the academy. If you lose, you shall relinquish your position as president. Li Zhenbong provocatively gazed at Nick. The speed displayed by Li Zhenbong earlier had made Nick's heart race with anxiety. However, he found himself cornered. If he refused, he might as well abandon any hope of staying in this place. Yet if he acquiesced, Li Zhenbong's swiftness would undoubtedly pose a considerable challenge. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Just pay for this meal and get lost. Li Zhenbong asarta aggressively. Fine, I will await you on the arena. Do not give me a reason to look down upon you. Nick clenched his teeth in determination and consented. Although Li Zhenbong was remarkably fast, Nick was not without means to contend with him. He was far more than just a mere bronze warrior. The arena was already thronged with spectators, with many more hurrying to join. Upon hearing of the incident, Wang Peng, the vice president of the Workers' Union, rushed over, fearing that Nick might act recklessly. However, it was evident that his efforts to dissuade Nick were in vain. At that moment, Nick had been standing on the arena for over 3 hours, a cold smirk gracing his lips as Li Zhenbong had yet to arrive. Perhaps he had opted for surrender. Just as the onlookers began to grow restless, Li Zhenbong and his companions strolled over leisurely. Oh, you arrived quite early, Li Zhenbong remarked with a hint of lethargy in his voice. Why are you so late? Do you realize what time it is? If you're scared, just concede early and leave the academy. Nick, upon seeing Li Zhenbong's demeanor, felt a surge of anger. He looked as though he had just awakened. Whose dog is this, left untethered? Such a lack of manners. If you don't tie it up soon, I shall resort to the dog-beating stick technique. Li Zhenbong remarca languidly. Are you still considering it? Nick was already seething with rage. You never specified a time to compete. I cannot simply wait here foolishly. So I took a nap, and to my surprise, you arrived quite early. Li Zhenbong yawned as he walked, seemingly still half asleep. You scoundrel. I left the cafeteria and came here to wait for you. And you actually went back to sleep? At this moment, Nick was nearly beside himself with frustration after standing here for several hours in the midday sun, while the other had taken a nap. Either hurry up and come up here, or leave the academy at once. Apologies, but I will not leave. Perhaps you could demonstrate a bit for me? Nick assumed that Li Junbong was so enraged he could hardly speak. As Li Junbong approached the arena, Wang Peng, the vice president of the Workers' Union, stopped him, his expression one of urgency. "You must be Li Junbong, correct? Quickly apologize to President Nick and admit your fault. I can mediate for you. What a fuss over something so trivial. He is a bronze warrior. How can you, a freshman, be so ungrateful?" Li Junbong looked at Wang Peng in surprise. He did not know him, yet the worry in Wang Peng's eyes warmed his heart. "Thank you for your concern, but some matters cannot be avoided. At times, a man must stand his ground." Wang Peng gazed into Li Junbong's resolute eyes, shaking his head with a touch of helplessness and letting out a sigh. "Be cautious. Although Nick is merely a bronze warrior, his weaponry is quite extraordinary, and even an ordinary black iron warrior would struggle against him." Wang Peng could only express so much, for Nick was still observing from the stage. "You seem like a decent fellow. You must be a commoner, right? Would you be interested in becoming the president?" "Huh." With that, Li Junbong stepped onto the arena. Wang Peng grimaced, thinking this fellow was rather reckless. After all, he had been the vice president for quite some time. It would be impossible to claim he had no desire to ascend to the presidency. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality. What was he contemplating? He had come to dissuade Li Junbong. So what are the rules? As Li Junbong sauntered onto the stage, he nonchalantly regarded Nick. In the academy's arena, killing is strictly forbidden, so either conceding or falling off the stage constitutes a loss. However, the academy does not prohibit inflicting severe injuries, so it would be prudent for you to admit defeat now. Nick replied coldly, fixing his gaze on Li Junbong. "Oh, can weapons and magical potions be utilized?" Li Junbong inquired innocently. "Magical potions? Huh. If you happen to possess any, feel free to use them. I have no objections." Nick did not believe that a commoner like Li Junbong could possibly have any magical potions at his disposal, hence he did not refuse. A mischievous smile crept across Li Junbong's face. How could he possibly forego utilizing magical potions when facing a bronze warrior? Chapter 46. Nick in the fiery trial of the arena is overseen by a dedicated instructor. Thus the match between Nick and Li Junbong is naturally officiated by a teacher. As the referee of the contest, the instructor possesses considerable strength, ensuring the safety of both competitors. Although the academy forbids the lethal elimination of opponents during the duel, in the heat of battle, who can guarantee restraint? As they face each other, the referee proclaims the commencement of the duel. In an instant, Nick envelopes himself in a golden aura, drawing forth a formidable long blade from his back, a luxury not everyone can afford with spatial storage gear. While Nick harbors doubts about Li Junbong's use of magical potions, he remains vigilant, embodying the philosophy of being prepared for any eventuality. As a seasoned bronze warrior, Nick's combat experience is evidently substantial. Until he ascertains Li Junbong's capabilities, he exercises caution. Li Junbong, surprised by Nick's lack of aggression, nonetheless remains unfazed in his approach. He leisurely strides toward Nick, halting merely 5 meters away, folding his arms with a bemused expression. "Ah, are you posing with that enormous cleaver? Do you think it makes you look impressive?" He quips. "This is a horse-slaying saber, capable of cleaving a tall horse in two with ease. I am merely contemplating which of your legs to sever first. How thrilling! Since you are not taking the initiative, I shall commence the assault." Li Junbong spoke with words that belied his actions, refraining from rushing forward. Instead, he reached into his garments and retrieved 2 glass, conical vials, each sealed with a cork and filled to the brim with a colorless, transparent liquid. Nick's gaze sharpened upon the sight of these glass vials. Such vessels were typically reserved for magical potions. These potions generally fell into 3 categories: those for internal use, those for external application, and those meant for combat. Internal potions were predominantly liquids. External ones were usually powders, while combat potions varied wildly. Some exploded upon being thrown, others were toxic, and some could corrode. Regardless of their nature, any magical potion, even the most rudimentary, possessed formidable potency. Nick observed Li Junbong with caution, when suddenly, the latter vanished from sight. Without turning around, Nick instinctively swung his broadsword forcefully behind him, yet encountered no resistance. In an instant, he felt a liquid cascade over him from above, compelling him to leap forward in fright, knowing well that Li Junbong had doused him with the contents of one of the vials. The swiftness of Li Junbong was indeed a source of vexation, but the substance within the vial instilled a profound fear within him. It is often the unknown that evokes the greatest terror. "What exactly have you poured on me?" Nick inquired, a tremor of dread in his voice. "Guess. If you are correct, I shall reveal the truth," Li Junbong replied, shaking an empty glass vial with a smile that, in Nick's eyes, resembled that of a devil. Fortunately, Nick felt a sense of relief, as aside from slight chill in his body, he was otherwise unscathed. Suddenly, Li Junbong transformed into a shadow and charged towards Nick. With a measure of calmness restored in his heart, Nick focused intently on his surroundings. "Behold my magical potion," he heard, as a small dark figure darted towards him. He swiftly sidestepped to evade it, for he dared not confront the magical potion with his sword. A mere touch could shatter the glass vial, and he had no idea what lay within. As he maneuvered aside, a wave of coldness trickled down his neck, soaking his clothes. Realizing he had been deceived, he understood that what had flown past him was not the magical potion, but rather what had spilled upon him. In an instant, Nick pivoted, swinging his sword horizontally. With each movement, the chill intensified, carrying with it a faint scent of alcohol. In mere moments, his clothing was thoroughly drenched, leaving Nick unable to discern whether the moisture came from his own cold sweat or the magical potion. The contents Li Junbong had poured upon him were not limited to just 2 conical vials. His spatial bracelet housed numerous such items, though they contained not magical potions, but merely high-concentration alcohol. "What exactly have you thrown upon me?" As the alcohol evaporated, Nick felt his body grow increasingly cold, his heart sinking deeper, and an inexplicable fear caused his voice to tremble. "If you concede now, I shall inform you. Otherwise, when the effects of the drug take hold, and you are left with a lifelong disability, do not blame me for the warning," Li Junbong declared triumphantly, shaking the 2 empty bottles in his hands. "Dream on." The overwhelming terror did not compel Nick to lay down his broadsword and surrender. Instead, it ignited his fury. Overwhelmed by fear, Nick had already lost his composure, and any thoughts of employing martial skills were forgotten as he recklessly charged at Li Junbong, wildly swinging the broadsword. Observing the impending swing of the broadsword, Li Junbong was compelled to exercise caution. Nick was not boasting. Although the broadsword was not a divine weapon, it was indeed a superior weapon among ordinary ones. While it was no easy feat for an average person to cleave a high-legged horse in 2, a warrior of considerable skill could accomplish it with ease. Li Junbong maximized his speed, continuously circling around Nick. Though Nick was frantic, he was not foolish, gripping the sword with both hands. He cautiously sensed the changes in his surroundings. Suddenly, a fierce blaze erupted behind Nick, flames spreading rapidly, and in an instant, he became a fiery figure. The arsonist, undoubtedly, was Li Junbong. With remarkable swiftness, he quietly gathered a small cluster of flames upon his fingertips, igniting the fabric behind Nick. The referee furrowed his brow, prepared to intervene, only to realize that it was merely an ordinary fire. For a brass warrior, such flames posed no significant threat. "Oomph, I thought it was something extraordinary. This trivial flame is inconsequential to me." Nick, upon discovering that his clothing was ablaze, did not panic but rather composed himself. Truly, as a brass warrior, he exhibited a remarkable fearlessness towards fire. Li Junbong maintained a considerable distance from Nick, wary of the flames. The audience below appeared somewhat perplexed, as this fire posed little danger to most of them. The majority were high-level warriors, capable of employing their aura to shield themselves from such commonplace flames for a brief duration. "Is this all you can manage?" "Oomph, I expected something more impressive." Nick, shouldering his broadsword, disdainfully regarded Li Junbong from afar. Li Junbong remained silent, merely observing. Nick, with his weapon at the ready, fixated on Li Junbong, uncertain of any hidden tactics he might possess, refraining from a preemptive strike. An unusual silence enveloped the arena, leaving the spectators with a sense of curiosity. As the flames gradually extinguished, Nick resolved not to wait any longer. He raised his broadsword high and strode purposefully towards Li Junbong. With a swift motion, the air crackled, With a singular sound, time itself seemed to come to a standstill within the arena. Chapter 47. The Reformation of the Civilian Committee, Part 1. A sharp crack echoed, and the atmosphere was thick with tension, soon followed by the piercing screams of the girls and the lewd cheers of the boys. Li Zhenbong ignited the alcohol, not with the intention of inflicting significant harm on Nick, but rather to set ablaze the garments adorning him. Once the flames extinguished, virtually all of Nick's clothing had been consumed, and as he moved vigorously, the remnants clung to him, succumbing to their fate. A layer of fighting spirit enveloped Nick's skin, leaving no marks from a charred fabric. When the last shred of clothing disintegrated, Nick, now completely nude, charged at Li Zhenbong wielding a broadsword. Initially, Nick felt little discomfort. The heat had been mitigated by the thicker layer of fighting spirit on his surface, dulling his skin's sensitivity. As the onlooking Nick screamed, discarding his saber, shielding his lower body with both hands. His cries startled Li Zhenbong, who could hardly believe that such a corpulent figure possessed such a piercing voice. Li Zhenbong, the humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. With that, Nick leaped off the stage, hands still covering himself, and fled like the wind. Hey, why are you running so fast? I was going to lend you a jacket for some cover. Li Zhenbong called out to Nick's receding figure from the arena. The referee's face was marked with lines of incredulity. Such an outcome was rather theatrical. By the rules, Li Zhenbong had indeed won the match, though he felt a sense of disgrace in the manner it unfolded. Moreover, it was hardly commendable for a fifth grader to challenge a newcomer from the first year. Although the contest was not particularly fierce, it became a hot topic within the academy. Nick's nude state, in particular, became fodder for conversation among all students. And those who were not present to witness the event expressed their regret upon hearing the results. Before long, Li Zhenbong's name resonated throughout the academy. One might not know who the principal was, but one certainly could not be unaware of Li Zhenbong. Consequently, he occupied the top position on the academy's leaderboard for quite an extended period. After Nick vanished from the scene, he resigned from his position as the chairman of the civilian committee and reportedly applied for graduation, leaving the academy. Although it had been a jest before Li Zhenbong took office, the role of chairman indeed fell to Vice Chairman Wang Peng. The position of vice chairman was temporarily vacant, as it was to be elected by the civilians themselves. Following the widespread recounting of Li Zhenbong's deeds within the academy, he emerged as the most ideal candidate for the vice chairmanship. A month later, when Wang Peng appeared at Li Zhenbong's dormitory door bearing the appointment certificate for the vice chairman of the civilian committee, the entire dormitory was left in astonishment. The only one who found this occurrence entirely natural was, of course, the self-proclaimed informant, Stanley. Despite his claims of being in the know, the others chose to disregard him in this matter. Although Li Zhenbong was rumored to be the most suitable candidate, most were not overly concerned. After all, how could a freshman possess such high esteem? When Li Zhenbong returned to the dormitory with the certificate, Stanley could hardly contain his delight, boasting throughout the entire dormitory. To know the anguish of being a confidant, yet remaining disbelieved, is a profound torment. However, one often finds that joy can swiftly turn to sorrow. During his 8th boastful display to his dormitory mates, he was collectively subdued by them. Li Zhenbong had no desire to assume the role of vice president, for such a position entailed responsibilities akin to a job, requiring regular attendance in the office assigned by the academy to manage mundane affairs. Fortunately, most of these tasks were handled by various committee members, allowing the president and vice president to avoid daily appearances. Currently, the 10 committee members were all appointed by Wang Peng, as the previous few, designated by Nick, largely shared his lackluster qualities. Upon taking office, Wang Peng dismissed them all. Though Li Zhenbong was now a summoner mage, his abilities had significantly advanced since he acquired Lu Chuanfeng's tome of cultivation. While many teachings within were not applicable to him, the methods for refining the body proved immensely beneficial. Within just over a month, Li Zhenbong's physical strength could rival that of a bronze warrior, and his remarkable speed, once his most commendable trait, now posed challenges even for black iron warriors. What truly captivated Li Zhenbong were the techniques for cultivating mental strength within the tome. In a mere month, he had reaped significant benefits, expanding his mental perception radius to approximately 15 meters around himself. The optimal method for cultivating mental strength is through meditation. Yet Li Zhenbong found meditation to be exceedingly tedious, especially when it required sleepless nights. Although an entire night of meditation could rejuvenate his body, the mental fatigue was rather arduous. Consequently, he did not engage in meditation with particular diligence. Nonetheless, his mental prowess continued to grow exponentially. As the vice president of the civil committee, Li Zhenbong occasionally made appearances in the office. He observed that the committee members often gathered to engage in idle chatter, with few actually addressing the issues at hand. The stature of the civil committee was indeed somewhat diminished among the nobility, and often their interventions yielded little result, culminating mostly in apologies from the commoners. Successful cases, like his handling of Lan Yueshue, were exceedingly rare. As the saying goes, one should not meddle in affairs beyond their station. Given that he had been elected vice president by the commoners, it was imperative for him to accomplish tangible results. Although Li Zhenbong was the youngest among the committee, the members held him in high regard. Whenever he took the lead, matters seemed to resolve favorably, earning him the affectionate title of Brother Zhenbong from his peers. In terms of actual age across 2 lifetimes, Li Zhenbong certainly merits the title of brother. Dihai, please inform President Wang Peng that I wish for us to convene a meeting to discuss the future development of the committee. Dihai, whose full name is Sun Dihai, is one of the 10 members and serves as the voice of the committee, akin to a bronze warrior. Shortly thereafter, Wang Peng entered the committee office, following Sun Dihai, and all members of the civilian committee had gathered. Zhenbong, I hear from Dihai that you wish to hold a meeting. What is the matter? Is there some issue? Wang Peng inquired eagerly upon entering the room. Wang Gu, I have a proposal for a significant reform within the committee, aimed at better serving the children of commoners. I would like to solicit everyone's opinions. Chapter 48. The Reform of the Civilian Committee, Part 2. If we can indeed accomplish more for the children of commoners, that would be wonderful. I, too, have been quite troubled by this. Upon hearing Li Zhenbong's words, Wang Peng inquired with enthusiasm. As a person of humble origins, Wang Peng aspired to do more for the children of commoners. However, most nobles regarded their committee with disdain, thus rendering many of their endeavors quite challenging. The other 10 committee members regarded Li Zhenbong with solemn expressions. Ever since Nick and the committee members he promoted departed, the atmosphere within the Commoners Committee had markedly improved. We must enhance our cohesion and prestige. We need to instill a sense of belonging and honor among the children of commoners. We must expand the committee, as our mere 12 members are undoubtedly insufficient. Most importantly, we require liquid funds, for the few gold coins disbursed by the Academy each month are far from adequate. Now, please elaborate on your specific plan. Wang Peng furrowed his brow, acknowledging that he understood many aspects, yet he anticipated complications in the implementation. He primarily sought to hear Li Zhenbong's solutions. Everyone was acutely aware of their current standing within the Academy. Apart from a few nobles who granted them a modicum of respect, the majority disregarded them entirely. Yet, every day, numerous nobles employed the children of commoners to serve them. When conflict arose, they seldom sought resolution through their committee. A significant portion of their issues remained unresolved, creating a vicious cycle that diminished their significance. As the crowd observed Li Zhenbong, they nodded in agreement, yet there was an undeniable sense of helplessness. It was not that they were unwilling to exert effort in finding a solution. Rather, there were instances when resolutions seemed unattainable. To garner the respect of the nobility, it is imperative that we unite all available forces, particularly the younger children of commoners, for they constitute the backbone of service to the aristocracy. The older children of commoners, possessing considerable capabilities, are already able to participate in the mercenary groups of the Academy to earn their livelihood, typically not relying on servitude to the nobility for income. If we manage to consolidate all individuals serving the nobility within our own ranks, we would naturally acquire a portion of influence. However, how can we gain control over these individuals? A committee member inquired with a hint of perplexity. We lack any means of coercion. Regrettably, there seems to be no straightforward solution. We must rely on our own resources. The only approach I can conceive is to utilize our assets. We can post flyers on the Academy's bulletin board and broadcast announcements through the radio station, asserting that we are the only officially recognized organization for commoners within the Academy. As long as it does not interfere with educational activities, we can utilize the Academy's resources free of charge. Furthermore, we can mobilize those we have assisted previously and friends in our vicinity to help distribute pamphlets. Our service is free for the children of commoners, and I believe there should be no resistance from them. Wang Peng pondered for a moment and remarked, "But how shall we manage those who come to register? If we are to maintain records, the workload will be substantial, and with just a few of us, it may prove challenging. Moreover, as you can see, our office space is sufficiently large. However, it lacks numerous essential office facilities. We cannot afford to haphazardly pile up documents. Procuring furniture and expanding our personnel would pose a significant financial challenge, as we all hail from modest backgrounds, and the few coins provided by the Academy each month are hardly sufficient." Li Zhenbong smiled mysteriously. "You need not concern yourselves with the finances. I shall devise a solution." "Do you possess funds?" Wang Peng asked, astonished as he gazed at Li Zhenbong. "I can seek sponsorship." "Sponsorship? What is that?" Wang Peng inquired, puzzled. Upon noticing the bewildered expression on Wang Peng's face, Li Zhenbong recalled that the concept of sponsorship was unfamiliar in this world and proceeded to elucidate. "You can simply understand sponsorship as an opportunity for businesses that contribute financially to us to have their names featured on our flyers and posters. It serves as an indirect promotion for their enterprises. We could even hang banners within the Academy stating, XX Business wishes the Commoners Committee great success." You must understand that businesses outside the Academy are eager to advertise within, particularly hotels and shops, but they lack the means to do so. Wang Peng observed the glimmer of hope in Li Zhenbong's eyes. If this endeavor bore fruit, they would no longer need to worry about financial constraints. "Very well, Zhenbong, I entrust this matter to you. If you can secure sponsorship, I shall address the issues within the Academy. This is merely the initial step. Subsequently, we must establish a comprehensive set of regulations. Our members shall only receive noble tasks directly from us, ensuring that any disputes are resolved promptly. What if a member accepts a task directly from a noble, bypassing our organization?" Sun Dihai inquired with a hint of confusion. "In such cases, we shall expel the member without exception, and they shall never be reinstated nor entrusted with any tasks again. Is this not rather severe? After all, it is merely a matter of not going through us." Sun Dihai asked, somewhat hesitantly. "Dihai, Zhenbong is not mistaken. Without rules, there can be no order. If he disregards our committee, why should we retain him? We must be accountable to the common people who are loyal to us. Cohesion and loyalty take precedence. Have you ever witnessed a mercenary group member forsaking their own organization in pursuit of task?" Wang Peng's tone was resolute yet compelling. "Dihai, I understand your concerns. Hence, nobles may designate our members for service. Should our members be unable to accept, we can assign others. We collect a 10% commission from the nobles and do not charge our members a single penny, as the nobles are indifferent to such trivial sums. Non-members who accept noble tasks through us will incur a 20% service fee, which I believe will effectively ensure that only members undertake these tasks. Zhenbong, I believe we could also offer a delivery service, charging a certain percentage of the meal cost as a delivery fee, which would be entirely allocated to the delivery personnel," suggested a portly committee member. "That is a commendable idea," he continued, "but we must retain a small portion of the delivery fee, with the majority going to the couriers." Observing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Li Zhenbong elaborated, "Although we are considered a non-profit organization, we still require operational funds. Relying solely on sponsorships is merely a temporary solution and cannot serve as our primary source of funding. Should a conflict arise between members and patrons, and compensation is necessary, how can we manage without sufficient funds?" The assembly nodded in agreement, as no one wished to shoulder the burden of compensating others for mistakes, especially considering that none of them were affluent. Wang Peng, being the president, naturally had a broader perspective and, with a hint of concern, inquired Zhenbong, "What if the patrons collectively boycott us? If we recruit members but fail to provide corresponding tasks, our credibility would be utterly compromised." Chapter 49. The dispute begins. The other committee members were momentarily taken aback by Wang Peng's remarks. Although some aristocrats maintained amicable relations with them, the potential backlash from the majority of nobles posed a significant threat. Those who were on good terms with them would likely hesitate to engage due to their social standing. Li Jinbang pondered this situation deeply, having not previously considered such an outcome. Observing his contemplative demeanor, the others fell into a reflective silence. Soon, Li Jinbang shattered the brief stillness. The troublesome aristocrats must be shown the consequences of their actions. Once the storm had passed, he proposed. Every member would receive triple their commission, a prospect they would begrudgingly accept. The school's stringent inspections of the dormitories were not merely for show. Failure to comply with these checks would result in penalties far beyond mere fines, including the obligation to clean the restrooms. Those pampered nobles, with their delicate constitutions, would find such tasks intolerable. Even if they sought to launder their garments at outside establishments, the cost would be exorbitantly higher than those within the academy. Most noble offspring would inevitably choose our services. Moreover, the resistance from the aristocrats was unlikely to last beyond 2 weeks. During this period, we must devise strategies to address the members' task-related issues. The assembly nodded in agreement, acknowledging that 2 weeks represented the upper limit of the nobles' tolerance. Regardless of their usual diligence, refuse would inevitably accumulate, and their rooms would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Forcing them to clean their own quarters would only exacerbate the disorder. Jinbang, what shall we do during these 2 weeks? Within the academy, the offspring of commoners far outnumber those of nobles, even among the freshman class, where their numbers are roughly equivalent. The majority of commoner children opt to engage in minor labor to supplement their household income before reaching their 3rd year. Wang Peng furrowed his brow as he spoke. I've observed a multitude of blacksmith shops in our Dragon City. If all else fails, I'll explore the possibility of arranging positions for them in these establishments. Warriors of advanced caliber and above should be capable of dedicating 2 to 3 hours daily to the task of metal purification. Should their performance prove satisfactory, earning 20 to 30 copper coins within that time frame should be quite feasible. We will subsidize each individual with 10 copper coins per day, and I shall devise a means to procure the funds. Li Jinbang thoughtfully deliberated for a moment. Not all aspiring mages possess the same pecuniary needs as Lon Lesui. Summoner mages, for instance, find it relatively straightforward to generate income through direct summoning. Novice summoner mages often conjure carnivorous beasts, which can then be delivered to the school cafeteria in exchange for a certain sum. With all matters duly deliberated, Li Jinbang, accompanied by 2 committee members, embarked on their mission. Their initial port of call was, naturally, the Jikayuan Merchant Guild. To the astonishment of his 2 companions, Wu Mingzhi readily disbursed 500 gold coins as a sponsorship. This money neither requires Wu Mingzhi's contribution nor fails to serve as a personal favor. Wu Mingzhi would be more than delighted if Li Jinbang were to request even more. It suffices to report the expenditure to the Chamber of Commerce. Li Jinbang procured 500 gold coins to provide samples for 2 committee members, who, brimming with enthusiasm, ventured elsewhere in search of sponsorships. Observing Li Jinbang's ease in acquiring 500 gold coins, their confidence soared, leading them to a tavern where they audaciously demanded 300 gold coins in sponsorship fees. However, they were met with a barrage of punches and kicks from the tavern's mercenaries, who mistakenly believed that an unwise mercenary group had come to collect protection fees. Nevertheless, the 2 men faced their own struggles. Upon returning home that evening, they were fortunate enough to secure 5 gold coins in sponsorship fees. Throughout the day, Li Jinbang remained industrious, traversing every blacksmith shop in Long City until he finally found a few willing to cooperate. Yet, he made a noteworthy discovery. These blacksmiths were not using coal, but rather charcoal, to forge their weapons and tools, revealing that the temperature for metalworking was rather insufficient. 3 days later, once all preparations were in place, the civilian committee launched into action. The dormitory area for the children of commoners within the academy was inundated with a multitude of flyers. To avert any unexpected advertisements from sponsors, Wang Peng even crafted a 5-meter banner for Vice Dean Oliver, which proclaimed, "Vice Dean Oliver wishes the civilian committee's membership drive a resounding success." Wang Peng sought the endorsement of Vice Dean Oliver primarily due to Oliver's pronounced appreciation for fame and fortune. Engaging in endeavors that significantly amplify his own profile would undoubtedly receive his enthusiastic support. He might even assert with conviction that anyone seeking trouble should approach him directly. The recruitment of members proceeded remarkably well, with over 1,000 individuals joining on the very first day. It is noteworthy that the first-year students number just over 1,000. Yet this influx also included a considerable number of second and third-year students, as well as friends and classmates of the committee members. Nobles, who maintained amicable relations with the committee members, rallied their acquaintances to lend their support, promptly placing orders for service personnel through the committee. As the civilian committee flourished in its recruitment efforts, some nobles began to notice a dwindling number of available service staff. They could no longer afford to dictate terms to the civilians who provided services as they had in the past, resulting in a diminished sense of superiority among the aristocracy, a matter of considerable gravity. Consequently, some nobles commenced plotting strategies to counter the civilian committee. In just 5 days, the membership registrations for the civilian committee approached their conclusion, having surpassed 3,000 members, which represented a significant portion of the children from commoner backgrounds. From the outset, Wang Peng and Li Jinbang selected a number of trustworthy individuals from among the members to assist in organizing the registration data and assigning identification numbers, of course, with remuneration for their efforts. Jinbang, their essay problem. Member 1518 has gotten into a dispute with a noble. You should come and take a look. Luo Lushui burst into the civilian committee, raising his voice. In recent days, Wang Peng and Li Jinbang had spent most of their time in the committee office, aside from attending classes and sleeping. The events of these past few days have been overwhelming. The office was bustling with over 30 individuals, all engrossed in their tasks. Even finding time to use the restroom felt like a squeeze. Li Jinbang lifted his gaze from a pile of documents, his eyes somewhat glazed over. After a moment, he realized that the newcomer was Luo Lushui. Lushui, what is the matter? He inquired. Member 1518 is in a dispute with a nobleman and is waiting for your intervention. Luo Lushui replied anxiously. Can't you handle it? Li Jinbang questionat perplexa. As the committee expanded, the frequency of disputes naturally increased. Wang Peng and Li Jinbang had selected a portion of members with strong diplomatic skills to serve as dedicated customer service representatives to resolve minor conflicts. Having grown significantly since a previous incident, Luo Lushui had also been appointed as a dedicated representative. Brother Jinbang, if I could resolve it myself, I would have come to you. Brother to you is already on site mediating the situation, and it doesn't seem to be going well. Dihai, bring over the contract signed by member 1518's client. Li Jinbang called out to his companion. Soon, Sun Dihai presented the contract. Li Jinbang skimmed through it briefly, placed it into a file, and rose to his feet. Lushui, lead the way. Wait a moment. Chapter 50. The Trap. Wait a moment. Just as Li Jinbang stood up, Wang Peng called out to him. I'll accompany you. After organizing this data for so long, I'm nearly losing my mind. It would be refreshing to get some fresh air. Li Jinbang nodded, handing the contract to Wang Peng as the three of them exited the office. Li Jinbang understood Wang Peng's intention. Being a newcomer, he was unfamiliar with many of the aristocrats, and having Wang Peng around would provide at least some reassurance. As they walked, Wang Peng opened the file and glanced at the contract, involuntarily inhaling sharply. Jinbang, prepare yourself mentally. The forthcoming encounter may not be amicable. Li Jinbang took the contract back and scrutinized it again, finding nothing particularly unusual. The other party in the contract was named Green, the son of a baron, age 10, a first-level water magic practitioner currently enrolled in the second-grade magic class. Li Jinbang looked up at Wang Peng with a hint of confusion. Wang Peng sighed. This matter could possibly be related to Nick. Perhaps I am overthinking it. However, it would be wise for you to brace yourself. Upon arriving at the scene, they found that member 1518 was a robust young man who was currently engaged in a heated argument with an individual clad in a first-level magic robe. We meet again, Master Green. What seems to be the trouble that has escalated to such a degree? Wang Peng greeted with a smile, as he recognized Green from his previous interactions before Nick's departure. Oh, isn't that Vice President Wang? Oh, my apologies. It should now be President Wang. What brings you to my humble abode today? Mr. Green greeted with a smirk, his words laced with a subtle mockery. Mr. Green, you jest. I have heard that our member had a slight misunderstanding with you, and I have come specifically to ascertain the situation. If it is nothing of great consequence, I shall take him away, Wang Peng declared, approaching member 1518, preparing to escort him away. Wait, the matter remains unresolved. How can you simply whisk him away? Despite the recent popularity of the Commoners Committee, it is unjust to bully others with your influence. Mr. Green grasped Wang Peng's hand, raising his voice. Mr. Green, what do you mean? I merely wish to understand the circumstances. I must take him back for a thorough inquiry, yes? Not at all. We can discuss it here. I fear that once you take him away, I shall find myself unable to clarify matters, and then they might accuse me of harassing commoners, which I cannot abide. Wang Peng was about to respond when he was interrupted by Li Jinbang. Some matters cannot be delayed. It is best to resolve them. Li Zinbun, Vice President of the Commoners Committee. Let's address this matter first. You're Mr. Green, correct? So you're Li Jinbang? I had anticipated something more formidable. How disappointing. And you must address me as Mr. Green. Green scoffed, regarding Li Jinbang with disdain. Pray tell, what is your noble title? Li Jinbang inquired with a smile. My father is a viscount, so naturally, I'm a young master, Green proudly proclaimed, puffing out his chest. Pray tell, which imperial law stipulates that the son of a viscount must be addressed as young master by commoners? We are not your servants, at best. We are merely alumni of the same school. Without this circumstance, we would have no interaction whatsoever. On what grounds should I address you as young master? Li Jinbang questioned with a smile. Do you think you are worthy to be my peer? Green retorted. Oh, classmate Green, are you contemplating dropping out? If that is the case, the matter can be considered resolved. Once you leave school, you will no longer be our concern. Let's depart. Li Jinbang grasped Wang Peng and member 1518, turning to leave amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Stop right there. Li Jinbang, you cannot leave without resolving this issue. Green shouted angrily. Very well. Since you insist that I address this, I shall do so, but should you dare to interject before I inquire, do not blame me for my rudeness. I ask that member 1518 remain silent unless I address you directly. I treat everyone equally. Member 1518 immediately covered his mouth with both hands, nodding in agreement. He was well aware of Li Jinbang's formidable reputation. His decision to join the Commoners Committee was largely influenced by Li Jinbang's esteemed name. As the aggrieved party, you may proceed first. Li Jinbang Kazwali Ramarka. I hired your personnel to clean, yet one of them shattered my antique vase, which is worth at least 200 gold coins. If he cannot compensate for it, I shall have to hold you accountable. A subtle smirk crept upon Green's lips as he spoke. Li Jinbang nodded and responded, in principle, there is no fault in your statement. What does in principle mean? Shouldn't you be responsible for this? Your employee broke my vase. Shouldn't he compensate for it? Li Jinbang fell silent and turned to member 1518. Please elaborate on the specifics. When I came to clean, he instructed me to thoroughly wipe the empty vase on the table, so I proceeded to do so. To my surprise, as I was cleaning, the vase shattered. I was extremely cautious and did not exert any force. It simply broke on its own. Nonsense. It was clearly your carelessness that caused it to break. And yet you dare to argue. Green shouted angrily. Li Jinbang shot a glare at Green. Did I permit you to speak? Green felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took a step back, remaining silent. The intensity of Li Jinbang's gaze instilled a sense of dread within him. This gaze was not merely a look. It bore an element of psychological intimidation. Is this the vase that was shattered? Li Jinbang approached the table, pointing at the shards of a vase, and inquired of Green. Indeed, it was the vase he had inadvertently shattered. Are you certain this is the one he broke? Absolutely. He accidentally knocked it over. I witnessed it clearly. Are you quite sure you saw it distinctly? Li Jinbang interjected. Do not attempt to exonerate him. He is the one who broke it. I personally observed him when he was polishing the vase, and he lost his grip, causing it to shatter. Very well. Let's all bear witness to this. He claims to have seen member 1518 break the vase. Li Jinbang addressed the onlookers. He scrutinized the shards on the table. Their edges were remarkably neat, with traces of moisture upon them, and they felt cool to the touch. Member 1518. Did you use a dry or wet cloth while polishing the vase? I used a dry towel. Did you experience any peculiar sensations while doing so? Peculiar sensations? I found the vase quite cool to the touch, almost damp. Member 1518 reflected before responding. Did it not feel as though it suddenly fell apart while you were cleaning it? Yes, that was precisely the sensation. Chapter 51. Green joins the blacklist. As Green was about to speak, Li Jinbong shot him another glare, this time devoid of any mental assault, causing the words to stick in Green's throat. Green, do you have any dissenting opinions? Li Jinbong inquired. Nonsense. I clearly saw him drop it. The vase shattered on the table. Green exclaimed, a hint of desperation in his voice. He had heard Li Jinbong's account, and his heart momentarily skipped a beat. Feeling a disconcerting pause, for Li Jinbong's narration was increasingly aligning with reality. Li Jinbong silenced the rebuttal from member 1518 with a mere glance, casually retrieving a piece of paper and a pen. He scribbled a few words and handed the paper to Green. Green, please read this aloud and affix your signature along with your fingerprint, he instructed. Green glanced at the paper and read aloud. I, Green, witnessed with my own eyes that member 1518 accidentally dropped and shattered my antique vase. Should it be proven that member 1518 is responsible for breaking the vase, they must compensate me at full value. Conversely, if it is demonstrated that member 1518 did not break the vase, no compensation will be required. If you find no issue with this, kindly sign and provide your fingerprint, Li Jinbong stated in a neutral tone. Green scrutinized the document several more times, confirming its accuracy, then signed and stamped it with his fingerprint, harboring little faith that Li Jinbong could procure any evidence. Without evidence, his words would reign supreme. Li Jinbong meticulously examined the paper, bearing his fingerprint, before carefully folding it and storing it away. He whispered something into Wang Peng's ear, who nodded and hurriedly called Zhang Daiyou and Lan Lesui to leave. Green paid no heed. It was only natural to compensate for the damage to the employer's property, regardless of who was involved. Li Jinbong, I've seen the document and signed it. When we repay the debt, merely 200 gold coins. Surely, the Commoners Committee, being affluent, should find it an inconsequential matter, Green proclaimed with pride. Do not rush. I am still here, and so is number 1518. What is there to worry about? Let me examine it more closely before we proceed, Li Jinbong said, pacing quietly within the room without uttering further words. The onlookers found the situation increasingly dull, and some even began to jeer. Is this going to take much longer? Let us not waste everyone's time. Simply compensate according to the damage caused. Li Jinbong directed his gaze toward the crowd, causing the speaker to abruptly fall silent and shrink back behind the throng. However, the gathered spectators began to grow restless, having waited for quite some time and now exhibiting signs of impatience. Jinbong, I apologize for the delay. Wang Peng entered with Zhang Daiyou and Lan Lesui, each carrying several vases. The crowd was left bewildered. What could this mean? Were they truly bringing so many vases as compensation? These vases are merely ordinary vessels, collectively worth only about a silver coin, far inferior to the 200 gold coins of an antique vase. Green was perplexed by Li Jinbong's intentions, feeling somewhat bewildered. What are you doing? Why bring over such a heap of worthless vases? Green interjected. This is what I instructed them to fetch. I have my reasons, and you will understand shortly, Li Jinbong replied, his previously furrowed brow now relaxed as he spoke with a sardonic smile. Did you not request evidence? Here it is. With that, Li Jinbong casually seized a vase from Wang Peng's hand, lifted it, and released it, resulting in a cacophonous shatter as the vase shattered into countless pieces. Everyone stood in confusion, questioning Li Jinbong's sanity as he seemingly toyed with the broken vase. Wang, please hand me the precision scale I asked you to procure. Li Jinbong instructed. Upon receiving the scale, he placed it on the table, collected the 3 largest shards from the ground, and placed the largest piece on the scale, which registered 64 grams. He then added the second largest shard, which displayed 4.04 grams, followed by the third largest, weighing 0.25 grams. Li Jinbong exulted, realizing that the principle concerning broken vases was consistent with that on Earth. The relationship was roughly a factor of 16. Turning to the crowd, he explained, You may be puzzled by my actions. Soon, I shall provide a satisfactory answer through experimentation. I can now unequivocally inform everyone that Green is falsely accusing member 1518, and thus Green must face the consequences of his actions. In my capacity as the Vice President of the Civilian Committee, I hereby declare that Green has been blacklisted, and we shall no longer provide him with our services. Of course, in this unpredictable world, should he insist on our assistance, the service fee will be tenfold, and we shall bear no responsibility for any damage or loss of valuable items that may occur. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. No one anticipated that Li Zhenbong would utter such words. However, the onlookers did not remain in uproar for long, as Li Zhenbong had just promised to deliver a satisfactory answer. At this moment, Green erupted in fury. Li Zhenbong, how dare you? You must understand that falsely accusing a noble carries severe repercussions. I shall report this matter to the Academy and ensure your expulsion. Expulsion. Green. If one wishes to conceal their actions, they must refrain from wrongdoing, Li Zhenbong retorted dismissively, a cold smile gracing his lips. Many may be perplexed as to why I make such a statement and why I shattered the vase. Earlier, Green claimed to have witnessed member 1518 accidentally break an antique vase. I have conducted an experiment for everyone. When the vase falls and shatters upon hitting the ground, the weight of the fragments is approximately in a ratio of 16:1. This signifies that the weight of the largest shard is 16 times that of the second largest shard, and the weight of the second largest shard is 16 times that of the third largest. It is evident to all that the vase on the table, although shattered into several large fragments, does not conform to this theory. Therefore, it is unequivocal that the vase was not broken by a fall, but rather was deliberately damaged. The crowd engaged in fervent discussion, as this theory was indeed novel and had never been heard before. Impossible. You are speaking nonsense. You are merely shirking responsibility and attempting to argue your way out. Green exclaimed loudly. Is this truly the case? Let us ascertain the truth. I now invite two noble friends to come forth and experience this firsthand. Li Zhenbong paid no heed to Green, instead addressing the assembly. Soon, two nobles were elected by the crowd and approached the table, scrutinizing the shards of the vase. They meticulously measured the fragments that Li Zhenbong had selected, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Indeed, the discrepancy was approximately 16-fold, just as he had asserted. One of them lifted a vase and allowed it to drop freely, while the other measured the three largest pieces they had gathered, confirming the 16-fold difference once more. To ensure accuracy, the second noble raised a vase identical in shape to the one shattered by Green, letting it fall freely. Upon measurement, the result remained around the 16-fold disparity. Chapter 52. The calm before the storm. The two exchanged a glance, and one of the nobles, standing before the crowd, solemnly declared, "Though this is difficult to believe, I must concede that Li Zhenbong is indeed correct. Based on this calculation, Green's vase could not have been accidentally broken by 1518. But how was his vase shattered?" Someone in the crowd queried with curiosity. All eyes turned once again to Li Zhenbong. The affirmation from the two nobles had seemingly sealed the matter. Yet, the crowd remained inquisitive, pondering how a seemingly intact vase could have suddenly shattered. "I cannot ascertain how this vase was broken," I remarked, "but I'm certain of how it was reassembled. Initially, the vase was indeed shattered. The reason number 1518 didn't break it upon lifting it was that it had been meticulously pieced back together, the adhesive being none other than ice. A select few experienced a moment of enlightenment, while the majority remained somewhat perplexed. Upon my arrival, I observed traces of moisture on the fragments, accompanied by a distinct chill, which aroused my suspicions. I later sought confirmation from number 1518, and, as a first-tier Hydra-Mage, manipulating water to freeze, though incapable of ice magic, posed no significant challenge. Therefore, I surmised that after shattering the vase, Green manipulated water elements to congeal it back into its original form. That's preposterous. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. You're unjustly accusing me. Don't believe him, everyone. He's merely a commoner. I, on the other hand, am of noble birth. What reason would I have to commit such an act?" Green exclaimed. "No reason? The motive, I believe, is discernible to some present, and I shall refrain from elaborating." Li Zumbang Skufa. You're fabricating lies. Whether it's a fabrication or not is best known to yourself. Bear in mind that prior to number 1518's arrival, you were the sole occupant of the room. The vase itself was considerably weighty, and should the fragments have been too large, a mere amount of ice would have been insufficient to bind them. Conversely, if the fragments were too minute, the reassembly would have been arduous, potentially resulting in the ice melting before completion. Hence, you remained in the room, continuously lowering the temperature of the ice within the crevices to ensure its preservation. The seemingly flawless crime scene is, in reality, not as impeccable as you perceive. Li Zhenbong disdainfully remarked. I just recalled that the vase was not accidentally shattered by you. It was deliberately broken. Green continued to feign innocence. Li Zhenbong shook his head, expressing regret as he stated, the written word is already established. Your attempts at denial are futile. You are deceiving me. Likewise, it is only a mere statement of fact. Surely, it must be painful to shoot oneself in the foot. Over 200 gold coins is indeed a pity, Li Zhenbong said, shaking his head in sympathy. How about I offer you a chance? Are you not a magician? Swear in the name of the god of magic that if the vase was indeed a deliberate frame-up against member 1518, your entire family shall perish. Li Zhenbong said with a smile. People in this world hold oaths in considerable regard, and it seems there exists an unseen force that governs the potency of such vows. Why should I swear? I am just a commoner. What right do I have to swear? If you are afraid, then so be it. No one is forcing you. By the way, while there are many of us here, let me show everyone the contract. It is crucial that you all pay attention. Our contract explicitly states that when our members require services, they must secure any valuable items exceeding 1 gold coin. Otherwise, we shall not be responsible for any damages or losses. It is imperative that you remember this whenever you seek our services. Ensure that your valuables are safeguarded first. Li Zhenbong held up a blank contract, pointing solemnly to one of its clauses. By the way, remember this well. Blacklist. 10-fold commission. Farewell, my dear young Master Green. Li Zhenbong turned and departed with Wang Peng and others, ensuring that the remaining decorative vases were not wasted and taken along. With the protagonist gone, the crowd began to murmur and disperse, leaving Green alone in the room, lost in a daze. What? Blacklisted? 10-fold commission? How could you mess this up? Useless. A youth, resplendently dressed and around 25 or 26 years of age, erupted in furious admonishment directed at Green. Bowing his head, Green's face was a portrait of grievance and fear. Yet he dared not utter a word in retort. After a moment of heavy breathing, the young man disdainfully waved his hand, and Green felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. He exhaled with relief and cautiously retreated out the door, his back already drenched with perspiration. Young master, do not let your anger consume you. Excessive rage is detrimental to one's health. That Li Zhenbong is merely too easy to handle. Shall we send someone else to try? If Li Zhenbong were present, he would be astonished to discover that the speaker was none other than the rotund Nick. Contrary to the rumors circulating outside, Nick had not graduated, but rather concealed himself within the academy. Achieving the rank of a bronze warrior by the age of 18, his talent was evidently remarkable. It is crucial to note that the Academy's regulations stipulate that one must reach the rank of Black Iron Warrior before the age of 30 to qualify for graduation. Given Nick's current standing, it appears that attaining the Black Iron rank by the age of 25 should pose no significant challenge. Alas, it is ironic that the size of the shattered vase has become pivotal. This Li Zhenbong is evidently not to be underestimated. It would be wise to deliberate further on this matter. Yes, young master. A glimmer of reluctance flickered in Nick's eyes. Yet he knew he could not afford to offend this individual. His future prosperity depended on him. Zhenbong, you cannot fathom the situation. Our union's business has been remarkably thriving lately. Ever since that incident with the vase, there have been no significant occurrences for over half a month, and your contributions have been invaluable. Wang Peng exclaimed, patting Li Zhenbong on the shoulder with enthusiasm. Wang Gu, although we are currently flourishing, we must remain vigilant. The aristocrats cannot be content with just this one incident. They're surely biding their time. We must exercise caution, for it is often calm before the storm. especially since our instructor is organizing an outdoor training session soon, during which I will be away for a while. You all must be particularly careful." Li Zhenbong expressed his concerns, observing the exuberance in Wang Peng's demeanor. "Rest assured, I will manage everything diligently. Currently, a portion of our warrior members are interning at the blacksmith shop daily, yielding considerable profits, and many others are unable to secure a spot. I plan to explore additional blacksmith shops and negotiate with a few more," Wang Peng reassured him. "Very well. I shall rely on you during this time. I will return home to make preparations. We should be departing in 2 or 3 days," Li Zhenbong concluded. "Do not worry. I will handle everything here." Having bidden farewell to the members of the Commoners' Committee, Li Zhenbong eschewed returning to the dormitory, instead making directly for Omega's villa. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of baleful eyes were fixed upon him from short distance. The instant he departed the school gates, a figure cloaked in a black mantle emerged from behind a large tree, a sinister smile playing upon their lips. Upon closer inspection, this individual would have been revealed to be none other than Nick. Chapter 53. Ambush. The villa was situated a fair distance from the academy, far enough that it wasn't in the immediate vicinity where the buildings were mostly shops. Li Zhenbong strolled leisurely along the street, savoring the novelty of being outside the school grounds. He planned to browse for gifts for Alpha and the young ladies. As for Omega, he had become something of Li Zhenbong's proxy. The profits from his collaboration with the Jikayuan Commerce Association were first routed to Omega before finding their way into Li Zhenbong's coffers. Li Zhenbong could, of course, craft exquisite glass ornaments as gifts, but time was a precious commodity for him. Moreover, he had already lavished Alpha with numerous glass creations, and he found himself at a loss as to what else to present. Li Zhenbong casually entered a jewelry store, for in the eyes of a dragon, glittering trinkets held more allure than even the finest equipment. Certainly, exquisite equipment is also commendable, yet this is Dragon City, not Carlo City. Here, the audience for such gear places a greater emphasis on practicality rather than mere aesthetics. Given the presence of the Royal Academy of Carlo, it is only natural that the offspring of nobility abound, leading to a fine array of adornments available, albeit less diverse in style compared to Carlo City. "This young gentleman, may I inquire what you require? Although our shop is modest in size, we offer a comprehensive selection. Are you in search of a gift for your girlfriend?" A youth, dressed simply yet elegantly, approached with enthusiasm. Despite Li Zhenbong's youth, none dared to overlook him. "I am seeking recommendation for my sister and friends. What do you suggest?" "Oh, please follow me this way." The young man paused momentarily, evidently misinterpreting the request, and cast Li Zhenbong a knowing glance. "What do you think of this golden rose? It is crafted entirely of pure gold, with each petal as delicate as a cicada's wing, allowing light to filter through when held to the sun. A truly unparalleled choice for gifting, priced at merely 100 gold coins." Li Zhenbong examined it briefly. The craftsmanship was indeed remarkable. Each delicate leaf is particularly thin, and the entire rose is not very heavy, roughly equivalent to the weight of 30 gold coins. 100 gold coins would be somewhat excessive. In the city of Cairo, it might be priced around 5,070 gold coins. However, it truly does not suit me. If I were to present it to Alpha, I can only imagine that Omega would insist on dueling with me. If I were to gift it to those young orc maidens, it would serve no purpose. It could easily be misconstrued, making it appear as though my intentions were impure from the very beginning. Is there any jewelry that features a unique design and has a particularly dazzling appearance? Li Zhenbong returned the rose to the young man and inquired. The young man accepted the golden rose, a flicker of disappointment passing through his eyes. Yet it did not deter his salesmanship. "Perhaps you might find something you prefer over here. These are all high-end glass products, including earrings, pendants, necklaces, rings, and more. We even have some exquisite pieces crafted from color glass." Li Zhenbong offered an awkward smile. "I think I'll browse on my own. Take your time. If you need anything, just call for me." The young man sighed as he turned and strode towards the counter. Although disappointment shadowed his demeanor, he refrained from displaying any contempt, clearly upholding a commendable sense of professional ethics. Li Zhenbong nodded, choosing silence. The young man left a favorable impression on him. After perusing the store, he found nothing particularly appealing. Nevertheless, in light of the young clerk's amiable presence, he purchased 2 golden pendants shaped like kittens and a jade pendant in the form of a small snake, each adorned with exquisite gold chains and a braided red cord necklace. Exiting the jewelry store, Li Zhenbong indulged in some snacks from a nearby stall. Girls often have little resistance to treats, especially the Beastkin girls, for the culinary culture in the Eastern continent is not as sophisticated as that of the Western continent. As he ambled along, he suddenly sensed an unsettling silence enveloping him. While he had wandered into a relatively secluded area, such stillness seemed unnatural. A flicker of unease stirred within him. With the enhancement of his abilities, his intuition had grown increasingly acute. Yet, Li Zhenbong maintained his leisurely pace. Concealing any signs of distress, calmness was paramount at that moment. He headed towards the villa, reassuring himself that once he reached its vicinity, he would be free from concern. However, a chilling voice pierced the stillness from somewhere behind him, commanding, "Hey, stop right there." Without needing to turn around, Li Zhenbong understood that his greatest fear had materialized. Given that I've set in ambush for myself, it stands to reason I'm well acquainted with my own capabilities. Thus, relying solely on my velocity would likely prove insufficient to evade this predicament. As anticipated, masked figures swiftly materialized, encircling the streets around me, effectively obstructing all potential escape routes. So, you finally revealed yourselves. However, combat is strictly prohibited within Dragon City's confines. A sinister chuckle emanated from the apparent ringleader of the group. Haha, that would necessitate the city guard's awareness. Resolving this skirmish before their intervention seems a more prudent course of action. Wouldn't you concur? Are you so confident in your prospects? Who dispatched you? Such information is beyond your purview. Maintaining client confidentiality remains our paramount directive. Despite his verbal reticence, the lead assailant advanced deliberately, his comrades converging to tighten the encirclement. Though outnumbered, their movements betrayed a marked degree of professionalism and caution. Whatever sum you were offered for my demise, I propose to augment it tenfold, and then a further tenfold for the life of your benefactor, I declared, my voice resonating with gravitas. A momentary flicker of avarice betrayed the leader's composure, quickly suppressed. Are you cognizant of the price levied for your assassination? A princely sum of 10,000 gold coins. Do you possess such wealth? Your idle boasts ring hollow. The leader of the men in black disdainfully remarked, observing that Li Zhenbong's attire did not suggest he was particularly affluent. However, after emerging from the jewelry store, the clerk's respectful demeanor indicated that he was likely a scion of some minor nobility. If I were to offer you 300,000, could you spare my life and inform me of those who wish to take it? Li Zhenbong gazed warily at the encroaching figures clad in black. Escaping this predicament would prove to be a formidable challenge. The leader pondered momentarily, refraining from response, and halted his steps, prompting those around him to do the same. 300,000 gold coins constituted a significant sum. They had only been contracted for a mere 10,000 to eliminate Li Zhenbong. More critically, a person capable of casually producing 300,000 gold coins could hardly be an inconsequential figure, hence the leader's hesitation. I'm afraid we cannot disclose our employer's information. It is against our principles. What if I offered 500,000 for my life and simultaneously enlisted your services to eliminate those who seek to kill me? Would that be acceptable? Chapter 54. Crisis. The black-clad man inhaled sharply at the mention of 500,000. In his years as an assassin, he had never amassed such wealth despite facing life and death situations. He mused to himself. Perhaps he had approached this venture rather recklessly. Could they indeed engage with someone capable of such vast expenditure? Who are you truly? It seems improbable that you could possess such a sum. The man in black inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. He was acutely aware of the caliber of his subordinates. Should Li Zhenbong genuinely possess such a sum, he surmised that his men would likely turn on him, regardless of his consent. Li Zhenbong inverted his palm, retrieving 5 black crystal value cards from his space bracelet. You are undoubtedly familiar with these, he stated, black crystal value cards, each worth 100,000 gold coins. They can be cashed out at any Jikayuan commerce branch across the continent. without any inquiry into their origin. A palpable wave of avarice swept through the surrounding men in black, several of whom audibly gulped. A black crystal value card was an unattainable fortune for most of them. Yet here was a man casually producing 5. Their gazes converged on their leader, poised to seize the cards and release their captive at his command. The leader's head throbbed with consternation. He was privy to the employer's background, a scion of a renowned noble family in Dragon City. Li Zhenbang's background, on the other hand, was unremarkable upon preliminary investigation. He was merely a summoner, albeit with exceptional physical prowess and speed. His contingent comprised 15 individuals, 4 black iron warriors, 6 brass warriors, 2 second-level mages, and 3 bronze warriors. Failure with such a force would warrant collective suicide. Prior to this encounter, the black-clad leader was supremely confident, viewing the 10,000 gold coins as a foregone conclusion. However, little did anyone know that Li Zhenbang was a formidable adversary, not necessarily due to his inherent strength, but rather his immense wealth. As the saying goes, money makes the mare go, and Li Zhenbang could certainly use his funds to achieve the impossible. The leader of the men in black, noticing the avaricious glint in his subordinate's eyes, felt a sense of foreboding. Brothers, slay him. Once he's dead, his riches will be ours. He's wearing a spatial storage bracelet, which must contain even more value cards. Follow me, everyone. The men in black, evidently incited by their leader's words, charged towards Li Zhenbang with wild cries. A wry smile crept onto Li Zhenbang's lips, wondering if he had shot himself in the foot. Li Zhenbang relied on his speed to maneuver among the men in black, but their numbers and skill were considerable, and with 2 menacing mages on the periphery, Li Zhenbang soon found his body marked with shallow cuts from their blades. Li Zhenbang wore a silkworm soft armor, but his inner strength was regrettably lacking. Initially, he had used his inner force to cover his entire body with the armor, but as time wore on, Li Zhenbang, whose inner strength was already limited, was forced to abandon full coverage. Soon, the first wound appeared, followed by a series of lacerations across Li Zhenbang's body. Although the wounds were not deep in this situation, each cut could lead to a reduction in speed, and a decrease in speed would only lead to death. Having experienced a brush with death, Li Zhenbang was now filled with an even greater yearning for life. At present, Li Zhenbang has pushed his abilities to the utmost limit, even utilizing both offensive and supportive magical potions contained within his spatial bracelet. Had he not done so, he would have long since met his demise. Suddenly, Li Zhenbang's voice resonated, rising in intensity as he chanted, "O spirit of the summoned beasts, heed my call." The leader of the cloaked figures narrowed his gaze, accelerating his attacks. Although the summoned creatures conjured by the summoner were mostly trivial, the risk of summoning formidable beings could lead to dire consequences. The sudden increase in the leader's speed resulted in 2 more wounds on Li Zhenbang's arm, which had just begun to adjust to the intensity of the assault. He involuntarily let out a grunt, yet he did not cease his incantation. Utilizing his speed advantage, he deftly dodged while continuing to chant. The act of casting spells inherently requires a high degree of mental focus. Fortunately, Li Zhenbang had cultivated his mental fortitude through Lu Chuanfeng's training method, allowing him to achieve such a dual focus. As Li Zhenbang chanted, 2 outer mages also sprang into action, one a mage of the metal element, the other a fire elementalist. They relentlessly unleashed their spells upon him from opposing directions. The sharpness of metal magic surpassed that of blades, while the explosive nature of fire magic left Li Zhenbang in distress, though he possessed a keen sensitivity to the 5 elemental magics. His ability to prevent critical harm was stretched to its limits. At last, Li Zhenbang successfully completed the summoning spell, and a spatial portal materialized before him. The surrounding cloaked figures instinctively retreated a few paces, cautiously fixating on the portal. This unpredictable gateway was akin to a gamble, where fortune could yield great rewards or disastrous losses. Upon finishing his incantation, Li Zhenbang distinctly felt a tumultuous surge of mental energy, a promising sign indicating that he had summoned a beast of considerable stature, most likely not a mere trivial creature. Soon, a colossal lizard emerged from the portal, and fortune smiled upon Li Zhenbang as he summoned a 3rd-tier magical beast, the Earth Dragon Giant Lizard. It is said that the Earth Dragon Giant Lizard possesses the bloodline of the Earth Dragon, endowing it with immense strength and remarkable defense. Despite its mere third-order classification, even formidable fourth-order magical beasts tend to avoid the giant Earth Lizard due to the potent corrosive venom in its teeth. A bite, if left untreated, could result in permanent disability or even prove fatal. The men in black were dismayed to see the giant Earth Lizard summoned, lamenting Li Junbong's exceptional luck. Even iron-level warriors would hesitate to confront a giant Earth Lizard alone. Upon being summoned, the giant Earth Lizard flicked its forked, scarlet tongue, scrutinizing the assembled figures. Sensing the immense pressure they exerted, Li Junbong was acutely aware that, given his current mental state, the giant Earth Lizard's presence would be ephemeral, lasting no more than 10 minutes before it vanished. The black-clothed leader signaled, and an iron-level warrior, also masked, joined him in a coordinated assault, flanking the giant Earth Lizard from both sides. The remaining masked figures, wasting no time, launched a simultaneous attack on Li Junbong. Despite the absence of two iron-level warriors, the assault did not diminish. Rather, it intensified. Chapter 55, Protecting the Master Li Junbong, was filled with anguish, having hoped that summoning the magical beast would provide some respite. While it did occupy two iron-level warriors, the overall assault remained undiminished, suggesting that their earlier attacks had been deliberately restrained, likely fearing a desperate counterattack. Despite his distress, Li Junbong remained agile on his feet, wielding Nick's former horse-slaying blade, its edge now marred with multiple chips. The black-clothed leader's strategy proved effective, as the two iron-level warriors circled and harassed the giant Earth Lizard, leaving it unable to assist Li Junbong in any meaningful way. Li Junbong was acutely aware that his demise would coincide with the giant Earth Lizard's disappearance. He felt a profound sense of regret and unwillingness to accept his fate. Had I known earlier, I would have exerted more effort in diligently cultivating my skills, thus avoiding my current predicament. Seizing a moment of opportunity amidst the onslaught of the black-clad assailants, Li Junbong retrieved a vial of explosive potion from his spatial bracelet, raising it aloft. The black-clad figures collectively recoiled. This explosive potion is akin to a third-tier fire-based area attack spell, possessing considerable power and requiring no incantation. It merely needs to be shattered, releasing a fire magic explosion with a 4-meter radius from the point of impact. The potion does not inflict harm upon its wielder, for each vial bears a label that functions as a temporary protective shield, enabling the user to withstand the potion's effects. At this moment, the Earth Dragon Giant Lizard bore several wounds, and the two black iron warriors fared little better, although they had escaped the giant lizard's jaws. Its claws had nonetheless contaminated them with toxins. While not fatal, the effects were undoubtedly uncomfortable, compelling both warriors to employ their fighting spirit to stave off the spread of the poison at their wounds. Li Junbong now faced not only physical exhaustion, but also a depletion of mental energy. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Earth Dragon Giant Lizard would vanish within 2 minutes. With one hand raised to hold the explosive potion and the other propping himself up with a broadsword, he gasped for breath like a battered bellows, his blood-soaked body trembling slightly, an indication of his waning strength. The masked assailants he battled bore their own share of injuries. One of the warriors, cloaked in yellow fighting spirit, had lost an arm, a cost incurred from Li Junbong's 2 strikes delivered to his back. Had it not been for the celestial silkworm armor, Li Junbong would have long bid farewell to this world. His body swayed, and he sank to one knee, the significant loss of blood and the exhaustion of his mental faculties inducing a sense of dizziness. The body of the Earth Dragon Giant Lizard began to flicker, and within a few breaths, it transformed into white motes of light, dissipating into the air. The cloaked figures surrounding Li Junbong refrained from further assault. Who could ascertain whether he had any hidden cards up his sleeve? It would be too costly to lose a couple of comrades in such a manner at this moment. Suddenly, a transparent green light shield enveloped Li Junbong without warning. He felt his lost stamina and blood gradually replenishing. At that moment, he wished to slap himself. The green light shield was none other than the automatic defense mechanism of the Omega's reverse scale coming into effect. Having never employed the reverse scale before, Li Jinbong felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. The reverse scale possessed the ability to summon Omega, and after being worn around his neck for so long, he had almost forgotten its existence. Were it not for his precarious state, teetering on the brink of death, the reverse scale's automatic defense might have truly saved him from demise. Excitedly, Li Jinbong began to call for Omega in his heart, yet his face remained devoid of expression. In truth, there was no need for him to summon. When the reverse scale activated its protective function, Omega had already sensed Li Jinbong's condition and hastened to his side. Upon establishing contact with Omega and knowing that both Omega and Alpha had arrived, Li Jinbong chose not to reveal their presence, but rather to act according to the unfolding situation. At this moment, the nourishing effects of the reverse scale had gradually alleviated Li Jinbong's sense of weakness. Wait, I do not wish to perish in ignorance. As you can see, I am already at my wit's end. Once this protective shield dissipates, it is likely that my demise will follow. I hope to know before I depart this world. Who is it that seeks my life? Li Jinbong gasped, struggling to articulate his thoughts. After you descend into hell, you may inquire with the Grim Reaper yourself. The leader of the dark-clad figures coldly replied, regarding Li Jinbong with a chilling gaze. We have been fighting for quite some time now, yet not a single member of the city guard has arrived. It seems your employer has wielded their influence. Li Jinbong's voice was frail as he attempted to rise, but ultimately failed, resigning himself to sit on the ground. Do not waste your thoughts. I shall not divulge anything. It will be better for you to remain in your ignorance. The leader of the dark-clad figures, brandishing a knife, advanced step by step towards Li Jinbong. Despite Li Jinbong's inability to stand, he approached with caution, unhurried in his movements. You clearly are an experienced hand, having secured your victory, yet still exercising such caution. Li Jinbong remarked calmly, observing the leader. The dark-clad figure halted 3 meters away from Li Jinbong, gathering strength. Awaiting the moment the green barrier would vanish to deliver the final, fatal blow. Are you truly unwilling to reveal anything to me? Li Jinbong produced 10 black crystal stored value cards. This is all my wealth. If you do not disclose the information, I shall destroy them, and you will only earn that mere 10,000 gold coins. However, if you choose to reveal it, these will all belong to you. Brother, just tell him. He is already a dead man. What is there to fear? This amounts to 1 million gold coins. It is a sum that we could never earn in our lifetimes. With these coins in hand, we can all retire and indulge in a life of luxury. A black iron warrior enveloped in dark energy proclaimed. The one-armed brass warrior groaned in agony and spoke. Brother, I fear I am done for. Yet we have all risked our lives for money, and I accept my fate. However, with wealth laid before us, we must not turn it away. Brother, you must think of our future. The other cloaked figure's eyes gleamed with avarice as they looked towards their leader. The leader of the cloaked men felt a deep internal conflict. What held greater significance? 1 million or the reputation of an assassin? Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he declared, "No, I cannot divulge this. It is the code of the assassin." In a moment of anguish, the leader cried out in despair, and the arm holding his weapon fell to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. The very one who severed his arm was none other than his most trusted subordinate, the same individual who had just attacked the Earth Dragon lizard alongside him. Brother, why obstruct the path to our fortune? Why not simply articulate the information? While you may not aspire to affluence, your comrades yearn for a life of unbridled enjoyment. Disclose the identity of your employer forthwith. The man in black exclaimed menacingly, his blade already poised at the leader's throat. Esteemed leader, each of us possesses but a solitary existence, which ought to be cherished. Observe our companion, the unfortunate eighth, who has already suffered the loss of an arm. How shall he fare in the future? Esteemed leader, you must consider the welfare of your brethren. Should you persist in your silence, I shall sever your remaining limb. Second, I am your elder brother. The leader of the men in black retorted, glaring daggers at his second in command. Elder brother? Oomph. I extend you the courtesy of addressing you as such, yet you remain oblivious to your own insignificance. When have you ever regarded me as your younger sibling? I have merely been your lackey. The second responded, his gaze brimming with vengeful delight. Fourth, release our leader at once. I shall implore him to spare your life. Should you dare to inflict further harm upon him, I shall assuredly slay you." Another man in black, his body enveloped in a dark aura, cried out fervently. "Fourth, despite the leader's habitual mistreatment of you, your loyalty remains unwavering. Consider your aged mother, languishing upon her sickbed, deprived of care and teetering on the brink of demise due to lack of medication. Observe the leader's callousness, willing to sacrifice your mother rather than grant you the opportunity to earn a livelihood. Fear not, for under my command, I shall bestow upon you 100,000, sufficient to ensure your mother's recovery." The second son gazed at the fourth with earnest eyes, yet Li Zhenbong detected a trace of malice lurking deep within them. The fourth brother, clad in black, hesitated before shaking his head. "Second brother, release our eldest brother. I'll pledge my allegiance to you from now on. After all, he is our elder brother. Release him? Who will provide us with funds then?" The second son retorted, "I can assure you, if the eldest brother reveals the identity of our employer, I will spare his life." As he spoke, the second son acted swiftly, delivering another blow to the eldest brother's arm. Though the limb remained attached, the bone was exposed. "Eldest brother, see how kind I am to you? I haven't severed your arm completely. If you continue to be uncooperative, don't blame your younger brother for turning ruthless." The leader of the assassins merely frowned at the grievous injury, offering no cry, and instead fixed a cold stare upon the second son. "I was truly blind to have taken in a viper like you." The leader of the assassins emitted a pained scream as one of his eyes was reduced to a bloody socket. "I despise the way you lecture others with your gaze. Do you believe I won't gouge out your other eye as well?" The second son taunted, bloodied hand idly playing with the eyeball. "Second brother, I'll fight you to the death." With that, the fourth brother brandished his broadsword and charged towards the second son. The eldest brother still held considerable sway among his subordinates, with some remaining loyal to him. They too raised their blades and joined the fourth brother in attacking the second son. "Third brother, don't just stand there watching. Lead the brothers and eliminate them. Those who submit shall prosper, and those who resist shall perish." After the second brother finished speaking, he kicked the eldest brother to the ground and swiftly felled an approaching bronze warrior. Chaos soon erupted between the two sides, leaving Li Zhenbong, who was watching the farce in astonishment, to ponder the immense allure of wealth. He had never realized that a mere million could turn brothers against each other, leading to such a violent confrontation. The battle was tumultuous, prompting Li Zhenbong to hastily retreat to a corner to avoid being caught in the fray. It was not that he was unable to stand, but rather that he dared not. Should he rise, the crowd might misconstrue his intentions as an attempt to flee, drawing their ire towards him instead, a risk he was unwilling to take. The conflict erupted swiftly and concluded just as quickly. Two black iron warriors faced off against a single black iron warrior, an outcome that was evidently predictable. Nevertheless, the fourth brother managed to inflict significant damage on the second brother before his demise. The others sustained their own injuries, yet two second-level mages stood calmly to the side, refraining from engaging with either faction. Among those who abstained from the battle was the eighth brother, who had lost an arm. When the skirmish concluded, the second brother was gravely injured. The third brother sustained minor wounds, while the eldest brother had lost his last arm amidst the chaos. Of the three bronze warriors, only one remained on the ground, still able to move, while the remaining three bronze warriors each bore their own injuries alongside the armless bronze warrior. Li Zhenbong stared in disbelief at the remaining assassins and then glanced at the 10 black crystal charge cards in his hand, his emotions a complex whirlwind. "Eldest brother, quickly tell me, who is the employer?" With labored breath, the second brother held the blade against the eldest's neck. The eldest brother, beholding the fallen brethren before him, wore an expression of profound sorrow and indignation. "Second brother, for a mere million, how could you be so ruthless? Men die for wealth, birds for sustenance. They were all slain by your hand. Had you revealed the employer's identity sooner, they might have been spared this fate." The second brother, eyes bloodshot, retorted fiercely, "What if I had named the employer? Could he have spread the word? You are a man on the verge of death. What is there left to fear?" The eldest brother shook his head sorrowfully. "Second brother, I shall not speak. Then I shall sever your toes, and then gradually sever your legs, until you yield." The second brother threatened, his eyes gleaming malevolently as he eyed the eldest's legs. "Then kill me. The eldest brother responded with a composed gaze. You have already slain so many brothers. One more makes little difference. Eldest brother, such words wound me. How could I bear to kill you? The second brother replied, Though you have been secretive, I have heard that your wife is a woman of considerable beauty, and you have a daughter of a mere 14 years. It is unexpected that such a rugged man as yourself would sire such a beautiful daughter. I must confess, I am envious. With these words, the second brother's tongue traced his lips, and a lascivious smile crept across his face. What? What do you intend to do? The eldest brother, who had maintained his composure until now, stared at the second brother with wide, terrified eyes. I intend nothing, the second brother exclaimed. But if you do not speak, death is certain. The heart-wrenching cries of the orphaned mother and child evoke deep sympathy, and I find their bond rather exhilarating. Upon finishing his statement, the second brother raised an eyebrow, exhibiting a look of keen desire. You dare! The eldest brother bellowed, his eyes wide with fury, blood spewing from his wound in a spray due to his agitation. What is there to fear? I have no wife or children to protect. The second brother responded with a smirk, relishing in the eldest's distress. Very well. I must insist you shall not harm them, or I shall return as a vengeful spirit, relentless in my pursuit of you. The eldest warned in a low growl, glaring with his remaining eye. Brother, I am a man of my word, unwavering and resolute. Leaning closely, for I shall share but one secret. Chapter 57. Retribution. The second brother leaned in, and the eldest whispered a few words into his ear, leaving him momentarily stunned. A change washed over the second brother's face as he gritted his teeth, brandishing a knife and pointing it menacingly at the eldest. Are you toying with me? Will you speak or not? The eldest brother, his face etched with terror, replied, You are truly malicious. I have divulged my secret, and yet you contemplate my demise. Your lack of conscience is appalling. I swear, I shall not allow you to escape unscathed. Enraged, the second brother's teeth clenched tightly as he mercilessly struck down, severing the eldest's leg. His expression twisted into the eldest brother cried out in agony, falling backward onto the ground, writhing and shouting, Second brother, you are too ruthless. I will never forgive you, even in death. How could you betray me in the end after I told you everything? Heaven will punish you. The second brother raised his blade, ready to strike again, when the third brother calmly inquired from behind, Second brother, what exactly did the eldest brother tell you? I would rather die than tell you. After uttering these words, the second brother paused, sensing something amiss. As he attempted to explain, he saw a blade pierce through his chest. Behind him, the third brother said in an even tone, Then you shall die. Had the second brother not been severely wounded, he would not have been so vulnerable. Alas, the world is not governed by what-ifs. Third brother, you have been deceived. The eldest brother said, I would rather die then. Before the second brother could finish his sentence, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed, lifeless. The third brother seemed to realize something, his face alternating between green and purple. He drew his steel blade, approached the eldest brother, and menacingly demanded, Speak. Who is it? The eldest regarded the third child with a serene gaze, then shook his head and erupted in boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha! Ha! Third brother, I would rather die than divulge it to you. With his last ounce of strength, the eldest uttered his final words, chuckled twice, and collapsed lifelessly. Li Jinbong watched the theatrical scene unfold before him, a wry smile creeping onto his face. This is too absurd, he muttered, in the blink of an eye. Death and injury abound. The third child ripped off his black mask, spitting vehemently onto the ground. You brat, toss me the black crystal storage card, and I'll spare your life. The third child's face was a mass of bulging muscles, a gruesome scar stretching from his right eye to the corner of his mouth, making him appear especially menacing. Li Zhenbong slowly rose to his feet, his breathing steady, but still struggling to maintain his balance. You're ruthless enough, but alas, you must accompany them to the afterlife. There, you four brothers can continue your squabble. Li Zhenbong shook his head, panting, ignoring the third child's impending outburst, and returned the black crystal storage card to his storage bracelet. Then you shall die. Seeing that Li Zhenbong had not destroyed the black crystal storage card, but had instead placed it back into his storage bracelet, the third child raised his blade and charged towards Li Zhenbong, his eyes filled with ferocity and longing. As the raised blade was a mere fist's distance from Li Junbong's head, he felt his body becoming weightless, devoid of all strength, and before him materialized a beautiful woman, ethereal as a celestial being. A beautiful woman delicately supported her wrist, which held a knife, with one hand while the other plunged into the hollow of her chest. Yet, she appeared without a trace of awareness on my part. Old Three opened his mouth, attempting to utter something, but found himself unable to articulate anything beyond a trickle of blood at the corner of his lips. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. "Sister, you are my dear sister. Please refrain from engaging in such thrilling antics next time. My fragile heart cannot endure it. Just a single punch. Had you been a moment later, I would have embarked on the journey alongside those 4 brothers." Li Zhenbang exclaimed in excitement. Standing before him was none other than the Golden Dragon, Alpha. In that fleeting moment, Li Zhenbang truly believed he was doomed, his body barely able to stand. He had no strength left to evade. The 2 sorcerers, sensing the peril, hastily cast their most rapid spells towards Alpha. However, before they could reach him, they were intercepted by Omega. At that moment, Omega took the form of a towering figure over 2 meters tall, wearing a sinister grin, his hands pressing against each other in a rhythmic manner that produced a crackling sound as he slowly approached the 2 sorcerers. Despair was etched upon the faces of the sorcerers, for no matter the incantations they invoked, they could not breach the 3-meter radius surrounding Omega, as if it were a forbidden zone from magic. With a series of crackling sounds and agonized cries, the 2 sorcerers collapsed to the ground, rendered helpless like puddles of mud, their bones utterly crushed by Omega's might. Omega, seething with rage, was furious that Li Zhenbang had nearly fallen victim to their machinations. He cast a malevolent glance at the one-armed bronze warrior, who, witnessing Omega's brutal dismantling of the 2 sorcerers, found himself devoid of any thoughts of resistance. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground, his eyes vacant, slowly closing as tears streamed down his cheeks. Omega gave him a light kick, though not forceful. The bronze warrior was propelled forward, landing at Li Zhenbang's feet. "This fellow is utterly pathetic, crying before the fight has even begun. Zhenbang, it's up to you to deal with him." Omega scoffed. "Is what you say truly the case? Do you really have a gravely ill mother bedridden at home? My lord, I swear by the name of the god of war, my mother is indeed seriously ill and unable to rise from her bed. The reason I joined them was for the lucrative pay of an assassin. My mother requires an exorbitant amount of money for her treatment, and if the medication is cut off, there will be no hope left. I cannot bear to witness her toil throughout her life only to meet such a tragic end in her twilight years. I implore you, please save her. I know you possess wealth, and you can surely rescue her. My life is of no consequence. Take it if you must." With that, the one-armed bronze warrior knelt before Li Zhenbang, closing his eyes. After a prolonged silence, when he finally opened them, he found a black crystal card before him, beneath which lay a note: "Live a good life. Even a one-armed bronze warrior can survive. Should you be found guilty of wrongdoing again, no matter where you flee, you shall face certain retribution." The brass warrior solemnly bowed 3 times before the front, and when he lifted his head, his bronze physique bore marks of blood. He picked up the black crystal value card and a note, carefully stowing them away in his bosom before rising and vanishing into the streets. Chapter 58. Little Dragon Girl, Long Miao Miao Zhenbang. "Why did you let him go?" Omega inquired, casually draping an arm over Li Zhenbang's shoulder. "Omega, sometimes a touch of sentimentality makes a person more endearing," Li Zhenbang replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. The 2 stood together, resembling a father and son, one tall and imposing, the other petite and charming, especially with a striking Alpha accompanying them, giving the impression of a harmonious family unit. Though 6-year-old Li Zhenbang appeared considerably more mature than his peers, he still retained the essence of a child. Upon returning to the villa, Li Zhenbang was astonished to discover that the maidens sent by Wu Mingzhi had vanished, leaving only the 4 orc girls he had procured. The 2 cat girls and the snake girl busily attended to the 3 of them, serving tea and refreshments. Upon seeing Alpha return, the little dragon girl joyfully bounded over and hugged Alpha's arm. Alpha affectionately patted the little dragon girl's head, smiling as she asked, "Meow meow, have you been good at home? Have you listened to your 3 elder sisters?" The little dragon girl playfully stuck out her pink tongue, exclaiming, "I have always been very well behaved." Li Jinbong gazed in astonishment at the little dragon girl, noting the stark contrast between her present demeanor and her past state, once filled with trepidation and vigilance. The little dragon girl now radiated vitality and youthful exuberance. "You recall Meow Meow?" Li Jinbong inquired, his surprise evident. "Indeed, my name is Long Meow Meow. You must be Li Jinbong, right? I have heard quite a bit about you from my godmother," the little dragon girl replied, her curiosity piqued as she regarded him. Gone was the aversion that Long Meow Meow once felt towards Li Jinbong. Ever since he entrusted their quartet's contract to Alpha, her perception of him had transformed. Furthermore, Omega and Alpha frequently engaged in discussions praising Li Jinbong, which only deepened her intrigue. "Your godmother? Who might that be?" Li Jinbong asked, perplexed. "Why, it is I," Alpha proclaimed, affectionately ruffling Long Meow Meow's hair, her face aglow with maternal warmth. Sister, are you jesting? How did she become your daughter?" Li Zumban exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "She is a pitiable child, devoid of family, all tragically slain by that despicable slave-capturing group," Alpha said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Then why don't you acknowledge her as your sister?" Li Jinbong remarked with exasperation, bemused by Alpha's seemingly boundless maternal instincts. "What? Do you have objections? Are you perhaps enamored with her?" Alpha scrutinized Li Jinbong with an enigmatic gaze. Li Jinbong quickly shielded himself, exclaiming, "Sister, this is hardly the time for such antics. I am an ordinary man, with no need for a dragon lady. Oh, how surprising it is that our little Jinbong has matured into a man. When did this occur?" Alpha inquired with a playful smile. "Sister, I am genuinely frightened of you. Please refrain from teasing me any further. I merely intended to visit you all. Who would have anticipated such an event?" Alas, Li Jinbong thought to himself, still feeling a shiver of trepidation. Had you not mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten. How are you? Allow me to take a closer look." Alpha sprang from the sofa, eager to scrutinize Li Jinbong, even attempting to remove his clothing. "Sister, be gentle. There was nothing wrong initially, but if you persist, there truly will be," Li Jinbong called out hastily, not wishing to be stripped bare before so many onlookers. "Alpha, rest assured, with my protective charm in place, this lad would find it exceedingly difficult to meet his demise, as long as he isn't obliterated in an instant. He shall remain unscathed," Omega remarked nonchalantly. "Jinbong, do you know who exactly commissioned these assassins?" Alpha suddenly asked, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness, a glimmer of menace in her eyes. "This is not difficult to investigate, but I must leave it to you. I am about to participate in a wilderness training organized by the school." "Wilderness training?" "Absolutely not. Jinbong, you are in a precarious situation. You cannot depart from our side." Alpha firmly opposed. "Sister, have no worries. This is not an issue. An event organized by the school should deter any assassin from taking the risk to strike." Li Jinbong replied with a smile. "But sister, rest assured, given the circumstances that have transpired, I can no longer remain unprepared. I shall not jest with my own life." "Alpha, you must trust Jinbong. Is there anything he cannot accomplish?" "Jinbong, elucidate how we might uncover the identity of the individual who hired the assassin. Once I resolve this matter, your safety will be assured." Alpha spoke through clenched teeth, knowing well that Sophia was not summoned merely for amusement, but rather to safeguard Jinbong, who had unfortunately sustained injuries. "When I was attacked, the city guards did not arrive, indicating that someone must have colluded with them. Thus, our investigation must begin with the guards." "Are you suggesting this affair is linked to Edward?" A palpable aura of menace emanated from Alpha, her tightly clenched fists betraying her seething wrath. At this moment, the young dragon maiden, Long Meow Meow, appeared somewhat fearful, her complexion pale. Although Alpha's hostility was not directed towards her, the proximity still rendered Meow Meow somewhat affected. "Sister, do temper your fierce demeanor. You are frightening Meow Meow," Li Jinbong remarked helplessly, as he too bore a significant burden of pressure. Alpha quickly subdued her wrath, cradling Long Meow Meow to offer her some comfort before sending her back to her room. "Sister, you're not truly overwhelmed by maternal instincts, are you?" Li Jinbong inquired with surprise. Alpha playfully rapped his head with her knuckles, a smirk gracing her lips. What if I am indeed overflowing with maternal affection? As for you, should you genuinely pursue Meow Meow, you shall henceforth refer to me as mother. Li Jinbong furrowed his brow. Sister, have you completely lost your senses? How old is she? Not even 10 yet, and you're already contemplating your future son-in-law? It seems you yourself are barely 7. Alpha regarded Li Jinbong with a look of disdain. Let us get to the point, he urged. Sister, even if this matter has nothing to do with Edward, having him investigate would certainly yield more favorable results. Rest assured, we shall handle this. Let us see who dares to provoke our misfortune. Omega smiled, though the murderous intent in his eyes was palpable. I initially intended to bring you some gifts, but I didn't have enough time. I only managed to buy a few things for Catwoman and Serpent Woman. I shall make it up to you next time. With that, Li Jinbong produced the gifts from his spatial bracelet. Catwoman and Serpent Woman's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected gesture. Young master, we cannot possibly accept this. One of the Catwomen exclaimed, her eyes brimming with anticipation yet tinged with shyness as she gazed at Li Jinbong. Jinbong, this is quite intriguing, Alpha remarked suggestively, casting a knowing glance at Li Jinbong. Li Jinbong's face flushed crimson. Please do not misunderstand. It's merely a token of our long absence. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, you all would have received gifts. Chapter 59, Wilderness Training. Everyone would have received gifts? Then why didn't you purchase them for us first? Alpha's eyes manifested a stunning crescent shape. It is not without reason that such a discovery was made. How could I possibly satisfy my sister without careful selection? Li Jinbong tugged at one of Alpha's hands, playfully pouting. All right, I believe you. I was merely jesting to tease you. Why so serious? Alpha gently steadied Li Jinbong's shoulder, chuckling as she spoke. Jinbong, you can proceed with peace of mind. I shall certainly alleviate your concerns. Omega smiled, though the expression carried a chilling undertone. That hurts. Alpha, why did you hit me? Omega cried out in agony, clutching his head. What do you mean by proceeding with peace of mind? Alpha waved her fist teasingly before Omega. Today marks the inaugural challenge for your new student enrollment. The theoretical knowledge acquired over the past few months may prove invaluable during this trial. You are free to form groups, with no more than 10 individuals per group. Now, begin to assemble freely, and in half an hour, gather here in your respective groups. The majority of common-born students coalesced into groups based on their dormitories, while others aligned themselves according to the closeness of their relationships. The nobility predominantly associated with their own kind, although some exceptionally talented commoners were invited to join their ranks. Li Jinbong's dormitory naturally formed a team, but surprisingly, lest we also join their group. After half an hour, the entire freshman class had been divided into 140 teams. The commoner teams mostly consisted of 6 individuals, whereas the noble teams generally comprised around 10. Each team is now to receive a number and a spatial ring, which contains a mission guide detailing all the tasks. The final scores will be determined by the extent to which you complete the missions. The 3 teams that complete all the tasks in the shortest amount of time will receive generous rewards from the Academy, including gold coins and other unexpected prizes. We will now enter the Aojia Forest through the south gate. The groups will enter separately, with each batch entering every half hour. The tasks assigned to each group are not entirely identical, but there are some common elements. Every year, there are teams that fail to complete even half of the tasks, and some that only manage to complete 1 or 2. I encourage you to strive for excellence and achieve good results. The wilderness training will last for half a month. After that time, regardless of completion status, you must return here to assemble. Now begin entering in batches. Do not attempt to take shortcuts or to substitute inferior quality for superior, nor should you endeavor to alter the task at hand. We have backups for each assignment. Li Jinbong's team was the 3rd to enter the Aojia Forest, assigned the number 68, a designation with which Li Jinbong was quite pleased. The Aojia Forest is situated to the southwest of Longcheng, serving as a training ground for first-year students at the Academy. Although its area is not as extensive as that of the Sacred Hidden Jungle, it is still considerable in size. Given the average strength of first-year students, traversing the forest back and forth would typically take around 4 to 5 days, assuming they proceed at full speed without encountering any obstacles. The Aojia Forest and the sacred hidden jungle represent two extremes. The latter is abundant in various animalistic magical beasts, whereas the former is rich in medicinal herbs and botanical magical creatures. While there are magical beasts within the Aojia Forest, they are generally of a lower tier and do not possess particularly formidable prowess. Moreover, the majority of the creatures inhabiting the Aojia Forest are plant-based magical beasts. And, as long as one does not venture too close, the risks remain minimal. In truth, the Aojia Forest is the private property of the Carol Royal Academy, as the Empire has designated the entire expanse of forest to the institution. Upon entering the Aojia Forest, various teams dispersed in different directions. However, Li Jinbong's group did not hastily depart, but meticulously examined the task list. There were a total of 15 assignments, 10 of which involved gathering medicinal herbs, ranging from the most basic to the more advanced, with varying quantities. The remaining 5 tasks required the elimination of plant-based magical beasts to procure the necessary herbs. Naturally, the leader of Li Jinbong's team was Zhang Daiyou, yet the brain of the operation was Li Jinbong himself. The reason was quite simple. Upon reviewing the list, Zhang Daiyou realized he was unfamiliar with most of the herbs, thus relegating himself to the role of a mere enforcer. Among the 10 types of herbs, 4 were located in the northern part of the Aojia Forest, closest to their position, while 3 were situated in the central region, and the remaining 3 resided in the southern area of the forest. The plant monsters are predominantly immobile or sluggish. Thus, Li Jinbong possesses a modicum of understanding regarding their general tendencies. His extensive knowledge is not solely derived from a childhood immersed in literature, but also from the guidance of 2 esteemed Archmagisters and the notorious thief, Sophia. The Archmagisters consume vast quantities of herbs monthly for experimentation and the creation of magical potions, allowing Li Jinbong to become acquainted with numerous precious herbs and their characteristics. Furthermore, Sophia has enlightened him on the forms and functions of the finest herbs. As Li Jinbong led his team into the forest, they proceeded cautiously. Although the Aojia Forest is relatively safer than the sacred hidden jungle, it is still fraught with peril for these first-year students. Each year, outdoor training incurs injuries and even fatalities, albeit the latter being less frequent. Nonetheless, Li Jinbong harbors no desire to return with fewer than the 7 who embarked on this journey. Under his leadership, they swiftly gathered 4 types of herbs located in the northern part of the Aojia Forest. Along the way, they encountered plant monsters twice, one of which was among their targets. Fortuitously, they have completed 5 tasks thus far, leaving only 10 remaining before they can return to submit their findings. This auspicious start has invigorated the group, considering they have only been in the forest for less than 2 days. The 7 have begun to venture deeper into the forest's interior, while most other teams linger at the periphery, searching for lower-grade herbs. Jinbong, we owe you a great debt this time. Without your expertise, our situation could have been dire. Such an expansive forest makes the task of procuring these 15 types of quest materials exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, without someone familiar with the terrain. Zhang Daiyou bata Li Jinbong's schulde approvingly. Indeed, Brother Jinbong's capabilities are truly remarkable. Did you witness the magical beast we were tasked with defeating? It was a formidable level 2 creature. Although plant-based magical beasts may not possess significant offensive power, they are notoriously difficult to contend with. Yet, Brother Jinbong, through sheer speed, managed to overpower it single-handedly. Little Fatty exclaimed with admiration. Precisely. Brother Jinbong's velocity is unparalleled. I could only discern a series of fleeting shadows. Were Brother Jinbong not to identify himself as a summoner mage, one would undoubtedly mistake him for a puissant warrior. I, for one, am certain that I could not best Brother Jinbong in combat. Paul added enviously, "Spare me the flattery. While I may possess considerable speed, my strength is woefully inadequate. Had you not seized the opportunity to approach it while I was distracting it and deliver the decisive blow, I would have been left with no recourse but to flee." Li Jinbong interjected, noticing that the others were eager to shower him with further praise. He promptly curtailed their adulation, lest he become conceited. After all, who does not relish the sensation of being lauded? Chapter 60. The enigmatic guinea pig, however. One is always acutely aware of one's own capabilities. Perhaps Li Jinbang and his companions have exhausted their luck. In the subsequent 2 days, they failed to uncover any useful medicinal herbs or plant-based magical beasts. Nonetheless, this small team of Li Jinbang managed to gather a considerable amount of other herbs. While these herbs may serve no purpose for them, who can guarantee that other teams would find them useless? Should they encounter a suitable group, there might even be an opportunity for mutual exchange. Currently, Li Jinbang's team has ventured deep into the heart of the Aojia forest. Despite their deep foray into the woods, no large-scale battles have ensued. Plant-based magical beasts tend to be far more docile compared to their animal counterparts. As long as they do not perceive a threat, these creatures generally refrain from initiating attacks unless approached too closely. Moreover, the forest offers the perfect concealment for plant-based magical beasts, as long as they remain undetectable. One might pass by without ever noticing them. A plant-based magical beast, masked in its aura, bears little distinction from ordinary flora. Jinbang, what shall we do now? It has been 2 days without any progress in locating our task items. Shall we delve deeper? If all else fails, we could seek out other options and, on our return, pass through the central area to continue our search. After 2 fruitless days, Zhang Daiyou was beginning to feel anxious. Li Jinbang nodded in agreement, stating that if no significant discoveries were made today, they would venture further in hopes of finding alternative herbs and magical beasts. While the majority of the magical beasts encountered here are of the botanical variety, creatures of the animal kingdom are not entirely absent, though they tend to be of a lower echelon. Upon observing a sizable group from a distance, they invariably flee. Kindling a fire within the forest is strongly inadvisable, as most plant-based magical beasts exhibit phototaxis, and certain nocturnal beasts are drawn to flames. These past few days spent subsisting in the forest have allowed Li Jinbang and his companions to fully appreciate the convenience that mages bring to daily life. Each evening, the third brother, Shahan Shan, would employ magic to excavate a sizable pit in the ground, over which a shelter would be constructed from earth. From ground level, only a small mound would be discernible. The group would then repose within, obviating the need for a night watch. Most importantly, the space was not only well ventilated, but also moisture-proof, providing exceptional comfort. In contrast, pitching a tent in the forest would invariably result in a waterlogged interior by morning. The small earthen dugout, collaboratively fashioned by Lan Lesui and Shahan Shan, not only accommodated a fire, but also allowed for the rudimentary toasting of provisions. Third brother, this little earthen abode you, unless we have concocted, is exceedingly comfortable, Zhang Daiyou remarked, reclining on the ground with his hands clasped behind his head, legs crossed, and a blade of grass dangling from his lips. I recall our initial night in the tent, which was utterly miserable. Not only was it damp, but we also had to take turns standing guard and were forbidden from lighting a fire. Nothing compares to the ease we enjoy now. Indeed, Shan Shanghuklit, I dare say, should other teams become aware of this, they would be consumed with envy. Paul chuckled with roguish delight. This was all Jinbang's idea, or else we'd still be sleeping in tents. Shahan's Han offered a bashful smile. All right, everyone, let's dispense with the mutual flattery, seize the moment to dine, and then rest well. Tomorrow, we shall venture deeper. Zhang Daiyou interrupted Li Jinbang, who was about to speak, and with a smile, he embraced Li Jinbang's shoulders. From a spatial ring, Zhang Daiyou retrieved some provisions, which the eager Xiaopeng promptly accepted, taking the initiative to prepare a simple meal for everyone. Although they could kindle a fire in this place, the aroma could not be contained, so Xiaopeng merely boiled a pot of water and lightly toasted the provisions over the flames. The others quickly finished their meals and succumbed to slumber, while Li Jinbang, gazing into the flickering flames, fell into contemplation, barely taking a couple of bites from his flatbread. Suddenly, a series of crunching sounds jolted Li Jinbang from his reverie, his gaze sharpening as he scanned the surroundings with vigilance. To his surprise, a small, yellow and white guinea pig had appeared by the fire, nibbling on the crumbs that had fallen to the ground. Li Jinbang chuckled softly at the sight of the charming creature, wondering how it had ventured in, perhaps drawn by the enticing aroma of the toasted provisions. The meager remnants on the ground were soon devoured by the guinea pig, which then lifted its head and twitched its tiny nose, seemingly in search of the source of the lingering scents in the air. The guinea pig cautiously approached Li Zhenbong until it came to a halt right before him, sitting on the ground and standing upright. Its gaze fixated on the flatbread in Li Zhenbong's hand. As Li Zhenbong casually waved his hand holding the bread, the little creature's head bobbed in tandem with his movements. Li Zhenbong smiled knowingly, reaching out to break off a small piece and slowly extending it towards the diminutive guinea pig. To his astonishment, the creature did not flee. Instead, it humanely stretched forth its tiny paws to accept the offering, subsequently nibbling away at the morsel with delightful enthusiasm. In no time, the piece was entirely consumed, leaving not a crumb behind. The guinea pig then raised its head, gazing intently at the remaining food in Li Zhenbong's hand. Before long, half of the treat had vanished, and when Li Zhenbong broke off another piece to offer, the guinea pig did not reach for it, but rather looked directly at him. Observing this charming little being, Li Zhenbong smiled gently, saying, "Little one, once you are full, you may take your leave. Do take care." With that, he waved goodbye to the guinea pig. In the blink of an eye, the creature turned and vanished without a trace. Such an adorable little creature, remarkably swift, Li Zhenbong remarked wistfully as he watched it disappear. However, just as he lingered in his melancholy, the guinea pig astonishingly returned, clutching a shiny gold coin in its mouth. In the midst of Li Zhenbong's bewilderment, the guinea pig placed the coin before him, then sat down and looked up expectantly. "Is this for me?" Li Zhenbong questioned in disbelief as he gazed at the guinea pig. To his surprise, the little creature nodded and nudged the coin towards his feet with its tiny paws. "Can you understand my words?" Li Zhenbong widened his eyes in astonishment, his voice inadvertently rising slightly. He quickly glanced around, relieved to find that his companions were all sound asleep and undisturbed by his exclamation. The little guinea pig hesitated for a moment. Perhaps it was the aura of the summoner emanating from Li Zhenbong that made it feel a sense of kinship, prompting it to nod in agreement. Chapter 61. The Sprite Mouse. In an instant, Li Zhenbong covered his mouth with his hand to stifle his surprise and prevent any noise from awakening his comrades. It was not unusual for mid-tier magical beasts to comprehend simple human speech, as they had begun to develop a certain level of intelligence. However, the little guinea pig before him, devoid of any magical beast aura, astonishingly understood his words, leaving Li Zhenbong utterly amazed. "Our meeting is a form of fate. Should we cross paths again, I shall offer you some food." Li Zhenbong gradually regained his composure, reflecting on the boundless wonders of the world. If he could traverse dimensions, what other marvels could possibly exist? Squeak, squeak. The little guinea pig made a couple of sounds. Li Zhenbong slowly extended his left hand towards the creature. To his surprise, the guinea pig did not shy away. He placed the back of his hand against the ground, palm facing upward, offering it to the little one. "I cannot comprehend your meaning. I am a summoner. If you do not mind, I would like to establish an equitable contract with you, so that I may comprehend your words. Should you consent, please ascend to my hand. If you do not, it matters not, for if you can read, you may inscribe your thoughts upon the ground." The little guinea pig hesitated for a moment before slowly climbing onto Li Zhenbong's palm. Li Zhenbong gently lifted the small creature before him, softly reassuring, "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm, nor will this equitable contract bring you any distress. Once we sign, we shall be able to understand each other's intentions." He continued, "I am about to invoke the contract, so please remain calm." Li Zhenbong bit into the tip of his right index finger, allowing a drop of crimson blood to surface. He delicately placed his finger upon the guinea pig's forehead, murmuring, "O divine spirit of the summoning beast, I, disciple Li Zhenbong, offer my blood as a guide and wish to forge an equitable contract with this little guinea pig. I beseech you to grant this request." A fleeting flash of white light appeared upon the guinea pig's brow, and the blood that Li Zhenbong had placed upon it gradually seeped into its forehead. Li Zhenbong felt a momentary dizziness, but soon regained his composure. "Perhaps it has succeeded? This is my first attempt, and I have heard that as long as both parties are willing, success is assured." "Please, speak to me," Li Zhenbong inquired, a mixture of curiosity and anticipation in his voice. The little guinea pig remained silent, leaving Li Zhenbong with a sense of regret as he sighed. Suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind. "Hello, thank you for the treat." Is that you, little guinea pig?" Li Jinbong inquired with astonishment. The little guinea pig remained silent. Yet the voice within Li Jinbong's mind resonated once more. We can communicate through thought alone. Verbal speech is unnecessary. Li Jinbong closed his mouth, attempting to converse mentally. Is that true? Can we truly speak through thought? Indeed, came the reply. How marvelous! I had always believed that only summoned creatures could communicate mentally. So it appears that an equal contract permits this as well. After signing an equal contract, thought communication is possible within a certain range. How do you know so much? I am quite in the dark, because I am over 1,000 years old. What? Over 1,000 years old? Li Jinbong exclaimed, instinctively covering his mouth. Yet he inadvertently roused everyone from their slumber. Jinbong, why are you shouting instead of sleeping? I was dreaming of devouring a succulent pig-esque trotter. It was so plump and large, and you startled me awake. Zhang Dao grumbled sleepily, rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn. Brother Jinbong, what's going on? Is there a problem? Little Pang, now awake, looked at Li Jinbong with caution. It's nothing at all, just an accident. Please, continue your slumber. If anything arises, I will call upon you, Li Jinbong said with an awkward smile. As Li Jinbong raised his voice, the little guinea pig had already burrowed into the sleeve of his garment. Then we shall return to sleep. You too, rest early. Remember to add some firewood before you sleep, and ensure the fire does not extinguish. Zhang Dao stifled a yawn and turned over, saying, rest assured. You all should sleep soundly. I shall follow suit shortly. Before long, everyone drifted back into slumber, and Li Jinbong let out a sigh. Are you truly over 1,000 years old? He queried, perplexed through thought. Is that even a question? What purpose would I have in deceiving you? The little guinea pig retorted disdainfully. How can you possibly live so long if you're not a magical beast? Who says I'm not a magical beast? The voice of the little guinea pig, tinged with exasperation, echoed in Li Jinbong's mind. Then why can I not perceive any aura emanating from you? Such is the nature of my kind. We do not wield magic, nor do we possess robust physiques. However, we are endowed with astute intellects, formidable noses, and indomitable teeth. Once the others had succumbed to sleep, the little guinea pig climbed onto Li Jinbong's palm. With hands placed confidently on its hips, it regarded him with an air of superiority. Which clan do you belong to? Li Jinbong inquired with curiosity, for in his recollection, no mouse had ever exhibited such prowess. You are the mouse. Your entire family consists of mice. You insolent brat. I am a sprite mouse. Li Jinbong could clearly discern the scorn reflected in the little guinea pig's eyes. A sprite mouse? A sprite mouse indeed. You're a sprite mouse? Li Jinbong nearly exclaimed, quickly covering his mouth with his right hand to stifle the sound. Ah, so you are aware of sprite mice. Quite impressive, the sprite mouse proudly declared. Are you truly a sprite mouse? Isn't that obvious? Would I find amusement in deceiving a little brat? Then have I truly stumbled upon a treasure? The sprite mouse is reputed to be the foremost treasure-hunting mouse on the continent. Li Jinbong exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, so your master is that girl. Do you know my master? Li Jinbong inquired, curiosity mingling with a hint of exasperation. That girl. Only a sprite mouse over 1,000 years old would dare to call her that. She once invited me to join her on an adventure, but I declined. How is Alpha faring? The sprite mouse asked, nostalgia evident in its gaze. Sister Alpha is in Dragon City with me. Oh, she has come to Dragon City? The sprite mouse's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, she is here to protect me. Ah, that explains the sense of familiarity I felt upon meeting you. I thought to myself, how could a mere summoner, Mage, evoke such warmth? Senior, could you refrain from undermining me like that? Though I am a summoner mage, I aspire to become the most powerful summoner mage. Then what kind of formidable female summoner mage do you seek? Senior, you've misunderstood. I meant to say that I aim to become the most powerful summoner mage. Li Jinbong's small face suddenly flushed crimson. Chapter 62, The Illusion. Is that not still the summoner mage? The elven mouse regarded Li Jinbong with disdain. Li Jinbong felt a wave of helplessness. This statement was indeed irrefutable. I was merely jesting. One must understand that in ancient times, summoner mages were quite remarkable. Even the most elite sorcerers could hardly contend with a summoner mage. However, for reasons unknown, the art of summoning has begun to wane. Rest assured, Senior, I shall strive to revitalize the legacy of the summoner mage. Li Jinbong proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Moreover, refrain from addressing me as Senior. It makes me feel ancient. Simply call me Duo. Senior, you're over 1,000 years old. Are you not considered old? Li Zambang Raturta, Sumawat Spaklas. I am my prime. Alpha is even older than I am. If you have the audacity, call me Senior in her presence. It will be quite the spectacle if she didn't lose her temper, as she is particularly sensitive about age. Duo replied with a mischievous grin. Brother Duo, is it acceptable to address you this way? Li Zambang inkirat kautiosli. That sounds quite agreeable. Do say it again. Duo's expression was one of sheer satisfaction. Brother Duo. Brother Duo. A promising pupil indeed. You must be here for field training, correct? I have noticed many individuals wandering about the woods these past few days. Indeed, the Academy's field training requires us to complete collection tasks. What tasks are they? Let me see. Perhaps I can assist you. Li Jinbong laid the task list flat on the ground. Duo examined it closely and remarked, there are no significant issues. I know where to find most of these. However, I cannot assist with the magical beasts of the botanical variety. I can only provide you with their approximate locations. Brother Duo, I would be immensely grateful for that. We've searched for several days and have only managed to gather 5 types. Why do I detect the scent of numerous treasures emanating from you? Duo inquired in astonishment, his nose twitching. Brother Duo, you aren't thinking of robbing me, are you? Li Jinbong replied, taken aback. As a member of the Elf and Mouse clan, our greatest pastime is treasure hunting, and we are only drawn to treasures that benefit us. While you possess quite a few treasures, apart from the reverse scale of the emerald dragon around your neck, there's not much that piques my interest. Are you not intrigued by ancient treasures? Li Jinbong asked, puzzled. Ancient treasures? Where are they? I cannot detect their presence. Duo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. They're in the bag of acquired goods at my waist. Your tattered pouch is a bag of acquired goods? Duo exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, though it is a damaged bag of acquired goods. It lacks offensive capabilities, but retains its storage function, even capable of storing living beings. Li Zambang raspunda candidly. No wonder it's a postnatal pouch. I was wondering why I couldn't detect even a trace of ancient treasure aura. A postnatal pouch inherently lacks any ancient aura. You fortunate scamp, your blessings run deep. If I were to accompany you henceforth, would you object? Object? Surely you jest. It would be my fervent desire. But why would you deign to follow me? An individual graced with momentous opportunities is a treasure in themselves. Small wonder I harbor such affection for you. In your proximity, I shall be influenced by your blessings. Perhaps even transcending the limitations of my kin. The limitations of your kin? Lad, you are not yet ready to comprehend such matters. Premature knowledge would be detrimental to you. When the time is ripe, I shall enlighten you. It is late. Retire for the night. Place me within your postnatal pouch. With the assistance of the sprite rodent. Duo, the quest to unearth herbs lacked but a single species, the mandrake flower. Moreover, they had unearthed numerous precious herbs, and only 2 species of botanical magical beasts remained. A mere week had elapsed. The company had become aware of Duo's existence, though none knew it to be a sprite rodent. Li Jinbong merely stated that it was a pet of his own, named Duo. Jinbong, is it truly the case that the mandrake flower resides in the south? We have been searching for quite some time, yet it remains elusive. Would that even a single botanical magical beast would present itself to relieve our tedium? This incessant trekking is exceedingly wearisome. Zhang Dayo cradled his head in his hands, kicking at the stones beneath his feet, and remarked with a hint of boredom, Dayo, could you please settle down? The mandala flowers are already quite rare. It's not so easy to find them. The few we discovered yesterday have already been picked, leaving only the stems behind. Who knows if any are left? It would be splendid if we could encounter that team. We could exchange information, though I wonder which team harvested them. Li Jinbong responded with a touch of helplessness. Regardless, many teams have been arriving in this area lately. If we meet another team, we can simply inquire. However, Jinbong, If they don't possess the herbs we need, please refrain from being overly accommodating. Remember, there are rewards for the top 3 teams. Zhang Dayo teased, last time when you gifted them a herb, was it because you fancied one of the girls in their team? He nudged Li Zhenbong playfully with his elbow, wearing a mischievous grin. Enough, enough. I shan't give anything away in the future, all right? Please don't tease me about this. They're all young ladies in that team. How could I possibly deceive them? Li Zhenbong retorted, his cheeks flushed. It wasn't he that he was truly enamored with them. Rather, one masked girl among them evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Zhenbong, why do I feel that this tree looks so familiar? Stanley remarked, somewhat puzzled. Old four, stop being so paranoid. Don't all the trees here look somewhat alike? Zhang Dayo lazily surveyed the towering ancient trees surrounding them. Dayo, wait, something's off. Everyone, remain on high alert. Li Zhenbong halted his steps, carefully observing his surroundings, and soon detected some anomalies, exclaiming loudly. Zhang Dayo promptly positioned himself before Li Zhenbong, while the others formed a circle around him. Shahanzhan and Lan Lesui stood beside Li, their hands gradually gathering magical energy. What is it, Zhenbong? What seems to be the matter? It's eerily quiet here. Not a single chirp of a bird or a buzz of an insect can be heard, which is quite unusual. Moreover, I have a sense that we may have lost our way, Li Zhenbong explained, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Zhenbong, you've noticed so soon? I thought it would take you a while longer. A voice resonated in Li Zhenbong's mind, belonging to Duo. Brother Duo, what exactly is happening? I can't shake off this feeling of strangeness, yet I cannot pinpoint what is amiss. Li Zhenbong inquired with a hint of urgency. You have all entered an illusion. It is the work of the phantasmic grass, a plant-type magical beast. However, it means no harm. Otherwise, getting lost would be the least of your troubles. Duo's voice conveyed a calm understanding, as he had evidently recognized the situation long before. Chapter 63. Phantasmic grass magical beast? Li Zhenbong felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Ordinary phantasmic grass is not a medicinal herb, but rather a material used for creating illusions. The mature psychedelic grass, having existed for 3 centuries, possesses the potential to evolve into a 3rd-tier plant beast. Although classified as a 3rd-tier beast, its intelligence is akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. The attacks of the psychedelic grass beast differ from those of other creatures. They do not manifest as physical or magical assaults, but rather as pure mental attacks. The beast's true form is diminutive, resembling ordinary grass. Yet the illusions it conjures are formidable. Even powerful silver warriors and 4th-level mages may fall victim if caught off guard. The strength of the mental force correlates with the capability to resist such attacks. Although Li Zhenbong's mental prowess surpasses that of his peers, it remains significantly below that of a 4th-level mage. The illusion array of the psychedelic grass beast is relatively rudimentary, relying on its own emitted aura and pollen to induce hallucinations in those who trespass its territory. Despite its simplicity, it poses a lethal threat to Li Zhenbong and his companions. Fortunately, the psychedelic grass harbors no intent to cause them harm. It merely seeks to ensnare them in a cycle of confusion. Zhenbong, do you intend to capture it or let it be? Perhaps we should refrain. The heavens are benevolent. Since it means us no harm, why should we inflict pain upon it? Duo, please lead us out. Li Zhenbong hesitated for a moment, sighed, and relinquished the temptation to capture the illusory grass beast. It is important to note that ordinary illusory grass is an indispensable material in the crafting of illusionary formations, thus commanding a price significantly higher than that of common herbs. The illusory grass beast, in particular, is an exceptionally rare treasure. Materials harvested from it serve as the focal point of formations, enhancing their power immensely. The value of a living illusory grass beast is beyond the measure of mere currency. At that moment, Duo emerged from the spatial pouch, perching on Li Zhenbong's shoulder, casting a glance filled with complex emotions, infused with an indescribable nuance. As Duo made its entrance, Li Zhenbong distinctly sensed a faint, fear-tinged spiritual fluctuation within the illusion. He understood that the fear emanated merely from the illusory grass beast upon sighting Duo, for the latter could be considered the nemesis of all formations. Guided by Duo, Li Zhenbong led his companions out of the illusionary maze. As they neared the exit, he felt a palpable wave of relaxation intermingled with a hint of gratitude. Upon stepping out of the illusion, they were met with sudden darkness. Moments before, the illusion had been bathed in bright daylight, yet now twilight had enveloped the world. After Li Zhenbong elucidated the situation to his companions, a collective sigh of relief resonated among them, for they had just traversed a perilous illusion. However, shortly thereafter, the group began to lament Zhang Daio's ill-fated words. Had he not uttered his ill tidings about encountering a plant beast for amusement, perhaps this predicament could have been avoided. Zhang Daio, filled with regret, fought to muster his spirits, refraining from uttering another word. Fortunately, the encounter with the hallucinogenic grass beast had posed no real threat. Otherwise, he would have carried a burden of guilt for a lifetime. Although the incident may not have been directly his fault, he still felt a profound sense of remorse. Seeing Zhang Daio in such a disheartened state, the others ceased their jests and offered him words of comfort, though they bore little fruit. The subsequent 2 hours were marked by an oppressive silence, fraught with tension, as everyone feared yet another unforeseen danger. Li Zhenbong, undeterred by the illusionary array, remained vigilant against other potential anomalies. Nightfall descended swiftly, and after more than 2 hours of heightened alertness, exhaustion began to take its toll on the group. Sunnan Mountain and Lan, Les Hui collaborated to construct a modest shelter, and the weary souls sought refuge within, yearning for rest, yet sleep eluded them. They lay on the ground, exchanging wide-eyed glances, even neglecting to kindle a fire. Having traversed the Australian-Canadian forest for over a week, and with Li Zhenbong's multitude of resources, they had thus far encountered minimal peril. However, this time, they truly felt the forest's lurking dread. Had it not been for the timely discoveries made by Stanley and Li Zhenbong, who could assure that no calamity would have befallen them. Uncertain how much time had passed, the group found themselves in a haze when suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. 7 pairs of eyes opened simultaneously, exchanging glances without uttering a single word. All gazes turned toward Li Zhenbong, who had unmistakably become the leader of this small cohort. With a gesture urging calm, Li Zhenbong quietly fashioned a small opening in the earthen mound, peering cautiously at the unfolding scene beyond. It appeared that there were 2 factions outside. One was adorned in resplendent attire and equipped with fine gear, 6 boys and 2 girls, likely the offspring of nobility. The other group was clad in simple garments, appearing somewhat disheveled and breathing heavily, comprising 7 individuals, including 1 girl, presumably commoners. Team 108, is it? Hand over your spatial rings at once. Rest assured, we will only take what we require, and we shall not disturb the rest, declared a rather unsavory-looking boy, seemingly around 10 years of age, who bore a disconcerting smile. Although he smiled, there was nothing warm about it. Rather, it sent chills down the spines of those present. You have followed us all this way, and now you dare to attack us. What do you intend to do? This is an academy field training. You cannot act recklessly, protested a boy with fiery red hair from the commoner group, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. It was evident that he had sustained some internal injury, likely inflicted by the ambush. We mean no harm. We merely wish to ascertain whether your spatial rings contain materials of interest to us. The lecherous young boy twirled the dagger adorned with unknown gemstones in his hand, chuckling as he remarked, "Why should we show you? This is our bounty. What gives you the right? It's simply a matter of who possesses the might to speak boldly." The unscrupulous boy sneered. "Oomph. If you possess true courage, set aside your weapons. Winning against us with your gear is no true skill." The youth retorted angrily, but his agitation triggered an internal injury, causing him to cough violently, blood even bubbling at the corner of his mouth. "Oomph. The impoverished are indeed impoverished. They cannot bear defeat. Hand over the ring willingly, lest we be compelled to take action ourselves." "Dream on. We shall never relinquish the ring to you," cried the only girl in the commoners group, supporting the injured boy. Although her voice brimmed with fury, it was melodious and delightful to the ear. Chapter 64. The Stalwart Man. I must have been mistaken. I never anticipated that among you there would be a girl with such a lovely voice. I wonder how you appear? Perhaps I could assist you in removing your garments for a closer inspection? Your attire is so filthy that I cannot discern your true beauty." The lecherous boy chuckled lewdly. "Perverted scoundrel!" the young girl exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. "Do not flatter yourself, brother. You will only grow bashful." The sleazy man chuckled lewdly, inching closer to the young girl. The commoner team nervously brandished their weapons, shielding the girl and the injured boy behind them. Don't offer futile resistance. Hand over the spatial ring and the girl, or face the consequences. Each year of wilderness training claims lives. The sleazy man halted, his gaze lowered as he stroked his dagger. The commoner team's expressions shifted, acknowledging the truth in his words. Accidents were inevitable, and the academy had waivers signed before each training, dismissing those who dared not participate. While each team possessed a magical flair, summoning instructors took time, and its use meant forfeiting the competition and the team's elimination. "What specific materials do you require?" the injured youth asked through gritted teeth. "We lack a 50-year-old purple forest grass and a 30-year-old Bodhi fruit." "We don't possess the purple forest grass, but we have a 30-year-old Bodhi fruit." "Take it, but you must let us pass." Though the Bodhi fruit was part of their mission, the circumstances forced his hand. "How can I be certain you're not concealing anything?" "I must inspect the spatial ring and ensure she hasn't secreted away any medicinal herbs." The lecherous man gazed intently at the young woman, his eyes brimming with lasciviousness. "I am prepared to relinquish all the materials within my spatial ring to you, provided you release us all." The injured youth unclenched his fist, exhaling a sigh of relief, the decision clearly weighing heavily upon him. Within their spatial rings lay a 2-century-old Polygonum multiflorum, a medicinal herb of significant value due to its age. Furthermore, this particular specimen held additional importance for him, which explained their reluctance to reveal the contents of their spatial rings until this moment. "Captain, let's make a stand. We are merely 3 ingredients shy of success." A member of the team exclaimed in anguish. "It is futile. I am grievously wounded and lack the strength to continue fighting." "You are no match for them either. We can always seek out more ingredients, but if we perish, all is lost." The injured youth raised his head, his gaze resolute as he addressed his teammates. "Heh. Discretion is the better part of valor. I commend your prudence." The lecherous man clapped his hands, his countenance radiating approval. "However, you seem to have overlooked one of my stipulations. This little darling is also part of the bargain." "Heh." The lecherous man extended his corpulent tongue, moistening his lips and revealing a set of stained teeth as he grinned lasciviously. "That is unacceptable. I shall not surrender my comrade. We would sooner fight to the bitter end." The injured youth glared at the lecherous man, his eyes ablaze with incandescent fury. Simultaneously, she discreetly signaled her teammates, ready to release a magical flare at the first sign of danger. "If I go with you, will you spare everyone?" A melodious voice suddenly rang out. "Valnad? No." The injured boy grasped the girl, shielding her behind him. "Brother, do we have any other choice? I don't want us to be eliminated like this. That object is crucial for our mother. We cannot hand it over to them," the girl whispered urgently in his ear. "That is out of the question. I would rather die than let you go," the boy shouted, gripping her arm tightly. All right. I'm not going to kill her. Is it really necessary to act as if it's a matter of life and death?" The lecherous man chuckled, his gaze openly lewd as he eyed the girl. "Come here with the Bodhi seed, little one." "Hee. Brother, give me the Bodhi seed quickly. I cannot allow you to walk into death," the girl urged. The expressions of her companions were conflicted as they glanced at the injured boy and then back at her, their hearts heavy, yet none dared to speak. However, the weapons they clutched tightly betrayed their turbulent emotions. "Fine, I'll give it to you." The injured boy sighed. "Captain, we cannot allow this. We would rather die than let Warner go with that man." One of the comrades exclaimed. The others assented with resolute gazes. The maiden turned back to her companions, when suddenly a sharp blow struck her neck, and darkness enveloped her vision as she fainted into the arms of the wounded youth. "Monkey, we will endeavor to delay them as much as possible. I entrust my sister to your care," the injured lad implored, as he placed his sibling in the arms of one of their allies. When the injured youth struck the maiden into unconsciousness, The lecherous man's countenance shifted, but he did not rush to attack. He dared not press too hastily, lest they deploy a magical flare and all their efforts be rendered fruitless. I advise you to heed my words, for if you do not, you shall surely regret it. The lewd man sneered with an icy expression, fixing his gaze upon the wounded youth. "Huh! I would sooner die than allow you to lay a finger on my sister," the injured youth spat. "Monkey, why have you returned?" he asked with surprise, noticing the monkey retreating to his side. "There are two more of them," the monkey replied with a sigh, bearing several fresh wounds upon his body, while the maiden remained unscathed. "You cannot escape. It would be best to comply." The lewd man sneered, his eyes gleaming with malice. One of the companions attempted to covertly release a magical flare, but was detected by the lewd man. The dagger, carelessly thrown, struck the hand of a comrade, causing the magical signal flare to roll away. The expressions of all present turned grave. They found themselves at a crossroads with no options left, either to fight to the death or to surrender. "Brothers, I am sorry. I cannot allow you to perish alongside me. You must leave. They will likely not pursue you. No, let us stand together. Perhaps there is still a chance. Quickly go. I cannot drag you down with me." The injured youth took his sister from the monkey's grasp, carrying her upon his back. "Captain, let us fight together." They rely solely on their superior equipment. What is so remarkable about that? I too possess a dagger now. With gritted teeth, the wounded boy extracted the blade embedded in his hand and gripped it tightly. "Indeed, I admire men of valor. Rest assured, with us here, you shall not perish." Chapter 65. The Wheel of Fortune turns indeed. I admire men of valor. Rest assured, with us here, you shall not perish. The speaker was none other than Zhang Dayo. They had stealthily emerged from the small earthen shelter during the standoff, concealing themselves and waiting in the shadows. Had the civilian group willingly sent the girl away, perhaps they would not have intervened, at most. They would have sought a way to rescue her. However, when they united against a common foe, the crowd was deeply moved, especially when the last young man withdrew the dagger from his hand. Zhang Dayo could no longer contain himself. Initially, the atmosphere was subdued, with everyone in a state of low spirits. But at the moment the bloody dagger was drawn, a tremor coursed through the hearts of all present. As long as the brothers stood united, what could possibly be feared? "Huh? Who are you? This does not concern you. It would be wise to leave promptly and avoid unnecessary trouble." Upon seeing Zhang Dayo and his companions, the lecherous man was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening as he spoke. "It was not our affair until we witnessed it ourselves," Zhang Dayo replied with a defiant look. "So, you insist on wading into this murky water?" The lecherous man questioned through gritted teeth, his tone menacing. "We would typically overlook the forcible seizure of medicinal herbs, but the abduction of innocent women compels our intervention. This has transcended the scope of the trial, and I wonder how the Academy's instructors would respond if informed." Li Zhenbong declared, arms crossed and casting a disdainful glance at the lecherous man. "Who are you?" the lecherous man queried cautiously, eyeing Li Zhenbong with an unsettling sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him before. His team spread out, subtly forming a perimeter that encircled both groups. "And who might you be?" Li Zhenbong replied, a wicked smile playing upon his lips. "Why should I tell you who I am?" The lecherous man paused for a moment, nearly letting slip a careless remark. "Ultimately, the truth would be revealed sooner or later, unless you intended never to return to the Academy." Li Zhenbong cast a disdainful glance at the lecherous man. That is far from certain. It all depends on whether you survive until that time." The lecherous man retorted coldly, "If you know what's good for you, surrender the spatial ring to me, and you may leave unscathed," Li Zhenbong suddenly declared. The entire assembly, including members of Li Zhenbong's team, was taken aback by his unexpected assertiveness. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Li Zhenbong's team swiftly shifted into a combat stance, unleashing their fighting spirit. Although they were uncertain about Li Zhenbong's motives, they trusted his judgment. Since the matter had been laid bare, it could only be resolved through confrontation. Seeing assistance arrive, the civilian team, number 108, would not simply stand by and watch the conflict unfold. They too summoned their fighting spirit in preparation. To Li Zhenbong's astonishment, The injured youth's fighting spirit was a striking shade of azure. Despite his injuries diminishing his power, he remained formidable, rivaling an advanced warrior. With negotiations having collapsed, the noble offspring's faction naturally entered an offensive posture. Among 10 individuals, 2 women are apprentices of magic, 6 are the level of elite warriors, and a lecherous man along with another has surprisingly attained the status of bronze warriors. Within the ranks of noble youths, such a composition is indeed commendable, considering that the majority of noble offspring barely reach the level of intermediate warriors, with a significant portion being merely novice warriors. Li Jinbong pondered silently. No wonder they exhibit such arrogance. Even without accounting for the advanced equipment they don, this combination possesses ample grounds for their hubris. When commoners face nobles, they inherently feel restrained, reluctant to strike too harshly. Thus, in this reciprocal dynamic, even if a commoner possesses a higher level, the outcome of defeat remains inevitable. Naturally, Li Jinbong would not act impulsively, for Duo had caught a whiff of something valuable emanating from their presence. And what piqued Duo's interest was not trivial. The outdoor training itself serves as a form of tempering. Robbing is not considered a violation. Yet if the academy were to learn of any student being killed, the repercussions would be dire. You seek your own demise. In the eyes of the unscrupulous man, a glint of cold light flickered as he charged towards Li Jinbong, simultaneously drawing a dagger from his spatial ring, its quality seemingly superior to the one he had previously thrown. With the unscrupulous man's movement, a fierce exchange of fire erupted among the 3 teams, revealing the stark disparity in their equipment. The unscrupulous man's team dispatched a bronze warrior, 2 advanced warriors, and a magic apprentice, effectively subduing Team 108. The young woman within Team 108 had already regained consciousness. She too was a magic apprentice. Though led by an injured bronze warrior, their defense was merely reactive. Against 7 opponents, the 4 of them fought valiantly, surprisingly managing to hold their ground against the 7-member team. In contrast, Li Jinbong's team faced a 6-7 odds, yet maintained a remarkable ease in the battle. Particularly, Li Jinbong, with his astonishing speed, consistently posed a nuisance to the unscrupulous man. At the onset of the conflict, Li Jinbong had employed a summoning spell. However, fortune did not favor him this time, as his first 2 attempts yielded no magical beasts. Reluctantly, he abandoned the endeavor, his intuition suggesting that the next summoning would likely not summon a magical beast either. Each invocation, even if not summoning a monstrous creature, inevitably depletes some of one's mental energy. At the onset of the battle, the unscrupulous man sensed a tremendous pressure. It is important to note that on Li Jinbong's side, there exists a first-level Earth Mage and a Water Magic Apprentice. Earth Magic inherently leans towards defense and control, making it particularly advantageous in group combat scenarios. Sha Henzhan would consistently release hands formed from yellow earth at opportune moments, seizing the ankles of adversaries, compelling them to hold back in their attacks, fearful of falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Lan Lesui engaged enthusiastically with the opposing magic apprentice, who merely focused on the rudimentary task of condensing magical elements for release. In recent months, Lan Lesui has been diligently absorbing theoretical knowledge, nearing the status of a first-tier magician, thus allowing him to manipulate magical elements with greater ease than his opponents. Although Li Jinbong's team lacks a bronze warrior, he himself has managed to restrain the lecherous man. Being an advanced warrior under Sha Henshin's control, Li Jinbong's team boasts remarkable agility, while Zhang Daio's strength is closely comparable to that of a bronze warrior. Despite the superior equipment of each member in the lecherous man's team, they still find themselves at a disadvantage in the face of absolute strength. Li Jinbong occasionally unleashes offensive magical potions and discreetly casts minor fireball spells, forcing the lecherous man's companions into a frenzied state of evasion. Chapter 66. The furious Li Jinbong. After a few minutes of stalemate, injuries began to manifest among the lecherous man as companions, a promising sign for Li Jinbong and his allies. Although the disparity in strength between the two sides was not excessively vast, the injuries would undoubtedly have an impact, gradually tipping the scales of victory in their favor. Daio, be cautious. Barely managing to shout a warning, Li Jinbong watched as a dagger hurtled toward Zhang Dao's back. The devious man had seized the opportunity during Li Jinbong's assault to launch the projectile, sacrificing his torn garment in the process. In the instant the dagger was released, Li Jinbong surged forward, his broadsword descending like a storm. A tardy evasion would have resulted in the villain's evisceration, a fate of little concern to Li Jinbong. Despite Zhang Dao's desperate attempt to dodge upon hearing Li Jinbong's caution, the blade cleaved a profound gash into his arm. The oozing blood was an ominous black, revealing the dagger's venomous nature. Zhang Dao was compelled to devote his energy to suppressing the toxin spread. Fortunately, the poison was not immediately lethal, but his condition remained dire. With Zhang Dao's injury, the scales of victory began to tip in favor of the aristocratic students. The wound galvanized Li Jinbong, his eyes turning crimson, his gaze intense. Li Jinbong was less concerned about the injury itself, but the poisoning struck a nerve. Poisoning could lead to death, or if not, severely impede future progress, if not completely eradicated. Li Jinbong's forte was speed, his shortcoming, attack power. However, he knew that this deficiency could be overcome with external aids. When it came to equipment, could he possibly be outmatched? At this moment, Li Jinbong was unconcerned about the potential exposure of his spatial storage bracelet. With a mere flick of his wrist, a 7-foot-long sword of exquisite craftsmanship materialized in his grasp. This remarkable blade, forged from refined steel, boasted an unparalleled hardness, with dual edges capable of slicing through hair and severing iron as if it were mere clay. It is noteworthy that even a slight infusion of refined steel into an ordinary weapon could elevate it to the status of a formidable tool. What rendered this sword even more extraordinary was its ability to channel ice magic. By injecting a certain amount of fighting spirit into the 5th-level ice magic core embedded in the sword's tip, each strike would unleash an icy magical assault upon the surface of the blade. Although Li Jinbong, having become a summoner mage, could not cultivate fighting spirit, he was still able to refine his inner energy, which could be utilized similarly to fighting spirit. However, his inner energy was insufficiently potent to manifest a protective barrier. You have done well. You have successfully provoked my wrath. Li Jinbong did not rush to attack. Zhang Dao was unlikely to be in any immediate danger. The lecherous man, upon witnessing Li Jinbong's bloodshot eyes, felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, as if he were not gazing upon a mere mortal, but a terrifying beast. Cautiously, the lecherous man retrieved a dagger from his spatial ring. This dagger was entirely black, with a blade that shimmered a sinister blue, indicating that its toxicity far surpassed that of the previous dagger. Though furious, Li Jinbong retained his composure, standing still as he glared at the lecherous man, his aura surging dramatically. While the lecherous man may have lacked physical prowess, he possessed keen insight. He recognized that the quality of Li Jinbong's Qing Feng sword was certainly on par with, if not superior to, his own dagger. He was taken aback that a commoner could wield such a weapon, which made him regard Li Jinbong with newfound respect. The lecherous man's heart burned with ambition. Should he defeat Li Jinbong, that splendid sword would undoubtedly become his trophy, and the spatial bracelet was clearly no ordinary item. He did not wait for Li Jinbong to fully unleash his aura before making his move, feeling the mounting pressure as Li Jinbong's presence intensified. Li Jinbong narrowed his eyes slightly. As the lecherous man lunged forward, thrusting his dagger, Li Jinbong stepped back, swiftly driving the Qing Feng sword forward. Observing the glinting cold light on the blade, the lecherous man opted not to meet the thrust head-on, instead attempting to evade by sidestepping. However, Li Jinbong suddenly altered his attack, transitioning from a thrust to a sweeping slash. The sleazy man attempted to evade the blow with an arching back in a bridge-like maneuver. But Li Jinbong's sweeping attack morphed into a vertical cleave, causing the sleazy man to hastily roll aside. Rather than pursuing, Li Jinbong swiftly retreated a few paces. Having noticed the sleazy man's surreptitious sliding of his dagger towards Li Jinbong's calf as he rolled, the sleazy man scrambled to his feet, a fine sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead, realizing he was already at a disadvantage after only a brief exchange. The sharpness of the green-edged sword exerted considerable pressure, and he dared not risk a clash with his dagger, his most prized weapon, whose blade was coated with a potent venom nearly guaranteeing fatality upon drawing blood. Li Jinbong felt a chill in his heart, realizing he had come within an inch of that dagger. Had his reaction been slower, he would undoubtedly have suffered a gash on his leg, with dire consequences. He inwardly lamented his overconfidence, recognizing that his advantage lay in his speed. With newfound clarity, Li Jinbong unleashed his full velocity, initiating a rapid, circling maneuver around the sleazy man. The lecherous man felt an immediate surge of pressure, and soon, numerous wounds appeared on his body. Yet no blood flowed from them. Instead, icy shards formed at the sites of injury. Although the armor he wore was not of ordinary quality, he was horrified to discover that under the assault of the Qing Feng sword wielded by Li Jinbong, his armor was as fragile as parchment. While the wounds did not bleed, a chilling sensation emanated from them, and his body gradually began to slow, struggling to keep pace with his own reactions. "Stop! Do you still want your teammate to survive?" The lecherous man gasped, inquiring. Li Jinbong, momentarily hesitating in his attack, retreated 3 meters and glanced at Zhang Dayo, who was visibly faltering, his body swaying slightly, with an ominous dark aura enveloping his face. "Bring the antidote. Hand over your spatial rings and your spatial bracelet." "You forced my hand. Do not blame me," Li Jinbong declared. He extended his hand, and utilizing his velocity, Li Jinbong inflicted myriad lacerations upon the lecherous man with the latter's own dagger, several of which grazed the vicinity of his heart. The depraved man, emitting a dolorous cry, collapsed onto the ground, writhing convulsively, evidently susceptible to the toxin as well. Given the plethora of wounds across his person, particularly those in proximity to his heart, the extent of the poisoning surpassed that of Zhang Dayo. Chapter 67. Diamond Cuts Diamond. Li Jinbong had not injured the lecherous man's arm. Thus, should the latter desire to evade demise, he would invariably administer an antidote to himself. Predictably, the lecherous man promptly produced a porcelain vial, poised to ingest its contents, whereupon Li Jinbong swiftly seized it. Within the vial resided a pair of pills. Yet Li Jinbong refrained from immediately administering one to Zhang Dayo, opting instead to maintain his gaze upon the lecherous man. "Give me the antidote, quickly," the lecherous man vociferously demanded. "Are you certain this is the antidote?" Li Jinbong queried, his eyes narrowed. "Damn you, give it to me," the lecherous man roared in agony. With the lecherous man subdued by Li Jinbong, the battle had reached its conclusion, not in terms of victory or defeat, but in the lecherous man's transformation into a hostage. Li Jinbong dispensed a single pill, pried open the lecherous man's mouth, and proclaimed, "Then you shall assist me by testing it first." The lecherous man struggled vehemently, a glint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. As Li Jinbong brought the pill to the lecherous man's lips, he abruptly halted, retaining the pill within his grasp. "There are only 2 pills in total. How could I bear to permit you to sample it first?" Li Jinbong tossed a pill to Zhang Dayo, simultaneously giving him a knowing glance. Zhang Dayo caught the pill and swallowed it whole without hesitation. Li Jinbong distinctly observed a fleeting expression of schadenfreude on some faces within the noble circle, while others exhibited signs of sympathy. Seizing an opportune moment when Li Jinbong was distracted, a lecherous man discreetly produced an identical porcelain vial and swiftly consumed all the pills within, swallowing them without chewing. His symptoms of poisoning visibly improved, and the dark aura around his face began to dissipate. You've doomed your friend," he cackled, his laughter growing louder. "What do you mean?" Li Jinbong glared coldly at the lecherous man. "These 2 pills must be taken simultaneously and not chewed. Taking one alone will only accelerate the spread of the toxin, leaving you with no antidote." The lecherous man taunted with delight. The expressions of Li Jinbong's team and that of Team 108 shifted dramatically. Enraged, Li Jinbong seized the lecherous man's collar and lifted him off the ground. "If he dies, I will ensure you accompany him to the grave." With that, Li Jinbong forcefully slammed the lecherous man to the ground and delivered a vicious slash at him. To everyone's astonishment, this time, the lecherous man exhibited no signs of poisoning. Seizing the moment of Li Jinbong's distraction, he swiftly rolled away, and the noble entourage quickly shielded him. "I've taken the antidote. I can guarantee I won't be poisoned again within the hour. Ah! The lecherous man erupted in maniacal laughter, his eyes gleaming with a sense of vindictive triumph. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Li Zhenbong did not appear overly incensed. Instead, he approached Zhang Daiyou and handed him the porcelain vial. Much to everyone's surprise, Zhang Daiyou extracted 2 pills from the vial, simultaneously placing them in his mouth and swallowing them. Soon after, the dark aura on Zhang Daiyou's face began to dissipate. How is this possible? The perverted man shrieked in disbelief. You clearly gave him 1 pill earlier, so how could there be 2 more? Zhang Daiyou paid no heed to the perverted man, immediately assuming a cross-legged position on the ground and commencing the process of purging the last traces of poison from his system. The initial pill he ingested was not, in fact, the antidote. Li Zhenbong cast a disdainful glance at the perverted man, having observed his reactions and the expressions of the crowd. He would never have allowed Zhang Daiyou to put himself in harm's way. The pill he had tossed to Zhang Daiyou was merely a piece of candy retrieved from his spatial bracelet. Zhang Daiyou, far from being a fool, had also noticed the perverted man's behavior. However, upon seeing the reassuring look in Li Zhenbong's eyes, he had unhesitatingly chosen to trust him. Now, it's time for us to settle our accounts, Li Zhenbong declared with a smile, slowly advancing towards the perverted man. Li Zhenbong's smile at that moment appeared more terrifying than a magical beast in the eyes of the perverted man. He felt the undisguised, murderous intent emanating from Li Zhenbong's gaze. I wonder if you have brought an adequate supply of antidote? Li Zhenbong inquired. If you happen to have 9 more sets of the antidote, then disregard my previous statement. With a frigid countenance, Li Zhenbong declared that the inaction of the aristocratic squad in preventing his earlier actions was indicative of their collective worthlessness, each deserving of their demise. The noble team members' complexions became unsightly. They were acutely aware that antidotes were even more challenging to concoct than poisons, and the depraved man likely possessed no more than 4 vials. Should they all be struck by the daggers, perhaps only 2 would survive. They had witnessed Li Zhenbong's velocity, and none dared claim they could parry his assault if he were to engage with unrestrained ferocity. Li Zhenbong lifted the dagger in his hand with a sardonic grin, gradually closing in on the aristocratic squad until he halted 5 meters away. Are you prepared to meet your end? He uttered with a chilling tone. Although his words were not directed at the 108 squad, each member felt a chill permeate their very being. At that moment, Li Zhenbong exuded the aura of a grim reaper, capable of decreeing life and death. If you are sensible, surrender your spatial rings to me, and I may consider sparing you, Li Zhenbong stated unhurriedly. The aristocratic squad members collectively gulped, their gazes shifting toward their captain, the depraved man. 2 female magic apprentices regarded him with a mixture of anticipation and confidence. He is but a solitary figure. What is there to fear? Are we in such numbers, incapable of slaying him? Slay him, and you shall be esteemed guests of my family. The lecherous man appeared oblivious, his gaze brimming with madness. As the saying goes, with great rewards come brave souls. Upon hearing the lecherous man's words, the members of the noble squad exhibited a peculiar glimmer in their eyes. Li Zhenbong was somewhat astonished to discover that, upon turning back to scrutinize him, their expressions revealed a hint of delight. Heaven's misdeeds may be forgiven, but self-inflicted ones are inescapable. Li Zhenbong snorted coldly and sprang into action. The onlookers merely perceived a shadow darting towards them, even catching glimpses of afterimages. The bronze warrior, aside from the lecherous man, instinctively raised his sword, only to hear a clang as the weapon shattered into 2 pieces before his astonished eyes. Nevertheless, he narrowly avoided injury. Surprisingly, it was the 2 female magic apprentices who first cried out in pain, each sustaining a wound on their arms, their bodies succumbing to paralysis as they collapsed to the ground. Following suit, the remaining individuals fell one by one, incapacitated, while the bronze warrior ultimately could not evade a similar fate. Li Zhenbong returned to his team, refraining from further assaults, instead gasping for breath. Such an intense offensive was evidently a considerable strain for him. Chapter 68. To save or to kill. Captain, the antidote. The 9 individuals sprawled on the ground simultaneously cried out towards the lecherous man. They were acutely aware of the man's lineage and the potency of the venom on his dagger. His countenance was ashen, not from poisoning, but from a confluence of anger and trepidation. He possessed but a solitary antidote. In mere moments, his entire contingent of 9 had been incapacitated. Were it not for his inherent immunity to toxins for an hour, he would have succumbed. Li Zhenbong remained stationary, taunting the man with a debonair gesture, confident that he did not possess a plethora of antidotes. With gritted teeth, the man retrieved an antidote from his spatial ring, declaring it to be his last. He could only save one, and he apologized to the rest. All eyes were fixated on him, as if he were a vulnerable maiden at their mercy. He scrutinized each face, his brow furrowed, before resolutely entrusting the antidote to a high-ranking warrior. Those denied the remedy glared with resentment, one bronze warrior even hinting at usurpation. Unexpectedly, it was a female apprentice mage who first spoke. "Bai Yanlang, how could you betray me so? Did you not vow to cherish me for eternity if I were to be with you?" With eyes inflamed and a visage framed by ominous shadows, the sorceress's apprentice, quivering, rose to her feet, her voice a furious eruption. Her countenance, marred by the encroaching darkness, possessed a haunting allure. "What?" The bronze warrior, aghast, stared at the sorceress's apprentice. Incredulity etched upon his features. He found it utterly inconceivable, for she was his beloved. His aura of martial energy dissipated, for his prior ambition to seize the prize was solely to safeguard her prospects of survival. Meanwhile, another sorceress's apprentice, her countenance clouded with despondency, lowered her gaze, and, with clenched teeth, bitterly lamented, "I never imagined that, in the final hour, you would forsake me. I was to be your betrothed. I should have foreseen it. A man as self-serving as you could never confine his affections to one. Your sweet words were but a means to elevate your own standing." Her hushed, scornful laughter crescendoed into a vehement outpouring of resentment. Abruptly lifting her head, tears of blood streamed from her eyes as she fixed her gaze upon Bai Yanlang. "You have done well. Even in death, I shall never relinquish my hold upon you." Having uttered those words, she collapsed to the ground, as if completely spent. Gasping for air, Bai Yanlang gazed helplessly at the female mage apprentice. It wasn't that he was unwilling to save her, but the advanced warrior was clearly of greater importance in his eyes. This was the only son of the clan's great elder, who was currently maintaining neutrality. The support of the great elder would significantly improve his and his brother's chances of ascending to the position of clan leader in the future. While the female mage apprentice's family was powerful, it was still inferior to his own, which was why they sought a marriage alliance. Moreover, external forces were ultimately external. The great elder's words carried more weight than 10 of her father's. The advanced warrior received the vial, but instead of immediately consuming its contents, he cautiously observed those around him, particularly the bronze warrior. Seeing that the bronze warrior had dissipated his battle aura and wore a wooden expression, he unhesitatingly ingested the antidote. Li Zhenbong watched him take the antidote and sighed with resignation. Fate was inevitable. The seasoned warrior, having ingested the antidote, exhibited no signs of improvement. Rather, his eyes bulged as one hand clutched his throat while the other pointed accusingly at Bai Yanlang. Suddenly, he coughed up a stream of dark blood and collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. This shocking spectacle left everyone astounded, with Bai Yanlang's eyes widening in disbelief. However, the astonishment did not extend to Li Zhenbong, for this unfolding drama was entirely within his calculations. He had discerned from the outset that the antidote was, in fact, a poison. It is crucial to note that individuals engaged in the cultivation of truth are hardly unfamiliar with medicinal substances. The profound tome left by Lu Chunfeng encompassed not only the knowledge of cultivation, but also the art of alchemy and Lu Chunfeng's insights into pharmacology within this realm. Although Li Zhenbong had not conducted a systematic study, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of the subject. The antidote presented by Bai Yanlang operated on the principle of using poison to counteract poison. Thus, anyone who ingested the antidote without prior poisoning would find themselves on a path to certain demise. Realizing the grim reality, Bai Yanlang glared at Li Zhenbong and roared. They have not been poisoned by my dagger. With an air of feigned innocence, Li Zhenbong spread his hands and replied, when did I ever claim that they were afflicted by your poison? The poison they have encountered will naturally dissipate within an hour. They may merely experience some weakness. Upon learning that they were not afflicted by Yanlang's venom and that recovery would occur within an hour, the remaining 8 members of the noble team ignited with newfound hope for survival. Although feeling somewhat unwell, they managed to gather their strength and cautiously observe Bai Yanlang. That high-ranking warrior had effectively perished by Yanlang's hand. Who could say whether Bai Yanlang would resort to silencing them as well? Now, surrender your spatial storage devices, Li Zhenbong proclaimed with a smile. The 8 poisoned individuals, having narrowly escaped death, unhesitatingly cast their spatial storage rings towards him. They understood profoundly that nothing held greater value than life itself. Bai Yanlang, glancing at the remaining 8, felt a bitter pang in his heart. After this incident, it seemed he was utterly doomed. Unless he eliminated all of them, facing these 8 simultaneously appeared unrealistic given his own capabilities, and the opportunity for a piecemeal approach seemed to have vanished. Resolutely, he steeled himself, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. I am willing to hand over the spatial storage rings, but you must kill all 8 of them, Bai Yanlang declared through clenched teeth. The 8 remained vigilant, their gazes darting between Li Zhenbong and Bai Yanlang, simultaneously unleashing their fighting spirit. Despite their weakened state, the will to survive prevailed. Do you still believe you have the luxury to negotiate with me? Surrender or face death? I am certain these 8 would prefer you to refuse. Li Zhenbong chuckled ominously. Do you wish to know who I am? Very well, I shall tell you. I am a member of the poison sect. With an air of haughty defiance, Bai Yanlang straightened his posture and spoke. Upon hearing this, the countenances of the others underwent a transformation, for the poison sect was one of the most illustrious sects on the entire continent. Although its reputation was somewhat tarnished, its expertise in the art of toxicology was unparalleled throughout the world. If you were to slay those 8 individuals, you would become the most esteemed guest of our poison sect. If my memory serves me correctly, you had just extended an invitation to them to become the most esteemed guests of the poison sect. Yet, you now harbor an ardent desire for their demise. Does this imply that the treatment afforded to the most esteemed guests of your poison sect invariably culminates in death? Li Zhenbong inquired with an expression of feigned curiosity. Alas, they failed to fulfill the task that I entrusted to them, and thus they did not attain the honor of becoming the most esteemed guests of the poison sect. Are you suggesting that you possess the authority to represent the poison sect? Li Zhenbong inquired, casting a playful glance at Bai Yanlang. Although my words may not carry weight at present, they will undoubtedly hold sway in the future. So, it is merely a crystal storage card with a 0 balance? Li Zhenbong lamented, casting a sorrowful gaze upon the remaining 8 individuals. To think that you would pledge your allegiance to him for a mere crystal storage card with a 0 balance. Your intellectual capacity is truly lamentable. Expedite the process of relinquishing your spatial storage equipment to me. I have no time for idle chatter. If only you were as obedient as those 8. Imagine the amount of saliva I could conserve. Bai Yanlang's complexion underwent a marked deterioration, for this was the first instance in which the mention of his sect had yielded no tangible benefits. The remaining 8 members of the noble squad exhaled a sigh of relief. At least for the moment, they were deemed safe. Bai Yanlang was acutely aware that, given the current circumstances, he was utterly incapable of fulfilling his mission. Well, since you have chosen not to cooperate with me, do not blame me, Bai Yanlang coldly remarked. Li Zhenbong cautiously observed Bai Yanlang. The members of the poison sect were certainly not to be trifled with. Suddenly, Bai Yanlang raised a handful of powder, causing Li Zhenbong to hold his breath and step back to evade the area now shrouded in powder. However, a moment later, Li Zhenbong's expression darkened considerably, for Bai Yanlang had seized the opportunity to release a magical signal flare, which manifested as a colossal, colorful number 13 in the sky. Each team's magical signal flare displayed their respective team number. Bai Yinlong's decision at this moment effectively meant relinquishing the outdoor training. Yet his team was merely 2 types of medicinal herbs short, ensuring they would not rank too low. After launching the magical signal flare, Bai Yinlang consumed a pill, instantly enhancing his physique and transforming his eyes to a vibrant green. Li Jinbong was well aware that the nearby instructors would undoubtedly rush over at the first opportunity, leaving him with no more than 3 minutes. Under the formidable defense of Bai Yinlang, it was evident that he would not easily achieve his objective. Moreover, the substance ingested by Bai Yinlang was undoubtedly a potent elixir capable of temporarily enhancing his abilities. At this moment, no one noticed the steely resolve and malice flickering in the eyes of another bronze warrior. Upon discovering the affair between Bai Yinlang and his girlfriend, he had been patiently awaiting an opportunity. Now, with Bai Yinlang's back turned towards him, the moment to strike had arrived. His body still bore the remnants of numbness, and Bai Yinlang exuded an aura akin to poison, causing others to hesitate in approaching. Thus, he concentrated all of his energy into the broken blade clutched in his hand. Unbeknownst to anyone, the blade's edge and fractured surface gradually transformed into a deep green hue, a manifestation of the bronze energy enveloping them as it compressed further. When a blade and fracture had completely adopted an inky green shade, he summoned all his strength and hurled the blade with ferocity. Suddenly, Bai Yinlang sensed a perilous presence behind him. Whirling around, he beheld the broken blade hurtling towards his back. The oppressive force emanating from the blade instilled a sense of dread, leaving him no choice but to confront it. However, the distance was too short to evade, compelling him to raise the dagger in his right hand to meet the oncoming strike. The material of the broken blade was inferior to that of the dagger in Bai Yinlang's grip, and having been cleaved by the Qing Feng sword, it had grown cold and brittle. Upon contact, it unexpectedly shattered into several fragments. Several fragments pierced Bai Yinlang's body, with one shard unfortunately severing the finger on which he wore his spatial ring. The keen-edged fragment cleanly sliced off Bai Yinlang's finger, the spatial ring remaining on the severed digit. Li Jinbong, seizing the opportune moment, swiftly dashed toward the dismembered finger. Unexpectedly, Bai Yinlang, unhindered by the agony, exhibited an augmented attack speed, surpassing even his pre-medication state, as he lunged his dagger toward Li Jinbong's form. Li Jinbong reluctantly evaded the strike, whereupon a swifter figure darted forth from Li Jinbong's person, the severed finger vanishing in its wake. The perpetrator was none other than Duo. As a defenseless, he was endowed with an abundance of life-preserving stratagems, one of which was an exceptional resistance to toxins. The toxic fumes enveloping Bai Yinlang, which pose a threat to others, were of no consequence to him. Bai Yinlang ceased his assault on the bronze warrior and instead pursued Li Jinbong, for while Duo was impervious to poison, Li Jinbong was not. Bai Yinlang's drug-induced velocity rivaled Li Jinbong's own, leaving the latter in a truly unenviable predicament. He could neither seek refuge among his comrades nor stray too far, lest their absence upon the arrival of the instructors exacerbate his peril. Though aware that Bai Yinlang's enhanced state was unsustainable, the duration remained uncertain. Conservatively, he estimated that it would last until the arrival of the Academy's instructors. Despicable wretch. Return my finger and ring. Bai Yinlang chased for a while, only to realize that he could not catch up with Li Jinbong in a short span of time. He halted, his eyes ablaze with fury. How dare you accuse me when you are the one steeped in poison? Li Jinbong cried out, feeling unjustly wronged. You have forced my hand. I shall make you wish for death. Bai Yinlang roared, retracting all the toxic gas back into his body, his eyes transforming from green to an ominous dark green. At that moment, Li Jinbong felt an unprecedented sense of peril. Every hair on his body stood on end. Cold sweat trickled down his face, as if he were encased in ice. When their eyes met, Li Jinbong discovered that he was rendered completely immobile. Instead of rushing at Li Jinbong, Bai Yinlang advanced slowly, step by step, a cruel smile reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse curling at the corner of his mouth. I am a man of my word. If I say I will make you wish for death, then you shall indeed wish for death. As Bai Yinlang approached, the expressions of Li Jinbong's companions shifted dramatically. They charged towards Bai Yinlang, but he merely scattered a handful of powder, rendering them all lifeless on the ground. Do not fret. None shall escape. He he he. Bai Yinlang cast a chilling glance at them, a sinister grin upon his lips. You scoundrel! What do you intend to do to Zhenbang? Zhang Dayo managed to rise, his body trembling, and shouted furiously at Bai Yinlang. Zhenbang? So your name is Zhenbang? The white goose, in astonishment, glanced at Li Zhenbang, then suddenly trembled and chuckled. Now I understand why you seem so familiar. You are indeed Li Zhenbang. Ha! To trample through iron shoes without finding a trace, yet to obtain it effortlessly. Hee hee. Chapter 70. The water sprite, are you looking for me? Li Zhenbang said with great difficulty, feeling that even the slightest movement of his fingers was a monumental challenge, let alone speaking. You are Li Zhenbang? The commoner team exclaimed in surprise. Although they found him familiar, none could confirm his identity. Many knew that Li Zhenbang served as the vice president of the commoners committee, but few were aware that he was a first-year student. It is not I who seeks you, but rather someone else is looking for you. Hee hee. It appears that fortune smiles upon me. You should consider it an honor to perish by my hand. Bai Yinlang said with a chilling smile. Do not harm Li Zhenbang, declared a student from the commoner group, who had an injured hand, brandishing a dagger with unwavering resolve in his eyes as he gazed at Bai Yinlang. Bai Yinlang looked at the student wielding his dagger, somewhat taken aback. Oh, it seems there are indeed those unafraid of death. What is your relationship with him? He is my idol. He is the idol of all commoners. The injured student asserted, his trembling hand dripping blood onto the ground. Idol? He. I never expected that merely doing a few things for the commoners would elevate someone to such heights. Bai Yinlang remarked, his eyes filled with derision as he regarded Li Zhenbang. Indeed, you cannot harm Li Zhenbang. The crowd of ordinary citizens stood resolutely beside the injured student, declaring their unwavering support. The bewildered student, nursing his injured palm, gazed at the surrounding individuals in astonishment. Li Zhenbang is not merely your idol. He belongs to all of us. The call for the common folk to strengthen themselves is not just an empty slogan. If we, the common people, do not unite and assist one another, our future will be bleak. Moreover, who would allow a brother to face danger alone? If we cannot dissuade you, then we shall stand by your side and confront it together. With the aid of his sister, the wounded bronze warrior made his way to the injured student, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The residents of Li Zhenbang's dormitory also supported one another, rising to their feet with resolute determination in their eyes. Directed at Bai Yinlang. At this moment, Li Zhenbang had regained some of his mobility. Although still sluggish, he was able to move, observing the assembled multitude before him. United in purpose, Bai Yinlang felt not fear, but rather a surge of exhilaration. While the tendon-weakening powder was merely a concoction akin to a sleeping draft, inducing lassitude and temporarily nullifying the use of magic and battle aura, the bone-dissolving powder was of a far more sinister nature. Those who inhaled or ingested it would find their skeletal structure dissolving, ultimately reduced to a formless mass. Witnessing the collective resolve of the group, their concerted effort against a common foe, and the fraternal solidarity on display, Li Zhenbang was suddenly struck by inspiration, and he recited, a solitary bamboo pole struggles to traverse the sea, but a multitude rowing together propels a mighty vessel. A single palm cannot produce applause, yet 10,000 hands clapping create a resounding thunder. When sailing in unison, the sea itself makes way, and with a unified chant, the waves recede to the shore. 100 boats race, 1,000 sails compete, with the turbulent waves behind and the beckoning shore ahead. A portal to another realm abruptly manifested before Li Zhenbang, from which a pool of clear water slowly flowed forth, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. Once the deep blue water figure took shape, the portal sealed itself. Li Zhenbang did not perceive a significant depletion of his mental energy. However, he became acutely aware of the information transmitted to him by the water entity. This being, a water sprite, was a fourth-tier aquatic magical beast capable of growth, endowed with intelligence, immortal, and entirely obedient to the commands of its summoner. The water sprite did not belong to this world. Li Zhenbang had realized from the outset that the creatures summoned through magic might not be native to this realm and could indeed be entirely unknown entities. The emergence of the water sprite astonished Li Zhenbang, for he had not uttered the incantation for summoning. Rather, he had instinctively spoken in response to the emotions of those around him. Typically, lower-tier summoned beasts possess only primal instincts. The presence of intelligence signifies that the summoned entity possesses the capacity for independent thought, transcending mere instinctual combat. Immortality implies that it will exist perpetually, impervious to the ravages of time and death, thereby challenging Li Zhenbang's understanding of the temporal existence of summoned creatures. There exists a certain telepathic bond between summoned beasts and their summoners, ensuring that the summoned beings will not harm their conjurers and will heed their commands without jeopardizing their own lives. The absolute obedience to the summoner's commands suggests an unwavering compliance, even to the extent of following orders that might lead to its own demise, without a trace of hesitation. This notion of complete obedience juxtaposed with the possession of intelligence may appear contradictory, yet in essence, they are not. The command of the summoner is one of absolute obedience. Wisdom is not meant for defiance, but rather for a deeper understanding and fulfillment of tasks. Upon the appearance of the water spirit, the initial reaction was not to attack, but to remain by Li Zhenbang's side, offering protection. Simultaneously, 6 water columns were summoned to strike the 6 poisoned individuals in Li Zhenbang's group. As the 6 were unexpectedly hit by the water columns, they felt an immediate release throughout their bodies. The strength they had lost swiftly returned, indicating that the effects of the debilitating poison had been nullified and their wounds were completely healed. A larger water column poured over Li Zhenbang's head, restoring him to his normal state. Following these actions, the water spirit appeared somewhat diminished, clearly indicating that these exertions had taken a toll on its essence. Bai Yanlang, upon witnessing an unfamiliar entity emerge from the portal, cautiously took a step back. When he observed the water spirit effortlessly dispelling the debilitating poison and fully liberating Li Zhenbang from his immobilized state, he furiously hurled another vial of bone-dissolving powder toward Zhang Daiyou and the others. As the powder began to disperse, a water shield materialized before Zhang Daiyou and his companions, entirely blocking and dissolving the bone-dissolving powder within its confines. The shield then transformed into a colossal water sphere, hurtling towards Bai Yanlang, causing a twitch at the corner of his eye. Having dissolved such a substantial quantity of bone-corroding powder, the colossal sphere of water, were it to strike him, would undoubtedly inflict considerable harm, despite his current heightened resistance to toxins. Bai Yanlang deftly evaded the aqueous projectile, only to witness it pivot and relentlessly pursue him. After several futile attempts to dodge, Bai Yanlang, with a resolute clench of his teeth, dashed towards the noble squad. His animosity was not primarily directed at Li Zhenbang, but rather at the members of the noble squad. Each of them possessed influential connections, and incurring their lasting enmity would prove a dire predicament if they were not definitively dealt with. Chapter 71. Team 13 eliminated as Bai Yanlang hurtled towards them. The noble squad members were seized with terror. Their dread of toxins was profound, especially considering the bone-corroding powder dissolved within the approaching deluge. While they might withstand its effects with a full reservoir of battle chi, their current debilitated state rendered them vulnerable to severe injury or even death upon impact. In their weakened condition, the noble squad members could only gape in despair at the approaching Bai Yanlang and the aqueous sphere, devoid of any means of defense. Li Zhenbang, though not without a pang of compassion, was far from a benevolent figure. With the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, he understood that survival was paramount. Those who aided the wicked must accept the potential consequences. Furthermore, based on his understanding of water sprites, he believed they were not driven by the same bloodlust as lower-level magical beasts with mere instincts. The essence of the water spirit is predominantly benevolent. Yet this does not imply that it is incapable of taking lives. It would likely exhibit no hesitation in slaying Bai Yanlang. But when it comes to individuals who pose no threat to Li Zhenbang, it would exercise a measure of restraint. Like the wind, Bai Yanlang darted past the members of the noble squad, and as they beheld the ever-growing water sphere, a flicker of terror crossed their eyes. Some even resignedly closed their eyes. At that moment, a resounding shout echoed through the air. Halt! Do not take any lives. The colossal water sphere came to a halt mere inches before the onlookers, and the foremost member of the noble squad could even feel the vapor emanating from within the sphere. Gradually, the water sphere receded and then dispersed upon striking the ground. The voice that had called out belonged to the academy instructor, who had arrived belatedly. Upon witnessing the magical signal flare released by Team 13, he had rushed over at full speed and fortunately arrived just in the nick of time. The instructor, a silver warrior, landed and nodded at Li Zhenbong in acknowledgement. In his eyes, the retreat of the water sphere was a choice made by Li Zhenbong. Had he chosen to assault the crowd with the water sphere, the instructor would have been powerless to intervene. Li Zhenbong's deference to him elevated his spirits, enhancing his regard for the young man. After assessing the noble students, he found them somewhat weakened, but otherwise unharmed. As he beheld the lifeless body of the student sprawled on the ground, shrouded in darkness, he furrowed his brow, refraining from touching the corpse. A fleeting glance of confusion was cast towards Li Zhenbong, who merely shrugged and spread his hands in a gesture of indifference, directing his gaze towards the now dormant eyes of Bai Yanlang, indicating that another perpetrator was responsible. The teacher turned his attention to Bai Yanlang, evidently recognizing the individual's identity. Only a member of the poison sect would possess such arcane abilities, his countenance darkening with concern. You're the captain of Team 13, are you not? You have already been eliminated. Quickly dispel the secret technique. The longer you delay, the greater the harm to your body. With a fierce glare, Bai Yanlang fixated on Li Zhenbong, demanding, return my spatial ring. I have not taken your ring. Do not wrongfully accuse an innocent. Li Zhenbong, Ruplia. Feigning innocence as he looked toward the teacher, Bai Yanlang's eyes burned with a murderous intent. That spatial ring was his own, not issued by the academy. The academy's rings merely contained task-related herbs, while the advanced materials and treasured items he had collected were within the ring that Li Zhenbong had seized. This is merely part of the trial. I am well aware of your actions. You have pilfered herbs from several teams. If you lack the skill, it is best to concede. Your team requires rest and healing, as do you. You must understand, I am a member of the poison sect. I must reclaim what is rightfully mine. Within that ring lies a portion of our sect's confidential scriptures. Can you bear the consequences of their loss? The white goose, with a gaze brimming with menace, directed its attention towards the silver-clad warrior instructor. A wave of irritation surged within the instructor. He found White Goose's demeanor utterly detestable. However, the secrets of the poison sect were not trivial matters, and he was ill-equipped to bear such consequences. Reluctantly, he turned to Li Zhenbong and inquired, have you acquired it or not? If the secrets of the poison sect were to leak, it would be no small affair. Li Zhenbong, wearing a face of grievance, replied, I intended to retrieve it, yet he forced me back, and then the ring vanished. Who knows where it went? I truly did not take it. I swear by the name of the summoning beast god. Up until now, I have not even touched his spatial ring. Otherwise, I would be unable to summon beasts for a lifetime. In his heart, Li Zhenbong silently pleaded, O mighty summoning beast god, you have witnessed it. I have yet to lay a finger on his spatial ring. The one who took it was Duo, not I, and I did not instruct Duo to take it. It bears no relation to me. Having even sworn an oath, the silver warrior instructor naturally ceased to press him further. Li Zhenbong's standing in the instructor's eyes had significantly improved, and he resolved to pay close attention to him moving forward, ensuring that he would not face further threats to his life. He had sworn an oath, and it was likely that he was not the one who had taken the spatial ring. You all must now accompany me to the assembly point, where you will receive proper treatment. The college instructor had grown increasingly impatient. Although the poison sect was formidable as a teacher of the Karo Royal Academy, they would not dare to lay a finger on him. Bai Yanlang, witnessing Li Zhenbong's audacity to swear an oath, found herself engulfed in doubt. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Yet, even so, what of it? Throughout her life, Li Zhenbong was the first to provoke her, and for that alone, he was doomed. You still have not handed over the spatial ring to me. That is my trophy, Li Zhenbong remarked feebly, aware that if he was to perform a charade, it must be done in its entirety. You seek your own demise. Bai Yanlang paused momentarily, then gritted her teeth. her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at Li Jinbao. Since you failed to seize it before my arrival, and they have been eliminated theoretically, you have not successfully claimed it. Thus it cannot yet be deemed yours. The Silver Warrior teacher awkwardly interjected, realizing that it was he who had thwarted Li Junbang's continued assault. Had the attack succeeded, it was entirely possible that Li Junbang could have indeed acquired the ring. However, we still lack several medicinal herbs. What if he possesses them? Li Junbang lowered his head, his expression one of apparent grievance, even choking up slightly, evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld him. Hand over the ring to me. If he has their herbs, it is rightfully his. If not, I shall return the ring to you, the Silver Warrior teacher asserted sternly, directing his gaze at Bai Yanlang. Absolutely not. What do you mean by not? Had I not intervened in time, would you still be alive? The Silver Warrior, without waiting for Bai Yanlang to resist, swiftly removed the spatial ring from his hand. After a cursory examination, he extracted a mandrake flower and tossed it to Li Junbang, subsequently throwing the ring back to Bai Yanlang. Chapter 72. Mission accomplished. Bai Yanlang cast a venomous glare at Li Junbang. Having initially completed 13 tasks, he now found himself short by one, inevitably causing his ranking to plummet. This was his only success. He lacked the materials for the other two botanical beasts. Let's depart. You two teams should continue your efforts. Time is of the essence. The instructor led Bai Yanlang's team away, placing the corpse into a spatial ring. Each year, the trials incurred a certain degree of casualties, and even the nobility could not escape unforeseen misfortunes, particularly when this individual appeared to have perished at the hands of the poison sect. Before departing, the instructor discreetly gestured towards Li Jinbao. He raised 4 fingers pointing east, formed a gesture indicating 2 zeros, and then signaled 7 and 2 zeros towards the northwest. Li Junbang, understanding the implications, exclaimed, "Teacher, rest assured, we shall not disappoint you. We will complete the mission. We will set off eastward shortly." The Silver Warrior stumbled slightly, pondering, this rascal is being rather obvious, isn't he? He then smiled wryly, acknowledging, well, I suppose this serves as a form of compensation for them. I strive to be fair, under the guidance of the Silver Warrior instructor. The 13th Noble Team set forth, while Li Jinbang's team bid farewell to Team 108. The water sprite was discreetly tucked away in Li Junbang's spatial pouch. The appearance of the water sprite invigorated Li Junbang's spirits. After all, if there was a first encounter, who could guarantee there wouldn't be a second? Following the subtle hints from the Silver Warrior, they discovered the final 2 types of botanical beasts they required. Approximately 400 miles to the east and 700 miles to the northwest, effortlessly gathering the necessary materials. When they returned to the assembly point, less than 3 days remained until the final deadline. Most teams had already convened, with a significant number having been eliminated after releasing magical signal flares. As they entered the gathering place, 2 instructors approached to inspect their spatial rings. Upon discovering that they had successfully gathered all 15 types of materials, their eyes widened in astonishment. The 15 herbs were scattered across various corners of the forest. It was already quite a feat for any team to collect more than 10. And finding all 15 was a testament not only to their remarkable luck, but also to their undeniable strength. It is important to recognize that many medicinal herbs may have been collected by other teams, or it is not uncommon for them to have been pilfered. On the final day, all 140 teams returned, and although injuries and even fatalities were inevitable, at least every team made it back. Once all the teams had returned, the faculty conducted a final inventory of personnel and belongings, arranging for the students to return to the academy to prepare for the ceremony the following day. This outdoor training session served as an excellent exercise for all the students. Upon returning to the academy, Lan Lesui followed Li Junbang and others back to the dormitory. As soon as Zhang Daiyou entered the dormitory, he unceremoniously plopped down on the bed and sprawled out, muttering, it's so comfortable to lie on the bed. This past half-month without a shower and hardly any sleep has been truly torturous. Once the ceremony is over tomorrow, I shall indulge in a 7-day vacation. Paul looked at Zhang Daiyou, chuckling, Brother Daiyou, I wonder who it was that snored thunderously every night in the mud hut, yet claims to have not slept well. If you didn't sleep well, It's as if none of us have slept at all. Zhang Dayo grabbed his pillow and, without even looking, hurled it at Paul. You little rascal! How dare you jest with me? Of course not. Brother Dayo, I wouldn't dare even borrow the courage of a bear and the boldness of a leopard. Paul caught the pillow, patted it, and with a grin, placed it beneath Zhang Dayo's head. After this training session, the atmosphere in the dormitory became even more harmonious and united. During this training session, Zhang Dayo, as the elder brother of the dormitory, fully embodied the spirit of leadership. In moments of peril, he was invariably the first to rush forward, shielding everyone in front of him. On one occasion, he nearly sacrificed his life to protect Stanley. And it was only thanks to Li Zhenbong's magical elixir that he escaped with his life, for otherwise, he might have suffered lasting repercussions. Unless we observe his companions laughing and joking, choosing not to interject, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Lest we, if it weren't for you and third brother during this training, we would be as miserable as the other teams, Stanley remarked, curiosity evident in his tone. If I'm not mistaken, you seem to have become a level 1 water mage. Haven to you? It's not as impressive as you make it sound. I merely do what I can manage. Leslie replied modestly. Indeed, I have achieved the rank of a level 1 water mage. After the ceremony tomorrow, I plan to get certified at the Mage Guild. There was a hint of shyness and excitement in his voice. Becoming a level 1 mage would mean an increase in monthly stipends, significantly improving his family's living conditions. Leshwich, would you take me along? I've never been to the Mage Guild. Little Fatty chimed in, poking his head over the side of his bed. I can take you, but you'll have to stay in the hall. You're not a mage, so you can't enter the testing areas. That is fine. I've heard the Mage Guild is quite affluent and beautifully decorated. I want to see it for myself. Hee, little Fatty chuckled, scratching his head. All right, after the ceremony tomorrow, I'll come to fetch you. Great. It's a promise. Do not just stand there. Come and sit with me, called out the lively Xiaoping. Unable to withstand Xiaopong's repeated invitations, Lan Yueshui finally settled at the edge of Xiaopong's bed. This time, I believe everyone has gained something, whether it be in skills, spirit, or magic. I hope you all take time to reflect, especially on the experiences of battling magical beasts, as they will undoubtedly prove beneficial in our future endeavors. Moreover, we must thoroughly absorb the lessons learned from our encounter with Team 13. Opportunities for life and death duels are scarce, Li Zhenbong remarked, observing the jovial atmosphere among the group before adopting a serious tone. Li Zhenbong's mention of Team 13 cast a shadow over the faces of all present. The Poison Sect is a formidable faction, straddling the line between righteousness and malevolence, having crossed paths with the notorious Bai Yanlang. And with one member of Team 13 having perished, who can guarantee that retribution will not follow? Furthermore, it seems that, according to Bai Yanlang, someone may be conspiring against Li Zhenbong. Zhang Dayo rose from the bed, furrowing his brow as he addressed Li Zhenbong. Zhenbong, you must exercise greater caution in the future. It will be prudent to maintain a low profile. From Bai Yanlang's words, it appears you are being watched, and there will likely be further schemes aimed at you. While one should not harbor ill intentions, it is wise to remain vigilant against potential threats. Do not worry, Dayo. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall build barriers. There is nothing to fear. We will respond to stillness with stillness, and to change with constancy, Li Zhenbong reassured. Li Zhenbong smiled, and a subtle glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Chapter 73. Being followed, Brother Dazhong, Brother Zhenbong, you continue your conversation. I shall step out to gather some information, Stanley announced as he stood up and adjusted his clothing. Old Fourth, do not rush. First, take a shower and change your clothes. It has been half a month. Going out in this state may hinder your inquiries, Shahanzhan advised, casting a glance at Stanley. Stanley glanced at his attire and offered an awkward smile. During the past half-month of training, everyone had scarcely bathed or changed their clothes. Although the Australian-Canadian forest posed minimal danger, it still presented a certain level of risk for them at this moment. Otherwise, there would not have been any casualties. In a hurry, Stanley took a quick shower and donned a clean outfit before hastily exiting the dormitory. Then I shall return to tidy up as well. Everyone should rest well. We have a ceremony to attend tomorrow. Lon Leslie rose and bid farewell to the group. The 5 individuals in the dormitory fell into a contemplative silence. Zhang Dazhong and the others were uncertain about how to assist Li Zhenbong, while Li Zhenbong remained silent, pondering his next course of action. Everyone should rest well. I will step out for a moment. Li Zhenbong broke the silence. Where are you going? We will accompany you. Zhang Dayo sat up in bed, his voice tinged with anxiety. It's unnecessary. I need to head to the academy. A friend will be waiting for me at the entrance. You needn't worry. Li Zhenbong hastily interjected, wishing to deter Zhang Dayo's intentions. He planned to seek out Omega and the others to ascertain the progress made over the past fortnight in uncovering the mastermind behind the assassination attempt. Your friend? Are they formidable? Can they ensure your safety? Zhang Dayo inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Dayo, rest assured, I'll be fine. I would never jest with my own life, Li Zhenbong replied earnestly. Very well then. Do return promptly. We shall dine together this evening. Zhang Dayo expressed lingering concern. As for dinner tonight, do not wait for me. Enjoy your meal without me. I intend to take care of the medicinal herbs in my spatial bracelet today. It's time for everyone to receive their share. Tomorrow, I shall treat you all to a feast. Li Zhenbong gently shook the spatial bracelet on his wrist and smiled as he spoke. The academy had reclaimed the spatial rings after registration, taking back the common medicinal herbs within at market value, while Li Zhenbong had chosen to keep some of the rarer herbs in his spatial bracelet. Initially, the crowd was astonished that Li Zhenbong possessed such a bracelet. After all, even a mundane spatial ring costs over 10,000 gold coins, and spatial bracelets are considerably rarer, thus commanding an even higher price. Li Zhenbong had no intention of deceiving anyone, and while he wrestled with how to explain the situation, Zhang Dayo clapped him on the shoulder and reassured him that there was no need for explanations. Everyone has their own secrets, and as long as they were brothers, that was sufficient. Upon hearing that Li Zhenbong would be distributing money the next day, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with anticipation as they gazed at him. Shall I escort you to the academy gate? Zhang Dayo inquired, still somewhat uneasy. Come on, I'm not a delicate maiden. Are you afraid someone might snatch me away at the academy? Li Zhenbong replied with exasperation. Even the poison sect wouldn't dare to act recklessly here. This represents the dignity of the entire Karo Empire. All right. Just go on your own then. Just don't let some young lady seduce you away. Zhang Dayo retorted dismissively before reclining back to sleep. After bidding farewell to his roommates, Li Zhenbong made his way to the academy gate. Omega, you arrived quite punctually. After leaving the dormitory, Li Zhenbong contacted Omega through the reverse scale. Ever since the last ambush, he had become significantly more cautious. Given his current lack of strength, he could only rely on external forces for protection. While it is said that undergoing life-and-death trials greatly enhances one's abilities, the possibility of failing to survive such experiences is all too real. Li Zhenbong was not inclined to risk his life unless absolutely necessary. A steady improvement in his skills seemed far more prudent. Moreover, he was neither a warrior nor a mage, and thus lacked the physical limits to surpass. The cultivation of mental fortitude is not something that can be swiftly achieved through a few perilous encounters. Missteps in this realm could lead to dire consequences, ranging from mental fragmentation to complete loss of intellect. Li Zhenbong wished to savor life to the fullest. I rushed over the moment I received your message. After what happened last time, no one dares to trust you completely, Omega remarked with a sense of resignation. Li Zhenbong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Ultimately, it was his own inadequacy that had led to this situation. It seemed imperative to study the summoning process of water spirits. Alpha and I have discussed this, and from now on, whenever you leave the academy, at least one of us must accompany you. You have no idea, but during your trial, Alpha was right by your side the entire time. When you encountered that poisonous Sect S member, she was ready to intervene, but upon witnessing you summon a water-like creature, she refrained. Nonetheless, that experience of yours was truly thrilling. Just hearing about it is enough to send shivers down one's spine. With an expression of excitement, Omega exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten? Let us return quickly. I wish to surprise Sister Alpha and also discover what treasures lie within the spatial ring we acquired." Li Zhenbong, recalling the spatial ring belonging to Bai Yanlang, responded eagerly, Surely, what excites even the spirit mice must be something extraordinary. Very well. Then, let us head back. We have some matters to discuss with you as well, Omega remarked with a peculiar expression. Zhenbong, have you noticed? Omega furrowed his brow as they walked towards the villa. Indeed, it seems we've been followed since we left the academy, Li Zhenbong replied nonchalantly. Should I handle it? Omega asked, his excitement palpable. No need. Let us observe for now. We should do some shopping first, as I have yet to pick a gift for Sister Alpha. Besides, we ought to see what that individual behind us intends to do, Li Zhenbong said with disdain, confident in Omega's presence, believing that not even two saint-level experts could pose a threat to him, let alone the minor follower trailing behind. Very well. It is fortuitous that the assailants who targeted you have not all been apprehended. Perhaps we can glean some clues from this one, Omega said, a hint of a wicked smile playing on his lips. Zhenbong, where shall we go first? Naturally, we shall visit the Gathering Wealth Chamber first. Perhaps we can find something suitable while discreetly dealing with our pursuer. Li Zhenbong let out a cold snort and strode toward the Ju Kai Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 74, Grasping the Tail Greetings. Welcome to the Ju Kai Yuan Chamber of Commerce. How may I assist you today? This time, Li Zhenbong and Omega were greeted by a male attendant clad in shimmering silver armor, which brought a sense of relief to Li Zhenbong. He could not forget the previous visit when he had been playfully teased by a female attendant. That scene was forever etched in his memory. Discreetly, Li Zhenbong produced a silver token and handed it to the attendant. The male attendant paused momentarily, glanced at the token, and his expression shifted to one of respect as he inquired, "What can I do for you, sir?" Li Zhenbong whispered a few words in his ear, to which the attendant nodded and led Li Zhenbong and Omega upstairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, they were met by a slender man who hesitated for a moment as he glanced at the staircase leading to the second floor. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" approached a stunningly attractive woman, dressed provocatively, who addressed him with deference. The man's gaze lingered on the alluring figure, filled with a certain emotion, and he swallowed hard. However, this was the Ju Kai Yuan Chamber of Commerce, and he merely indulged in a fleeting fantasy. "Nothing much. I just came to take a look," he replied, retracting his unabashed gaze and casting a glance at the staircase. "The second floor is our merchandise trading area. If you're interested, I will be pleased to escort you up." The beautiful waitress noticed the man glancing towards the staircase leading to the second floor and began to speak. The man hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Please lead the way." The elegant waitress guided him up the stairs, her hips swaying gracefully, stirring an involuntary flutter within him. "Sir, this is our second floor trading area. May I inquire what you're looking for?" she asked politely. "I need you, if I may." The man leaned slightly toward her, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he chuckled. "Sir, you jest. I do not offer special services," the waitress replied with her signature smile, subtly taking a small step back. "Just a jest. I am not quite sure what I need. I'm merely browsing," he said, casting his gaze around the hall, just in time to spot Li Zhenbong and Omega making their way to the third floor. They had deliberately made their presence known. Otherwise, they would have ascended unnoticed. "What lies on the third floor?" the man inquired with curiosity. "The third floor is the premium goods trading area." "Oh, then let us go take a look." Just as the waitress was about to respond, a male attendant clad in shining silver armor interrupted her, signaling to him discreetly, "Apologies, but she currently lacks the requisite level to accompany you upstairs. I am able to take you there." "Indeed, sir, I deeply apologize, but my rank is insufficient to access the third floor premium goods trading area. Thus, I kindly request that you follow this esteemed individual upstairs. I shall take my leave." The beautiful attendant bowed gracefully before retreating. The man watched the attendant's figure descend the stairs, clicking his tongue in mild regret. However, he was not there for frivolous pursuits, but rather on a mission. Clad in gleaming silver armor, the attendant led the way, with the man trailing closely behind. The attendant moved swiftly, soon disappearing around a corner, prompting the man to hastily lower his head and follow suit. Upon rounding the corner, he felt as if he had collided with an immovable wall, stars dancing before his eyes. He could not help but exclaim in anger, "What the hell? Who are you? Can't you see?" "Ah, my apologies, that was intentional." A deep voice resonated beside him. The man, On high alert, unleashed his battle aura, only to discover it was a black iron warrior. Upon recognizing the individual before him, he was taken aback. It was the burly man accompanying Li Jinbong, whom he had been tailing. "Who are you? What do you mean?" The man feigned calmness as he spoke. "Have you not been following me all this way? And yet you inquire about my identity?" Li Jinbong emerged from behind Omega, a smile adorning his face. "Utter nonsense. I was not following you. I did not even know you. This is the Gathering Wealth Association, and you cannot act recklessly here. If you come any closer, I shall call for help." The man, with a flicker of his eyes, attempted to defend himself cunningly. Li Jinbong couldn't help but chuckle. As a familiar scene from a television drama, and the typical phrases of a dubious character flashed in his mind. He even wondered if, when he exclaimed, "Shout as loudly as you like. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will hear you. Someone would truly appear to rescue the damsel in distress." Of course, this frail and unsavory fellow hardly qualified as a damsel. Omega cast a peculiar glance at Li Jinbong, feeling somewhat perplexed. "Omega, it's in your hands now. Just knock him out." Omega cracked his knuckles, chuckling as he approached the man. "What are you doing?" "I want to scream," before the man could finish his sentence. Omega delivered a punch that sent him into unconsciousness. "Jinbong, it's up to you now. He won't be waking up naturally for at least 2 days." Li Jinbong rolled his eyes, a frown etched across his forehead. He had witnessed Omega's actions clearly. In the brief moment of conversation, a sizable lump had already formed on the man's forehead. Li Jinbong stuffed the unconscious man into a bag and ascended to the 3rd floor with an air of nonchalance. This entire scenario had been meticulously orchestrated by Li Jinbong upon his arrival, under normal circumstances. How could anyone lacking substantial financial means gain access to the high-end trading zone on the 3rd floor? The items here started a minimum of 500 gold coins. He did not come merely to engage in trivial pursuits. He also intended to purchase gifts, for otherwise, Sister Alpha would not be easily appeased. And Long Miao Miao would certainly not let him off the hook. Ever since Long Miao Miao acknowledged Alpha as her godmother, her status at home had risen dramatically, placing him in a position of subservience. However, due to the influence of his past life's memories, Li Jinbong had been excessively indulgent towards Long Miao Miao. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Li Jinbong found himself in a quandary. Alpha's discerning taste made the task of selecting gifts rather excruciating. He could not afford to be too casual with his choices for Long Miao Miao either, lest she persist in her demands. Li Jinbong and Omega wandered about the 3rd floor, yet found nothing particularly captivating, their interest waning. During this time, Wu Mingzhi paid a brief visit, exchanging a few pleasantries with Li Jinbong and Omega before departing. This place, crowded and bustling, was evidently not conducive to meaningful conversation. Nevertheless, the attention of the crowd remained fixated on Li Jinbong and Omega. Not only did Li Jinbong possess a silver emblem, but Omega was also a genuine saint-level powerhouse, and moreover, a saint-level mage. This alone warranted Wu Mingzhi's utmost respect and caution. Chapter 75. Treasure hunting. Finding little of interest on the 3rd floor, Li Jinbong purchased only a few magical potions. During the training in the Aojiao forest, he had consumed a considerable number of magical potions. Though apprehensive about inciting suspicion, the urgency of the situation rendered such concerns trivial. Fortunately, despite their confusion, the others refrained from excessive questioning. Li Jinbong and Omega descended to the 2nd floor, at which point the voice of Dodo echoed in Li Jinbong's mind, indicating that there was something valuable at the 7th stall on the right. Momentarily taken aback by Dodo's revelation, Li Jinbong stood still, nearly causing Omega to collide with him. "Jinbong, what is the matter?" Omega inquired, perplexed. "Nothing. Let us take a look around the 2nd floor," Li Jinbong replied with a smile. "There is hardly anything worthwhile on the 3rd floor. What could possibly be on the 2nd? Omega grumbled, yet he followed closely behind Li Jinbong. Instead of heading directly to the 7th stall, Li Jinbong began examining each stall in succession, starting from the 1st. Similar to the 3rd floor, not all stalls on the 2nd were managed by the Jukai Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Some were temporarily leased to various vendors. Wealthy mercenary guilds or nobles engaged in luxury goods often rented stalls for an extended period. The seventh stall was evidently not operated by the Ju Kai Yuan chamber, as it was manned by 3 individuals clad in mercenary attire. Although Li Zhenbong was unaware of their guild affiliation, it was clear they were not part of an ordinary mercenary group. Typical mercenaries would lack the means to showcase such an array of goods. A metallic orb emanated a faint aura reminiscent of ancient times, so subtle that most would fail to perceive it. Although I am uncertain of its utility, I can vaguely surmise that it is likely a mechanism of some sort. Artifacts imbued with an ancient aura are seldom simple. Duo conveyed his judgment to Li Zhenbong, who stood before the stall, casually inspecting the various items rather than focusing on the metallic sphere. Young lad, please refrain from touching. All these items are for sale. If you damage anything, you'll have to compensate. A burly, bearded mercenary admonished in a surprisingly amiable tone. Li Zhenbong found the mercenary's demeanor rather discordant. A man with a fearsome visage, rippling muscles, and a prominent scar across his face, smiling and speaking kindly, was an unsettling juxtaposition. It was not that the mercenary was particularly genial, but rather that Omega, towering over 2 meters with a physique brimming with explosive power, exuded an aura of danger. Mercenaries live perilously, constantly flirting with death, and possess an instinctual awareness of peril. Uncle, I am here to purchase something. I would like to see if there is anything to my liking, Li Zhenbong declared with an innocent expression. The bearded mercenary glanced at Omega, and upon seeing the latter's silence, he immediately became enthusiastic. Feel free to browse. If you find something you like, do let me know, and I shall ensure you receive a discount. Uncle, you must indeed deceive me. You must give me a discount. Mother says that those who lie are akin to little dogs. Li Zhenbong spuka ernasli. Omega, witnessing Li Zhenbong's demeanor, struggled to suppress a laugh. As it was often the case that when Li Zhenbong acted this way, he usually managed to gain some advantage. The burly mercenary wore an embarrassed expression. The words he had uttered were originally meant to amuse children, yet he had unwittingly implicated himself. Approaching was a woman, seemingly ordinary in appearance, yet possessing a striking figure, who cast a sidelong glance at the burly mercenary. With a smile directed at Li Zhenbong, she said, "Do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. Our pricing is always fair and reasonable, devoid of deceit." "Wow, sister, you are so beautiful," Li Zhenbong exclaimed earnestly. Hearing such praise from an adorable child caused the female mercenary's cheeks to flush, and she shyly lowered her gaze, saying, "Oh, little brother, you flatter me. What is it that you desire? I assure you, I shall not let you come to any harm." The burly mercenary sighed in resignation. He had just been reprimanded by her, and now she had fallen into the very trap he had laid. "Which mercenary group do you belong to, sister? Your emblem looks so formidable," Li Zhenbong inquired, pointing curiously at the winged tiger insignia on the female mercenary's chest. "I am a member of the Flying Tiger Mercenary Corps. This emblem represents our group. We, the Flying Tiger Mercenary Corps, are indeed a powerful force in Dragon City. When you grow up, you are most welcome to join us." The female mercenary replied warmly, "Mercenaries are so formidable. When I grow up, I too wish to be a brave mercenary like you." Li Zhenbong spoke with utmost seriousness. "I believe you will undoubtedly become a competent mercenary. Little brother, feel free to choose whatever you desire." He casually rifled through the items, selecting a 3rd-tier fire magic core, several pieces of dried magical beast jerky, a few intact pelts from low-tier fire and water magical beasts, and a detailed map of the sacred hidden forest. "Sister, how much for these items?" "The 3rd-tier magic core will be 500 gold coins, and for the rest, I will charge you 200 gold coins." The female mercenary replied with a smile. "In total, that will be 700 gold coins." This price was quite reasonable, considering it was already discounted by 20 or 30 coins. One must remember that a typical family of 4 would not spend even a single gold coin on meat for an entire year. "You are too kind, sister. Look, I've already spent so many gold coins. Can you give me that little metal sphere?" Li Zhenbong gazed at the female mercenary with eager anticipation. Seeing the earnestness in his eyes, the female mercenary sighed. "All right, you have bested me. I shall give it to you, but this is the only one. You will have to purchase any additional ones." "Thank you, sister. You are truly wonderful." Li Zhenbong accepted the metal sphere, not bothering to examine it closely. and promptly stored it in his spatial bracelet along with the other items. The female mercenary's eyes sparkled as she chuckled helplessly. Little one, you possess a spatial bracelet and yet fret over a few dozen gold coins? Sister, frugality is indeed a virtue. Li Zhenbong, resembling a little adult, remarked, you little rascal. You will surely grow up to be a cunning merchant. The female mercenary teased. Sister, when I grow up, I aspire to be a mercenary. Li Zhenbong, raplia earnestly. A mercenary will undoubtedly also be a shrewd merchant. The female mercenary playfully poked his forehead with a finger, chiding him with a smile. Li Zhenbong stuck out his tongue, yet felt a surge of joy within. He had acquired the metallic orb. Regardless of its purpose, it was at least an ancient artifact, and he considered it a worthwhile acquisition. If during the wilderness training they could obtain a few hides from fire-type magical beasts, their suffering would be alleviated. The pelts of fire-type magical beasts provided warmth in the cold, in stark contrast to those of water-type magical beasts. After completing his purchase, Li Zhenbong did not rush to leave. Instead, he strolled around the second floor for a while longer. Duo fell silent, leading Li Zhenbong to depart in disappointment. Chapter 76. We have no objections after leaving the Jikayuan Chamber of Commerce. Li Zhenbong did not hasten back to the villa, but continued to meander through the streets. As it turned out, luck is not a constant companion. He failed to uncover anything of value at the street stalls. However, he did manage to procure gifts for Alpha and Long Meow Meow from a roadside vendor. Though not extravagant, each gift held significant meaning. For Alpha, he purchased an ancient gold coin. The obverse of the coin features a majestic golden dragon standing proudly, which bears a striking resemblance to Alpha's dragon form. On the reverse side lies a small island, and Omega confidently asserts that this island is likely Dragon Island due to its similar shape. Omega is quite astonished by the existence of such a coin. The mercenary selling it claims it was obtained during an adventure. However, Li Zhenbong cannot recall any nation that has ever minted such coins. As a gift for Long Meow Meow, Li Zhenbong selected a jade pendant adorned with dragon patterns, which captivated his attention immediately. Duo finds the pendant somewhat peculiar, though she cannot quite articulate its oddness. If it were not for Li Zhenbong holding it, Duo would not sense its uniqueness. This pendant was also procured from a mercenary stall, where the items for sale are primarily acquired through adventures. Upon further inquiry, the mercenaries themselves cannot precisely explain the origins of many items, as they are often rewards distributed by their guilds or goods sold on behalf of their own mercenary teams. Regardless, with the purchases for Alpha and Long Meow Meow completed, Li Zhenbong feels a weight lifted from his heart. As they stroll towards the villa, they notice that no one is trailing them anymore, indicating that the solitary pursuer has vanished. Zhenbong, you have finally returned. If you hadn't come back soon, I would have gone out searching for you. Alpha exclaims with relief upon seeing Li Zhenbong return safely. Although accompanied by Omega, she still felt a twinge of unease at the thought of not having seen Li Zhenbong. Observing Alpha's worried expression, Li Zhenbong felt a surge of emotion within him. Brother Zhenbong, who didn't bring me a gift last time, did you this time? She pouted playfully. Sister Calais and Sister Carter flaunt that little cat pendant every day, and Sister Lena treasures that little snake pendant dearly. Upon catching sight of Li Zhenbong, Long Meow Meow immediately pouted her rosy cherry lips, casting a forlorn glance at him. Well, Meow Meow, you ought to call me uncle. Alpha is my sister, your godmother. Calling me brother seems a bit out of place, doesn't it? Come now, call me uncle and let me hear it. Li Zhenbong instructed with a tone of mock seriousness, reminiscent of an adult. Alpha couldn't help but smile at the sight of the not yet 7-year-old Li Zhenbong schooling the 9-year-old Long Meow Meow. Despite being half a head taller than her, he was still merely 6.5 years old. I'm calling you brother out of respect. After all, you are 3 years my junior. Do you believe I won't call you little brat when I see you next? Long Meow Meow declared defiantly, hands on her hips, tilting her head and pouting in disdain. Well, I fear you, but you should still call me brother Zhenbong. Li Zhenbong replied with a resigned shake of his head. You can't just demand I call you that. How embarrassing. If you don't call me, I might just withhold your gift. Li Zhenbong threatened, cheeks puffed in irritation. I'll only consider your gift if I find it satisfactory. Pray, cease your amorous dalliance until you are within the confines of the abode. Omega jested with a mischievous grin, alluding to their public display. Who is engaging in amorous dalliance? Li Zhenbong and Long Miao Miao retorted in unison, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment. A flush crept upon Long Miao Miao's countenance as she lowered her gaze, emitting a soft humph before retreating into the villa. Li Zhenbong felt a wave of discomfiture wash over him. Despite Long Miao Miao's undeniable beauty, she was but 9 years of age. With his accumulated experience spanning over 3 decades, the notion of harboring romantic sentiments towards her was preposterous. In his eyes, she was merely a child. Omega and Alpha exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with amusement. Come now, Zhenbong, let us proceed indoors. Do not linger outside, Omega said, draping an arm around Li Zhenbong's shoulders as they entered the villa. Carl, Carter, and Lena, their cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, greeted Li Zhenbong with a deep curtsy, proclaiming, "Our Lord has arrived." Li Zhenbong's face contorted in a momentary spasm. The sight of these 3 young women, brimming with youthful vitality and untamed allure, their eyes filled with bashful adoration as they addressed him as Lord, was enough to unsettle any man. He could feel his heart pounding erratically in his chest, his face growing warm. He was grateful for the concealing nature of the summoner's robe he had chosen to wear that day, lest his embarrassment be laid bare for all to see. Pray, cease your teasing, sisters. Such conduct would test the composure of any man. Li Zhenbong responded with a touch of awkwardness. Carter, the youngest and perhaps most mischievous of the 3 girls, lowered her head, her face flushed, and murmured softly, "If young master finds it unbearable, the 3 of us wouldn't object." Though her voice was faint, everyone in the room possessed considerable strength and heard her clearly. Long Miao Miao glared at Li Zhenbong, her eyes wide with indignation, and huffed, "Men are all the same, always chasing after fleeting pleasures." Alpha cast a glance at Li Zhenbong, then at the 4 girls, a playful smile gracing her lips. As long as Li Zhenbong didn't resort to force, she wouldn't mind if he had a few more girls. Which capable man didn't have multiple wives and concubines? As long as Li Zhenbong wasn't one to abandon his partners, she had no qualms. Suddenly, a rather discordant gulp shattered the amorous atmosphere. The sound came from none other than Omega. Dragons were not particularly restrained in this regard, which explained the emergence of so many hybrids. However, Omega wasn't enticed by the 4 young ladies. Rather, he was fantasizing about Alpha clad in alluring attire. Her eyes filled with longing as she called out to her master. Abruptly, Omega shuddered involuntarily. When he regained his senses, he saw Alpha gazing at him with a smile on her face, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Having been out for so long, I've grown a bit famished. Let's dine first," Omega said with an embarrassed smile. "You're hungry, are you?" Alpha's smile grew wider. No, I've suddenly lost my appetite. Let us first address the matter at hand. By the way, Zhenbong, did you not have gifts for Alpha and Long Miao Miao? You mentioned wanting to surprise Alpha. Did you not? And that tale also requires thorough interrogation, Omega stated with a serious expression. Upon hearing that Li Zhenbong had gifts and surprises, Alpha immediately disregarded Omega, gazing at Li Zhenbong with eager anticipation. Chapter 77. Dragon God. Coin. Li Zhenbong naturally refrained from exposing Omega's intentions and smiled at Alpha, saying, "Sister, let me show you the gift first. This is the only item my brother Omega and I managed to find after scouring the entire Dragon City." Alpha cast a doubtful glance at Omega, who returned a sycophantic smile. Yet, there was something about his face that suggested a desire for retribution. Li Zhenbong handed the carefully wrapped gold coin to Alpha. Upon unveiling it, her expression darkened, bordering on explosive rage. Turning back, she shot a cold glare at Omega, conveying a silent threat. "If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation, I shall end you." Omega quickly realized that Alpha had misunderstood and hurriedly clarified, "Alpha, take a closer look at this coin. It is unlike any we have encountered before." With a sullen countenance, Alpha held the gold coin up to her eyes, scrutinizing it intently. Soon, a look of astonishment spread across Alpha's face. "Is this truly a Dragon God coin?" Alpha exclaimed. "A Dragon God coin? Are you saying this is a dragon god coin? Omega gasped, equally astonished. What is a dragon god coin? Li Jinbong and the four girls stared blankly at the two. Indeed, this is a dragon god coin. Although I have never seen one before, this gold coin bears an uncanny resemblance to the legendary dragon god coin, Alpha explained. The dragon god coin was a currency from ancient times, widely used by a powerful human nation that worshipped the dragon god. However, with the disappearance of the dragon god, that nation ultimately fell into ruin. There are no historical records of that nation. Everything was obliterated, leaving only faint traces in the history of the dragon race, Alpha recalled. No wonder it looks familiar. It turns out to be a dragon god coin. Omega murmured to herself. Thank you, Jinbong. This dragon god coin is indeed precious. It is quite possible that this is the last surviving one in the world, Alpha said with excitement. Alpha, I also contributed to this, Omega said, looking at Alpha with hopeful eyes. I see. Alpha replied with a sidelong glance at Omega. Is that all? Omega asked, awkwardness evident on her face. Ignoring Omega, Alpha settled onto the sofa, engrossed in her examination of the coin. Alpha remained exceedingly intrigued by these precious items. And what about mine? Mean it? Long Meow Meow leapt to Li Junbong's side, shaking his arm in inquiry. Call me uncle, and I shall grant it to you. Li Junbong arched an eyebrow, a mischievous grin playing upon his lips as he gazed at Long Meow Meow. If you don't give it to me, I wouldn't care less. With a huff, Meow Meow relinquished her grasp on Li Junbong's arm, plopping down to one side, pouting with an expression of feigned indignation. Well, Meow Meow, if you call me brother, I shall bestow it upon you. How about that? Meow Meow retorted. If you don't want to give it to me, I might just keep it for myself. Li Jinbong retrieved the dragon-patterned jade pendant from his spatial bracelet, swaying it as he spoke. Who needs a brother? I want it. I want it. Long Meow Meow raised her head and, having just declared her indifference, quickly reconsidered. The pendant emanated an extraordinary allure that made her feel an innate connection, as if it were destined to be hers. At that moment, not only would she have called him brother, but she might even have acquiesced to calling him uncle. Clutching the dragon-patterned jade pendant, her gaze fixated upon it, she appeared as though she had been transformed into a stone statue, sitting motionless on Li Junbong's lap. Li Junbong, captivated by the proximity of Long Meow Meow, couldn't he help but recall the beautiful woman he had saved in a past life. Meanwhile, in the room, Alpha was diligently examining the gold coins, while Omega looked on, enjoying the spectacle of Alpha's focused endeavor. Kale, Carter, and Lena witnessed the intimate gestures of the two, lowering their heads, their faces tinged with a rosy hue, yet unable to resist stealing glances. Suddenly, Long Meow Meow's eyes sparkled back to life. Having maintained a single posture for too long, she instinctively shifted, only to be startled by the sight of Li Junbong before her, letting out a gasp. She hurriedly sprang to her feet, inadvertently colliding with Li Junbong's nose. Long Meow Meow exclaimed, seeing Li Junbong, his eyes brimming with tears, clutching his nose. The memory of their previous position caused her cheeks to flush fiercely, and she swiftly covered her face and dashed back to her room. Kale, Carter, and Lena, heads bowed, their cheeks aflame, stifled giggles behind their hands. Omega looked in astonishment at the bloodied Li Junbong, then glanced at Long Meow Meow, who was racing back upstairs, his expression shifting to one of lewd amusement. Alpha immediately rose, a purple aura emanating from her, entering a combat stance, initially believing there was an attack. However, upon seeing Li Junbong's bloodied visage and glancing at the already ascended Long Meow Meow, her gaze revealed a hint of peculiarity. Misunderstanding. It was Meow Meow who bumped into him. Li Junbong awkwardly chuckled, tilting his head back and covering his nose as he made his way upstairs. Jinbong, take it easy. You are still quite young. Be mindful of your health. Omega called out with a mischievous laugh. Mind my face. I'll just return to my room to clean up, Li Jinbong retorted. Li Jinbong hurriedly ascended the stairs. Omega's voice, resonant and imbued with penetrating strength, echoed from below, urging it's best to wash up and retire for the night. We shall await you downstairs. Take care of yourselves. Duasting. You have a ceremony to attend tomorrow. A sudden clattering noise echoed from above, followed by a series of thuds, as Li Zhenbong tumbled down the staircase. He had certainly heard Omega's words. It was precisely those words that threw him off balance, causing him to misstep on the stairs. Hastily, Li Zhenbong scrambled to his feet, his face a portrait of indignation as he pointed an accusing finger at Omega. Yet ultimately, no words escaped his lips. In a flurry, he dashed back to his room, while laughter and merriment resonated from below. Chapter 78. Interrogation of the Tale Before Long. Both Li Zhenbong and Long Miao Miao descended the stairs. However, Long Miao Miao no longer exuded her usual vivacity. She sat beside Alpha, her head bowed, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment, remaining utterly still. Li Zhenbong had changed into a clean outfit, yet the white robe of the summoner bore stains of nasal blood, rendering it unwearable. Although the traces of blood on his face had vanished, his breath still betrayed a lingering agitation, clearly indicating that the earlier incident had been quite a shock for him. Upon catching sight of Li Zhenbong as he descended, Long Miao Miao quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks blooming a deeper shade of crimson. Even the exquisite pink dragon horns atop her head seemed to blush. Li Zhenbong, too, dare not look at Long Miao Miao, clearing his throat awkwardly as he took a seat beside Omega. Omega regarded Li Zhenbong with a series of rapid blinks, conveying an array of peculiar glances. Li Zhenbong chose to ignore this, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness by summoning Duo from his pouch. Upon seeing Duo, Alpha's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Li Zhenbong, astonished. A sprite mouse? Indeed, Li Zhenbong responded with a smile. You two are old acquaintances. Duo tipo medili. As a dragon, Alpha naturally comprehended the language of beasts. Although Li Zhenbong couldn't understand Duo's words, he could roughly infer the gist of their conversation from Alpha's replies. It was mostly talk of reunions and events before and after meeting Li Zhenbong. Omega, being unfamiliar with Duo, remained silent, simply listening. Master, Carol approached Li Zhenbong, bowing slightly. Shall we commence the meal? Li Zhenbong cast a questioning glance at Alpha and Omega. He only visited occasionally, and Alpha was the one truly in charge. It felt as though his role was being usurped. Alpha chuckled. I've informed them that when you return, you're in charge of matters within this household. Sister, with you doing this, I almost feel embarrassed to come back, Li Zhenbong said, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Then let's dine first. Li Zhenbong shukla suggestibility. After the meal, you all can retire for some rest. We have some adult matters to attend to. Hearing this, Long Miao Miao looked up, her face paling, her eyes wide as she stared at Li Zhenbong. She had obviously misunderstood, thinking Li Zhenbong intended something untoward. Omega also inquired with puzzlement. Zhenbong, jokes aside, you wouldn't actually do anything outrageous, would you? Alpha wouldn't let you get away with it. Li Zhenbong realized that they had all misunderstood him, his expression marked by a frown. After the recent events, his words had been somewhat unclear, making it easy for others to misinterpret his intentions. You have misunderstood. I meant that after dinner, we need to interrogate the captured tail. The scene may be quite intense and violent, so it would be best for you four young ladies to refrain from getting involved and to rest early, he clarified. Long Miao Miao let out a sigh, glanced at Li Zhenbong, and then lowered her head, her face flushing again. Clearly, she felt a bit embarrassed about the misunderstanding, yet a peculiar sensation that she could not quite articulate flickered in her heart. The atmosphere at dinner was rather peculiar, with everyone remaining silent. Omega and Alpha continuously scanned Li Zhenbong and the four girls, while Calais, Carter, and Lena seemed relatively unfazed. Long Miao Miao kept her head down, hastily eating a few bites before blushing and retreating to her room. Dinner concluded swiftly, and Omega and Alpha escorted Li Zhenbong to their specially designated interrogation room, which boasted excellent soundproofing. The room carried a metallic scent of blood, with stains evident in several areas. It had been quite a bustling place during Li Zhenbong's training. Zhenbong, do you truly have feelings for Long Miao Miao? Omega inquired quietly. Omega, can we not jest about this? How old is Miao Miao? Li Zhenbong raplia, exasperata. Then what about Calais and the other girls? They are certainly not underage. Brother, please refrain from matchmaking. I am even younger than Miao Miao. Li Zhenbong was on the verge of collapse due to Omega's incessant questioning. Brother, let's expedite our business. He hastily interrupted Omega, who was poised to continue his inquiries. All right then. However, Zhenbong, should you find yourself enamored with any of them, do let me know, and I shall wholeheartedly support you. I wouldn't oppose your choice at all. Omega chuckled. Brother, you need not concern yourself with my affairs. Our primary objective is of utmost importance. By the way, allow me to share the information I gathered during your training. There is indeed a shadow of someone named Nick behind the entire affair. Our investigation revealed that the squad leader in the area where you were ambushed has ties to Nick. He was given 20 gold coins by Nick to refrain from patrolling that day and to seal off the streets under the pretense of military exercises. I can't shake the feeling that the situation is more intricate than it appears. There must be someone else behind Nick. The squad leader's words may be credible, yet they seem incomplete, Omega remarked, furrowing his brow. Indeed, during my recent field training, I indirectly gleaned some intelligence from a disciple of the poison sect, who mentioned that a noble harbors ill intentions towards me. I had initially thought it was a noble I had offended orchestrating this. It seems Nick is also implicated. If we could capture Nick, it is likely we would uncover the entire truth, Li Zhenbong sighed, contemplating the vastness of Long City, where locating a single individual felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Had I known it would be this arduous, I would have resolved the matter with Nick in the arena. After liberating the captured man, who remained in a state of unconsciousness, Omega meticulously searched his person, discovering nothing beyond the garments he wore. His martial energy was suppressed, and he was secured to a chair, his hands fastened to the table. Li Zhenbong splashed a large sphere of water upon the man's face, rousing him from his stupor. The man, disoriented, gazed around at his surroundings, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the trio before him. He attempted to rise, only to discover that he was bound and that his martial energy was entirely inaccessible. Who are you? Why have you bound me? Release me at once. The man bellowed. You should be well aware of who we are. After shadowing us for so long, you still inquire as to our identities? Li Zhenbong raturta. As he sat before the man, idly toying with a dagger in his hand. I'm unaware of what you speak. Release me forthwith. Ipusas novielt. Your abduction of me is futile. Futile to abduct you? Then whom would it be profitable to abduct? How would I know whom it would be profitable for you to abduct? I am neither wealthy nor influential. What purpose could my abduction possibly serve? The man stated, attempting to maintain composure as he writhed against his restraints. Since you are disinclined to speak the truth, allow me to assist your recollection. Chapter 79. Feng Da's collapse. Li Zhenbong arose, brandishing the dagger as he positioned himself before the table. Take a guess as to which strike will pierce your palm, and which will sever your fingers. A prize awaits. The correct prediction. Li Zhenbong uttered with a smile, swiftly plunging the dagger downward. The man, witnessing the descending dagger, hastily splayed his fingers, emitting a terrified shriek. Alas, a stroke of good fortune indeed, a regrettable miss. I wonder if the next attempt shall prove successful. Tell me, does a dark iron warrior, bereft of a hand, ascend to the ranks of a silver warrior? You are most fortunate, for you shall serve as my experimental subject. Li Zhenbong remarked, his countenance still adorned with a smile. Li Zhenbong's smile, at that moment, appeared more dreadful than any demon in the man's eyes. This fellow was not merely posturing. He truly dared to strike. Had he not spread his fingers, that blow would have undoubtedly pierced them. Li Zhenbong continued to speak, yet his hand remained in constant motion, its speed gradually increasing. Though his strength was sealed, the man's vision and the dexterity of his fingers remained unhindered, his fingers ceaselessly shifting their positions upon the table. Li Zhenbong's speed increased rapidly, almost creating an afterimage, while the man's fingers struggled to keep pace with him. Li Zhenbong chose not to accelerate further, instead matching the man's utmost speed. Suddenly, without any warning, he came to a halt. The man's hand had cramped. His palm and fingers clenched together as he let out a pained howl. I didn't even manage to get a single one in. Your luck today is indeed remarkable. But I wonder if your other hand is as fortunate. Wait a moment. The man cried out in agony. What are you waiting for? Are you prepared to speak? Li Zhenbong was taken aback by how easily his opponent had conceded. No, I have nothing to say. Just let me catch my breath. My right hand is cramping. and I can't control my left." The man gasped for air. Li Jinbong paused for a moment, then began to chuckle, not out of joy, but rather amusement from the man's predicament, as the dagger swiftly plunged down. "Ah!" The man screamed in fright, yet he could not control his left hand. The pain from his cramped right hand had clouded his judgment, and he could merely manage to slightly part his fingers. The dagger landed precisely between his index and middle fingers, and Li Jinbong had no intention of stabbing him. It was merely a scare tactic. "Very well. You have 2 minutes to rest, after which I shall wield 2 daggers and strike with both hands simultaneously." Hee. Li Jinbong chuckled ominously. Upon witnessing his smile, Omega felt a chill run down his spine and silently thought to himself, "Do not provoke Li Jinbong. He is truly terrifying. One can frighten another to death." The man's mouth tasted bitter, contemplating the torment ahead. 2 minutes? 5 minutes? It felt as though he might never catch a break. He couldn't help but internally lament what grievous sin had led him to offend this harbinger of doom. As the 2 minutes swiftly passed, Li Jinbong produced a dagger. Grinning wickedly, "Even if it pierces your hand, I shall continue. Fear not. After half an hour, I shall allow you a moment's respite." Half an hour? The man was rendered speechless. Just 5 minutes prior, his hands had already begun to cramp. If this continued for half an hour, would his hands not be reduced to mere pulp? Nevertheless, the man remained defiant, refusing to divulge anything. "I relish a tough nut to crack. I wonder if the strength in your hands matches the resolve in your words," Li Jinbong taunted, swiftly plunging the 2 daggers into the table. He employed the utmost speed, denying the man any chance to brace himself, even accelerating the pace. The sound of the daggers striking the table melded into a continuous thrum, devoid of pause, illustrating the remarkable speed at which Li Jinbong operated. In less than a minute, the man's hands had succumbed to cramping, clenched into fists. Li Jinbong paused momentarily and inquired, "Shall I continue? If this continues, I shall mince you directly. Do not say I did not forewarn you." Beads of perspiration cascaded down the man's brow as he ground his teeth, yet he remained silent. "Excellent. Rest assured, I shall not let you starve. After mincing your hands, I shall feed you morsel by morsel, ensuring nothing is wasted. Of course, after your hands are gone, there are your feet, then your arms, and then your legs. Fear not, I shall not grant you a swift demise. I have heard that one cannot die from pain alone, provided there is no excessive blood loss. I am eager to experiment, to peel the flesh from your body, sliver by sliver, and then feed it back to you." Li Jinbong uttered with a sense of anticipation. The man trembled, his voice faltering. "You are a fiend? May you meet a wretched end." Li Jinbong responded with a gentle smile. "Thank you for the compliment, though I find fiend somewhat unbecoming, a bit too pedestrian for my taste. I believe hell's azure suits me better. Rest assured, I shall administer medication to keep you stimulated. I shall excise the flesh from your chest, exposing your stomach, so you may witness your own flesh being digested, only to be reabsorbed into your body." The man's eyes turned crimson as he writhed and struggled, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Why sacrifice yourself for someone inconsequential? Nevertheless, I admire your fortitude. I trust you shall not beg for mercy, for that would diminish my amusement. I am prepared to commence the mincing." Li Jinbong sheathed his dagger and produced 2 cleavers, clanging their backs together a few times. He then rapidly drummed the cleavers on the table in front of the man's hands, slowly advancing them toward the man's palms. "Ah, bastard, fiend, devil, I'll talk. Please don't." As the cleavers descended, grazing the man's clenched fists, they severed the hairs on the back of his hands. The man finally broke down. Li Jinbong inwardly sighed in relief. Had the man remained silent, he wasn't sure if he could have brought himself to continue the charade. He had no qualms about killing to survive, but torture was a line he couldn't cross. Omega discreetly gave Li Jinbong a thumbs up. Their interrogations were usually straightforward and brutal. Alpha would gradually crush the target's bones, and then Omega would restore them, though never quite to their original state. "Speak," Li Jinbong said, leaning back in his chair with feigned nonchalance. "What is your name? Why were you following me? Tell me everything you know, and consider the consequences of any omissions." The man shuddered and hastily replied, "My name is Fengda. I'm a Black Iron warrior. Nick ordered me to tell you. He still harbors a grudge and seeks revenge." Chapter 80. News of Nick? Is it him again? Li Zumbang Musalot. Nay. This marks my inaugural attempt at shadowing you. The man hastily demurred, shaking his head. He was evidently fearful of being misunderstood by Li Zhenbong, lest he be reduced to minced meat. Proceed. Li Zhenbong gestured, signaling Feng to continue his narrative. Ah, very well. He furnished me with a purse of silver coins as an initial payment, tasking me with observing your movements upon departing the academy, where you ventured, what you engaged in, and subsequently reporting back to him. He avowed that upon successful completion of the task, further remuneration would be provided. I merely accepted his coin and undertook the assignment. Moreover, he did not instruct me to do anything beyond mere surveillance. I implore you, do not inflict harm upon me. I bear the burden of an octogenarian mother above, and whereabouts of Nick? Li Zhenbong interrupted with palpable impatience, wearied of such utterances. That I cannot say. Li Zhenbong fixed Feng De with a piercing gaze, his eyes brimming with skepticism. Verily, verily, I am ignorant of his present location. Our rendezvous occurred at a humble eatery near the academy's entrance. Thus, Nick remains within the academy's confines? Li Zhenbong inquired, somewhat taken aback. Presumably, as I witnessed him entering the academy before I took up my post at the aforementioned eatery, awaiting your emergence. He sought you out today? Li Zhenbong was perplexed by the situation. His spontaneous decision to venture out today, although not unusual within the academy, raised questions about how quickly someone could arrange for surveillance, something that Nick could not accomplish on his own. No, he found me at the gambling house about a week ago and informed me just a couple of days ago to keep watch, Feng De recalled. Li Zambang Nudda. This made sense. It was precisely around the time when the intensive training was nearing its conclusion, making it plausible for someone to be positioned at the academy's entrance to monitor his movements before taking action. After the last failed attempt, if another strike were to occur, it would undoubtedly be even more challenging than before. Do you know who Nick associates with within the academy? At this point, Li Zhenbong suddenly felt he was on the verge of discovering something, albeit vaguely. I'm not quite sure about that. It is said that Nick has connections with many nobles within the academy, but I cannot specify who he mingles with, Feng De replied cautiously. You truly do not know? Li Zhenbong squinted at Feng De, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. If you genuinely do not know, killing me would be futile. I truly have no idea. Feng De said nervously. Do you know a person named Green? Li Zhenbong Inkida Tavrupali. Feng De's expression shifted, and he shook his head, his gaze darting nervously. I do not know him. Are you absolutely certain you do not know him? Li Zhenbong squinted his eyes, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as he brandished a kitchen knife and drove it forcefully into the table before Feng De's trembling fingers. Startled, Feng De shuddered slightly in his chair, bound as he was. His gaze flickered uncertainly, but eventually, it seemed he reached a resolution, exhaling deeply. I confess. I know Green. He is quite close with Nick. Green often gambles with us, and it was through him that I became acquainted with Nick. I heard that he was furious about the antique vase incident and seemed to have been reprimanded by someone. During that time, his mood was quite foul, and he would lash out at others frequently. Feng De divulged all that he knew in one breath. Oh, Green enjoys gambling? Did he indulge in it while in school? Li Zhenbong suddenly recalled that Wang Peng had mentioned Green in connection with Nick, prompting his inquiry, and he was pleasantly surprised by the revelation. Yes, he frequently visited gambling houses after school, wagering substantial sums. He was often accompanied by a few subordinates, though they were of little rank, merely at the level of bronze warriors. Is there anything else to disclose? That's all I know. You wouldn't please. Don't kill me. Omega delivered a swift strike to his neck, and Feng De once again fell unconscious. Zhenbong, what shall we do next? I shall seek out Wang Peng to gain further insight. I would be grateful if you could exert yourself by maintaining discreet surveillance and ascertaining the particulars of Green's activities. Li Zhenbong reflected before articulating. It is of no consequence. What is the magnitude of this matter? Shall I apprehend the lad, known as Green? Omega inquired with palpable eagerness, rubbing his hands together. Let's not be hasty. We shall proceed with measured deliberation, angling for a more substantial quarry. Let us adjourn for the evening and avail ourselves of restorative respite, for on the morrow, we must hasten back to the academy to partake in the ceremony, Li Zhenbong conveyed with a subtle smile. Very well. What shall be the disposition of this individual? Leave him in situ. When you are engaged in your surveillance, bring him along. You are not acquainted with green, so impart some judicious instruction. He may yet prove to be of service. With such individuals, eschew the perpetual wielding of the bludgeon. Remember to dispense a modicum of the carrot. Rest assured, I am cognizant of the matter. Alpha, in a state of resignation, having participated in the entire process without rendering any substantive contribution, cast a severe glance at Li Junbong and Omega before departing the secret chamber to seek slumber. The night passed without incident, and, on the subsequent day, Omega promptly escorted Li Junbong back to the academy to participate in the ceremony, while he himself returned to the villa to continue the tutelage of Fengde. Upon Li Junbong's arrival at the academy gates, he espied Zhang Daiyou and little Fatty anxiously peering into the distance. "Junbong, we are relieved to see you return. Had you tarried any longer, we would have been compelled to venture forth in search of you," Zhang Daiyou expressed, visibly relieved upon beholding Li Junbong. "What is the matter? Do you seek me for a specific purpose?" Li Junbong inquired with curiosity. "It's nothing. Brother Daiyou was worried about you since you didn't return all night. This morning, he didn't even have breakfast and brought me here to wait for you," Xiao Peng replied with a hearty smile. "Nonsense. Junbong said he would treat us to dinner today. I'm just starving, thinking of giving him a good thrashing," Zhang Daiyou retorted, giving Xiao Peng a playful kick on his rear. "I knew it. You're not that kind-hearted. So why are you standing at the school gate with Xiao Peng?" Li Junbong, touched, refrained from exposing the truth and teased with a smile. "I'm just helping Xiao Peng with some exercise. You see how much meat he has. He should be careful or he might struggle to find a girlfriend later," Zhang Daiyou remarked, glaring at Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng was about to defend himself, but upon seeing Zhang Daiyou's threatening gaze, he swallowed his words and muttered softly, "I've worked hard to gain this weight. How could I bear to lose it?" Li Junbong couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal. Let us head back to the dorm first. The others are still waiting for your news. They probably haven't eaten either." Zhang Daiyou patted Li Junbong on the shoulder. Upon hearing Zhang Daiyou's words, Li Junbong felt a warmth in his heart. Though their time together had been brief, this camaraderie deeply moved him. "Let us go back to the dorm and have a meal together. It's on me." Li Junbong endeavored to calm his emotions, yet his voice trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 81. The ceremony. Upon returning to the dormitory, a flurry of pleasantries ensued. Li Junbong produced a small pouch of gold coins and distributed it among everyone, claiming it was the proceeds from selling medicinal herbs, though in truth, the herbs remained concealed within his bracelet. A portion of these herbs was indeed useful to Li Junbong, and he simply lacked the time to sell them. Moreover, aside from a few high-quality herbs, the rest would fetch little in terms of monetary value. Thus, Li Junbong effectively subsidized his companions' household expenses. Despite their curiosity regarding the sudden windfall, the others refrained from probing further. They initially intended to share a portion with Li Junbong, but he declined, citing that he had retained some herbs for himself. Ultimately, 6 portions were distributed, with Lan Lishui's share promised for a future meeting. With joyful hearts, they finished dividing the coins and headed to the dining hall for a meal. Although Li Junbong insisted on treating them, his friends argued he had not received any coins and insisted on splitting the bill, inadvertently making Li Junbong the guest. After breakfast, they made their way to the playground, where today's training ceremony was to take place. To Li Junbong's surprise, the ceremony was to be presided over by Vice Dean Oliver, who seemed rather fond of being in the spotlight. "Dear teachers and students, it is my great honor to host this year's training ceremony. Seeing you all standing here safe and sound brings me great comfort. Regardless of the achievements you attained today, you are all fortunate." Oliver stands at the podium, delivering an impassioned speech, while gazing down at the orderly rows of teachers and students who regard him with admiration. His heart swells with a sense of superiority and pride. Below the stage, Li Junbong stifles a large yawn. Ever since the last incident, he has been determined to improve himself, and it has been quite some time since he last slept. Instead, he replaces sleep with meditation and training. With each passing day of practice, his physical strength and the resilience of his meridians have significantly increased. However, The prolonged periods of meditation weigh heavily on his mind. As he is still in the early stages of his journey, Zhang Daiyou stands behind Li Zhenbong and discreetly pokes him, whispering, "Did you not sleep well last night?" "I haven't slept in ages. You know, I've been relying on meditation to compensate for sleep," Li Zhenbong replies, yawning again. "You must find a balance between work and rest. Even a warrior would struggle under constant meditation, let alone you, a summoner. I have no choice. To enhance my strength quickly, as you have seen during this outdoor training, everyone is formidable. If I do not exert myself, graduation will be a challenge, especially with the graduation rates for summoners." Sigh. Li Zhenbong responds helplessly. "I believe you should focus on improving your luck rather than solely enhancing your strength. The former seems far more pragmatic. When it comes to the graduation rate of summoners," Zhang Daiyou could not help but curl his lip. "It is indeed alarmingly low. The evaluation of a summoner's capabilities during graduation is merely a fraction of the whole picture, as luck plays a crucial role. If I knew how to enhance my fortune, would I still need to toil tirelessly in my training?" "TCH." Li Zhenbong rolled his eyes in exasperation. Although Zhang Daiyou could not see it, the tone of Li Zhenbong's voice still elicited a chuckle from him. "During this training session, we suffered the loss of 12 trainees and 36 sustained severe injuries, with 14 potentially facing lifelong disabilities. When I beheld this casualty list, my heart felt exceedingly heavy. However, since you have chosen to stand here and aspire to become formidable, you must learn to confront death. The path of the strong is devoid of the weak, for the weak have already become stepping stones beneath the feet of the strong. There is a saying in the military: the success of one general is built upon the corpses of countless. Thus, I must impart to you that a true, strong individual is one who ascends by treading upon the remains of their adversaries. If you cannot rise, you will inevitably find yourself among the fallen." Oliver shouted with fervor, "I have a few questions for you. Do you desire to become a strong individual?" He surveyed the assembled trainees on the playground, raising his voice. "Yes." The responses emerged sporadically, lacking cohesion. Oliver frowned and bellowed, "Your voices are too feeble. I cannot hear you. Do you lack the courage to admit your innermost desires? Do you wish to become strong?" "Yes." This time, the response reverberated with resounding vehemence, as nearly all the students vociferously roared their affirmation. Oliver nodded with satisfaction. "Do you harbor the conviction to ascend to the ranks of the mighty?" "Aye." Li Zhenbong curled his lip in disdain. "These youngsters are far too susceptible to incitement. Were a purveyor of motivational persuasion to lecture them, they would likely barter away their very selves." Yet Li Zhenbong failed to consider that this world is, by its very nature, a society governed by the principle of survival of the fittest. Shielded by 2 colossal dragons and buttressed by 2 revered archmages and a holy warrior, he naturally harbored few apprehensions. His aspirations to elevate his cultivation were solely for self-preservation, never contemplating the arduous ascent of the common folk or the internecine squabbles among the scions of nobility. The capacity to metamorphose into a formidable individual is the very cornerstone of their ability to establish themselves in this world. Not everyone is afforded the opportunity to become an individual like the esteemed chairman of the Jutsai Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Only the strong can truly command their destinies. "Do you fear death?" Oliver continued his interrogation. "Fear." This time, apart from a handful of students who instinctively blurted out their apprehension, the majority remained reticent. Upon hearing the avowal of fear from these few, the other students erupted in raucous laughter. The faces of those who had confessed their fear flushed crimson, as they yearned to vanish into the very bowels of the earth. Oliver cleared his throat, quelling the clamor. "Do you find the fear of death amusing?" "I find it perfectly natural. All men are inherently afraid of death. To speak candidly, I too harbor a fear of death. My dread lies in the notion of a muddled and meaningless demise. I can accept the inevitability of death, but must possess significance and value. I would willingly lay down my life to protect my comrades or to realize my ideals. You are the youngest scholars of the Karo Royal Academy, and I fervently hope that in the future, each of you will bring pride to this institution." The students erupted into fervent applause, particularly those who had just confessed their fear of death, clapping as if their very lives depended on it. Oliver gestured for silence, casually pointing to one of the students who had earlier expressed fear. Do you still fear death? I am still somewhat afraid, the student replied, lowering his gaze in embarrassment. But would you dare to die for your loved ones, friends, or ideals? I would. The student lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with determination, responding without hesitation. Oliver nodded approvingly and pointed to Li Zhenbong, inquiring, Do you fear death? At that moment, Li Zhenbong appeared lost in thought. Zhang Dao hurriedly nudged him from behind. Zhenbong, the vice dean is addressing you. What? Li Zhenbong initially looked bewildered, then came back to reality, gazing vacantly at Oliver. Oliver had no choice but to repeat his question. Do you fear death? Chapter 82. The Ceremony's Turmoil. Yes. Who does not fear death? Li Zhenbong felt a wave of bewilderment. Why would the vice dean pose such a trivial question to him? Would you dare to die? He mused. I am not ill. Why on earth would I choose to die? His confusion deepened. Was the vice dean experiencing a moment of madness? Oliver, being a person well-versed in the ways of the world, found such trivial matters hardly challenging. But if your friends, brothers, or family were in peril, what would you do? I would save them, he replied. But what if the adversary is more powerful than you? Then I would seek assistance. Zhang Dao, behind Li Zhenbong, had already closed his eyes in a feeble attempt to stifle his laughter. What if you cannot find anyone to help? That's impossible. I have.